IG Sports Club. In a chaotic room, shrouded in smoke, the occasional sound of coughing breaks the air. A young man with smooth cheeks and a hint of plumpness gazes helplessly at the leftover takeout strewn across the table beside him, inhaling the mingled scent of cold rice and smoke that fills the atmosphere. Nearby, the sounds of keyboard and mouse clatter incessantly. Before the screen sits a boy of about 16 or 17, handsome yet exuding an air of nonchalance, barefoot and cross-legged in his gaming chair, immersed in the strains of Counter-Strike Wild. Chong, with a beaming smile, chews gum, occasionally popping a bubble with a satisfying pop. At this moment, he is feeling the pressure as he maneuvers a collie in a tense lane. This match is a high-stakes game in the high ranks of Ionia, a critical battle as he strives to ascend from Diamond I to the exalted rank of Master. Casting a glance at the experience bar, which is nearing level 6, Chong feigns a retreat, popping another bubble and rolling his dark, bright eyes. Damn, a grasshopper is being so aggressive in front of my collie. I must find a way to deal with him. A minion falls. A flash of white light envelopes him as he reaches level 6, unlocking his ultimate ability. Yet, to his surprise, the grasshopper, previously riding high, abandons the cannon minion and retreats at once. Foul creature. Brother Hal. Chong calls out. Beside him, a youth with an incense stick in his mouth responds. What do you want, son? Can't handle the mid lane anymore? Let me be clear. The coward is as fragile as paper. I can't assist you this time. No, it's good news. The grasshopper has no ultimate. Hurry and come claim the kill together. We shall strike him down, and you can have the bounty. Knowing Ty's character, Chong speaks eagerly. Good brothers look out for each other. You really have your brother Hal in mind. Zeta thinks to himself, abandoning the top lane and maneuvering his newly leveled cannon towards mid lane. Moments latte. Cannon arrives. The minion wave has pushed up to the tower. The grasshopper is positioned far back, and even through the screen, Chong can sense its determination to huddle under the tower's protection. My dear brother Hal, just like Wu Song battling the tiger, or Guan Yu vanquishing Hua Xiong, you're the living embodiment of Guan Yu in my eyes, the thunder god of the canyon. Chang's fingers dance over the keyboard while his mouth continues to chatter animatedly to the CPU. Enough chattering. Watch the coward unleash his ultimate. Zeta, feeling flattered, takes a deep drag from the incense, and, after waiting for his E-skill cooldown, dashes in with a swift flash R under the tower. But then he suddenly widens his eyes, stifling a cough as smoke catches in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Kennen charges under the tower, the grasshopper retaliates with his ultimate, Grip of the Underworld. A beam of dark purple laser freezes his cannon in place. Simultaneously, a swift player takes advantage, sending a ranged minion into the tower while executing a smooth QRER combo, igniting the grasshopper and forcing it to remain stationary, before casually departing as Kennen absorbs the tower's fire. The side strikes swiftly. Not a drop of blood is spilled. First blood. OG God Shadow Fist has slain Yi Air Ao Nai Wahi Void Prophet. Having completed the sequence, Chong lifts a can of Red Bull from the table, savoring it as he hits B to return to base, casting a sidelong glance. Well done, Xiao Hao. If there's another good opportunity, I'll call you. Chong, I curse you and your nonsense. The coward fell for your trickery. You call this the enemy mid laner having no ultimate. Zeta watches in despair as he is unceremoniously taken down by the tower, tossing the incense aside, his mouth suddenly coated in honey. And what's up with Xiao Hao? Your true colors make me want to scream. Seizing the moment of defeat, the duped brother Hao lunges and grabs the boy by the neck, shaking him vigorously. Chong remains unfazed, responding matter-of-factly. Of course, a good-natured person doesn't speak ill of others. Isn't he without an ultimate now? I curse you. Observing the two bickering, Song Yijin finds the noise unbearable and rises to leave, inadvertently spotting two leaders not far away, engaged in hushed conversation. Coach. Rookie approaches, his tone tinged with grievance. You don't need to worry. Su Xiaoluo shakes his head, a glint of menace in his eyes. Coach Chris stands, quietly opening the iron door of the room. At the computer, the jungler, Kid Shun, and the marksman Marg are in high spirits. Miracle Walker is still farming. Miracle Walker. My goodness. Truly a newborn Dongxi, the evening intent of Baiyang. Listening to the harmonious exchanges, Su Xiaoluo and Chris' expressions grow increasingly grim. 20 minutes later. Finally, everything settles. Nice job, Xiao Hao. Bro, you've ascended to master. Call me Brother Hao. The previously clamorous brothers now embrace, giving each other high fives and cheers, their camaraderie on full display. Zeta heads out to the restroom, leaving Su Chong alone at the computer, engrossed in his phone. Ding dong. Comprehensive evaluation of the match begins. Comedy effect. C. Spectator effect. F. Reward generation in progress. Ding, congratulations host, Shadow Fist Proficiency 10. Wow. Golden Legend. Free Attribute Point 1. Attribute points. Su Chang's eyes brighten. Truly exceptional. Taking another step closer to becoming the champion mid laner of the future, he thinks, QAQ. Unable to contain himself, Su Shaluo claps his hands and calls out, Su Cheng, come here. Call me the future champion mid laner OG God. Su Cheng Kachuli responds. Su Shaluo. Oh, damn you. He strides over and forcibly pulls Su Cheng outside, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Glancing at Su Cheng, who is dragging his slippers, he frowns and addresses him seriously. Xiao Cheng, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your lax professional attitude truly needs to change. Next year, the World Championship will be held in China, and the league is beginning to place a high emphasis on the professionalism of players in our region. Especially IG. The principal has already signed Duke, and next year, we aim to make a significant push. Hence, the club is also enforcing regulations on player conduct. Su Chong senses something amiss, refraining from responding, quietly listening. Seeing him behave so submissively, Su Shaluo feels a pang of sympathy. Truth be told, the boy is quite endearing. Although often carefree and lacking in decorum in his speech and actions, his rapport with everyone in IG, including Rookie himself, is remarkably harmonious. Staying to liven up the atmosphere, acting as a mascot? Forget it. Occasionally, a bit of humor is fine, but his constant chatter is truly unbearable. Ahem. Well, you've been in the club for 3 months now. I haven't treated you poorly, have I? Suddenly, Su Shaluo speaks up. The coach's kindness is immeasurable without you. There would be no today's Su Cheng, and without you, there would be no future champion mid laner OG God. The debt of card drawing is unforgettable. Are you planning to let me play in the scrims? Su Cheng, thinking an opportunity has come, beams with excitement. Brother Luo, rest assured, Su Cheng will bear the weight and not let you down. Stop, stop, stop. Su Shaluo, caught between laughter and tears, hastily interrupts. Champion mid laner, OG God. This kid is always so optimistic, daring to dream and speak. Xiao Cheng, it'll be straightforward, you aren't suited for IG right now. Su Xiaoluo's words leave Su Cheng stunned. Sometimes, esports can be quite cruel. Have you considered seeking an alternative path? The road of a professional player is steep and perilous. You may not be able to handle it. My suggestion is that everyone has their fates sometimes. For a gaming-addicted youth, the chance of changing one's destiny through education is far greater than pursuing a professional career. Su Cheng stands frozen, unable to process the words. Chris approaches, speaking earnestly. Go back to school, though it may be harsh in the professional league. There is no soil for you to thrive. If you can't break in, then don't force your way with your personality. Perhaps completing university will lead you to become a successful businessman. Why? Su Cheng serlier leviti vanishches. Is it because of Brother Rookie? Su Cheng glances at Song Yi Jin in the distance, who, upon hearing this, changes expression and hurriedly attempts to explain. Su Cheng continues, didn't Yi Jin say he would give me the chance to fight alongside him? He said that, and esports has always been complementary. The more partners, the more tactical reserves. I assure you, I won't let everyone down. It has nothing to do with Rookie. Su Shaluo interjects, shaking his head. It's that you cannot bear the responsibility of leading and carrying the team. But you haven't even let me try. We haven't even had a scrim. Su Cheng protests, unwilling to accept this. Su Shaluo, resolute, states there's no need to try. Rookie's dominance and professional attitude are already the finest achievements IG has ever seen. Originally, we intended to let you test for LSBL, but you are quite stubborn, and with S7 approaching, the club simply cannot afford to be distracted that a team does not require rotation. Confronted with this harsh reality, Su Cheng found himself at a loss for words. Coach, how about letting Chengzi play in a training match for a while? Rookie suggested, unable to suppress his compassion. despite enduring a challenging year during S6. With both the spring and summer seasons culminating in early playoff exits, he felt the pressure mounting as the transfer window drew to a close and preparations for the S7 season began, all while he himself had yet to emerge from the shadows of failure. However, he held a genuine fondness for this cheerful and lively younger brother. The lad's insights into esports always struck a chord within him. If only he could be a tad more serious at times. Alas, rookies' entreaties fell on deaf ears. The coach and Chris remained resolute, having already prepared the unilateral termination contract, which was duly signed. Chong, merely a novice, was bound by a rather oppressive contract that allowed the club to terminate his agreement unilaterally without incurring any costs, aside from his monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. Clutching the contract, Chong was enveloped in confusion. "What are you doing standing there? Get back to work." Zeta returned, his face tinged with lingering reluctance. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, he grew suspicious. After a round of inquiries, Brother Zhihao erupted. "What the hell, Su Shaoluo? Do you even have a conscience? You're letting Chengzi go, but where will he go? Chengzi comes from a troubled family. He's already at odds with his family for pursuing a professional career in Shanghai. You must know that he didn't just take a break from school and dropped out." With righteous indignation, Zeta shielded Chong behind him, raising his voice in protest. Upon hearing this, Su Shaoluo and Chris exchanged glances of unease. But since the speaker was someone they had long held in contempt, their expressions darkened in response. Seeing the coach remain unmoved, Brother Hao's temper flared. "I'm laying it down here. If Chengzi leaves, then I'm out too." With that declaration, Zeta wore an expression of pride, as if the words "please beg me" were written across his face. "Is that true?" To everyone's surprise, Su Xiaoluo's face lit up with joy. Chris chuckled, a double blessing. "Quick, let's hurry." Half an hour later, Chong and Zeta arrived at the dormitory to begin packing their belongings. Though a sense of melancholy lingered in his heart, witnessing Zeta, a 7-feudal man on the verge of tears, inexplicably made Chong want to laugh. Once they packed their bags, they descended to the entrance. Su Shaoluo and Chris, the two muscular figures, had been eagerly waiting. Nearby, Kid God and Baolon were earnestly trying to dissuade them, but the sheer joy of the two leaders rendered their pleas futile. Particularly, Su Shaoluo seized a string of firecrackers from the car's trunk and lit them on the ground. The crackling explosions echoed. Surprisingly, there was a hint of festivity. "Today is a splendid day. All wishes shall come true. Today is a splendid day." As the car door swung open, the booming sound of the car stereo filled the air. "You son of a gun, Su Shaoluo, don't go overboard." Zeta's face flushed with anger, his teeth clenched, his voice rising in indignation. Yet, under the eaves of another, even if he felt 1,000 grievances, he could only leave in fury. It was dusk. Under the setting sun, the two young men, of similar stature, dragged their suitcases away, their forlorn silhouettes elongated by the evening glow. This scene tugged at the hearts of the onlooking Kid God, Rookie, and the other IG starters, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions, harmonizing with the sound of firecrackers and the melodies of Splendid Day in a dissonant symphony. When they glimpsed their coach and manager laughing to the point of bending over, for reasons unknown, even the IG players, who had been feeling disheartened, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 2. No more pretenses. I am the world's #1 mid laner. The sound of wheels rolling along the ground echoed incessantly as Chong dragged his suitcase that he paused, casting a glance back at the festive entrance of the club. His heart a tumult of emotions. Damn it. How could that good-for-nothing treat an IG veteran like me, Su Shaoluo, in such a manner? Even if one were an emperor, one ought to provide a rationale before dismissing a founding hero. Right? That good-for-nothing has done nothing to warrant this. I swear I'll make Su Shaoluo pay. The incessant jeers and insults from Zeta filled his ears. Casting a sidelong glance, he saw Zeta, teeth gritted in anger, incessantly sticking out his tongue, and as his frustration grew, he even pinched his own philtrum, rolling his eyes, breathing heavily as if he might faint at any moment. Brother Hao, a man roams the world. Isn't any place home? Can we not remain composed? Though Su Qing was young, he maintained an air of calm. Zeta, not one to back down, exclaimed, "What the hell? Just because of a substitute from SKT, you cast aside a good-for-nothing like me? Orange, do you think Su Shaoluo is a decent person? Does this club have even a shred of humanity? That good-for-nothing has been with IG since S3. After toiling for 4 years, doesn't he deserve at least some recognition for his hardships? Zeta was vaguely aware of the reasons behind it, yet knowing only deepened his vexation. So, the champion top laner is so exceptional, is he? Does being a world champion grant one the license to act with impunity? What gives him the right? Hearing these words, Chong fell silent. In the current dark landscape of the LPL, a world champion is indeed remarkable. Though brother, how didn't he voice it? Chong felt a surge of gratitude within. For it was due to the need to uplift him that they had reached this juncture. While the situation was somewhat humorous, anyone could laugh, except for him. Chin was a time traveler. In his previous life, he was merely a diamond player in the lowest tier, fortuitously landing in this parallel world. The present was December, the twilight of the S6 season. EDG and RNG had both fallen short in the quarterfinals. Returning home, and during the World Championship, Peanut, wielding Lee Sin in one hand and Rumble in the other, ruthlessly crushed the hopes of countless LPL fans by defeating the cherished Ming Kai, leaving behind the iconic 43-96 moment. Only a month remained in the transfer period. After his arrival in this world, Chong acquired a rather peculiar system, which rewarded him with hero mastery and random attribute points upon achieving showmanship during matches. Initially, Chong felt a twinge of resistance. But once he began to ascend ranks effortlessly, reaching the highest tier with ease, he fully embraced this new self, becoming notorious as the ghost encountering trouble of the high ranks. To outsiders, he was a master of antics. The king of mischief, a mid-lane disaster, and the esteemed chef of the highest tier in reality, Chong's skills were honing every moment. He had prepared himself to engage in brotherly LOL matches with Zeta at IG. But unexpectedly, before he could make his mark, he was unceremoniously cast aside by Su Xiaoluo, leaving Zeta to share in his misfortune. Contemplating this, Chong felt a surge of defiance. Brother How, let us go. Chong turned his head, tugging at Zeta as they headed back. Indeed, it is a matter of seeking an explanation. Even if one were to insist on dismissing the inept, there ought to be additional compensation. Initially, Zeta was taken aback, but upon witnessing Chong's intention to lead him away, he was filled with a profound sense of indignation. Coach, Chongzi is truly remarkable. Why must you force him to leave? From a distance, Chong observed a youthful figure, slender and fair-faced, engaged in a heated discussion with Su Xiaoluo. Shui, you are the final piece of the puzzle for IG's championship. It would be best if you refrain from involving yourself in such matters. Facing Shui, Su Xiaoluo softened his demeanor somewhat. In the realm of professional players, there exists a hierarchy. The skilled compete amongst themselves, while the less adept do likewise. Your camaraderie is confined to the present. But once you ascend to the stage and achieve greatness, you will be met with the adoration of countless fans. By then, he shall remain behind the scenes, merely observing the water cooler, and you will realize that you inhabit different worlds. With conversations growing increasingly sparse, Shui remained resolute. Chong was his only confidant within IG. Interacting with that lad was exceedingly comfortable. I refuse to accept this. If Chongzi does not return, I shall resign as well. The youth exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Su Xiaoluo was momentarily speechless, hesitating to voice his thoughts, when suddenly a towering, burly man rushed in. Coach, on what grounds do you dismiss Chongzi? I shall refrain from commenting on Zeta, but if Chongzi leaves, then you might as well let me go too. Chris. Another one has arrived. The two leaders exchanged glances, both at a loss for words, just as they were engulfed in confusion. They spotted Chong approaching, shoulder to shoulder with Zeta. Su Xiaoluo spread his hands in resignation. Well, they are back. Damn Ning Wang. Has that inept fellow offended you in any way? Zeta's expression darkened as he exclaimed. What the hell is this? Why is it that you fail to mention Zeta, yet I am to be the one condemned for defending my brother? Ning. He wished to articulate something, but was at a loss for how to begin. Shui, however, stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor. Chongzi, rest assured, as long as I am here, you shall not leave. We promise to play LOL together as brothers. Chong smiled and glanced at Chris, whose expression was far from pleasant. The booming melody of Today is a Good Day resonated in the air, combined with the remnants of fireworks scattered on the ground, creating an excessively distorted scene. Xiaoqing, I understand. Su Xiaoluo attempted to offer some platitudes, but was abruptly interrupted by Chong, who raised his chin, tousled his disheveled bangs, and declared, I initially intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person, yet what I received in return was estrangement. No more pretense. I am laying my cards on the table. Su Xiaoluo. Chris, Shui. Huh. Could it be that what is the boss's relation to him? Ning. Isn't this fellow's surname Wang? Witnessing Su Cheng's unwavering confidence. Everyone was rendered speechless. Even the well-off Zeta widened his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, you truly are a significant figure. Not at all. Su Cheng denied it, immediately arguing persuasively, I have spoken the truth. In fact, when I play rank casually, it is often an ACT.my skill level has evolved significantly since my early days at IG. Let me put it this way. Grant me the opportunity to play in a match, and I shall demonstrate the worthiness of the future top mid laner in our nation. Allow me to compete in the spring split, and IG will battle for the championship. I assure you, if I perform poorly, I will forfeit my compensation. Upon finishing his declaration, the air fell into a heavy silence. Was that it? All present, including Zeta, regarded Su Chong with a look of bewilderment. Well, Xiao Chong, I admit I may have been overly harsh on you in the past. Su Xiaoluo suddenly confessed, stepping forward to pat the young man's shoulder, feeling remorseful. However, I did not anticipate that this situation would affect you so profoundly. Here, take this 200 yuan from my own pocket, and visit the hospital for a proper check. Up. Su Chong was taken aback. Chris felt compelled to take action as a coach, rummaging through his pocket and retrieving a couple of 100 yuan bills, silently handing them over. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Su Chong stared at the 400 yuan being offered to him, feeling utterly humiliated as a time traveler endowed with extraordinary skills. Are you all jesting with me? He exclaimed incredulously, his voice rising in pitch. You were the one who jested first, uncle, Su Xiaoluo retorted. Chris bit his lip, nearly bursting into laughter. That I must admit, your bravado is quite impressive. Even the master of success pales in comparison to you. Su Cheng pointed an accusatory finger at the two. Fine, very well. How good, let us depart. Remember this, you look down on me now, but do not expect my favor in the future. With that, Su Cheng turned and seized Zeta's arm, intent on leaving. This time, he was truly resolved to walk away. Although his good friend was somewhat delusional, Zeta could not bear to witness such disdain directed at them, believing himself to be on par with Duke. If anything, he felt he lacked only the honor of being a world champion. Lazi, sending us away will only be to your detriment, he declared vehemently, preparing to turn away. Unexpectedly, Su Chong halted in his tracks. Behind him, Su Xiaoluo and Chris were genuinely taken aback, only to witness the young man swiftly snatch the 400 yuan from their hands, then turn on his heel and stride away with Zeta. Just as he was about to articulate some words of defiance, all thoughts of that dissipated in an instant. Shui and Ning Wang rushed to retain him, insisting that if Su Cheng left, they would forfeit their match as well. However, the composed Su Cheng gently dissuaded his friend's Na'vi intentions, and together they hailed a taxi, departing with a flourish. Chapter 3. 2 goals, 1 card, a green hat for the little mage. Deep blue. Add more for me. How good, my apologies. This round is on me. I in the vehicle. Su Cheng cast an apologetic glance at Zitai and remarked, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this situation. Are we not brothers? Speaking like that feels rather distant. Observing Su Cheng's self-reproachful demeanor, which had shifted from fury to understanding in mere moments, Zitai responded with a compassionate tone. Moreover, this matter is not your fault. Luozi has likely harbored discontent towards me for quite some time, especially since both the spring and summer seasons this year have not been particularly fruitful for us, with high emotional intelligence. He noted, not performing well translates to being quite disappointing. Even if I don't stand up for you today, I suspect Su Xiaoluo would find a way to have me dismissed regardless. Zitai, aware of some underlying truths, candidly stated, Principal Wang purchased Duke for 13 million, and last year, the training match outcomes with the Shy from we surpassed mine. It was only a matter of time before I was kicked out. Now that it's December, all others have renewed their contracts, and the announcements have been made. The fact that Su Xiaoluo has not broached the subject of my renewal is glaringly evident. Previously, that old dog had hinted at opportunities with other teams to gauge the waters, as he likely perceived that with Duke in one hand and the Shy in the other, my high salary and status as an IG veteran would make it detrimental to openly sever ties. The fact that I initiated the conversation might have alleviated some of his burdens. As he spoke, his expression remained casual. Su Cheng listened in silence, reflecting on the recent celebrations and fireworks. It seemed they had fortuitously stumbled upon a reason to part ways with Zitai. If I leave, even if fans were to pursue the matter, Luo Zi could easily claim it was my own suggestion. Zitai clenched his teeth and bitterly remarked, moreover, given the poor performance over these past few seasons. I doubt I still have many fans left. Nevertheless, do not fret, Chingzi. Rest assured, with you and Hauge sharing a meal, you will have your share to drink. Tomorrow, we shall seek a new team together. With our combined prowess, would it be an exaggeration to liken ourselves to the legendary Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong? His confidence was infectious, and Su Chong felt a sense of reassurance as he pulled out a pack of Green Arrow chewing gum. Laughing, Hauge, you're absolutely right. With you and I at the helm, any team we join could easily dominate the realm. Tonight, my treat at the sports hotel. No, allow me, replied Zitai, accepting the gum and, feeling unsatisfied with mere chewing, lit a mosquito coil for himself that you've only been here for 3 months and haven't earned much. I have saved quite a bit over the years, so I'll cover our food and lodging during this time. Su Chong was well aware of Zitai's wealth. As a professional player, his monthly salary was 80,000, and his father generously provided him with 100,000 for pocket money. Filthy rich, he exclaimed. Isn't that thanks to Luozi and Chris? To be fair, Luogu is quite generous. Even after we leave, he offered us 400 to spend on the internet, Su Ching remarked casually. Zitai fell silent for a moment before saying, 6. The two brothers indulged in their camaraderie, spending 300 on a double room via Mate 1. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Chong purchased 2 additional packs of gum and 4 bottles of 4 yuan iced red tea before they ascended to their room together. It's not that the 3 yuan tea isn't good, but the 4 yuan offers better value. Once they arrived at the hotel and turned on the computer, Su Chong gazed out the window, silently summoning the interface. Host, Su Chong, Operation, 81 Positioning, 87 Anticipation, 84 Speed of Execution, 91 T0 Reaction, 90 T0 Movement and Attack, 81 Awareness, 86 Macro Understanding, 81 Damage Calculation, 50 Version Comprehension, 99 The chosen one of fate. You possess great knowledge, yet pride is not a virtue. Hero Pool, Akali, T0, Little Frog, T1, Cardmaster, T1, Ball Girl, T1, Clockwork, T1. Overall evaluation. With the current prowess of the host, ascending to the pinnacle of the national server is a trivial pursuit, and perhaps even dominating the Korean server is within reach, although there exists a significant gap between him and the elite LPL players. I must concede that your martial prowess surpasses mine. However, to vanquish me would not be an effortless endeavor. Hands-on hips Sundara, free attribute points. 7 Gazing at his stats, Su Chong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This was the culmination of his 3-month journey in this new world. While he acknowledged that in certain aspects, he fell short compared to the select few T0 level players of the current LPL. When viewed holistically, he undeniably ranks among the most well-rounded first-class players in the league, save for damage calculation. His prowess with Akali, often referred to as the master of unique skills, is noteworthy, yet in the current meta, this veteran incarnation of Akali finds it exceedingly challenging to secure a place in the competitive arena. Moreover, his titles in the national server include the duo of 2 balls and 1 card in the green hat Little Frog. To outsiders, merely selecting these champions prompts the team chat to echo v 50 seconds or less, yet this is merely a FAA day for entertainment. Little do they know, when Su Ching is in his element, he is truly formidable. His gaze lingered on the free attribute points section. This was the treasure he had painstakingly amassed over 2.5 months of rigorous practice, as the name suggests. These points could be allocated freely to any attribute. Should he desire, he could easily elevate another aspect to T0 status in mere moments. Since his current level, while perhaps not at the elite tier of a rookie, could certainly be deemed a half-step T0. This was the confidence that propelled him to lay his cards on the table before Su Xiaoluo, asserting his ability to lead IG to championship contention. With 6 years of insights and version mastery, coupled with 3 attributes capable of reaching T0 status, how difficult could it be to control the child god and reclaim the glory of 443? Ultimately clinching the spring championship, alas, Loazi is rather muddled. Tomorrow he must commence his job search, as the adage goes. Every stage must be built upon the foundation laid during the landing phase, if one cannot even secure their lane. What could be said of mid-game strategies or team fights? Su Ching formulated a plan. Although he was curious about the scene that would unfold should he allocate attribute points to version comprehension and surpass the 100 mark, he refrained from attempting it given the current predicament. Instead, he boldly wagered all the wealth he had accumulated from 2.5 months of practice on Operation. I have arrived at this point not through the aid of my parents or teachers, but solely through my own fervent passion and relentless effort. Taking a deep drag from his Portabueca 5th-generation pineapple-flavored e-cigarette, he exhaled a long plume of dense vapor, with fervent passion swelling within. Chong could not help but let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Deep blue, give me a boost. Suddenly, his entire being convulsed violently, as if electrified, and he collapsed onto the bed, convulsing uncontrollably. Hearing the commotion, Zeta, just emerging from the restroom with a mosquito coil dangling lazily from his mouth, mumbled in a nonchalant manner, "What the hell are you yelling about? You coward." Even a Snorlax could evolve from this. "Damn it, Chungzi, don't scare me like that." Startled, Zeta dropped his cigarette. Instinctively, he rushed over, shaking Chong vigorously. "Did you get electrocuted? Speak. For heaven's sake, say something." With Chong unresponsive for an extended period, Zeta resorted to pinching his philtrum. And then, without hesitation, mounted him, pressing down hard on Chong's chest. Dazed, Chong gradually opened his eyes, and under the grim perspective of impending doom, his pupils widened in shock. "What the hell? Lu Zhihao, what are you doing?" Chong flipped over abruptly, delivering a swift kick to Zeta's groin, sending the latter crashing down from the bed, and then he looked down at his own pants in sheer terror. "Damned at you." Lu Zhihao, clutching his groin in agony, rolled on the floor, howling in distress. 10 minutes later, the sturdy young man lay curled up in an esports chair like a wronged little wife, the stench of athlete's foot permeating the air. Chong casually pulled out a piece of gum and popped it into his mouth, opening the window for ventilation. Exasperated yet amused, he remarked, "All right, enough with the theatrics. It was just a misunderstanding, right? A kick won't kill you. Besides, once we hit it big, I'll buy you a few inflatable dolls." Zeta, infuriated, took deep breaths, exclaiming, "And what s with the inflatable dolls? My father is Lu from the capital. Do I really need inflatable dolls?" Ignoring Zeta's outburst, Chong logged into his League of Legends account. Currently, during the S7 preseason, with rankings reset, he had just concluded a life-and-death match with IG Chong, successfully advancing to the prestigious master rank. The new season boasted a plethora of formidable players, with the neighboring Korean server S-Dopa leading the charge, while PD's apprentice, Xiaoma, was fiercely pursuing from the second position. Yet, they were already 150 points apart, making it exceedingly difficult to catch up if the scoring continued at a rate of 20 points per match. Chong resolved to claim the title of the #1 player in the national server to elevate his notoriety. It was widely known that OG God could dominate the game, and that the infamous Green Hat Little Mage would lead to AG defeat. This night, Chong aimed to cleanse himself of his past failures and fiercely reclaim his rightful name. Match found. Teaming up with Zeta, they entered the game almost instantaneously. At the season's outset, high-ranking streamers were eager to climb the ranks. Last, Xinshin. OG God has joined the queue. 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 Do you Wei Xiao? Oh, does anyone have a brother who can queue up with AV50? Do you? Qinghua. I'll queue for this one. They had just entered the BP interface. The teammates, contrary to expectations, were the first to stir with excitement. Just as I was about to type C, the game interface vanished before I could finish my sentence. Zeta, having grown accustomed to such occurrences, casually opened the Chijian app to immerse himself in a novel. Recently, he had been captivated by a new book from his favorite League of Legends author. So enthralling that it made his mouth watered, as he reveled in the world of literature. He casually remarked, "Let us aim to enter the game within half an hour, Chong." Match found. The two simultaneously clicked the check mark. And the moment they entered the queue, Chong began to type furiously, "Give me the card. I'll lead the entire match. I guarantee we'll secure victory in 20 minutes. Chong typed at lightning speed and sent the message. Last, Xinshin. OG God has joined the queue. 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 Do you frog? I just got in instantly. Who is coming with me? Panda, please call me mid-lane God, Orange God. Do me a favor. I'll play the card. You go jungle. Chong felt a surge of frustration. Wait, can we really do this, with both Wang Long and Feng Chu entering the fray? Even Uzi would have to shed tears for a 15 who gave Ruofing the audacity. Xinshin was live streaming and had just been regaling the audience with tales of his journey to becoming the first king in S6. Upon noticing that his teammates actually wanted to play, he immediately protested, hastily typing, "Orange God, my friend, please let me have this. You can take the V100 this time." The name Orange God stems from Chong's ID. Both orange and tangerine translate to orange in English, and considering the length of the word, Chong simply derived from the two syllables, using OG as an abbreviation while God reflected his confidence in his own prowess. OG God. Upon glancing at the chat interface, Chong felt like he would shatter his teeth in frustration. What the hell? This scoundrel Xian Shun is truly infuriating. V100. Who the hell cares about that? I'm aiming for the top of the national server. Chong typed furiously. 30 seconds later, he closed Zeta's game client, and simultaneously, a notification from Alipay pinged, confirming a deposit of 200 yuan. Chapter 4. LPLS Little Faker, I'm going solo. The fans chuckled. Now, hold on. The money is yours. Why on earth should I be the one to secure the kill? Zeta exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. With a master rank of 0 victories, losing even once could send me back to Diamond Eye. Snow Leopard, be quiet. Chong scoffed, casually picking up Zeta's mosquito coil and handing him a stick, feigning heartache as he said, Brotherhood runs deep. Why must we differentiate between you and me? Your excessive calculations are rather hurtful to our bond. Zeta, what's this inexplicable sense of guilt? Is it that my brotherly spirit is lacking? This round is on me, Zeta chuckled, then seized the lighter from the table to ignite the mosquito coil. Taking a deep puff before stashing it in his pocket, a top-tier mid laner. His perceptiveness was unquestionable. Chong cast a sidelong glance. Take it out. As brothers, you don't recognize my efforts, do you? Good heavens, the hammer of brotherhood. To snatch away a lighter and turn against each other. Such fragile camaraderie. Zeta's expression turned melancholic, and the earlier shame from feeling small-minded swiftly dissipated. Punishment time. 5 minutes. Chong silently summoned the panel. Host, Chong Operation 88, T1, Positioning 87, T1, Anticipation 84, Speed of Hand 91, T0, Reaction 90, T0, Walking and Hitting 81, Awareness 86, T1. Overall Perspective 81, Damage Calculation 50, Floor, Version Understanding 99, Ceiling, Hero Pool, Akali, T0. Little Law, T1, Cardmaster, T1, Ball Girl, T1, Clockwork, T1, Comprehensive evaluation, with the host's current prowess, ascending to the pinnacle of the national server is effortlessly achievable. Dominating the Korean server is well within reach. Bolstered by an understanding of the game that transcends the times, there exists but a handful in the LPL mid lane capable of contending with you. Truly remarkable, my esteemed host. Given time, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the status of LPL's little faker. Free attribute points. 0 previously, 7 attribute points were all in on operation. And now, your own operation has reached an astonishing 88, recognized by the system with a T1 notation. According to Chong's analysis, a capability value above 90 qualifies as T0 on the battlefield, while anything above 85 reaches T1. Unlike others, however, your strength is a constant value barring any significant bodily issues. Your performance remains steadfast. In truth, as a human, states are bound to fluctuate. Not even the representative figure, Spring Tiger Emperor, nor the universally acknowledged top mid laners, Rookie and Scout, can escape the ebb and flow of performance. What type of player do clubs favor? Strength is one aspect, but stability is paramount. Those who are erratic are rather unwelcome. With 3 T1s, 2 T0s, and a ceiling-level understanding of the version, Chong himself is somewhat curious about how strong he would be without the need for showmanship. Curse that flashy dog. May he not find himself on the opposing side. Chong schemed with a sly grin. Although 200 yuan is enticing, who is he? The man destined to become LPL's little faker cannot endure such humiliation. 5 minutes slipped away in the blink of an eye. The queue had just commenced, and he instantaneously entered in the bottom lane. Vincent paired with the rhythm for a duo queue. The jungler here is Doyu's rising star, Spider-Mo. As before, upon witnessing OG God join the queue, several teammates became fervent. Brothers, don't rush. I'm truly the carry this game. Once, someone believed in me in a life and death match. I easily seized victory within 20 minutes. Those who betrayed me, I will lurk in their live streams and deliver a series of 10 consecutive defeats. But to those who place their faith in me, their future shall be adorned with 10 consecutive wins, 20 consecutive wins, the throne of the national server, the brightest star on the leaderboard this winter. Hear the applause. Chong unleashed his remarkable speed of 91, and in the blink of an eye, witty banter erupted in the chat like a rapid-fire barrage. The rookie streamer Spider-Mo, witnessing this, quietly inquired in the comments, how long has the Orange God been absent? He truly desires to improve. Tears welling. It is said he just received 200 yuan from that flashy dog. Only to be defeated twice. Streamer, he is threatening you. He is threatening all of you. With high emotional intelligence, I firmly believe that I will achieve a 10-game winning streak. Conversely, those with low emotional intelligence remain skeptical of my capabilities. I could lurk in your live stream, waiting to ambush you, and yet you would still be unable to escape my prowess. The confidence exuded by the Orange God is evident. It is clear that he yearns for victory. The barrage of comments is filled with laughter. It is said that the Orange God fills the gaps, and when Uzi arrives, he must do so with tears in his eyes. However, the streamer intends to challenge the national server's formidable spirit. As this time, the opposing team has not banned Draven. Our bottom lane is poised to soar. Vincent, unusually, does not rush, but rather begins to boast to his viewers, expressing unwavering confidence in his Draven. Zhanchi TV. Rhythm, Orange God, select a Shurima Emperor or a Twisted Fate. Do not do anything else, just wait for our bottom lane to carry you to victory. Doyu, Spider Bread, I will focus on the bottom lane. My brother, I trust you this time. Although eager to engage, there lingers a sense of unease regarding Su Qing and the others. After all, encountering the national server's formidable spirit. Only those who have faced it truly understand. Hee. Remember your current disdainful expressions. I hope that after 5 minutes into the game, you can still maintain your arrogance. Su Chong types with conviction. Even Zeta appears perplexed. Orange, let us not pretend any longer. Bring forth your classic green hat mage and survive in the mid lane. This match, do not provide misguided feedback. My brother will lead you to victory. Zeta boasts before the match. Su Qing. Even Zeta can act pretentious. What year is it today? He silently locks in his signature champion, Akali. In this version, Akali has yet to be reworked, and while her strength may not compare to future iterations in ranked matches if played well, she is undoubtedly a killing machine. After all, with her ultimate's 3-stage dash, even the divine cannot escape by the decree of balance. In the previous version, the voice actor for Shadow Fist is both elegant and profound. The lineup is confirmed. Top lane, Master Yi versus Jace. Jungle, Elise versus Nidalee. Mid lane, Shadow Fist versus Fizz. ADC, Draven versus Caitlyn. Support, Thresh versus Nautilus. The loading screen appears. Upon seeing the opposing IDs, Su Qing's eyes light up. Xiango, the mountains and rivers converge. Even after 5 minutes of waiting, I have still caught you. How go? I plan to visit the top lane 3 times in the first 5 minutes. I just want to watch my brother's performance. Su Qing asserts confidently. Look at who the opponents are. Zeta's voice diminishes. A sideways glance reveals the surprising discovery. Goodness, the ID of the leopard woman is Huya. Sally. At this moment, although not yet a sensation, she has already garnered a loyal following. In mid lane, Huya, Mango Fish, is renowned for his exceptional skill on fishmen in high ranks. While the bottom lane duo is indeed heavyweight contenders, VG's active players, Indus and Support Caveman. Though these two brothers have faced criticism throughout the entire season, they are professionals, and even in their less skilled moments, they have wielded power in ranked play. This is troubling. The outside world is filled with experts. I suggest we concede 15. Zeta deflates like a punctured ball. Su Qing. No, can you not possess even a modicum of ambition? The strong express their fury towards those even stronger, while the weak can only mutter about conceding. Su Chong, with a tongue sharp as a blade, speaks without restraint, a creature devoid of ambition. Let me showcase my prowess. His banter is impressive, yet I have yet to witness any true skill from his hands. With a subtle gesture, he extinguishes the incense quietly. Before long, upon entering the game, his 3 teammates commence their actions. GGMO, do not grant opportunities mid. Rise to the occasion for experience. Await the chance to farm before the tower. And I shall come when the moment is ripe. Vincent, Orange God, hold steady, I will carry. Giazzo, as long as you steadfastly choose the tower will protect you. The little fish cannot contend with you early on. I suggest prioritizing W for an extended invisibility. Tear apart your words. Today, Su Chong shall cleanse the high ranks in blood, proving to all that the culinary god is invincible and destined to reign supreme in the ranks. Orange God on the opposing side. This match shall yield points. Mango Fish beams with delight. Sally, too, is jubilant, quietly lighting another incense stick, planning to return home to craft a killing ring and withdraw funds from mid. Someone will surely deliver. Everyone, last, Xinshin. Orange God, my good brother, just received 200 from a friend, and now he turns to bestow an additional 20 upon me. Orange God, Such righteousness. I am Rim. Alas, what can be tolerated and what cannot? A fierce intent flickers in Su Cheng's eyes. Everyone, remember your current demeanor. In 5 minutes, I wish to hear your pleas for mercy. Su Cheng types furiously, sending his message to all. The response is a chorus of single walks, each one claiming to be exceptional. Both sides commence their matchups. Su Cheng, fully focused, begins his confrontation, yet the early strength of Akali is well understood. Fortunately, he faces the little fish, allowing for mutual exchanges of blows. Had it been a long-range mid, he would have been left to endure the punishment. Although the intricacies of trading blows are nuanced, human biases run deep, and Mango Fish pays it little heed. After all, the little fish, equipped with the corrupt potion, engages in exchanges without flinching. All heroes commence their rhythm at level 6. Exchanges merely serve as a prelude, with the true struggle beginning at that point. Nearly 2 minutes into the match, first blood. A report from the top lane brings news of triumph. Zhizhi Gu falls prey to Xian Go in a one-on-one duel. Alas, just a single ignite was needed. The youth in his prime begins to wail, "Give me an ignite, and I shall claim this." 3 minutes in, the lower lane announces another victory. Double kill. Sally, having eschewed the jungle, seizes an unexpected opportunity for a gank in the lower lane, swiftly eliminating the pushing Draven and Thresh, grasping 2 kills in an instant. A glorious start. This is bad. Vincent senses disaster looming. Jiazo, 3 kills in 50 seconds. Another joyous report from the top lane. Alas, Zhizhi, infuriated, sticks out his tongue in frustration. What on earth is our jungler doing? Is Miracle Walker still farming? Is the opposing Panther not jungling? I can hardly believe it. This match is lost. Su Cheng. Within him, a torrent of expletives brews. Wasn't he I promised to be the carry? Wasn't he mid supposed to hold steady while the side lanes soared? And yet, this is the outcome. His expression grows somber. Relying on others proves futile. This time, he must carry alone. Unbeknownst to him, time slips into the 5-minute mark. Su Cheng and Akali have both reached level 7, yet they struggle to find any advantageous opportunities. Meanwhile, during this time, Spider Mo was ambushed in the jungle by Sally, who secured another kill. The pace in the bottom lane has become excessively aggressive. QNG in without retreat resulted in Vincent selling his life, inadvertently gifting Endless another head. Before long, the kill count has ballooned to 0. 6.my comrades, it seems the opposing team is likely to achieve a 15-minute victory. This match is becoming increasingly dire. Xian Shun, feeling quite pleased, inexplicably senses he is on the verge of reclaiming the glory of S6. Perhaps to pull off a dope-alike played in the midst of casual banter. He types, "Orange God, it's been 5 minutes. My brother is 2-0. My heart is itching." Upon reading this, both streamers burst into laughter. Even Endless, who was mercilessly ridiculed by netizens during S6, chuckled and took a moment to type, "Orange God, please spare me. I beg you, spare the younger brother. To me, this is unacceptable." The chat rooms of countless viewers erupted in laughter at this scene. 5 minutes of pleading. Although the mid lane made no mistakes, they equally accomplished nothing. In contrast, the teammates have already begun discussing the impending 15-minute mark. The entertainment value is undeniably explosive. Zhao, Su Cheng returns to the fountain, taking a deep breath from the 5th-generation Ueka electronic mosquito repellent. His frustration palpable. What manner of hell is this? Just wait. Everyone, wait for your orange brother. Chapter 5. Orange God. Speak up, who dares defy me? At 5 minutes and 50 seconds, having dealt with the mid-lane minion wave, Su Cheng feigns a move towards the lower jungle, but in reality, he vanishes from the vision of the little fishman and stealthily alters his direction towards the upper lane, simultaneously pressing forward to activate scanning. There is no vision whatsoever. Switching screens to the upper lane, the oblivious Xian dog continues to dominate, completely unaware that he has become the prey of a hunter, stealthily slipping into the village. "Don't shoot," Su Cheng exclaimed. "How? Go in and engage him." Su Cheng hurriedly urged. Jitai, already deceived, glanced at the river. "No way, you just arrived at the river bush and told the coward to let me go in? You're tricking the brothers again, aren't you?" Su Cheng, "But I apologize. Old habits die hard. Brother, this time I truly need you to engage quickly. Time is of the essence," he implored, casting a glance at the minimap. Jitai was convinced this feedback was genuine, that he took the initiative to control Jax to leap in and confront Jace. However, the 2-kill lead Jace's hammer struck him like a steamroller, and Jax could only endure a full set of blows as he activated E. Jace dashed away, leaving him utterly defenseless, with his health already at the execution threshold. My brothers, This weapon seems oblivious to his fate. Jitai must have been bewildered by the streamer's banter. Xian Dog flaunted in the chat, saying, "What of current professional players? In the presence of Xianshan, they are but dragons that coil and tigers that crouch." Mango Fish preemptively informed, "Akali has gone down. It seems this wave will merely invite trouble from a spider. No fear." But suddenly, from behind, an Akali emerged, swiftly executing our secret technique, elusive cherry blossom kill, landing a kick squarely to his face. The damage was present, yet minimal. Xianshan, taken aback, found all his skills on cooldown and contemplated fleeing. The opposing Jace had no flash. Jitai hurriedly responded, but his words were unfinished. Bang! A flash of golden light. Jace immediately flashed to disengage while transforming and accelerating to escape. Jitai. Good feedback. Chong felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. There was no one behind him, and he could pursue. His posture appeared somewhat awkward, prompting him to hastily add, "The enemy's Panther Woman is down there." Su Qing quickly chased after her with Curie, unleashing a flurry of 3 consecutive critical strikes to deplete her health. But suddenly, a green light flashed from Jace, and the Panther Woman rushed in from behind, using her human form's E to heal herself just as a spear flew in to deal damage. Xianshan, filled with delight, called out for help. "Rescue! Rescue! We can turn this around. Just watch my smooth kiting." Overflowing with confidence, Xianshan aimed to maneuver with low health in cannon form. Su Qing thought to himself, if he had the time, he would surely tear apart Lu Jihao's foul mouth at this moment. "Let's go. Flash out, or we won't escape," he said, blushing slightly, awkwardly reminding that he was still controlling the low-health weapon to farm minions at the back. In a crucial moment, Su Qing activated his W, Kaisa's ultimate, becoming invisible while gaining speed, successfully dodging the Panther Woman's Q at the same time. He cast Q at the extreme range to hit Jace, executing an AE attack on the Panther Woman, distributing the damage evenly. Xianshan, preoccupied with kiting, was taken aback as Su Qing retaliated right in front of the turret, not forgetting to taunt, "The Orange God is throwing in the towel." His Q came off cooldown, and he hurriedly pressed it. However, Su Qing adeptly sidestepped, evading the attack. Instead of retreating, the young man utilized Kaisa's ultimate to continue drawing them in, aware that Akali still possessed a layer of R. Xianshan dared not approach too closely. The relatively healthy Panther Woman furiously rolled her keyboard, unleashing skills relentlessly. Although her human form's spear missed, having already secured 2 kills at the start, the now 3-0 Panther Woman's equipment was no laughing matter. Boasting a 2-tiered kill ring, even without landing her spear, she exuded an aura of overwhelming power. Taking advantage of Akali's momentary reveal, the Panther Woman transformed and executed a Q followed by an E. The Q connected, but the E died after a close-range auto attack. In the instant of becoming invisible, Su Qing narrowly avoided the Panther Woman's E damage. Miss, with his Q now off cooldown and Kaisa's ultimate having faded. He quickly turned back to Q the Panther Woman. Simultaneously, Jace's earlier Q skill had hit, applying a damage amplification mark that was about to expire. Seizing the opportunity, the Panther Woman leapt forward with her W pounce, in pursuit of him. In a swift reaction, he flashed away, and with a bang, he appeared right in front of Jace, landing a basic attack that triggered the scythe mark, finishing him off while simultaneously replenishing vital energy. "Oh no. Bad," Xianshan exclaimed in shock. OG God, Shadow's Fist, has slain last Xianshan Future Guardian. It wasn't over yet. Sally shifted to human form and fired her Q. Su Qing, quicker on the draw, smoothly executed his R. Soaring into the air and instantly appearing behind the Panther Woman. With a buzzing sound, he ignited her, commencing a burn while triggering the damage amplification mark, spinning in place to inflict damage. Akali's passive would grant her basic attacks additional damage while also providing 6 spell vamp. With a fluid combination, he managed to recover some health, allowing Su Qing to stand firm with low health until the very end. A double kill followed. Double kill. OG God, Shadow's Fist, has slain Tiger Tooth. Sally, Wild Huntress. Oh my goodness. Xuanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he truly achieve a 2-for-1? Meanwhile, gasps of astonishment echoed across various live streams. The frequent screen switching during jungle play has become habitual. Meanwhile, Vincent in the bot lane, feeling dispirited by the rhythm of the game, has been utterly bewildered, which inadvertently drew his attention to the top lane. This momentary lapse allowed the enemy's mid, bot, and jungle to seize the opportunity. They saw everything. Astonishing. Vincent. Unfamiliar. The rhythm. Is this the Orange God? Mango Fish. Xianshan. No. Look at how he maneuvers. The Orange God has activated, dodging with precision, He QS while deftly evading my E with a flash to escape my W. Sally felt a chill run down her spine. Is this the specter of the canyon? The two QS spread evenly, indicating an intention to simultaneously execute maneuvers against both of us in countless live streams. Numerous viewers were equally astonished. At level 7, Akali's main Q cooldown is merely 4.5 seconds, and with the passive mark lasting 6 seconds, he has a mere 1.5 seconds of operational leeway. If utilized adeptly, he can inflict additional damage with an extra Q passive. A skilled Akali would time the Q cooldown perfectly before going all in, thereby raising the kill threshold. Yet this lad managed to evade skills while also timing his Q flawlessly. It left me utterly perplexed. This is so unfamiliar. Good gracious, the Orange God is truly carrying. Akali, in a display of brilliance, stood alone against two foes in a dire situation. That moment, he felt akin to a jester, yet his good brother, stunned by the audacity of 1 against 2, repeatedly gasped in astonishment. Initially, he assumed this lad would boast as he typically did, especially given the intricacy of that 1 against 2 encounter. Particularly when the opponents, Nidalee and Jace, boasted superior equipment. It was nothing short of miraculous, and he had every right to brag. Yet, this fellow appeared remarkably composed. Times have indeed changed. How? My brother, I implore you. Cease your baseless feedback. Suching's face was etched with frustration. Your feedback is utterly fabricated. This moment is mine. Orange is carrying me. Duong Tai awkwardly scratched his head. But the previous mindset of ILL share the glory was overturned by this double kill. Teammates were already on the verge of level 6, while the opponents expressed their astonishment. In the brief interlude of returning to base, Suching typed, "Make your doubts a tad louder. The wind on the mountain is too strong for me to hear." Truly impressive. Seizing the opportunity to spout some bravado, both streamers, wide-eyed, suddenly found this lad remarkably pretentious, collectively issuing a wave of, though even the duo in the bot lane as teammates were rather unconvinced. In the past, it was not uncommon for meat to be served on a platter for the Orange God, yet it often ended in his demise. Rest assured, he will deliver. Xinshan bantered. The audience believed his words. Mango Fish harbored aspirations of showcasing his skill with the Fish Champion before the viewers, and once Su Chong returned to mid, his desire to secure a solo kill surged. However, after updating his equipment post-return, Suching's trading was a masterclass in finesse. Merely 2 encounters left Mango Fish retreating beneath the tower, blinking in astonishment. No, brothers, this isn't right. He was utterly shocked. This Akali exhibited meticulous control. After activating the Xayah's field, he skillfully maneuvered to dodge his E and even managed to bait him slightly, executing a double Q in conjunction with his ultimate. Had he not burned his flash, he would have been dispatched in a single blow. Returning home, in the interim, the bot lane secured a double kill. The two professional players exhibited an impressive synergy, as Endless substantiated his worth as VG's starting ADC. With the mid-game unfolding without incident and the dragon under the control of Sally, his teammates were unsurprised, including the dimming light in Zeta's eyes, all contemplating a surrender at the 15-minute mark. Mango Fish regained his composure. Suddenly, the camera shifted to reveal Su Cheng's Akali stealthily approaching the top lane, equipped with all the components for the Hextech Gunblade, placing the execution threshold on Jace at a staggering 70. With Ignite, it could even soar to an 80 health limit, albeit the time taken to inflict maximum damage was somewhat prolonged. Nevertheless, the kill was secured. Xinshan fell beneath the tower at this moment. Akali's kill count had escalated to 6 stacks on her killing spree. Following a prior double kill, he had returned home to flaunt his achievements, much to the amusement of observant viewers who playfully teased him. Xinshan, feeling somewhat vulnerable, engaged in banter with the viewers. Meanwhile, Sally was keen to enhance the show's drama, confidently proclaiming that he would eliminate Akali in the mid lane, thereby concluding the game. This fellow was rather cunning. Having previously been acknowledged as the weakest mid laner in high ranks, he felt a sense of humiliation, prompting him to communicate with Mango Fish about targeting Akali. With Hextech Gunblade in hand, Su Chong was fearless. Confronted by the sudden aggression of the little fish man, or dodged the shark, Kirei evaded the second E from the cat, simultaneously forcing out Sally's flash. With a 3-part R, he executed a fluid combination against the little fish man. The Xayah's ultimate was employed to accelerate the pursuit. With heightened dexterity, he even skillfully sidestepped the cat's Q. Coupled with the potent damage and slow from the Hextech Gunblade's active effect, he once again dispatched Sally. Fairly distributing the spoils, he moved in and out with grace. Confidence and elegance were in perfect harmony, showcasing the essence of an assassin. Double kill. The Shadow Blade is now unstoppable. The kill count reached a full 10 stacks. His performance shone brilliantly, epitomizing luxury. The exclamations of astonishment filled the air, as Zeta, in sheer disbelief, covered his mouth. A hush fell over the arena. Everyone, OG God, speak up. Everyone, OG God, all of you. Speak up, Suching typed furiously. Everyone, OG God, who dares to contest? Jungler, speak. ADC, speak. Support, speak. Everyone on the opposing team, let me hear your voices. Seeing the silence, Sucheng boldly named names, rallying his teammates as well. Chapter 6. As graceful as a startled swan. As elegant as a wandering dragon. What year is this tonight? Seeking monthly ticket support. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the room. All major streamers fell silent, while the chat exploded with fervor. This Akali is destined for greatness. Someone kick me. I refuse to believe this is the Orange God. What year is this tonight? Teammates are feeding. The Orange God dances solo, a hat trick, as graceful as a dragon. I'm losing my mind. Oh my heavens, look at this 5-0 Akali. I apologize for my earlier underestimation, esteemed Orange God. Your devoted jungler sends you the most sincere applause. Spiderbread was the first to break the silence. Furiously typing away. Vincent. Rhythm. Just saying. Can we procure medicine from the pharmacy, Lien? Who was it that suggested the mid lane seek refuge under the tower? Behold this smooth little combo, my esteemed Orange. Oh no, Orange God. Your brilliance is omnipresent. While the rhythm dismisses the jungler, the counter kill unfolds with the swiftness akin to a Beethoven symphony. You are the carry this match. Vincent finds himself in an awkward position. After all, during the BP phase, he confidently pretended to be imposing, but witnessing his mid lane's flawless 5-0 record, concepts of pride are trivial. Those early season points are the most delectable. Rough. Orange. My dear Orange. The scoundrel was well aware that Jean Lin is no ordinary being. When the storm arrives, this is what you become. Jitai raises his thumb, excitedly exclaiming, Suching, Suching, the true dragon of this world. By the gods, what an intoxicating sensation. What a thrill. Calm down. I still prefer your previously unruly demeanor. Suching types rapidly. Another double kill. He is now invincible in the mid lane. Seeing the opponents rendered speechless, with an abundance of resources in his pocket, Sucheng forgoes returning home. His awareness at a staggering T1 level allowing him to make the most optimal choices at crucial moments. The question arises, how does a mid laner accelerate the snowball effect? The answer is simple. Seek out the ADC for withdrawals. In this version, which lacks damage, once Akali's skill levels rise, her base stats become formidable. Consuming every minion wave without fail, the additional experience from 5 kills places him ahead of the entire field. With the tech gun in hand, he can be said to slay wherever he goes. The top lane Jace is fragile, but the bottom lane Endless is even more formidable. Endless is currently clearing the wave. With 3 kills in hand, Vincent and Rhythm are utterly overwhelmed by his relentless pressure. As the opposing duo in the bottom lane teeters on the brink of defeat, Endless contemplates shouldering the burden of carrying the game, simultaneously assaulting the tower and remarking that the jungle and mid lane have lost their tempo. While the top lane Jace has succumbed to 2 waves, squandering their earlier advantage. Under normal circumstances, this match would likely be lost. Yet, the streamer still holds strong to VG's dual heroes. Take note. Just as the words leave his lips, Endless realizes the river is shrouded in darkness. Years of experience in withdrawals warn him of impending danger. He maneuvers the Caitlyn to retreat while sending his support to establish vision. However, it is already too late. Our secret technique, illusory cherry blossom kill. A shadow emerges, striking Titan squarely in the face, the explosive damage causing his partner to shudder. Wait, he isn't going home. The basic attack hastily attempts to constrain him, but as the anchor is raised, Akali vanishes in an instant, the mist from Xayah enveloping him and slowing his movements. Following this, the second R delivers a kick to Caitlyn, prompting Endless to swiftly heal and accelerate, but the 5-0 Akali, with all skills available and another R at her disposal, showcases the beauty of her stats in that fleeting moment. No excessive maneuvers are required. Her skills dispatched, Caitlyn transforms into a golden bounty of 300 coins. Subsequently, the dangerously positioned Titan finds himself unable to escape. After a relentless pursuit, another 300 coins are claimed. Double kill. The Shadow Fist has nearly reached the divine realm. 7-0. A hat trick, still dancing like a dragon. 6. The VG duo, indeed as wretched as the match. Is the streamer feeling awkward? Alas, the hope of the entire village has crumbled. What a pity. The orange deity has become unrecognizable. leaving me nauseated. Who would dare to envision a lone carry in the canyon during a disadvantageous situation? The barrage of comments erupted. Just after boasting, reality slapped them in the face. Endless appeared quite embarrassed, his expression rigid. Orange God. It feels as though my brother has become a stranger. Su Cheng disregarded this, typing furiously. Everyone, OG God. I haven't even exerted myself. How come you're gone? My dear brother. Don't lie there motionless, I implore you. Rise quickly. Ah, damn it, Yinzi, don't die. If you perish, how shall I live, Yinzi? Endless suddenly felt a constriction in his chest, nearly spitting blood. Teammates stared wide-eyed at their own 7-0 record. Looking as if they had seen a ghost, netizens from all sides were already laughing uncontrollably. With the match reaching this point, victory had lost its significance. They retreated home for a brief respite. And as they ventured out again, the equipment on Su Chong was beyond luxurious, especially on Akali. It appeared truly terrifying. Subsequently, Su Chong casually went to the top lane. Must push. Must kill. Everyone, OG God. Thank you, Xian Shun, for the generous support of 200 yuan, sending both points and rice. I have no way to repay you. Please go watch a gray-white television. Everyone, OG God. How long? How long? The true dragon of this realm. Taste my kick? Everyone, OG God. My beloved, the #1 Jace in the national server, speak up, darling, say something. Gazing at the incessantly appearing subtitles in the chat box at the lower left corner, Xian Shun. After years of streaming, for the first time wished to find a crevice to hide in. Su Cheng's record kept refreshing. 8-0, 9-0, 10-0, 11-0. The notifications of achieving godlike status resounded, transforming into the most melodious symphony within the canyon. Originally, the red team intended to concede after their marksman fell, but this fellow was too boastful, seemingly having foreseen their thoughts, as everyone shouted, "It's time to concede. It's my grace to you. Do not be foolishly defiant." Who could endure this? Their high-ranked streamer, subjected to being devoured by the ghostly menace, while also having to endure such humiliation, proud, persistent, yearning for a comeback, craving to execute. The red team strained to seek opportunities from Su Cheng's teammates. Yet their pace in searching for chances paled in comparison to Akali's killing speed. As the clock struck 20 minutes, the blue team initiated the dragon, with the 25-stack kill book and an additional magical hat on Akali. No one dared to intervene. Accompanied by the resounding notification of a pentakill before the base gates, the match finally concluded. Mere ants. Before the base exploded, Su Chong type Zitai also caught on to the trend. Under his character, he quickly echoed, "Ants, let us not cross paths again, or else we shall inflict suffering upon you each time we meet. Farewell." The game ended. Victory points 28, Zitai lay there, with 3 teammates. It felt nothing short of a dream, especially as Vincent observed the barrage of taunts regarding his grandiose claims, ultimately relying on the Orange God to carry him through. His expression was undeniably awkward. Yet internally he held a newfound respect for this notorious pit god of the national server. As for the opponents, Mango Fish, Xinshin, Shali, and the 2 brothers from VG's bot lane were utterly exasperated. They were ruthlessly trampled by what they deemed an inconsequential pit god. Particularly nauseating was the frequency with which that young man flaunted his bravado during the match. To make matters worse, while the subject of ridicule was putting on airs, why on earth did you feel the need to chime in, Zeta? How crass. He truly is the carry. 18-0-5. No deaths throughout the match. A terrifying unfamiliarity. Is this fellow the same as the one known as Ghostly Trouble? A sight I have never witnessed before. His carrying prowess is downright sickening. The viewers in the chat were collectively reveling in the spectacle. In the room, Zeta kept exclaiming crass, 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 eyes wide and voice raised. However, Su Cheng's attention was drawn to the system's notification sound. Ding dong. Match evaluation commencing. Comedy effect, B-, spectacle effect, C-, rewards being generated. Ding, congratulations to the host, Shadow Fist, proficiency 100. Wow, good fortune continues, positioning, 1. Oh dear, an explosion of attribute points. Although it may not elicit admiration from the system as Golden Legend would, positioning is of paramount importance for a professional player. In favorable circumstances, it exerts immense pressure on opponents, and in dire situations, it can lead to miraculous comebacks. Previously at a positioning rating of 87, Su Chong checked the panel to find it had risen to 88. Do not underestimate this seemingly minor increase. Su Chong could keenly sense his dexterity becoming increasingly fervent. Accumulating small gains could lead to a qualitative leap, surpassing 90 and reaching the T0 tier. Typically, a single ranked match would yield at most a 10-point proficiency increase. Yet this match had granted a staggering 100. Chong opened the hero proficiency section individually. Shadow Fist, 1275,000, T0. According to the system's classification, achieving a proficiency of 500 would elevate 1 to T1, while 1000 would meet the T0 standard. What lies beyond that stage remains a mystery to Chong, yet the vast span from 1000 to 5000 suggests an unimaginable strength at that tier. Generally, a match concludes with a proficiency increase of about 10 points, and one must be at least a master rank to achieve this. Losing yields nothing. In earlier, lower ranks, proficiency gains were typically single-digit. Assuming a net win of 10 for a match, reaching a T0 hero would require a minimum of 100 matches at the master rank or higher, aside from his signature Akali. The combination of 2 balls and a green-hatted little mage took him quite a while to fully master. The recent surprise of a 100-point increase equated to the equivalent of a 10-match winning streak. In a days, Chong could distinctly feel that his understanding of Akali had deepened. The T0 classification defined by the system would allow him to wreak havoc in this high-ranking national server without pause. Reaching a maximum proficiency of 5,000 would surely be a terrifying prospect. Tomorrow marks the commencement of my job search. This evening, I shall first endeavor to amend my reputation among my comrades, while simultaneously honing my skills, striving to garner a couple more attribute points. Chong has endured enough of the days when he was looked down upon. He is determined to rise. He seeks transformation. The orange deity is not merely a culinary master. An OG god is not a pitiful god. Enough of the chaotic howling. Here, let us light some incense. The game has been fraught with challenges, yet you now wish to draw in the weaker players. Chong tossed a stick of mosquito incense to Zeta, while he himself savored a delightful puff of yuk, free of any harshness, imbued with the essence of pineapple and the refreshing aroma of chewing gum. A truly exhilarating experience. Ah, how pleasant. Subsequently, the two brothers rejoined their ranks and embarked on their journey to accumulate points to end the second match. They encountered their old friend, Xianxin. This time, Xianxin was on their team. And as they entered the queue, Longgu transformed his usual demeanor, exclaiming, "Orange, my beloved orange god, let us position ourselves well this time. I await your chaos." Upon witnessing Xianxin, who had taken charge of tonight's glory, Chong suddenly felt that the entertainment value was about to unfold. After selecting their champions, particularly Vincent, they even managed to dictate the rhythm against the opposing team. Zeta assumed the role of top lane. Xianxin opted for a secondary jungle pick, and Chong seized Akali once more. Considering that their previous adversary had employed a flimsy strategy, Xianxin even devised a plan involving Jarvan 4 in the jungle to assist mid lane. However, as the game progressed, complications arose. "Xianxin, come assist me in mid. Their mid laner lacks flash. We can easily dive." Xianxin eagerly approached the tower, executing a swift EQ combo, only for the enemy to flash away, leaving him to tank the tower. Ding ding ding. The kill signal flashed intensely. He hesitated to retreat, ultimately trading 1-for-1 with the enemy mid laner. With the kill falling into Chong's hands. In the jungle, they encountered the enemy jungler. Xianxin prepared to flee, his face displaying the signal indicating that Akali and the top lane were on the way. Is this the famed efficiency of the legendary duo? Tears welled up, my friends. Yet, with hopes of a counterkill, he was brutally dispatched by the enemy jungler, having failed to notice his allies from mid and top arriving. As the gray screen transitioned, he beheld the sight. The top laner was busy securing turret minions while the mid laner languished at the enemy tower. Consuming minions. Is this what is meant by on the way? In the ensuing match, Xianxin endured an array of deceptive antics. At the 20-minute mark, Akali became unstoppable, weaving through the battlefield, leading to victory. Victory points 20. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xianxin felt a wave of nausea as he gazed at the screen, watching the score increase with their triumph. I would rather forfeit this score than swallow this indignation. The first season's 6th strongest king. The stream abruptly blacked out, a humiliating end to the broadcast. Chapter 7. Shocked, the culinary god achieves enlightenment, decimating with 16 consecutive victories. I'm swelling up. Oh, orange. Xianxin was utterly disgusted and exited the stream, bringing laughter to the weaker players. With the wind at our backs, our next match's victory rate will soar to an impressive 80. What nonsense is this? Your brother Orange is invincible. Who in Ionia can stand against him? Orange God is the supreme master of the martial world tonight. You have become so foreign that it frightens my comrades. Orange, let me light that incense for you. The two brothers, filled with fervor, felt as though they were engaging in a professional competition, despite being in a ranked duo queue. Time slipped by, second by second. Damn it. Let us gather our group. I shall light it for you. Orange, you are magnificent. I'm directly calling the group. Alas, there is no longer the presence of brother. How I shall go purchase. With each match concluded, the two brothers would gather the clan to celebrate. Yet Su Qing remains more inclined towards Yuku. Thus, every time, he merely takes a couple of puffs as a token gesture before extinguishing it. Earlier, when ascending the stairs, Zitai had purchased a whole 2 packs, and now, at the stroke of 3 in the morning, they have been entirely consumed. For a youth addicted to the internet, meals can be foregone, but should the sustenance for the spirit vanish, his combat prowess would undoubtedly plummet. It is indeed too much for Su Qing. Lu Zhihao, having secured an impressive 8 consecutive victories, willingly takes on the role of errand runner. Before long, the two engage in battle once more. Throughout the course, the entertainment value is ever present. Initially, Su Qing contemplated altering his notorious reputation as the ghostly dread in high ranks. But after a trial, his rank did rise. However, the system's post-match evaluation yielded a comical result of mere lead, and his proficiency improvement remained in single digits, leaving Su Qing in a state of turmoil. As he continued to play alongside Zitai, the excitement escalated, and thoughts of change were cast aside. In a moment of clarity, he swiftly rediscovered his true self. The subsequent ranked matches were filled with unrestrained joy. Acting on impulse and spontaneity, he desired both rank elevation and rewards. Su Qing declared that he wanted it all, including Zitai. All 4 teammates experienced a blend of pain and pleasure throughout the night. The high ranks of Ionia echoed with the wails of despair, as this fellow not only tormented his teammates but, in the latter part of the night, became so bloodthirsty that even opponents were not spared. Like the likes of Xinshin, an increasing number of popular streamers opted to conclude their broadcasts and retire for the night. Yet, lying in bed, tossing and turning, sleep eluded him. At dawn, various high-ranked streamers found themselves grinding their teeth in their dreams. Victory points 28, victory points 27, victory points 26, victory points 26. As the scores ascended, Su Qing's account points began to diminish. Nonetheless, even at their lowest, they remained at 25, which, compared to the typical averages of 14 to 18 for Master and Challenger ranks, signifies that he had triumphed excessively. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the final ranked match concluded. After an exhilarating night, the two brothers felt somewhat fatigued, the extraordinary Master for 18, gazing at his score on the screen. Su Qing felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. This is the full-throttle orange god. 16 consecutive victories. Good heavens! Zitai continued to blink, the room filled with swirling smoke, causing his eyes to strain. Yet, gazing at the 2 pages of verdant scores on TGP, he felt as if he were dreaming. He even dared to pinch his cheek in disbelief. Truly, it is all real. Orange, did you take some Viagra tonight? Such a surge in prowess. Brother, this is exhilarating. Zitai's eyes widened, his expression brimming with elation. Instinctively, he reached for his phone, only to find 3 empty boxes already laid out on the table. From evening until morning, the two had consumed 60 sticks of incense. Imp remarked in astonishment at their expertise. Su Qing cast a final glance at his score, descended from his esports chair, and collapsed onto the single bed. Hadn't his brother previously remarked that Su Xiaoluo had no discerning eye? Just mention my prowess, and who would dare question the prowess of the national-level Akali, the world's finest? Zitai concurred, speaking with conviction. Oh no, look at my brother's lack of vision. Could Faker achieve 16 consecutive victories in the national server? My assessment is as follows. No, Hauge has never submitted to anyone, but at this very moment, you are the future #1 in his heart. Ever since childhood, I have believed in your potential. A good brother speaks sweetly. Su Qing feels genuinely comfortable being praised. Upon rising at noon, we shall take the initiative to seek employment. Su Qing offered a reminder, then tucked himself under the blanket, closed his eyes, and prepared to drift off to sleep. With aspirations surging like a tide, he suddenly felt that being dismissed by IG was of little consequence, his eyes shimmering with the light of hope. With the dragon and the phoenix descending together, which club could possibly withstand the combined might of US brothers? Surely, we shall seize the championship. Enough chatter. Let us sleep. Shortly thereafter, Su Qing fell into a deep slumber. After a night of relentless battle, aside from achieving the most basic proficiency with heroes, he also received a stroke of continuous good fortune, gaining 1 point in prediction, thus elevating his initial 84 prediction attribute to 85. successfully placing him among the T1 ranks. Currently, he holds 3 T1s and 2 T0s, coupled with an unparalleled understanding of the game. Even when facing the current LPL's 2 Saints and 1 Emperor, he could engage in a fair contest of strength, overflowing with accomplishments. Su Ching slept exceptionally soundly. So unfamiliar. This is the Orange God. This is the God of Citrus. The Orange God has been possessed. I have a premonition that tomorrow the domestic server will explode. This lad, master of 418, has already reached rank 200 on the domestic server. The most promising contender to rival rank King Dopa has emerged. Forget about that little Ma Go, Hu Shun, and Pan Shun. I only recognize the Orange God as the defender of the domestic rank glory. Big guts, call him OG God. I am genuinely curious how this lad manages to explode with entertainment value in every match while ensuring he carries the team to success. Teaming up with him has been a calamity for 8 lifetimes, but opposing him feels like a misfortune for 16 lifetimes. Numerous viewers battled through the night, and upon seeing the dawn break outside, many office workers, after discussing in various live streams, decided to step out and enjoy breakfast with delightful spirits. The showmanship of the premier chef of Ionia had been nothing short of explosive. Initially, some viewers merely intended to watch the stream and then retire for the night. But once the Orange God began to shine, curiosity compelled them to stay for the entire night. Throughout, Su Chong frequently exhibited jaw-dropping maneuvers and entertaining antics, causing countless third-party observers to laugh uncontrollably until dawn. While providing entertainment, this lad truly excels at showcasing his skills, seamlessly combining the roles of a carry and an online chef. The comedic value has driven many viewers wild with laughter. In the morning, platforms like Kongba, Zhongming, and even TGP's homepage featured various sensational news headlines. Gorgeously culinary, laugh until you go mad once scorned, the electric one is transformed. Achieving a furious 16-game winning streak. Captivating millions of viewers. Shocking, various high-ranking domestic streamers were driven to log off in frustration, and the reason was, casual players were pushed to the brink of mental breakdown. Yet upon the game's conclusion, they faced a victory point increase of 20, plunging into contemplation. The chef has attained enlightenment, soaring to a 16-game winning streak. Have you grown fearful? The traffic has quietly arrived. The phone call from the front desk regarding the extension of stay before noon roused the 2 brothers from their deep slumber. Let us extend it, Su Chong consented. With no job prospects in sight, he had nowhere else to go. Although the price was somewhat steep, last night he had a balance of 200 yuan in ZFB. And an additional 3,000 yuan reserved for emergencies in his card. It was enough to sustain him for the time being. Let us get some more sleep, he mused, urging himself to rise and freshen up. Planning to inquire about tryouts in the afternoon, seeing Zeta sprawled out like a lifeless pig, he delivered a sharp slap to his cheek, causing How Good to See Stars. I've achieved 30 consecutive victories to claim the title of the top player in the national server. Zeta suddenly opened his eyes and roared, only to find Su Chong heading to the bathroom for a shower, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The dream from last night had been so wonderfully enchanting. He dreamed of himself and his good friend achieving 30 consecutive victories, ascending to the pinnacle of the national server, defeating Dopa and kicking down Xiao Ma, suppressing countless passerby kings. Even Su Shaluo came knocking, begging him to return and lead IG to new glories. The names of the Wulong and Fengchu had risen to fame. To wake up and find it was all a mirage. Zeta lay back, staring at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. After a while, Su Ching emerged from his shower, dressed, and urged Zeta, "Are you still wallowing in your thoughts about your Demacia? Hurry up, if you don't move soon. The club will close for the day." Seizing the moment while Zeta dashed for a shower, Su Ching pondered where to begin his job search. He pulled out his phone to check. His recent 16-game winning streak had garnered considerable attention online. While the title of the top player in the national server still felt distant, it was unlikely any clubs would come knocking. However, in the realm of professional gaming, strength spoke volumes, as long as he proactively presented himself. Having once been a professional player for IG, they should at least grant him some courtesy, right? At that point, he envisioned dazzling performances in practice matches that would capture everyone's attention. Rest assured, Chengzi, in this professional circle, your Hauge may not have much, but he has plenty of friends. After Zeta finished grooming, he dressed while fervently assuring Su Chong, "It's just about finding a job. Sure, landing a spot in a T0 club might be challenging, but what T1 club wouldn't give my Hauge some respect? With a word from me, countless people would be eager to kneel and seek our guidance to create brilliance together." Hearing Zeta's words, Su Chong felt a surge of confidence. For lunch, Zeta treated them, and the two brothers devoured a large plate of chicken, costing 168 yuan. The prices in Magic City were indeed exorbitant. In the afternoon, they deliberated and first headed to VG. Upon seeing the somewhat renowned Zita entering the circle, Gao Jun greeted them with courtesy. Zita, seeing this, boasted to Su Qing as they stepped inside. "Look, this is the weight my presence carries." The VG manager may appear calm on the surface, but inside he is already ecstatic. Su Qing remained skeptical. VG was indeed impressive, at least in terms of their willingness to spend. The veteran top laner, Zhu Xiaolong, seemed to be in a dismal state, and even if Zita had declined, he was still preferable compared to Zhu Xiaolong. The mid laner, Ho Yi, adorned with the glory of an S championship, was now a shadow of his former self, as that achievement was from S5, with the upcoming S7 season approaching. And being born in 1992, Ho Yi was now 25 years old and likely unable to carry the team as before. Rumor had it that for S7, Ho Yi's renewal would see a significant salary reduction. Although the inaugural lineup will continue to feature the esteemed Lord Ho, the club must contemplate the advanced age of the players. As unearthing potential mid-laners is an essential facet of their developmental strategy, the manager first introduced the two to the club's players. When Endless encountered Su Qing, he immediately jested about the events of last night's ranked matches. The two brothers conversed like old friends reuniting after many years, engaging in delightful banter. Subsequently, Su Qing also broached the subject of the trial period with Zitai. Chapter 8. Su Chong. Indeed, you possess a modicum of skill, but my prowess surpasses yours. Regarding the trial, Gao Jun cast a glance at Su Qing, noting that VG currently had no plans to recruit new talent. Why not? Consider other options. The manager firmly declined this suggestion, leaving Su Chong somewhat taken aback. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Rumor has it that the VG manager is somewhat inept, with his understanding of League of Legends confined solely to data. If he were even slightly knowledgeable, he wouldn't persist in assembling a costly yet incomplete roster to chase after results. The combination of S4 champion jungler Dandy with S5 world champion Easyhoon may seem impressive at first glance. However, on paper, this is undeniably a V8 engine. Yet, when it comes to the top and bottom lanes, he has managed to equip them with the tires of a Santana and the gearbox of a tractor. Such illogical decisions are precisely what VG's manager is capable of executing. After losing Dandy, this year VG once again splurged an astronomical sum of 15 million yuan to recruit the tri-champion Benji from the neighboring T1. With the intention of reviving T1's former glory in the LPL. Following the V8 engine, they directly paired him with a 12-cylinder supercar engine. The shrewd manager even had the audacity to recruit the former SKT championship support, Fu Manduo, as a coach, thereby assembling a tri-championship roster, ignoring the top and bottom lanes. Merely considering this paper configuration would leave even the legendary EDG hesitant to engage. Yet, it is utterly absurd to think that a 12-cylinder engine could run smoothly with such subpar components. The mid and jungle duo would struggle to keep pace. Listen, Gao. It's me, Lu Zhihao. Zitai, eager for employment, began to play the emotional card, recalling how they had shared drinks a few months prior, with promises of assistance. Have you forgotten your old buddy now, Xiao Hao? You know we spent 15 million just on Benji this year, and even the coach is on a 7-figure salary. The budget is already stretched thin. Gao Jun replied, placing a hand on Zitai's shoulder with a serious tone that I assure you, we truly possess talent. Did you see last night's 16 consecutive victories? 16 MVPs, slaughtering those random players on the domestic server. Zitai began to boast about their achievements the previous night. Gao Jun listened superficially, but internally he scoffed. What is this nonsense about 16 consecutive victories? Even Zhu Xiaolong could easily dominate with a duo queue. All are professional players. Who isn't a prodigy in their own right? The top player in the domestic server would warrant a second glance, but a mere streak of victories in the master tier hardly piques his interest. Moreover, which reasonable person would neglect a championship mid-laner in favor of investing in training a rookie? At that moment, the head coach Fu Manduo approached, surprisingly with Endless supporting his cause with a few kind words. Human Duo, with a beaming smile, pulled Gao Jun aside and suggested they give it a try, albeit with the condition they remain separate. His Chinese was somewhat awkward, but considering it was his first time in the LPL, the ability to be understood was already a commendable feat. Zita, filled with joy, began to lavish praise, exclaiming that it was no wonder he was the champion support from Season 3, possessing such keen insight. With the two of them on his team, he had struck an incredible deal. Chengzi, you go first. Use your small knife to make a show of it. If you can't make a metaphor, Then please refrain from attempting one. Thank you. Su Ching rolled his eyes in exasperation. VG also had a second team competing in the LSBL. However, rumors suggested that they were on the verge of disbandment and had reached the stage of being put up for sale. It seemed they were short on funds, attempting a last-ditch effort to secure a victory in the 3 major S championships. "What's going on?" Gao Jun inquired as he pulled Fumin Duo to the side. Fumin Duo began to converse in Korean, which was then translated, explaining, "The LPL's regional system is not well-developed. In our country, clubs operate as companies, and professional players are regarded as commodities. For prestigious teams, top players adorned with numerous honors serve as billboards, non-negotiable assets. Yet they also possess exploitable commercial value, such as their potential as substitutes that's akin to studying abroad, essentially gilding new players with experience." Having digressed, he continued, "In essence, nurturing players is tantamount to investing. A large group of trainees might require hundreds of thousands in investment, but if even one with a hint of potential emerges, the investment is recouped. Should a star player arise, flipping them could yield profits in the millions." Upon hearing this from Fumin Duo, Gao Jun began to understand. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat disheartened and reminded him, "You should take the lead on this. The club has a limited budget, with just 100 left." "Oh, right. Zeta is notoriously known for being a financial liability. He always manages to botch good opportunities. We don't want him anywhere near our finances," Gao Jun warned again, casting a distant glance at Su Cheng, who was animatedly chatting with the players. That kid was rather endearing. Not long after, the second team players were gathered together. Fumin Duo approached with a cheerful demeanor, initiating the trial training. "Can you play card?" "Absolutely," Su Ching responded confidently. "All right, you shall play card." Fumin Duo designated the hero and proceeded to elaborate on the details of the trial. Once the BP concluded and they entered a custom match, the analysts brought over from the LCK were called to jot down notes, exemplifying the professionalism of the LCK coaching staff, certainly deserving of a thumbs up in this era. "Chingzi, don't be nervous. Just play at the level you usually do in ranked," Zeta advised, approaching just before the minions spawned. "The second team won't stand a chance against the first. Playing card, that guy likely wants to see how well you can support and seize opportunities. Just focus on your support role. Even if the game is lost, at least the coach will see what he wants and will give you credit." Indeed, it was an impossible task for teammates, who were essentially strangers, to collaborate seamlessly against a well-coordinated first team. The objective was to create pressure for the trial players, thereby eliciting the hidden potential of the newcomers in dire situations. This is also to expose the true nature of those worthless individuals. The 4 teammates appeared listless, as if merely going through the motions, for they were soon to confront the specter of unemployment. Meanwhile, the members of Team 1 wore smiles, and endless, after entering the game, began to show off, saying, "My dear Chongqing, this time, I shall not show any mercy. Are you prepared to endure my relentless onslaught?" For some inexplicable reason, an overwhelming desire to see the opposing ADC falter surged within. Initially, I intended to exert merely 30% of my strength, but upon witnessing endless exuberance, Su Cheng resolved to unleash full firepower. The prowess of Lord Ho requires no further elaboration. Though Zilong may be seasoned, he possesses the valor to withstand 1,000 foes. Su Cheng even took a moment to scrutinize Lord Ho's statistics. His understanding of the current version was utterly lacking, while other critical attributes were mostly at T1 level. However, both his mechanics and reflexes languished at T0, barely scraping past the threshold with scores of 90. A champion mid-laner, faced with Lord Ho's Oriana, Su Cheng brimmed with confidence, eagerly trading blows during the early matchup. Initially, Lord Ho seemed indifferent, yet as the skirmishes unfolded, he grew increasingly perturbed. There was something amiss with the damage output. A quick glance at the tab revealed that a card master starting with a long sword and 3 health potions, and no wonder the hits were so painful. "Brother, you're playing mind games with me, aren't you?" Lord Ho thought to himself, begrudgingly acknowledging that this young man was willing to go to any lengths to win the lane, clearly too eager for immediate results on the surface. He could only choose to sidestep the confrontation. Not to mention, the young man as card master was quite precise with his Q ability, managing to avoid several of Lord Ho's attempts to outmaneuver him. His kiting was notably smooth, indicating considerable skill and positioning. But isn't he a mid laner? Kiting and positioning are the realms that ADCs should delve into. Is there a misallocation of attribute points here? As the lane progressed, Lord Ho was forced to back. With a long sword and 3 health potions, the card master had no need to return home, and soon enough, Lord Ho re-entered the fray. Su Ching still had a health potion in reserve, and with a blue card to regain mana, his situation was far from dire. Another round of skirmishing ensued, compelling Lord Ho to retreat to the fountain once more. Fumando's expression began to grow serious. Initially, he considered Su Qing's fervent desire to win the lane as somewhat underhanded, yet the more they battled, the more he sensed something was amiss. A card master facing Oriana. How could one life dare to take two? Especially against Lord Ho, the master of the Oriana. Was he jesting with me? Moreover, Benji had come to assist twice, yet both attempts were effortlessly thwarted, with his flash proving useless. No, let me reassess. Fumando noticed that Su Cheng's summoner spell combination was Ignite and Flash. It was the first time he had encountered a card master without teleport. With the minion wave pushed in and a return home imminent, the bottom lane had already suffered a double kill, and the top lane fell to Zhu Xiaolong and Benji, mounting pressure on the team. Su Qing had initially intended to return home to purchase ability power items, but upon seeing this, he promptly cancelled the purchase and instead went for a full Bilgewater Cutlass, Fumando, upon arriving in lane. The first encounter was a flurry of swift cards exchanged for health. What the? Lord Ho was taken aback. Wait a minute. What kind of peculiar build is this? Is he aiming for Blade of the Ruined King? An AD card master, playing AD card master in the mid lane. In the depths of his heart, the Lord was overwhelmed with an avalanche of expletives. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had just experienced the active effect of the Bilgewater Cutlass and found himself slowed. Unable to create distance for the time being, after enduring a relentless barrage from the card master, he recognized the predicament. This rascal must be utilizing his E. The card master's passive ability would inflict additional magic damage on the fourth basic attack. As the skill level increased, the passive granted even more attack speed. Truly, was he toying with me? It was time to get serious. The Lord called out in the voice chat at that moment. Benji invaded the jungle and eliminated the second team's jungler, further extending their advantage. Damn it, relying on others is futile. Since I am adept at maneuvering, I shall bloom on my own. Su Chong decided it was time to accelerate. He tightened his grip on the mouse and executed rapid micro-movements, relentlessly pressuring the Lord beneath the mid-lane tower. The Lord appeared taken aback by Su Cheng's audacity, seizing the opportunity to tower dive. As he bore the brunt of the turret's damage, the Lord swiftly turned to retaliate. The card master SQ was narrowly dodged by a timely flash from the clockwork. Attempting to turn the tables, Su Chong, lacking in damage calculation, could only surrender to fate. His reflexes were equally sharp, and he flashed just in time to avoid the card master's QW, which was almost on top of him, leaving the latter astonished. The turret's final blow loomed, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Su Chong ignited and elegantly retreated. Buzz, the laser descended, leaving his health in the single digits. A ranged minion targeted him with an attack. In the nick of time, Su Chong drew a blue card and launched a basic attack. The lifesteal from the Bilgewater Cutlass allowed him to recover a meager amount of health, withstanding the minion's assault. Beneath the tower, as the Ignite's last second ticked down, he successfully scorched the clockwork. Victory was assured. A duel between dual T0 mid laners? Apologies. Even among T0s, disparities exist. The synergy of reaction and operation is simply inferior to the combination of reaction and speed. I concede that you possess some skill, but regrettably, my prowess eclipses yours. Su Qing confidently brushed back his bangs and jubilantly exclaimed. Ultimately, after evading Benji's ambush, he managed to escape to the mid-lane tower, allowing himself a moment to breathe a sigh of relief. Retracting his slightly perspiring right hand, he feigned nonchalance as he stuffed it into his pocket, though it was already beginning to tremble slightly. Chapter 9. VG Manager. I am the owner of a 20 million club, and I have been utterly slaughtered. OG God, Card Master, has slain VG. Easy Hoon, Clockwork. The sound of the kill notification rang out. The players of VG's first team were taken aback. Middle lane matchup. Dan Shaw. What an assertive declaration to take things seriously. Benji found amusement in this. The other three, upon hearing Su Chong's proclamation that my skill surpasses yours, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Yet upon meeting the Lord's stern gaze, they immediately fell silent. The disparity of Ignite. The Lord feigned calmness as he spoke. After all, Clockwork is a late-game powerhouse. The hero's power curve grows stronger as the game progresses, so he was confident he could turn the tide later. The card master in the mid lane opting for AD? It may grant a slight advantage in the early game, but its effectiveness diminishes as the game advances. If only Ignite had been used earlier, he could have avoided a basic attack, and thus the situation would not have been so precarious. Human Duo mused to himself, revealing a naivete in his damage calculations. His impatience for swift success was evident. yet he bore a heart eager to carry the team. The analyst diligently noted observations in his little notebook. Both managers contemplated their next steps. However, this series of solo kills led to an additional 300 gold for card, widening the gap in the mid lane. Upon returning home to upgrade to the recurve bow, Oriana found herself no longer capable of contesting card. Under normal circumstances, Lord Ho would surely have showcased his farming king prowess, diligently focusing on his development. Yet, this match was different. The equipment advantaged Chong after establishing vision. Brazenly asserted dominance over Lord Ho. Benji frequently sought to stir trouble, but each attempt was deftly evaded by Ching, who barely expended any resources. As time went on, the mentality of the mid-jungle duo began to fray. Lord Ho was pushed back twice more, with a noticeable disparity in farm emerging. Most audaciously, the bot lane surrendered a double kill, losing all combat capability, while the top lane failed to secure any kills. Chong boldly utilized his ultimate to return to the mid lane for wave clearing, leaving Fumin Duo and the analyst astonished. Is this how card is played, with Ignite and his ultimate returning to mid lane? It was akin to acquiring an extra teleport. At the 8-minute and 30-second mark, the gap in minion kills had widened to a staggering 30, as Ching relentlessly pressured Lord Ho, who began to buckle under the strain. Seizing the moment, Benji harbored murderous intent, attempting to assist in a dive on a less-than-healthy card. However, the coordination faltered spectacularly. The sustained damage from AD card was no trifling matter. The tower dive failed. And Chong dispatched Benji, achieving a score of 2-0. Upon returning home to purchase Blade of the Ruined King, he re-entered the mid lane, leveraging the item's active effect to force a tower dive against the flashless Oriana. 3-0. By this point, Ching had established complete dominance in the mid lane. Subsequently, he employed his ultimate to fly down to the bot lane, capitalizing on the enemy's ill-fated dive to eliminate his own bot lane duo in poor condition. Seizing the moment to reap the rewards, double kill, 5-0. At this juncture, the four teammates, having lost all will to fight, were left in shock. Is card truly capable of such feats? The backdrop was none other than Lord Ho. Who is this remarkable individual? Observing closely, several teammates appeared utterly bewildered. In the mid-game, Chong relentlessly sought to establish tempo, his extraordinarily high attack speed resembling a mobile artillery unit. Upon returning home, he even procured a killing ring to begin amassing wealth, subsequently opting for the second item, Nashor's Tooth. His itemization left the entire arena in awe. Yet, paradoxically, the combination of Blade and Nashor's effects delivered damage that was both elegant and devastating, especially since this lad had chosen the warrior's zeal talent. Quite absurd. As moments ticked by, the atmosphere in the training room began to shift dramatically. How endless, brother has arrived. A dual-purpose attack speed effect card. Care to take note? Please call me the magician. I can effortlessly deal out 17 cards to eliminate you. What can you do about it? Oh, Benji wishes to dance too. Yellow card AQA. Can you withstand this? Oh dear, why have you fallen? The ultimate destiny activated. Along, having offended the abbot, do you still dare to leave? In the realm of poker, I have executed this strategy so flawlessly that even a golden-bodied Arhut would owe me a debt of blood. Are you frightened yet? Chong is utterly exhilarated. The entire room resonates with his jubilant shouts of delight. His performance is simply spectacular. The four teammates, filled with fervor, collectively ride the wave of excitement. Amidst their concerns that Chang's reckless play might lead to a critical death, they suggested avoiding combat to allow the ADC to recover. However, Chang's words left everyone in stunned silence. What kind of ADC are you talking about? I am the ADC. Goodness gracious, is he attempting to play both roles and seize power? Yet, as the sound of kill notifications echoed incessantly, their elation reached a crescendo. You are the last card in the national server, Card King, an AD card, terrifyingly formidable. As the match progressed, the temporary allies of Team 2 also joined the revelry at 23 minutes. The dragon fight erupted. A final desperate struggle was initiated by the enemies led by Lord Ho. However, the opposing team, akin to a suicide squad, sent their fragile ADC charging in, presuming that failing to focus fire would belittle them. Ching, with 4 of his items, charged into the fray, while he himself followed closely behind. 0.345678910 JQK. A flush of hearts. Who would have imagined that a functional mid laner like the Card Master would unleash a relentless barrage of cards upon them like a machine gun? With items like the Blade of the Ruined King, a 25-stack kill book, Nashor's Tooth, and Luana's Hurricane, He was performing nothing short of a card-throwing illusion. The 5 members of the red team fell one after another as if made of paper. Pentakill, 5 kills, legendary, unstoppable, team wipe. The deafening notifications rang out. In that instant, the entire training room was engulfed in a suffocating silence. Ha! Come on, bring it on, send them all to me. Who's left? I want to take on 10. Chong, ecstatic and exuberant, shouted in a voice that resonated within the hearts of everyone present. What on earth is happening? The general manager, Gao Jun, who had been slacking off, hurriedly opened the door to his office and rushed over. Upon seeing Chang's exuberance, he chided, "Didn't I tell you all not to take it too seriously? How has this child become mentally deranged?" While complaining, he approached the computer. "Wait, you have all 5 players from Team 1 as examiners?" Gao Jun, exasperated, chuckled. "Benji and Lord Ho together are worth 20 million. Are you trying to make this kid retire on the spot?" The piercing words fell upon the ears of everyone present. The head coach, Fu Manduo, turned rigidly, his eyes filled with dread. $20 million gone. "What do you mean, gone?" Gao Jun questioned. Puzzled, he glanced at the computer screen and suddenly realized something was amiss. How did this kid secure the dragon? Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "What the hell? 19-0-3. What kind of absurd record is this?" Gao Jun hurriedly dashed to the other side of the training room, only to behold 5 individuals led by Lord Ho. Their screens all shrouded in a dull gray. In that instant, his pupils quivered, and he was so overwhelmed with excitement that he leaped up on the spot. "Damn it, my $2 million club has been slaughtered." The general manager of VG felt a wave of dread wash over him. Gazing at the youth before the computer, who was blinking fervently at him, he felt dizzy and nearly fainted from the shock. Fu Manduo and the analysts exchanged glances, equally stunned. Initially inclined to observe further, they found themselves transfixed as they watched the lavish roster they had assembled at great expense being decimated by a single player leading for mere pawns. "Stop, everyone retreat," Fu Manduo urged. Yet, not a single person exited the game. All eyes were inexplicably fixed upon Chong. Feeling the weight of incredulous gazes upon him, Chong held his head high, nonchalantly scratching his head before raising his chin. Flicking his bangs aside, and silently extending 2 fingers in a gesture of defiance, his good friend, already dazed with astonishment, quickly retrieved a pack of Li-Kun cigarettes from his pocket, offering one and eagerly lighting it for him. Taking a deep breath, Chong propped his legs up, casually draping them over the tabletop, his expression exuding arrogance as he exhaled a cloud of smoke towards the approaching Fu Manduo, and with a spark of enthusiasm declared, "Coach, how about my card play?" Fu Manduo could only respond with a stunned silence, inwardly lamenting, "He is truly insufferably pretentious." Although Benji could not comprehend the words, he could clearly perceive that this young man's swagger surpassed his own. As for Lord Ho, he was rendered speechless. With only 52 cards in a deck, how could one possibly achieve a 2.5 attack speed during a team fight, amassing 2 stacks of cards among his comrades? Endless was on the verge of tears. He had conversed with Chong more frequently, thus he remained more easygoing at this moment. After all, he himself was not particularly skilled and had no pride to bruise. In stark contrast, Lord Ho and Benji, the 2 top-tier players, remained utterly silent, feeling the sting of humiliation. With their hearts already heavy with disgrace, the manager's comment about his $2 million club being slaughtered felt like a slap in the face. The tension was palpable. After a brief moment of shock, both sides exited the game, and Fu Manduo, the analysts, and even the data-focused general manager Gao Jun now had their eyes gleaming with excitement. Their focus had shifted entirely to the miraculous youth who had defied the odds. After all, he had accomplished the impossible. Fu Manduo devised a training regimen, allowing Chong to lead the second team in a series of matches against the first team, utilizing different heroes. Regrettably, the scenario of one player dominating and annihilating a $2 million club did not repeat itself. After all, AD card could only serve as a trump card in the realm of champions. There are always those who can counter AD card. Moreover, the reason for his earlier remarkable achievement of 19 consecutive kills was due to the first team's laxity and lack of seriousness. In the second match, fearing a reversal, they focused intently on their gameplay, showcasing the caliber of a first-rate LPL team, treating the modest training match as if it were a grand competition. Naturally, Chong, accompanied by 4 novices, stood no chance against them. However, the mid-lane matchups were nothing short of spectacular. Until 6:30 in the evening, the stomachs of everyone growled with hunger, marking the conclusion of Chong's trial period. Apart from the initial game where he successfully secured the card, he played 5 more matches, all of which ended in a resounding defeat within 20 minutes. Nevertheless, throughout the games, Su Ching exerted himself to carry the team. His prowess in lane was on par with the esteemed Hou Yi, who bore the honor of the S-Crown, creating a remarkable equilibrium that astonished the entire VG coaching staff. They had truly stumbled upon a gem. It was imperative to secure him at all costs. Chapter 10. Manager Su is confused. With top-tier industry salaries, you are destined to be the future champion. The trial period for Zitai was temporarily shelved. Under the guidance of the VG manager and coaches, the group made their way to the cafeteria to satiate their appetites. During this time, Gao Jun and Fu Man duo, along with the players from VG's first team, sang praises for Su Chong, eliciting a tinge of envy from his good friend ZTAS. The group sat together at the table. Su Chong refrained from picking up his chopsticks, while even the illustrious Hou Yi and Benji waited for him to start eating first. This display left Su Chong somewhat flabbergasted, prompting him to hurriedly take a bite of the spicy and sour shredded potatoes and a couple of spoonfuls of white rice. What are we all sitting here for? Let's eat. Haha, the VG cafeteria indeed offers a diverse array of dishes that house the food. Gao Jun, having shed his earlier aloofness, showed particular concern for Su Chong. Delicious, Su Chong replied casually. During the meal, they also discussed Su Cheng's past at IG. When they learned that such a talented prodigy had joined IG without even participating in a single practice match, and that he was ultimately dismissed by Su Xiao Luo, everyone was taken aback. Manager Su is indeed baffled, exclaimed the VG manager, slamming the table in delight. Unable to hide a smirk of schadenfreude, the others joined in the laughter. If you perform well in future matches, Manager Su's expression will surely be quite the spectacle. One could only say, yet another tale of not underestimating the youth in their struggles. The conversation in the room was undoubtedly explosive. Wasn't the traffic bound to come? As for Su Chong, he paid little heed to their remarks, focusing intently on his meal. Deep down, he lamented that the trial could not last until its conclusion. Otherwise, he could have achieved an A with the comedic effect of his afternoon trial. Alas, what a pity. It is worth noting that throughout this time, Zitai was completely overlooked by everyone at VG. Only when Su Chong made the effort to engage did the VG members politely exchange a few words with him. Despite being a top-tier top laner, it felt as though VG was entirely unconcerned. Oblivious to these subtleties, the naive Zitai assumed that the brilliance of his good friend had temporarily overshadowed his own. After dinner, when Su Chong brought up the trial, Zitai hesitated slightly. However, considering it was a previously agreed-upon matter, he felt reluctant to backtrack. Urging the team to continue the trial, he entrusted everything to Fu Man duo and led Su Ching to the office. Little Ching, Gao Jun, wearing glasses and exuding an air of competence, inquired cautiously, "What are your salary expectations?" Su Ching was well aware that they had reached the negotiation stage. VG was clearly interested in him. I'll state a figure. Su Ching was acutely aware that he could not afford to appear weak, initially planning to merely gesture with a couple of fingers. However, contemplating the adage fortune favors the bold, he decided to extend his entire hand instead. Gao Jun remarked, "Why do I suddenly feel that this young man exudes confidence? Could it be that after leaving IG, he has already received offers from other clubs?" Indeed, possessing talent eliminates the fear of rejection. Projecting an image of stinginess could diminish one's appeal. Thus, Gao Jun feigned generosity, sweeping his hand in agreement. "Very well. Uncle is also an open-minded person. I will be straightforward. A monthly salary of 50,000. With bonuses for both major and minor competitions calculated separately. From now on, you will be the right-hand man of Hou Yi at VG." What? No negotiation on the price. Su Chong was taken aback. A monthly salary of 50,000 promised outright. Over the course of a year, that amounts to a staggering 600,000. How much had he earned at IG? A mere 3,000 a month. With all expenses out of pocket. Su Ching was not a greedy individual. He understood that in the professional realm, performance correlates with market value. For a newcomer like him, with no substantial achievements, to be offered such an extraordinary salary by VG was nothing short of miraculous. In the midst of his elation, he instinctively prepared to accept the offer, but he did not forget the brotherly support he had received from his good friend. "Oh, by the way, you plan to sign Zitao as well." "Right. He has the skills, and with the slight changes to the top lane environment next year, his value will only increase." Su Ching was determined to advocate for his friend. To his surprise, the VG manager displayed a look of disdain, responding, "That little orange, we have no intention of signing Zitao." What? Su Ching felt bewildered. They had previously discussed things amicably, and it was Zitao who had facilitated his trial at VG. Now, as he was signing, His good friend was being cast aside. This simply could not be allowed. Su Chong argued his case, but Gao Jun remained resolute, stating, "You know how the LPL top lane environment is. It's always dominated by champions like Trundle, Cho'Gath, and Xiao. Next year, we'll even have another addition to that list. With just these few champions, who cannot play them, Zitao may have a reputation, but his price is not insignificant. Zhu Xiaolong has been performing quite satisfactorily for VG and can effectively substitute for Zitao without any flaws. The most crucial point is, that fellow is notoriously unlucky. Wherever he goes, misfortune follows. One must respect such matters." Su Chong was left utterly perplexed, incredulously questioning, "Respecting luck? Are we delving into superstition here?" Noticing his incredulous expression, the seasoned VG manager leaned in closer, speaking earnestly, "Little Orange, you are still young, and you do not understand the intricacies of human relationships. A good bird chooses the tree it perches upon. This is wisdom passed down from our ancestors. Friends, if we are to put it nicely, share a bond of brotherhood. If we are to be blunt, it is a matter of mutual exploitation, just as you would not wish to befriend a beggar, especially in a professional arena rife with competition. Strong players associate with strong players, while novices mingle with their own. With your abilities, you are destined to soar higher. To carry a burden during competitions will only lead to being dragged down or straying further from your dreams. One must live for oneself. If one finds oneself on a different plane, then it is best to part ways amicably, allowing for the possibility of future joy and encounters. Would you not agree with this sentiment?" Upon hearing these words, Su Ching was momentarily taken aback. VG was resolutely intent on keeping Zitai at bay. On one hand lay a lucrative salary of 600,000, promising a prosperous life in this bustling metropolis, while on the other lay a good friend, with whom he had forged a bond since their ranks were established post his arrival in this world. It was Zitai who had aided in his introduction to the IG youth training program. And under circumstances where they had paid for their own meals, Su Chong found it quite challenging to manage the high cost of living in the metropolis on a meager salary of 3,000, which barely afforded him a few bites to eat. Yet during his time at IG, Zitai had treated him with great kindness, often ordering sumptuous takeout without hesitation. 2 hours later, Su Ching emerged from the office, his expression rigid. The trial session appeared to have concluded. Fu Manduo and the analyst were seated on the sofa, sipping tea. Upon his arrival, their previously serene demeanor transformed into smiles. The others at VG greeted him warmly. Yet the players from the second team, including Zitai seated in the gaming chair, bore expressions that were less than favorable. "Hey, Chengzi, how Gu has let you down, hasn't he?" Zitai lamented with a grimace, recounting the unfortunate events. Under normal circumstances, had he encountered such subpar teammates in ranked matches, he would have long since begun to play the piano. However, given the context of job hunting, it was paramount to navigate the trial alongside these four lackluster allies, who insisted on selecting champions like Alistar and Xiao for him in every match. The training match was a disaster. He had done nothing, and his teammates were swiftly overwhelmed. A tank top laner unable to develop could only serve as a plaything for the opponents. "Let us go," Su Chong said, shaking his head, determined to leave with Zitai. This decision left everyone at VG in a state of bewilderment. "Leave?" Zitai was equally astonished. "Is it that you look down upon my brother? Or is it merely a matter of a low offer? To be frank, as the IG duo, our prowess as esports talents should command at least this amount at any club." Zitai extended a hand. "Buy one, get one free, and we come with our own fan base. Where else could you find such a deal? Just last month, we shared drinks, Gao Jun. It would be quite unscrupulous of you to mistreat my brother." Observing his unyielding tirade, the VG manager could only manage an awkward smile. Ultimately, Su Ching provided a brief explanation as to why VG was not a suitable fit before departing with Zitai. As they walked away, the VG players were left in confusion, including the head coach Fu Manduo, who approached to inquire about the reason. "Was it a matter of price negotiation?" "No. I asked for 600,000 a year and agreed without a second thought," Gao Jun replied, gazing at the empty doorway with a complex expression that a collective sense of disquiet filled the hearts of those present. The young man's talent was evident, and 600,000 was an undeniably top-tier salary for a newcomer, particularly one lacking any competitive experience. There had been similar cases, but they were few and far between in the evolution of the esports industry. Such remuneration for a rookie who was still unsatisfied seemed rather greedy. "Greed can lead to downfall," remarked Ho Yi, who was proficient in Chinese, echoing the sentiments of the VG members, who had initially held him in favorable regard but now questioned his avarice. "Indeed, it is excessive." "Endless," Zhu Xiaolong remarked, Even if one possesses great talent, it is imperative to first demonstrate results to justify a high price. Asking for 600,000 a year while still feeling unsatisfied is simply excessive. Misunderstandings arose among several individuals, some even going so far as to condemn Su Chong. Gao Jun hastily shook his head, explaining, "No," he agreed, but insisted that we maintain a certain stance that I asked for that person. It is truly impossible to uphold such a stance. If we raise the offer too high, it would be a waste, and if we lower it, rumors will spread claiming that we, VG, are bullying veteran players. Moreover, that chap comes from a family of means. If we offer 20 to 30,000, others might think we are belittling him. To add to that, the club is financially strained. The total reserve of 1 million is intended for expenses once the competition begins next year. If we expend it all at once, what will everyone eat and drink next year? Upon hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Fu Manduo, Benji, and Ho Yi, 3 champions, appeared astonished that I truly deserve this. Zhu Xiaolong chastised himself, realizing that Su Chong was indeed a man of deep loyalty. His previous remarks were nothing more than empty words. Inlis quickly altered his tone, affirming that Chap's character is truly beyond reproach. Being his friend is undoubtedly advantageous. Although he can be a tad naive, Ho Yi lamented. This sentiment resonated with everyone present. Why forsake a bright future to cling to notions of brotherhood? Such an endearing fooled I in the outside world. The moon hung high in the sky, and the night was as dark as ink. After a busy afternoon, it was already 8:30 in the evening when they departed. Jitai relentlessly pressed Su Chong for details about what transpired upon entering the office. Unable to withstand his persistent inquiries, Su Chong pulled out a cigarette, took a puff, and hesitated. Chapter 11, Orange God. Not inferior to anyone. Upon entering, the VG manager nearly knelt before his brother in reverence. He gazed skyward, adopting a serious demeanor as he began to elaborate. How could the small VG have ever encountered such a spectacle? An unparalleled genius comes to audition, showcasing extraordinary skills with a card that pierces through the entire club. Gao Jun, ever the gracious host, was pouring tea and asking how much my friend desired. And I boldly stated 1 million annual salary. That old chap accepted without a moment's hesitation. But can money truly buy my brother's loyalty? What was our goal when we left IG together? It must be the championship. VG has potential, yet their bottom lane is too weak, making the prospect of victory slim. Thus, my brother resolutely declined. His vivid narration initially captivated Jitai, who found it somewhat believable given the earnestness conveyed. However, upon hearing the phrase million annual salary accepted so readily, skepticism began to creep in. Wait, brother, are you trying to pull a fast one? You claim we share a bond, yet you boast like this? Jitai chuckled, scolding, what kind of nonsense is this million annual salary? Even during your peak at IG, with bonuses factored in, you barely made 60. To be fair, my brother is indeed worth that price. However, not joining VG would be a pity. With me commanding the top lane, you dominating mid, and Benji serving as our loyal dog, I have a premonition that soon this will undoubtedly become a legendary tale in the LPL. Please, enough of the chatter, let us return to the battlefield and strive for victory. That a fine wine is unbothered by the depth of the alley. Let us first claim the title of the best in the nation. And even the top 3 will be compelled to acknowledge our prowess. The 2 brothers, engaged in light-hearted banter, made their way back to their temporary abode, regarding VG's proposition of an industry-leading salary. Su Chong refrained from revealing a single word about the difficult choice he faced between his stance and VG. There was no necessity for such discourse. Brotherhood resides in the heart that at times. Articulating such sentiments only introduces an element of performance. Despite his usual boisterous and loquacious nature, Su Chong was not one to possess a performative personality. Thus it was best to keep such matters private. Upon returning to the esports hotel, the clock struck 9 in the evening. The 2 brothers logged into their account once more, prepared to engage in a thrilling duo match. Within 30 seconds of the first game, they found themselves in a lobby. Last, Xinshin. What the heck? It's you guys again. Huya, Sally, oh, Orange God. I was wondering why the aura of victory felt so strong during the queue. It seems fate has destined us to fight alongside each other. Huya, Sally. No tricks between brothers. Let us not let each other down this match. United, we shall have no rivals in the canyon. Huya, Lu Sweki. I'll just wait here in position for Orange God to go wild. The chat box erupted with excitement. Clearly, their previous 16-game winning streak had made an impact. Even Sally, who prided herself as the #1 Kha'Zix in the nation, felt compelled to offer a few compliments. Xinshin was assigned to the support role, After a brief exchange, the ban phase concluded, with Akali being placed on the ban list by the opposing team. Xian Dog. Oh no, Xinshin, should I secure that? My brother. Be 200 for 2 packs of cigarettes. Su Qing typed. Xinshin. Is this kid trying to stir up trouble? Xinshin, in a buoyant mood after a triumphant stream that garnered him 3 consecutive victories, had almost lost sight of himself, recalling the humiliation from last night that had forced him off the air. He typed back with a hint of arrogance, boldly, "You dare call me Xin Dog? Call me Shingo, and I shall lead you to further victories." Oh, we're putting on airs now, are we? He continued, "Yes, I've said. Pick a tanky champion for mid and wait for me to carry. I am the Evening War God, undefeated, with 3 victories to my name. Thank you for the invitation," Xian Shun typed swiftly, simultaneously engaging with his viewers. "That I concede. Your Akali possesses great skill, but should she be unavailable? How will you respond? V50, I will carry you." "Goodness," Su Cheng exclaimed, rapidly typing and joyfully interacting. "Have you heard about the last card in the national server? While the world knows of Orange God's left hand wielding Akali to dominate the canyon, little do they realize that my right hand plays the invincible card master." Middle lane gamble, requesting to embark on this quest. The playful banter between the two drew laughter from countless viewers in the live stream. The entertainment value was palpable. "Pray tell, how might I strive to converse as eloquently as you both?" Lu Sweki, live streaming, was accustomed to the barrage of good play comments. However, it was the rising star from last night, the once derided Kongshin, that piqued her interest the most. The lineups were soon finalized. Top lane, Future Guardian versus Weapon Master Jungle, Wild Huntress versus Prideful Pursuer, mid lane, Card Master versus Valiant Bombardier. ADC, Frost Archer versus Reverse Feather, support, Fairy Witch versus Phantom Feather. Oh my goodness. This is disastrous. Zhuang Tai was taken aback, incredulously pointing at the screen. Dopa, Su Qing also caught sight of it. After a streak of 16 victories, his ranking soared to Master 418, just barely surpassing the threshold for the King tier, placing him at 198. That if he can endure until midnight, his rank will ascend to the strongest king. Perhaps due to his winning streak, his hidden points had risen, leading him to confront the current number 1 in the national server. Dopa, the matchmaking system must be rather sparse, allowing us to inadvertently boost Dopa's score, right? Xinshin was already in a state of panic. That mid lane champion, the insufferable one, had banned Akali's signature moves, leaving him to face Dopa, who would undoubtedly obliterate him. To make matters worse, Dopa is globally renowned for his mastery of Card Master. How audacious to pit a recently redeemed Canyon underdog against the very embodiment of his own prowess. Besides Dopa, the opposing team's composition was equally formidable. In the bot lane, 2 Duo Q Royalty, renowned in high tiers, could easily dominate the lane with their synergy, swiftly taking control of the match. The jungler, Lion Meow, had garnered considerable fame on Huya, eclipsing the nascent popularity of Sally during this period. He excelled in both jungle and top lane roles, even causing many professional players to bow before his ferocious prowess. A true epitome of strength and sophistication. As for the top lane, it featured the current number 1 Jax, Tiger God. With the S7 season approaching, Tiger God was at his peak, while the former top Jax player, known as Wanren, had not yet caught up in points and was being outshone by this newcomer. Yet, one must admit, the following year would be his most illustrious. After S8, Tiger God's reputation plummeted, and by S10, he was relegated alongside Beige, Woohoo God, and Tiger God as the 3 deities of the Huya Pit. Seems there were indeed few players in queue earlier, as the matchmaking system calculates based on the combined scores of both teams. Dopa's ranking was astoundingly high, hence the system needed to balance the match by pairing him with 4 teammates of comparatively lower scores and win rates to ensure a 50-50 chance for both sides. But Dopa's plane, upon entering the game, the 2 brothers in the bot lane immediately sought interaction. With Cardmaster and Fishman, a simple attack on a minion would send them reeling, understand? Playing Cardmaster in front of Dopa is akin to wielding a broadsword before Guangong. Just ask Orange God how he feels. Can you feel the oppressive presence of the number 1 in the national server? Xinshin was also panicking, sensing smoke rising from the base, drenched in sweat. Fellow warriors, facing the number 1 Cardmaster, you simply cannot match his skill. It would be prudent for Orange God to lay low and await the Huntress's assistance. Good heavens, is the dog barking for its master? Had this been the old Su Chong, he would have just laughed it off, for at that time, he was indeed inexperienced and merely sought to create some entertaining moments. But now, times have changed. Dear brother, he swiftly procured his gear and promptly began to type furiously with both hands. When I saw an outsider standing before me, adorned with the title of the #1 player in the nation, while compatriots cheered him on and teammates urged me to retreat, my initial reaction was not fear, but rather a sense of sorrow. That moment, my heart resonated with a solemn mantra. The territory of our nation shall not yield an inch. The rejuvenation of China is a shared responsibility for all. While everyone else bowed their heads in submission, I resolved to emerge victorious. Orange God, not to be outdone. After sending that message, Su Qing seized the last moment to take a deep breath from his yuk, exhaling a cloud of white mist, feigning melancholy. Wow, brother, you truly have opened my eyes. With eyes wide in astonishment, onlookers were left dumbfounded. The online community erupted in a frenzy. Wow, what is happening with all this excitement? Just playing a game, and my brother's blood is boiling, transcending in an instant. The territory of our nation shall not yield an inch. The rejuvenation of China is a shared responsibility for all. I'm tearing up. Can you imagine these words coming from the man considered the worst player in the canyon? Please mind your words upstairs. I suggest adding the word past. Why does he seem so handsome even through the screen? Orange God is not to be outdone. I have goosebumps. Why do I inexplicably hope that this so-called king of misfortune can win? All manner of viewers were astounded, flooding the screen with comments. This round is mine. My brother, you should go all out. Orange God, you are the last ace of the nation. Xian publicly gave himself a boost, then quickly typed words of encouragement. Lu Sweki. 666. Shaylee, you have spirit. I'll come mid at level 2 to help pressure him. Even the opponent, Xiao Luo, felt a tinge of inadequacy and began sending messages to the entire team. Orange God is noble. This round was my brother's error. Orange God is like an egg hitting a rock. I'm in tears that I in response to the crowd's reaction. Su Chong took a deep gulp from his yuk and typed, Xian go. Be silent. In a clash of armies, we first eliminate the traitors. You should take your own life. 6. Xian Shun fell silent. Unfortunately, Dopa, who could not recognize Chinese characters, remained oblivious to the dramatic unfolding, still fervently assuring the audience that no one understood cards better than he did. Laying the groundwork for his imminent confrontation, as the minion waves clashed, the match commenced. The airplane champion leveled up to 1 and learned E, significantly enhancing his lane-pushing ability to secure an early lead. Little did he know that this oblivious card player dared to trade blows with him. He was already fuming. Dopa frowned, delivering a cold assessment. Here it comes. The minions clashed. The iconic scene was reenacted. In the footage, both sides exchanged blows, yet within mere seconds, Dopa sensed something amiss. Mark it. Longsword, Card Master. Longsword, Card Master. Longsword, Card Master. Goodness. Longsword with 3 red buffs at the start. The viewers in the live stream were left in shock. And even the teammates on the red side were astonished. Everyone thought that kid on the opposing side had lost his mind. However, as time progressed, things began to take a turn for the worse. At the 3-minute and 30-second mark, Dopa was forced to return home, reluctantly using his teleport to get back to lane. At 4 minutes and 20 seconds. First blood. The sound of the first blood echoed through the canyon. In the mid lane, the Card Master took 1 life to claim 2, diving the tower to eliminate the current #1 player in the national server, Dopa. Chapter 12, Collective Laughter, a trick of surrender? He truly is a genius. Oh my goodness, what a twist. He actually solo killed Dopa. The mid lane comrade must have activated something, right? Both players were left in utter shock. Goodness, nearby, Zeta stood in dignified silence. Unable to believe it, the AD Card Master scored yet another kill. Could it really be that potent? He could never forget the moment when Su Chong single-handedly toppled VG with a 19-kill streak during the trial. But that was merely a fleeting performance. Thereafter, Su Chong was designated to use other champions and never regained that initial overwhelming strength. Eventually, Zeta came to understand that his comrade, the Card Master, indeed had something special. But it was also predicated on Lord Ho's initial lapse in vigilance, which allowed the opportunity to be seized. Following that, the economic snowball effect made the subsequent slaughter seem almost inevitable. What on earth is going on? Starting with a long sword and 3 red buffs, taking 1 life to claim 2, consuming a former professional player, a dual server king of the casuals, and the #1 Card Master. While Lord Ho may not grasp the intricacies of the Card Master, he could comprehend Dopa, the former king of card champions. This young player is still too inexperienced. My assessment is that he pales in comparison to Easy Hoon. Seizing a moment during his return to base, Chong unwrapped an Alpine chocolate, feigning nonchalance as he began to pontificate. You're hefty, yet you still managed to puff up. Huh? Zeta shot him a disdainful look. His words were resolute, yet doubt crept into his mind. Using the Card Master's signature champion to eliminate the original. Could it be that this lad is truly a genius? What a kill. This AD Card Master is something else. One life for two. Is the streamer embarrassed? Dopa. He's already blown up. Faced with the specter of defeat, the streamer is this thumbs up. In Dopa's live stream chat, the onlookers erupted in celebration. People have a natural inclination to rebel. The audience, drawn to the spectacle, yearned to witness the classic scene of a streamer being humbled. The damage calculations were off. An extra ignite cost him dearly. The Card Master somewhat understood, but not entirely. Dopa stubbornly attempted to explain, asserting that it must have been a combination of his main ability and the longsword. Relying on such underhanded tactics to steal a victory, no worries. Once the jungle rhythm picks up, winning will come easily. As the #1 player in the national server and a former professional. Dopa harbored absolute confidence in himself. However, for the mid lane, gifting first blood to the opponent, especially when the teleport was also activated, already signified impending doom. The Card Master's passive allowed him to gain additional gold from killing minions. Factoring in the bounty from the kill and the minion wave pushed towards the turret, the Card Master would be able to farm, while he himself would suffer a loss of at least 1.5 waves of minions. The economic gap had already widened to nearly 600. The red side jungler, the Lion, initiated the rhythm, taking down Xianxun in the top lane, but Chong remained unfazed, adhering to the same build strategy as in the afternoon's VG trial. But this time he prioritized acquiring the killing ring, clearly intent on making his mark. The inability to ignite the mid lane rendered solo kills quite challenging. Nonetheless, Chong persistently applied pressure, faced with an AD-equipped Twisted Fate. Dopa found himself unable to withstand the onslaught and was compelled to temporarily evade the confrontation. However, this retreat lasted a full 3 minutes. During this interval, skirmishes erupted. Initially, Sally ventured to the bot lane to make an impact but inadvertently fell prey to Lion Meow's ambush, resulting in a significant momentum shift that allowed Lion Meow to secure a triple kill. Following this, Chong's ultimate descended in support, but it merely resulted in the exchange of Xayah, leaving little else to report. In the top lane, Xianxun also succumbed, being outmatched in his duel, bringing his record to 0-2. The first king of S6 showcased his prideful signature champion, Jace, yet was thoroughly outplayed by Xiao Hushan. The four teammates dared not utter a word in-game, while in the live stream, numerous viewers analyzed the situation with bravado, particularly Sally, whose words were the most defiant, attributing the blame for a 4-0 Lion Dog to the two in the bot lane. No, my beloved Xianxun, you expect your brothers to hold steady while you initiate the sacrifice, do you? He demanded. Pray tell, who is your boss on the opposing side? Perceiving the situation turning dire, Chong swiftly initiated communication with his teammates. Notably addressing Xianxun, the pre-match boast of Xianxun seemed to vanish, as he wished to find a crevice to hide within. You said to stabilize the mid lane, he had asserted, declaring with conviction that Chong was no match for Dopa. Even mentioning the smoke rising from their base. Observing his mid laner's 2-0 record, Xianxun felt utterly despondent. Is it true that this scoundrel can actually play cards? At this moment, he yearned for the mid lane to mirror the collective 0-2 record, so they could all joyfully exit the game at the 15th minute. While sharing his sentiments with the livestream audience, a Lion Dog suddenly emerged from the jungle, and with a flurry of skills, he was instantly met with a gray screen. The unmatched pursuer is now unstoppable. The kill notification chimed in. Your delivery has arrived. Mate 1 Rider Last Xian is at your service. 5-star rating. Thank you. OG God. 3 consecutive golden question marks appeared in his view. This lad's support was undoubtedly beyond reproach. How outrageous. This rascal merely stole a kill from Dopa in the mid lane and flew down to snag a low health target. While the kill count looks splendid, Dopa has managed to stabilize. And what right does he, Orange God, have to boast? With a 0-3 record, Xuanxun's mindset began to falter, prompting him to voice his grievances in the livestream. His words were coarse, yet they seemed to hold a semblance of truth. The Card Master is on a killing spree. A notification suddenly appeared. The mid lane Card Master executed a daring dive, eliminating Dopa. The record shifted to 3-0. The streamer speaks. Boldly, 0-3, and yet you dare to boast at 3-0. Who gives you such audacity? Lacking skill, yet you envy my Orange God. Call him Orange God. The streamer speaks. Xuanxun's expression immediately stiffened. No, Must the slap in the face arrive so swiftly? The streamer spoke. The chat in Dopa's live stream erupted with excitement. The subject of discussion found himself in an awkward position, stubbornly asserting, if I had to ignite, with the same ignite, I would have been the one to fall first. How can the king of cards, in his most esteemed domain, come to acknowledge the achievements of others? Chong is diligently engaged in his tasks, while Lion Cat is also hard at work. It seems as though the latter has uncovered the secret to wealth, consistently withdrawing from the bottom lane, particularly since the ADC is Lu Sweki, the reigning queen of the national server. Those in the know are well aware of her prowess. She fares well against competent supports, yet the support is stymied, especially as the top lane has seen the once mighty Xianshin's Jace reduced to mere plaything, with Master Yi diving without need for justification. Tiger God dances upon the fallen body of Xianshin. Lion Dog slaughters with abandon. Before long, the score reaches 7-0. As he approaches godlike status, Lion Cat sets his sights on the mid lane. This young scoundrel, taking advantage of a moment of inattention, unleashes his ultimate down the bottom lane, adding another kill to the support's tally, bringing the score to 4-0. Yet how can the humble king of cards contend with the Lion King? Enough is enough. Orange God, your AD card has merit. Your brother acknowledges you. Clean your neck, for your brother may soon unleash his ultimate to obliterate you. Lion Cat, with a flourish, types out some pressure and begins to banter with the livestream audience. Carrying Dopa and wreaking havoc upon Orange God, he is certain to seize this wave of attention. Not even Jesus could halt them. Prepare to cast your vote. There's no hope left. Xianshin has given up on healing. Sally, too, plans to throw in the towel, telling the viewers in the chat, I dare not venture into the jungle. Wherever Lion Dog roams, he claims lives, often without even needing to activate his abilities. This game is beyond salvation. It's futile. Alas, the opposition is overwhelming, and Orange God stands alone. Lu Sweki's eyes brim with tears, feeling a sense of shame. This match is slipping away, and Orange God's 16-game winning streak is at stake. Xian Dog, you truly embody the nascent dawn of Dongxi, the lingering twilight of Baiyang. Brother, I could hardly resist tearing apart that charming cherry blossom of yours. OG God, you owe your brother V200 for 2 packs of cigarettes. I'll lead you to victory. OG God. Upon seeing the A-game subtitles, countless viewers erupted in laughter. Xianshin was left mortified, as this young rascal has indeed achieved remarkable mastery in the art of banter. V200. Even the Buddha himself would call it GG. If you could manage a comeback, don't mention V200. Brother, I'd wager you 2,000. Xianshin, caught between laughter and tears, typed in disbelief, realizing that the previous day's incident involving a V200 kill still haunted this young imp. It was all in jest. After all, as the clock struck 15 minutes, he was the first to propose surrender, and almost instantaneously, 2 votes in favor appeared. Let us cast it. Posture reclining against the chair. He took a series of deep drags from his cigarette. Falling into a slight stupor, Chong hastily intervened. Click on your Damasha, and for heaven's sake, vote no. With that, Chong wielded the power to control the 2 votes against surrender. When the attempt to surrender failed, many viewers were momentarily taken aback. Did this young rascal truly wish to overturn the situation? 2 votes against surrender, torturing his teammates? OG God, the enemy team consents to surrender. For votes in favor, 1 opposed. TGP assistant. Suddenly, a line of information appeared in the bottom left corner. As teammates, they could see that this message was sent by Su Qing. What was he plotting? Oh, it seems the opposing team has voted. In the midst of a relentless circling in the middle lane, struggling to find a favorable angle to eliminate the card master, the Lion Cat was elated upon witnessing the situation. Without hesitation, it unleashed its ultimate ability and flashed forward, determined to assert dominance over the card master. Under the barrage of turret attacks, irrelevant. The aircraft, laden with explosives, caught Dopa's attention as he noted the surrender message and promptly followed suit. Intent on forcibly engaging the card master, the outcome was Su Qing evaded all damage from the aircraft with a well-timed flash, stunning the Lion Cat with a yellow card, applying slow with the blade of the ruined king. And unleashing a flurry of attacks, the turret unleashed its fury, ultimately contributing to the ignite. Beneath the turret, a 1-for-2 exchange occurred. Double kill, OG God, card master, eliminated Tiger Tooth, Lion Cat, prideful tracker. OG God. The card master has seized control of the match. Subsequently, Su Qing took it upon himself to maneuver the card master to clear the minion wave in the middle lane, his record now standing at 6-0. In that moment, the air fell into a hushed silence. Lion Cat. Dopa, wasn't there a surrender? What in the world is happening? The four teammates, having grasped the situation, were left dumbfounded. Such a maneuver? Is it truly possible to play like this? 66666. A genius. He is indeed a genius. Playing a game, yet employing strategies akin to military tactics. I never anticipated such a feigned surrender. The lion dog was vanquished. Perhaps that a comeback is indeed feasible. Netizens erupted in delight. You truly are a genius. Concocting such a cunning stratagem, the demeanor of the players was one of awe, as the previously beleaguered lower lane was revitalized. Su Ching gleefully posted, "Deception is part of warfare. I acknowledge your prowess with the lion dog. But should I invoke the feigned surrender? How would you respond? Eat dirt. You." In an instant, the temperature in the red side's jungle soared. "You vile creature. This card master must perish." Before long, Su Ching ventured out once more. Racking up kills in succession, his equipment had reached a point of overwhelming power. The blade of the ruined king had been fully realized, and he found a prime angle to unleash his ultimate ability, securing yet another double kill, bringing his record to 8-0. Legendary. The thunderous announcement of his godlike status resonated profoundly. The teammates, once devoid of morale, were instantaneously invigorated. Every victory in this season is of paramount importance. If there exists even a flicker of hope for a comeback, who would willingly concede defeat? The card master, with maximum attack speed, became an unstoppable force in the ensuing game, with the blade of the ruined king. The Kraken Slayer, a 25-stack Magi Soul Stealer, the Zhonya's Hourglass, and sturdy boots, his card-casting speed was unparalleled. With the durability provided by the boots and Zhonya's, the Lion Dog's ultimate ability failed to eliminate Su Chong, who even refused to expend his Zhonya's, enduring a barrage of cards that resulted in his swift demise. The role of Lulu, supporting from the sidelines, came into play, as she prepared to counter any attempt to eliminate the primary damage dealer. During team fights, she provided a suite of support to the mid laner, and each flying card, infused with the essence of Pixar, became a visual feast. In the late game, Su Chong brandished the Luana's Hurricane, acquiring the coveted 6 items. After securing the essence of Pixar alongside his supportive ally Lulu, Su Chong boldly engaged in a 2 versus 5 skirmish, slicing through the opposition with ease. Countless netizens felt as though a walking Gatling gun had appeared in the canyon. With a single activation, the Pixie card unleashed 3 attack effects, while the Hurricane card added an additional 2 effects, followed by the Sheep Blade triggering once more. In a mere second, 10 cards were played. Many viewers were left in awe, exclaiming, "What a gamble." Ultimately, after 25 minutes of ultimate adversity, a remarkable comeback ensued. The red team's base erupted in a thunderous explosion. Money earned. In the game's concluding moments, Su Chong typed furiously. Chapter 13. Su Ching. 2B. I am 2B. The rewards were abundant. A half step to T0. Truly turned the tables. Goodness, oh my. Is Lion Meow and Dopa doing all right? A card master officially designated as a support character. Yet this young man is wielding him like an ADC. You truly are something. Just tell us, did we win or not? To be fair, he may indeed be a genius. With 4 teammates feeding, how could he possibly turn the tide after such a poor start? For those who enjoy giving up, take note. I admit, the Orange God has exceptional skills with AD cards, but if we were to simultaneously hold 4 votes, how would you respond? 6. Ghostly Encounter claims the top spot in the national server. May I ask what year it is tonight? To add a note, using cards, crush the Card King. Various streaming rooms were set ablaze with fervor. In the face of this astonishing ultimate comeback, many viewers who witnessed the event from a third-person perspective flooded the chat with comments, expressing their shock. The word failure loomed large before them. Lion Meow and Dopa wore expressions as dark as thunderclouds, their emotions a tumultuous mix, feeling as though they had swallowed something bitter. Damn. Lion Meow grimaced, frustration boiling within him. Questioning why did Kumba have the audacity to claim victory? I dominated the entire match, achieving a 7-0 lead. How could we possibly lose? By means of a surrender letter. Moderator, upon noticing this comment, Lion Meow, already incensed, erupted with fury, retaliating with a wave of authority and a 360-day BY means of a surrender letter. Has the streamer become famous? With a simple mind and a robust physique, I concede your invincibility at 7-0, but if I were to employ sports strategies, how would you counter? Faced with a barrage of comments, Lion felt suffocated, completely breaking down as he shouted, "Ban! Where is the moderator? Have them ban these rhythm disruptors into oblivion. I want all of them banned for 360 days. Go." Get out. What is the moderator doing? Ban these rhythm disruptors at once. The moderator has already been kicked out. Ionia Lion Meow fan group. Puffed. As the #1 player in the national server, Dopa found himself in a complex emotional state, facing a -20-point deduction on the screen. The streaming room fell silent. And even the announcer seemed at a loss, confronted by the barrage of mocking comments. That wasn't the plan to temporarily avoid the spotlight, believing that using an airplane to counter cards would be easy? This avoidance had led to the explosion of the crystal. Dopa found himself succumbing to a craving for smoke. He promptly switched off the camera, lit a mosquito coil with a soft snap, and began to silently queue while dejectedly exhaling clouds of smoke. For reasons unbeknownst to him, memories of the previous match suddenly flooded his mind. Ugh, what the hell? How can that wretched AD card play so effortlessly? Whether it was the smoke from the coil or the nauseating recollection of his own legendary hero. This widely adored player in the domestic server found himself retching repeatedly during the live broadcast. The entertainment value was undeniably explosive. Seriously, that mid-lane AD card truly changed the game for my friend. Xianxin expressed his astonishment to the multitude of viewers in the chat, surrendering repeatedly in response to the barrage of money comments, exclaiming, all right, the streamer S-word is as good as a bond. Mark my words. This is ZFB. When I say 2000, it's 2000. He showcased the transfer screenshot to the eager viewers in the chat. His thoughts wandered back to the match, and a smirk crept onto his lips as he let out a chuckle that he could not contain. A feigned surrender letter. Is this truly a perspective one can conceive? The depths of strategies in the capital are profound. The streamer genuinely wished to return to Zuan. Hearing this, the audience erupted in laughter. After the transfer, Xianxin added a message, you truly are a genius. Although he had lost 2,000 yuan in a single match, for some inexplicable reason, his spirits remained surprisingly buoyant. The roads of Zuan are slippery. And human hearts are even more intricate. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to reconcile, yet one must climb the ranks while sacrificing one's mother. At that moment, Xianxin burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Ding dong. Comprehensive evaluation of the match begins. Comedy effect. B. Viewing experience. B. Reward generation and progress. Oh dear, just as Su Qing received the 2,000 yuan. He felt a swell of joy. Upon hearing the system's reward notification, his eyes lit up even brighter, brimming with self-satisfaction. 2BS. My brother is a true 2B. Brother, I cannot allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner. In a moment of exuberant celebration, Zeta, who had been caught up in the excitement, suddenly heard Su Cheng's self-deprecating words and immediately began a heartfelt persuasion. Get lost. Ding. Congratulations, host. Master of cards. Proficiency 100. Wow. 1 match equals 10. Is there more? Congratulations, host. Victorious start. Free attribute points. 1. Attribute points. Freely allocatable attribute points. Wow. Su Cheng's face lit up with joy, utterly ecstatic. His most crucial operation had been stuck at 88. And with the hard-earned free point, he could elevate it to 89, just a step away from entering the T0 realm. With 3 T0s and 4 T1s, who could rival him? No. Good brother, if you have something to say, just speak up. I'll cover the cost to take you to the doctor. Let us not hide anything. Seeing Su Cheng calling him a 2B again while being too excited to speak, Zeta, once calmed, began to express his concern earnestly. You silly 2B, didn't you see Xianxin just transferred 2,000 to you? The brothers reveled in their recent fortune, with Su Cheng casting a sidelong glance before extracting a handful of big bubble gum from his pocket and chewing contentedly. Share one with me, would you? Zeta quickly unwrapped a piece and popped it into his mouth. Noticing Su Cheng's blissful gaze fixed on the 2,000 yuan recently received in ZFB, Zeta was unexpectedly struck by a wave of sentimentality. To be honest, Chengzi, had I not invited you to IG back then, you would likely be starting at some club by now, right? Your daily earnings would probably surpass this amount that I've wronged you. Brother, Su Cheng looked at Zeta in surprise though. Look at my noble brother, spewing such bold words from the depths of his ironclad resolve. If you truly feel indebted, why not just call me daddy? That would earn you my forgiveness. I call you Dima. The two brothers continued their lively banter. Let us not say anything more. You stick to playing AD card, and I'll ensure the wretched Lulu in the top lane protects you. You focus on racking up kills while I handle the rest. To tell me how you muster the audacity to utter the most shameless words with such confidence, all while keeping a straight face. This is your chance to reclaim your confidence. Do you even comprehend the immense prestige of being S3's top Lulu in the national server? It is worth mentioning that in the second match, They encountered the notorious Last Xian on the opposing team. Initially in high spirits from his 4 consecutive victories and a remarkable comeback, Xian's winning streak was abruptly ended in a mere 20 minutes. Having just paid a price of 2,000 yuan for a meager 20 victory points that hadn't even warmed in his pocket before being snatched back by the very player responsible. Damn it, 3 visits to the top lane in 5 minutes. You've truly outdone yourself. As the sun rose, illuminating the day, Xian felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Determined to avoid confrontation, he declared, "Let me tell you, this is not fear. Do you understand the worth of being the first grandmaster in S6? Who was beneath me back then? The prodigious Shui, several professional boosters from YM. And Xiaoma, while I was ascending to grandmaster, that orange god was still in class reciting the bright moonlight before my bed. Am I afraid of him? Am I afraid of him? Well, since everyone has spoken their minds, I shall too. My temper is quite high at the moment. That orange god better not cross my path, or I shall confront him at every opportunity, though his skills were not particularly fierce." Xian's words carried a certain weight. Perhaps fate has a penchant for irony. In the third match, both Card and Lulu were simultaneously locked in, and it was abundantly clear that he had indeed encountered them. Xian cursed himself for not banning Card out of pride, and immediately contemplated unleashing his abilities to have his teammates forfeit this match. But having already established a facade, he could not afford to lose face as S6 first grandmaster. Jace had not been banned, so perhaps that a bold gamble could restore his honor. He positioned himself in the mid lane. Amidst the raucous cheers of countless spectators, Xinshin became increasingly fervent. "Come on, bring it on. This time, Jace isn't banned. Which pathetic AD card could possibly strike me with 2 skill sets? In the Royal City PK, not only are ranks determined, but life and death are at stake. Such a rare opportunity calls for my brothers to observe and learn diligently." This imposing demeanor truly intimidated a portion of the viewers. And then 0.3 minutes in, first blood. Shuanga, you are truly a good person. OG God. 0.4 minutes elapsed, and the score stood at 0-2. Xinshin. Let's go. Let's go. Let us go. Ago D.at 6 minutes. The score shifted to 0-3. Some claimed that Xinshin was the first king of S6 without merit. I refuse to believe it. In this game, we cannot solely rely on others' evaluations. We must be pragmatic. Before me lies the very first king of S6, and my brothers are convinced. The facts indeed proved there was little merit. OG God. The match reached the 10-minute mark. Xinshin, with his most cherished skill, Jace, found himself brutally beaten to 0-8 without uttering a single word of pain. Countless viewers in his live stream were now collectively in fits of laughter. Xinshin, his face flushed, turned off the camera and sat before the computer, puffing on a cigarette in silence. 15 minutes in, the blue team collectively surrendered. After a night of hard-fought victories, all was rendered futile in an instant. Not only had he endured 2,000 meters of frustration, but he also harbored a belly full of rage. "You little brat, be cautious while walking the night." Upon uttering this, Xinshin swiftly exited the stream, facing a barrage of taunting comments. Chapter 14. Posture. "Good brother, just let me jump." That night, Chong was on fire. Reveling in the show, the DJ's music pulsated with passion as the youth wielded a yoke and a green arrow, with posture enthusiastically supporting, leaving no blade of grass alive in their wake. QW 3 against 1. How shall you respond? OG God. QWA. 3 against 1. How does your crispy rice taste? OG God. 0.5 charging towards me. I unleash my ghost blade and attack. 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 0 JQK. A royal flush to annihilate. Come, all of you, rush towards me to meet your demise. The more, the merrier. Do you possess the strength to challenge me, the small gambling saint of Ionia? OG God, who says I can only play AD card with 1,000 AP. My blue card is a nuclear bomb. I only laid down a king. Those who think they can withstand my power step forward. The Trand in the top lane, step back a bit. I didn't call for you. OG God, this lad, whenever a kill is made, he spouts golden phrases. His myriad of witty remarks left many viewers in stitches throughout the night, laughter never ceasing. Various high-ranking streamers and random players faced humiliating exits, while some oblivious rookie players in the professional scene felt indignant. However, as dawn approached, they were utterly drained and retreated, seeking to avoid the spotlight. With the encouragement of numerous viewers, a plethora of popular memes were born in just one night within the streaming community. When facing the Orange God, be wary not to be solo killed. Once this lad secures a kill, you're doomed. A disadvantage can be overcome, but how does one mend the psychological scars? The mouth of the Orange Deity. A harbinger of misfortune, the ultimate essence of the cards, engaging in gameplay, fingers dancing across the keyboard, a dual strain on both mind and body. This is the final card for the national server. Victory points 27, victory points 25, victory points 24, victory points 26. The fierce battle raged until 8 in the morning. With yet another rank concluded, Su Cheng's score had reached an astonishing height. The mightiest king, 849. 1, 2, 3, for Zitai's eyes widened like brass bells as he checked his own record on the TGP interface. Holy day, Orange, you are truly divine. For consecutive wins, after years of professional play, he had never encountered anything so outrageous. For Pages plus an additional match, a staggering 33 consecutive victories. Damn, after discarding yesterday's results, tonight he pulled off another 17 consecutive wins. Who could see that and not be bewildered? Zitai was incredulous, exclaiming miracle. Casting a sidelong glance at the listless Su Chong, he felt an overwhelming desire to plant a kiss on his good friend's shiny, smooth forehead. 8th place. 8th place. Dopa was leading with 937 points. Nearly 100 ahead. That old fellow couldn't endure and had logged off. Zitai shouted in excitement, his gaze towards Su Fan practically glowing. Ever since Dopa was crushed by Su Cheng's card play that evening, this lad was eager to validate his claim as the number 1 on the national server. Despite being scheduled to log off by 11, he stubbornly battled until 4 in the morning, experiencing both victories and defeats. However, as Su Cheng's score soared, he encountered the renowned card master twice, both times falling victim to Su Cheng's prowess. Ultimately, urged by his assistant and unable to sustain the effort any longer, he chose the humiliating path of logging off. The fame of Orange God surged, bringing significant honor to the nation. After waiting for a while without entering a match, Su Cheng felt drowsy, his stomach growling. After a night of chewing through 2 packs of gum and shouting passionately for 7 or 8 hours, he was utterly exhausted. Listening to the music still playing in his headphones, inexplicably, Su Cheng felt a wave of nausea. The playlist had looped 3 or 4 times throughout the night. He quickly hit pause, feeling drained. Brother, I'm done for. Good buddy, I know you're tired, but hold on just a little longer. I'll replenish your supplies. Zitai babbled excitedly. 33 consecutive wins. The online world is shaking. Trust me. While Dopa is asleep, let us keep going. Win 4 more matches, and when Dopa wakes up tomorrow, he'll be begging to lick your boots. Do you hear yourself? Su Cheng rolled his eyes, exasperated. 17 matches in one night. And you only played 1. Even a donkey in a production team would need to rest by now. Sleep. Su Cheng turned around and dove straight into bed, not even bothering to shut down his computer. Having cruised effortlessly through the entire night, Zitai, now ranked 26th, remained overly exhilarated. It wasn't that he wasn't tired, but rather that his emotions were running high. After all, it was the first time since S3 that he felt this exhilarated. Wait, just 1 match isn't considered a match, is it? Just tell me, did my brother play or not? Su Cheng lay with her eyes closed, breathing steadily. Wait, is she really asleep? Zita, with a face full of suspicion, leaned closer and remarked, Aren't you hungry? Don't sleep. My brother has already ordered takeout for you to as he spoke. Zita pulled out his phone and hurriedly opened Mate 1 to place an order. Forget about ordering. Just get back to bed. If you fall asleep, you won't feel hungry. My brother has endured many years without food just like this. Lost in dreams, Su Cheng replied, Thanks for the invitation. Her voice soft and weary. Solo queue for 6. Zita gave a thumbs up, noticing that Su Cheng had truly drifted off. He quickly climbed into bed as well. Yet, his excitement was too intense, and as he closed his eyes, his mind was flooded with visions of his extravagant record of 33 consecutive victories. Although they were the same streak, his hidden score was different from Su Cheng's, which had been a remarkable increase of 25 to 28 points per win, while his own was a mere 17. This disparity was why, despite both starting from 0 points as masters, Su Cheng had reached the 8th position on the national server, while he languished at 26th. Damn it, let us play a match. Just 1 match before sleep. Zita pulled out the last remaining incense stick, treating it as a celebratory smoke, and confidently clicked start queue. While placing an order for takeout, he reminded the delivery driver to bring a pack of incense. Before long, a match was found. Upon realizing that the Orange God wasn't joining him for duo queue, his 4 teammates were left dumbfounded. They were all night owls, and Zita's legendary ascent to the 26th rank with 33 consecutive victories was common knowledge. The audacity of this kid to queue solo drew skepticism from his teammates. What's your win streak? Good sir, Zeta typed confidently, clutching his record of 33 victories while interacting with his teammates. The responses came from 4 solo queues, each with a 6. Let me tell you. Before this rank, it was because I was taking care of my brother that I didn't exert myself. Now settle in and watch my performance. A hand of oceanic calamity for all of you. Previously, in an IG training match, I took down the opposing player, a current LPL professional, with a single shot. No opponents. After all, he was a professional player, and the recent news of being dismissed from IG had yet to surface online. There was some credibility to his words. 15 minutes later. You're this. I believed your nonsense. Zeta, stop playing and have Orange God log in. 33 victories down the drain. 0-5. 1 shot, 1 kill. Lesson learned. After 5 votes of agreement, each teammate sincerely expressed their approval. Damn. Losing the game and being thoroughly defeated left Zeta in a state of agitation. Just then, the takeout arrived. Seeing Chong deeply asleep, he refrained from waking her, pulled out the incense, and without even having time to eat, resumed the queue. Win 1 match and then sleep. Win 1 match and then sleep. 33 victories lost. No matter, he just needed to win them back. 15 minutes later. 1 vote against. 4 votes for surrender. The base exploded. Damn it. You're throwing me under the bus, Demasha. In this match, I'm carrying so hard. Why am I stuck with these 4 useless teammates? With a posture steeped in frustration, he puffed on a cigarette, gazing at his dismal record of 6-2. Feeling utterly humiliated, it was a pity that such a well-developed captain had missed the opportunity to see those 4 troublesome players in the last match. The most critical moment had come when they could have turned the tide, yet his 4 teammates obstinately disregarded his objections and led the game to a disastrous end. Damn it. Once more. Unyielding in spirit, he began queuing for another ranked match. Later, in the expansive room, the blackout curtains were tightly drawn, casting the space into a somber gloom, while the sounds of the air conditioning filled the air. Chong, caught in a haze of slumber, stirred slightly. The computer screen flickered ominously as he lit 1 incense stick after another, transitioning from an initial barrage of expletives to a profound silence. Nearly inhaling the smoke. No one could fathom the turmoil he endured, save for the persistent alerts of failure that echoed every 15 minutes. At 1:00 p.m., Chong was jolted awake by a stinging sensation, only to find the ceiling shrouded in smoke. The computer screen was flashing erratically, and his familiar companion, Hao Gu, had 2 incense sticks clamped between his lips, with 6 or 7 cigarette packs strewn across the table. Neatly placed beside them were 2 unopened takeout boxes, their seals intact. Coughing. Lu Zhihao, are you trying to kill yourself? Choked by the smoke, Chong rubbed his eyes in discomfort and hastily drew open the curtains. Allowing blinding sunlight to pour in, he flung both windows wide open. Being on a high floor, the brisk wind rushed in, dissipating the suffocating smoke. In disbelief, he stepped forward and extinguished the 2 incense sticks from Zhihao's mouth, exclaiming, "Brother, you can smoke, but you don't have to go overboard." Failure. The sound of an explosion from the base suddenly echoed through the headphones. Glancing aside, he realized they had lost. Accepting the defeat, Chong's attention remained fixated on Zhihao, whose vacant expression resembled that of a corpse freshly risen from the morgue. No, my friend, say something. Have I been too harsh on you? Chengzi, if I'm going to die, just let it be, Zhihao lamented, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Seeing Chong felt akin to confronting a beloved father figure, and this stalwart man nearly broke down in tears. Chong, bewildered by the turn of events, watched his dear friend abruptly rise and sprint toward the window. In a heart-stopping moment, Zhihao launched himself over the ledge, attempting to climb down the wall. What the hell? This is the 18th floor. Are you out of your mind? Chong gasped in shock. Chapter 15. In Ionia. Who doesn't recognize the king of flirtation? Fortunately, Chong reacted swiftly, preventing Zhihao from proceeding. Observing the young man's bloodshot eyes and ashen complexion, Chong's brows furrowed in concern. You haven't been sleeping, have you? When Zhihao remained silent, Chong, maintaining his composure, continued. All right, I concede. Perhaps my words this morning were a tad harsh. After all, achieving 17 kills in a match is indeed exceptional for you. However, I never anticipated that just one remark could hit you so hard. I must admit, I've been too strict on you. We should only take on what we can handle. One should not be expected to perform miracles. Stop crying, my dear. You are the most formidable. He endeavored to soothe his brother's spirits. Yet upon hearing 17C1's words, Zeta tilted his neck with a grimace, his expression contorted with rage. Damn it, you might as well let your brother die. Oh, come on, Su Cheng exclaimed, utterly bewildered, sensing that his brother's mental state today was gravely amiss. Zeta, resolute in his demeanor, interrogated, you also believe that my brother lacks capability, don't you? Well, brother. Perhaps you should just jump off as well. My higher education forbids me from speaking insincerely. Su Cheng hesitated, then relinquished Zeta entirely, gesturing with a conflicted expression. Aw, damn, Lu Jihao's psyche, on the brink of collapse, suffered an instantaneous barrage of 1,000 critical hits, shattering entirely, while secretly climbing ranks for his brother. How had he never noticed the latter's relentless efforts? After battling for 30 hours, were you aiming to surpass your brother in defeating Dopa and kicking Xiao Ma? Wouldn't he that propel you to the top of the national server? Su Cheng muttered as he approached the computer. No, Zeta hastily interjected, but it was too late. Upon clicking to exit the game, transitioning to the results screen, he was suddenly struck dumb. Strongest King 387. What in the world? Hadn't he gone to bed that morning with over 600 points? Su Cheng glanced back at Lu Jihao, who was shamefacedly leaning against the windowsill, turning away in embarrassment and collapsing onto the bed. Upon opening TGP, a cascade of crimson met his eyes. Flipping to the second page revealed 5 more games. 13 consecutive defeats in total, and upon examining the match durations, without exception, they all ended in a 15-minute surrender. As he absorbed this, Su Cheng began to grasp why his brother contemplated such drastic measures. You are truly something else. Su Cheng raised his thumb in admiration. Zeta lay there, defeated, burying his face in the blanket, pretending to be lifeless. In truth, you needn't berate yourself. Although your rank has plummeted, there are many morally corrupt players. You have successfully judged 4 teammates with your score, while also providing warmth to 5 genuine players seeking to climb. In this light. How good. You are magnificent. Noticing his brother's silence, Su Cheng tilted his head, racking his brain to find a way to console him. Upon hearing this, Zeta surprisingly turned over, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Cheng with an icy glare. Is your mood any better now? Su Cheng feigned understanding, but upon recalling the 13 consecutive defeats he had witnessed, he couldn't hold back a sudden burst of laughter, hastily waving his hands while chuckling. Brother, don't take it personally. I'm not laughing at you. You know I've always been one to laugh, and I just happened to think of something amusing. Chengzi, I'll curse you to oblivion. In response, Zeta unleashed a frenzied roar. After a bout of playful banter, Su Cheng's stomach grumbled, and he unwrapped the takeout to devour the buns. How good? Why are you just sitting there? This breakfast is getting cold. Eat up before you sleep. Su Cheng urged Zeta, who lay covered by a small blanket. Not receiving a response, he grew curious. Haven't you eaten anything yet? Aren't you hungry? Brother's asleep. Once asleep, I'm no longer hungry, Zeta finally replied. In a matter of seconds, after 30+ hours without sleep, he was nearly instantaneously in slumber. Su Cheng, undisturbed, indulged in a delightful breakfast before taking a refreshing shower. Once cleansed and alone, he found himself momentarily at a loss for what to do. So he numbly opened his computer as he waited in line. He began to reflect on the gains from the previous night. The rewards from his remarkable 17 consecutive victories were plentiful. His card mastery had surged, achieving an astonishing total of 310 points after a night of intense effort. While he had yet to reach T0 status, his experience bar had dwindled to a mere 140 points. Even under the most conservative estimates, 14 matches would suffice to fill it completely at that point. He would truly embody both a Kali and twisted fate, wielding dual T0 capabilities, securing a place in the professional realm. However, what delighted him the most was the enhancement of his attributes. After all, while every ranked victory yielded proficiency points, the acquisition of attribute points, relying on chance, was significantly more elusive. Throughout the night of intense solo play, apart from the first match where he earned a free attribute point, Su Cheng harvested 2 points in kiting and 1 point in game sense. The gains were nothing short of substantial. The improvement in game sense, while valuable, was not immediately apparent. Such coordination only manifests in organized, disciplined teams during professional matches. In ranked matches, his understanding of team compositions and situations at the apex of the Chinese server was rather superficial. To put it plainly, the phrase "a disagreement leads to conflict" could aptly describe the entirety of the Chinese server experience. What surprised Su Cheng most was the kiting. Around 7 in the morning, after securing victory in the penultimate ranked match, his wrist felt somewhat sore, Yet he astonishingly gained 2 points in kiting in a single instance by that time. However, he was utterly exhausted. Though elated, he did not show excessive exuberance. Now fully revitalized, he felt a swell of self-satisfaction. After all, to gain 2 attribute points at once was unprecedented luck. The only disappointment lay in the absence of crucial attributes such as mechanics and positioning, which are vital for a mid laner. As the points instead fell into the less practical kiting category, the mid lane is predominantly filled with mage assassins, and smooth kiting is an attribute that ADCs require extensive mastery of, making it often unsuitable for mid laners. After all, on the competitive stage, he could hardly be expected to wield champions like Vayne or Caitlyn in the mid lane. Suddenly, a thought struck Chong. It is well known that playing AD champions can strain the wrist. Yet he had ingeniously transformed the officially designated functional mid laner, Twisted Fate, into the team's second ADC, executing smooth kiting with finesse. Throughout the night, apart from one match where he opted for a purely IP-oriented build, he had predominantly utilized AD Twisted Fate to climb the ranks, ultimately resulting in a gain of kiting 2. Could it be? Although merely a conjecture, he resolved to play more operational mid laners in the future. Striving to elevate his mechanics to T0. Muttering to himself, Chong summoned his interface, host, Chong, operation, 88, T1, positioning, 88, T1, prediction, 85, T1, hand speed, 91, T0, reaction, 90, T0, walk and slash, 83, awareness, 86, T1, overall perspective, 82, damage calculation, 50, floor, version understanding, 99, ceiling, hero pool, Akali, T0, Little Law, T1, Cardmaster, T1, Ball Girl, T1, Clockwork, T1, comprehensive evaluation. The national server has undoubtedly become a fish pond under the host's control that if you so desire, even venturing into the illustrious Korean server will feel like traversing an uninhabited realm. As you stand on the brink of achieving 3 T0 rankings, few, if any, within the entire LPL can rival your prowess. Behold my infinitely promising host. I extend my sincerest apologies for my previous underestimation. Go forth to the arena and pursue your dreams, for that is truly your destined abode. Free attribute points. 1. The change in attribute values was anticipated by Chong, yet the system's comprehensive evaluation deviated from the norm. Upon meticulous examination, it brought him immense satisfaction. He promptly allocated the hard-earned point to operation, elevating the score from 88 to an impressive 89. This slight enhancement inexplicably invigorated his fingers, heightening his anticipation for the moment when his operation would reach T0. With his companion asleep, venturing into the unfamiliar world to seek employment felt daunting. For today, he shall aim to secure the title of the #1 on the national server. League. Activate. Chong was in peak condition, his hands feeling exceptionally nimble. Seizing the opportunity during the matchmaking queue, he perused various forums and visited the Alliance platform. His remarkable streak of 33 consecutive victories had ignited considerable buzz, sparking extensive discussions among Avid Esports enthusiasts. Notably, his AD card master's triumph over Dopa became a focal point of conversation, with the infamous Feign drop move captivating numerous forum users. Many esports journalists, with unique perspectives, even compiled his witty remarks from matches into articles for exclusive coverage. Overnight, an array of popular memes emerged within the community surrounding him. In Ionia, the specter of despair lurks. Who does not recognize the King of Banner? The composition of the Orange God's strength, 1 game operation, 99 mental assault. This is the final card of the national server. Your defense is impenetrable, but if I unleash 5 taunts in a second, how shall you respond? The deceptive card, ultimate support for allies. The genuine card, 3456788910JQK. With the ghost blade unsheathed, what do you possess to contend with me? Monikers such as the King of Banter and Item Build Genius have surfaced, while many engage online in playful banter. A significant number genuinely admire his newfound carry capability. Although AD Card Master possesses an unusual flair, his remarkable record of 17 consecutive victories, consistently earning MVP accolades, has silenced all critics. An increasing number of individuals are captivated by the astonishing feat of achieving 33 consecutive victories. The ultimate question remains, to what heights will this journey ascend? Will the undefeated legend persist, challenging Dopa, while simultaneously bringing honor to the Chinese community and becoming the first player in the history of the national server to reach the pinnacle with an unbroken winning streak? The very notion of 33 consecutive wins is, in itself, quite extraordinary. Those who hold faith in his invincibility are but a minority. The majority remain skeptical of miracles, anticipating that Su Cheng's streak may falter at any moment. Especially considering that his duo partner has recently succumbed to a disheartening 13 consecutive defeats, transforming into a subject of amusement for online spectators. Thus, the online community generally approaches Su Cheng's ascent with a sense of morbid curiosity. After all, whether that lad emerges victorious remains to be seen. The entertainment value is undeniably explosive. Do you doubt your brother's prowess? Very well. Prepare to be astounded by Orange Brother. Su Cheng muses, just then. The match has been located. Chapter 16. Ascending to the summit. National servers first. An uproar ensues. Oh my goodness, Orange God. Jage King the Orange God elevates our national pride, treading upon Dopa, aiming for the title of National Servers Champion. Not a death declaration, Orange God. Your strength renders my comrades strangers. Do you, Frog? Several teammates, upon seeing OG God's ID, eagerly interact through messages, their faces alight with joy as they greet the audience, exclaiming, "We've matched with the Orange God." In an instant, the news spreads like wildfire, and the previously low-profile gamer suddenly garners attention. Frog, 2 nights ago at 7:21:48, you defeated my brother Smile and eliminated him in seconds. That Su Cheng hastily types back. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this blow to a young man burdened with the responsibility of revitalizing the national server? Perhaps due to your greed, the future LPL World's #1 mid laner may descend into despair. To put it mildly, the national server loses a genius. To put it grandly, LPL loses a world champion. By this exchange, you are effectively attempting to ruin Chinese esports. What? Can you truly place the blame on my brother? The live-streaming Frog is left bewildered, wondering how he could be deemed the culprit for LPL's potential loss of a world champion merely for his fear of giving away points while inadvertently securing 50 yuan. This is quintessential Orange God. He even pinpointed the exact time of the incident to the second. I am in tears. What a remarkable flair. Can someone explain how he manages to concoct such absurd yet coherent narratives? Just consider the logic. Back when Faker boasted a 100 win rate with 30 consecutive victories as a Korean server master, he was lauded globally. As for me, OG God, starting my journey with 33 wins unopposed. Does it seem unreasonable to liken myself to LPL's little Faker? The streamer ought to apologize to Orange God. In fact, he should apologize to all LPL viewers. Frog exclaims in disbelief. Torn between laughter and frustration, typing, is that all there is to it? OG God, what else could it be? Frog, utterly perplexed, V50, consider the sincerity. Otherwise, my brother shall not grant you forgiveness. OG God puffed. The words of this young man caused the numerous viewers in the live stream of his 4 teammates to burst into laughter uncontrollably. Truly, you are a genius. Xinghua found himself at a loss for words, only to notice a string of ZFB accounts appearing in the chat. IT would be somewhat remiss not to send a token of appreciation. Seizing the opportunity during the BP phase, he took out his phone and transferred $50. With no cover, all the viewers in the live stream witnessed the transaction. In an instant, Su Cheng's phone began to chime incessantly. Alpay received 1 yuan. Alpay received 0.1 yuan. Alpay received 0.01 yuan. Su Chen was somewhat bewildered. What on earth was happening? Bai Chi, was V brother really slapping his brother in the face with mere sense? You are finished this match. Su Cheng quickly typed a response. Xinghua, it's really not a brother thing. It's from the viewers in the live stream. Oh, then it's no problem. Su Cheng understood. Since the opposing team had T-banned Card Master, he was first pick and casually selected him. He immediately typed, Lion Meow, did you think that by remaining silent, my brothers wouldn't see your little lion head? Step forward. Since encountering Su Cheng, Lion Meow was reminded of the sorrowful memories from the previous night. He had not intended to engage, but upon noticing that the other party actively sought him out, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Mind your attitude when speaking to the #1 lion dog in the national server. Lion Meow typed in dissatisfaction. Oh dear, look at this imposing Lion King. I'm so frightened. Please don't shout at me. With you being so formidable, surely a 7-0 defeat is impossible, right? Woe is me, sob sob sob. OG God. Ha, what a talent. Viewers from all sides erupted into laughter before their screens. Bai Chi. Lion Meow nearly ground his teeth to dust, his mouth flapping incessantly before the camera, almost losing consciousness from rage. The team compositions were soon finalized. Before long, they entered the rift. The 5 opponents, upon seeing Su Cheng, eagerly greeted him. This match featured the green-hatted Little Mage, piloted by Huya Wuhushin. Setting aside Akali, both players seemed to have emerged from the same mold, earning the moniker of 2 balls 1 card. Green-hatted Little Mage. However, during this period, Wuhushin had not yet become overly inept and could at least carry in 2 out of 5 games. In contrast, Chong, over the past 3 months, had cultivated a reputation among all high-ranking kings as ghostly woes due to his peculiar yet effective plays. At the 4-minute 21-second mark, the well-known Ignite and Flash were both used in mid lane against Dan Shaw. I am another you, but you will never be able to execute such a stylish play. Kneel before me. OG God, no way. This is rough. Wuhushin fumed. In the ensuing match, he relentlessly sought to exchange blows with Chong, his mindset becoming increasingly peculiar. As a result, 5 minutes 42 seconds. Another Dan Shaw. Is that all? Spit. OG God, rough. As a major Huya streamer, Wuhushin, upon reading this in the grayish screen, was driven to pound the table in frustration. Afterward, the match became quite entertaining. Meow brother, we can dive mid. You can have the kill. Lion Meow protested verbally, but was quite honest in his actions as he made his way over. The outcome, the card manipulation, was inexplicably entertaining. The yellow card on the defensive tower, the Q thrown into thin air, and a series of maneuvers that culminated in a mere basic attack on the enemy mage. In a daze, I found myself under the tower, meeting my demise, while Chong, relying solely on basic attacks and Ignite, managed to take down the enemy mage. Lion Meow felt an overwhelming surge of exasperation. This round is mine. Brother, I slipped up, he lamented. OG God, faced with such a heartfelt apology, he was left speechless. We, 3 against 1, witnessed the remarkable prowess of the top lane Fiora, executed by our illustrious brother. OG God, upon reading this, Lion Meow nodded in agreement. With a slight advantage in lane, King stood tall and proud, basking in the recognition from the divine. However, a coordinated assault from 3 players led to the enemy Master E and Card Master being caught off guard. The yellow card was evaded by a perfectly timed countered. In a perplexing turn of events, King found himself stunned, as the opposing player SE Flash ensnared all 3 of them, ultimately leading to a double kill for Master E. The Card Master appeared to exert every ounce of effort to barely trade with Master E, only to be subsequently eliminated by the jungle support that rushed in, resulting in a 3-for-1 exchange. What on earth? Is this truly a blunder? Lion Meow's mindset became rather delicate. Subsequently, he encountered the enemy jungler in the jungle. Our mid laner activated their ultimate at the first opportunity and signaled on my way. Instinctively, Lion Meow retaliated. Yet, he was swiftly dispatched without witnessing the mid laner's arrival. A glance at the screen revealed that the Card Master had flown to the bottom lane, claiming a double kill. Brother, I was initially set to assist you, but since there are 2 kills down there, I shall await my brother's reciprocation. OG God, feeling utterly drained, Lion Meow typed a lengthy message, only to delete it in resignation upon reading the response. Pressing TB, he noted that his mid laner stood at 6-1. In this era where statistics reign supreme, he could only swallow his grievances. Yet, matters grew increasingly absurd. F6 was devoured by the Card Master. The 3 wolves were consumed as well. And midway through the blue buff's respawn, the Card Master swooped in to claim it. Even when he aimed to farm a set of stone beetles, that rascal followed him as if fixated, devouring everything in his path. With no camps left to farm, the mid laners signaled their readiness to engage the dragon. Our Card Master possessed his ultimate, making a dragon attempt feasible. However, just as they began, 4 enemies appeared out of nowhere, swiftly eliminating both the dragon and the players in a single stroke. Meanwhile, our Card Master, alongside Fiora, effortlessly dispatched the Rift Herald in the upper lane, subsequently grouping up to push forward. With no involvement from himself, these 2 brothers executed their micro skills impeccably, effortlessly taking down Jax and subsequently demolishing the first tower. Little Meow, you've become useless. Farming jungle creeps serves no purpose anymore. Let me handle it. I will lead you to victory. OG God, upon reading this, Lion Meow's frustration boiled over. He felt he had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Once addressed as brother, he was now reduced to Little Meow. Is this reality? I can hardly believe it. The AD Card Master's damage was undeniable, and his jungle efficiency even surpassed his own as the jungler. Watching his jungle be stripped bare, Lion Meow was incensed. You've consumed everything. What am I supposed to eat? King. Little Meow, be quiet. Frog. Orange God is 9-1. Might I inquire about your statistics? Not a death sentence. Little brat, keep your chatter to a minimum, or I'll come find you. Ah, Lion Meow felt as if he were on the brink of madness. Having dedicated his life to climbing the ranks, he has never felt so humiliated. Little Meow, as you have witnessed, the burden on a brother's shoulders is indeed heavied as for this red buff. Could you remain stationary for a moment while we wait for our companion to claim it? I trust none of you have any objections. Oh gee God, no way. Do you expect me to let you have the red buff? What gives you the right? Lion Meow felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Jade King 111. This ISNTA death sentence. 1. On Doyu, a trio of teammates' feedback appeared in the lower left corner. Recalling the infamous line from the death sentence, Lion Meow instinctively shrank back, resolutely reducing the red buff to 80 health while pressing S to withstand until their mid laner arrived. Being already low on health, every second felt like an eternity. Ultimately, he was unfortunately felled by the red buff, just as Card Master leisurely arrived, snatching the red buff with AQ from across the wall. Lion Meow was incensed to the point of near combustion, furiously typing away. Yet, no words managed to escape. Quadra-kill. Team wipe. Legendary. Unstoppable. Card Master has achieved an unstoppable streak. A cacophony of notifications ensued. Under the guidance of their mid laner, the teammates executed a flawless 4 versus 5 dragon fight, with Su Ching effortlessly securing a quadra kill, witnessing the barrage of 666 flood his live stream chat. Lion Meow silently deleted the lengthy message he had composed. Another 10 minutes passed. The game concluded. Victory points 18. Gazing at the score increment on the screen, Lion Meow inexplicably felt a churn in his stomach. The gameplay had left him feeling nauseous. He had a torrent of words to express, and had initially no intention of continuing to queue, yet he was bewildered to find that the viewership in his stream had surged to 10 times its usual count. And despite his lackluster performance, there was a single derogatory comment to be found. Even the extravagant super rocket gifts, valued at 2,000 yuan, began to flood in. Damn it, Card Master plays exceptionally well. Let us keep going. The rise of the consecutive Victory King, Orange God, sparked a frenzy in the high ranks, prompting various streamers and casual players alike to target him. Even some professional players who had previously fallen to him logged into their national server accounts, intent on ending his streak and seizing a share of the lucrative viewership. Consequently, Su Ching began to queue at an unprecedented pace, perhaps seeking to legitimately interrupt Su Ching's winning streak. His subsequent rank opponents, fully aware that Orange God might be on the opposing team, still let through Akali and Card Master, both of which were signature champions. Without a single ban, the opponents Su Ching faced grew increasingly formidable, including current LPL professionals. Even he could not guarantee a 100 victory, thus playing with utmost concentration. The longest match stretched an entire hour before a victor emerged in the early game. His 4 teammates were caught in numerous unfavorable situations, trailing by at least 10,000 gold by mid-game. However, under Su Ching's mastery of Akali, the gap began to narrow, with every play yielding impactful results, yet the opponents were seasoned professionals, adeptly dismantling their lanes. In a match that was almost suffocatingly adversarial, Su Ching bore the weight alone, while his teammates displayed remarkable resilience, ultimately turning the tide in a stunning victory at the 58-minute mark. He subsequently faced Dopa, encountering him twice as an opponent and once as an ally. Without exception, he triumphed in every match. Victory points surged to 25, 26, 24, 23. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Ching concluded the most critical and arduous of battles, successfully ascending to the pinnacle, claiming the title of the #1 player in the national server. From the afternoon until now, each game had been an exhausting struggle lasting 30 to 40 minutes, during which he scarcely had a moment to rest as the game drew to a close. A fatigued Su Ching nearly collapsed, slumping against the backrest of his esports chair, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Meanwhile, within the game, the live stream, and the barrage of comments, an uproar erupted. Chapter 17, Collective Euphoria, 100 win rate. Has the Orange God truly awakened? 6,666. He has really done it. He has truly done it. #1 in the national server. Surpassed Dopa. My goodness, this kid has truly awakened. 41 consecutive victories. I can't believe it. This is incredible. Who could have imagined that the hero who subdued Dopa and revitalized the honor of Ionia would be the once notorious Canyon Fool? It's too surreal. Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a tale. Big guts. Call him Orange God. 41 consecutive victories. I'm genuinely moved to tears. The last hope of the national server is me. August. The barrage in various live streams had completely exploded. Good heavens, how could he be this formidable? 41 consecutive victories, starting from master rank to the summit, achieving a flawless win streak, as the game concluded. Both players were left in disbelief, staring in shock at the camera as they expressed their astonishment. Did he really just ascend to the top? During the live stream, due to his low rank, the dazzling god Chong was unable to match into the game. And upon hearing the barrage from the viewers, he was left utterly dumbfounded, wondering if he was still asleep or if the world had gone mad. The canyon chef, the ghost who strikes fear into the hearts of others, had come to defend the glory of the national server. Though that boy-esque card had a peculiar flavor, he was undeniably impressive. Lion Meow, upon seeing the barrage, also expressed his astonishment in the livestream. A series of high-ranking national server streamers, including Frog, Woohoo God, Ancient Hand Feather, and Smile, either at the scene or informed through the barrage, collectively dropped their jaws, exclaiming wow 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 in amazement. The online community was ablaze. Meanwhile, in Dopa's live stream, gazing at his position as the second strongest king, Dopa felt 1,000 points of impact within his heart. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Dopa who dominated the national server in seasons S5 and S6 could not accept this harsh reality. It was that he couldn't bear being surpassed, but the one surpassing him was none other than the infamous Canyon Fool, who had now used an AD card to trample upon him. The Card King, to claim the title of the #1 player in the national server, surpassing him with the very hero that had brought him fame. Dopa appeared to be in a state of turmoil. As the gap in scores had yet to widen significantly, he was determined to reclaim the title of first place, fueled by a sense of urgency. However, for the spectators observing from the sidelines, surpassing Dopa had already become a reality. The astonishing record of 41 consecutive victories was enough to inspire numerous esports writers to fervently document the remarkable performances that transpired during this period for days on end. In a matter of moments, the esports community ignited with the fervor of Orange God's extraordinary winning streak, defending the honor of the national server. Chong reclined in his chair, taking a brief respite. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind him, and he heard a fierce roar. "Don't click it. I'm the one carrying. Don't you dare click." The unexpected noise startled Chong, causing him to shudder. Turning around, he saw Zeta sitting up with a bewildered expression, his gaze fixed on Chong in utter confusion. "What the hell? Are you trying to kill yourself?" Zeta exclaimed in alarm. "This is bad. Orange, I had a nightmare that my 33 consecutive victories were stolen by teammates who voted me down in every match. All the progress we made together has vanished." Zeta's face displayed a grave concern as he hastily jumped up to check his computer, anxious to verify if his 33 consecutive victories still stood. The nightmare had been too terrifying. He could only be grateful that it was merely a dream. As he powered on his computer, he cast a glance to the side and was immediately captivated. Victory points, 24, the strongest king, 1023. Holy smokes, the screen revealed the results page. Zeta examined the score, then looked at Chong, his pupils dilating in shock. "Holy cow, you've hit 1,000 points. You've been secretly climbing the ranks. Haven to you? This is bound to make you the #1 on the national server." Zeta was utterly astounded as he snatched up the mouse to exit the results page, then clicked into the leaderboard within the client. His eyes widened at the sight of OG God proudly perched at the top, with the familiar name Dopa beneath, holding a score of 1,001. What the heck? National server #1, 41 consecutive victories. Orange God. I've been watching you since you were a kid, and now you've achieved 41 consecutive victories. 41 consecutive victories. Zeta was overwhelmed with excitement, shaking Chong's shoulders to express his elation. Although it was Chong who had reached the pinnacle, Zeta was even more exhilarated than the achiever himself. He remained in a state of wild jubilation for quite some time before gradually regaining his composure. Repeatedly murmuring, 41 consecutive victories is a miracle. With a spring in his step, he logged into his TGP account and pulled out his phone, promptly creating a group chat. Rookie, Ashue, Ning Wang, Kid God, Bao Lan, Su Xiaoluo, and Chris were all added to the conversation. Zeta then took a screenshot of the leaderboard showcasing their first place position, swiped his finger, and sent it out. National server #1. 41 consecutive victories. Luo Z, have you lost your mind? After sending the message, Zeta turned his attention back to his computer, still sharing in Chong's joy that you've got 41 consecutive victories, and I have 33. The significance of our achievements is so great that even the coaches from the top 3 teams would likely honor us with a seat, right? How go? Have you forgotten what happened this morning? Chong inquired with a peculiar expression. What happened this morning? Zita replied, puzzled. The fleeting sense of defeat enveloped Zita, accompanied by a haze of confusion. Chong cast him a knowing glance. Instinctively, he turned his gaze, only to be met by a striking expanse of crimson on the right side of the TGP interface. What the hell? He could hardly believe his eyes and swiftly flipped to the second page. What the heck? 5 consecutive losses more. In total, it amounted to a staggering 13 consecutive failures. Zita suddenly turned to Chong with a look of disbelief. The nightmare of that coward was indeed true. Earlier, the enforced awakening from the nightmare, combined with the overwhelming excitement of witnessing Chong ascend to the pinnacle of the national server, had left him little mental space to ponder past events. Now, gazing at the familiar interface, sorrowful memories began to resurface. The events of the morning gradually crystallized in his mind. Initially buoyed by an astonishing winning streak, sleep had eluded him, prompting him to play one more game before resting. Yet, after suffering an initial defeat, his pride compelled him to seek a victory. That victory led to a relentless streak of 13 failures. Just a moment ago, Lu Zhihao had been brimming with enthusiasm, only to find himself utterly deflated. Do not despair. What is mine is yours. Did not my brother assist you in claiming the top spot on the national server? Chong chuckled, saying, look at the leaderboard. Those who once bullied you have all been dealt with by your brother. Do not mourn. You only lost 13 out of 33 consecutive victories. Surely, there is still room for improvement, is there not? Although you may not excel in gameplay, at least you comprehend the essence of retreating in the face of adversity. Kudos to you. Having awakened from a slumber, Zita had begun to accept the harsh reality. However, Chong's words of consolation left him feeling as though he had swallowed a bitter pill. The anguish was overwhelming. The two brothers' stomachs growled in unison, especially Zita, who had not eaten for over 30 hours of relentless battles. After sleeping from afternoon until evening, he had even collapsed to the ground while exiting, nearly losing consciousness from sheer exhaustion. Fortunately, a snack shop was located beneath their hotel, but Chong delightfully ordered himself a generous bowl of knife-cut noodles. While waiting, he began to reflect on the gains from his afternoon of combat. An impressive streak of 8 victories had not yielded any unexpected spikes in proficiency. However, his minimum score had steadily increased, and the gap to T0 had diminished to a mere 60 experience points. He estimated that with 6 more ranked matches, he would attain T0 status. At that point, he would possess dual T0 and triple T1 rankings, ensuring his hero pool would suffice for any team. Most gratifyingly, Chong had also experienced a rare increase of 1 point in attributes during the afternoon, not in awareness, macro perspective, or damage calculation, which were of little immediate benefit to his prowess, but rather in reaction. His reaction score had just reached T0, precisely meeting the threshold. It surged to 91, and he could distinctly feel this enhancement in subsequent matches. In the realm of T0, each step forward represented a monumental leap. Soon, the two brothers' bowls of zhajiangmian were set before them. Famished, they wasted no time and began devouring their meal ravenously. Meanwhile, at the IG club. What the hell? Look, Qingzi has reached the top of the national server. Wait, did that kid actually do it? He is not joking with us, is he? As the day drew to a close, the members of IG, in preparation for the impending S7 Spring Championship, gathered for a lavish welcoming banquet hosted by Principal Wang, celebrating the recent acquisition of the illustrious top laner, Duke. After several rounds of wine, upon noticing Principal Wang stepping out, the players unwound and began to indulge in their mobile devices. However, what they discovered left them utterly astounded. A former comrade, who had shared their roof not long ago, had astonishingly transformed within mere days into a remarkable phenomenon. Su Xiaoluo and Chris opened their phones, their eyes widening in disbelief at the screenshots before them. Just a short while ago, he had barely reached the master rank, an achievement secured through sheer luck in a life-or-death match. Now, in the span of 2 or 3 days, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the rankings. Surely, one cannot thrive without sustenance. Ashui opened the game app to scrutinize his brother's records. But as he did, his expression froze, and he began to flip through pages incessantly, his pupils dilating and his demeanor shifting to one of sheer terror. Rookie and the others, curious, turned their gazes towards him. Even Duke, resembling an inquisitive child, the revelation left everyone in utter shock. A staggering 41 consecutive victories. Manager, you're finished. Ashui glanced at the coach, a hint of schadenfreude creeping in. He had long harbored resentment towards Su Xiaoluo for ousting his brother, and with Principal Wang still present, he couldn't help but feel a sense of vindication at the thought of this news potentially reaching him. Su Xiaoluo and Chris, bewildered, could only hear the excited exclamations of Rookie and others, repeatedly shouting no way. Just then, Principal Wong returned, ready to continue his drinking. Principal, what are your thoughts on the significance of achieving 41 consecutive victories and claiming the title of #1 in the national server? Shui approached with his phone in hand. Being the future star of IG and a carefully nurtured secret weapon, he enjoyed Principal Wong's favor. Are you referring to the protagonist of an esports novel? Principal Wong, no novice to the scene, teased, back in the day, Faker S100 when raid upon reaching Master was celebrated globally. Achieving 41 consecutive wins must surely start from Diamond 1, right? Faker chimed in. Clearly impressed that S.U. Shalawa's face hardened, and Chris sensed the gravity of the situation but dared not speak out with Principal Wong present. Indeed, my brother achieved 41 consecutive victories, starting from Master and concluding as the #1 in the national server. Only 2 matches were not MVPs. He secured the MVP in every other game. Ashue boasted, leaning back with pride. Su Shaluo. Chris. Principal Wong. Chapter 18. Su Shaluo. Brother, I was wrong. It was my fault. Initially in disbelief, Principal Wong was left astounded upon viewing Ashue's shared game records, exclaiming in wonder, which team is your brother with? Are there truly such formidable domestic players in the LPL? Did he come from the LCK? Upon hearing this, Su Shaoluo and Chris exchanged glances and quietly stepped back among the crowd. They were deeply shaken, yet their predominant feeling was one of dread. This could spell disaster. An authentic prodigy, previously introduced by Zeta, he was training with IG, poised to substitute for Egene. Observing Principal Wong's evident intrigue, Ashue chose not to disclose the truth immediately, opting instead to build suspense. What the heck? The principal exclaimed in astonishment. You mean he is one of our IG youth training players? Su Shaoluo, entrusted with the club's management, I genuinely feel at ease with you in charge. Concealing such a significant matter from me, were you merely waiting to surprise me? Principal Wong grew increasingly agitated, turning his gaze towards Su Shaoluo. Where is he? Bring him to me at once. Su Shaoluo could only respond with a stammer. Surprise? What surprise? He is already terrified. A chill ran down Luozi's spine, and he inwardly cursed. That scoundrel Wenba, seeking revenge in such a manner. Is it? Just wait and see. Chris silently glanced at Luozi, hurriedly moving aside, fearing the principal's wrath would extend to him once the truth emerged. Boss, this Su Shaoluo stuttered, momentarily at a loss for how to elucidate the situation. Who is the principal, after all, upon witnessing Su Shaoluo's demeanor? He sensed something was amiss. Boss, the person has already left. In the tense silence that followed, the boisterous Ning Wang bellowed. Chengzi has been released from his contract by the manager and sent away. Oh, it happened just the day before yesterday, a unilateral termination, and now he has no ties with IG. As those words fell, the room was engulfed in a profound silence. The principal's emotions mirrored a tumultuous roller coaster ride. His heart racing with apprehension, his expression grew cold, exuding an air of authority that even the language-challenged Duke dared not interrupt, standing obediently before his chair, looking rather meek. Speak. I want to hear the entire account. The young man's countenance turned frighteningly grim. Boss, about this matter, Su Shaoluo felt utterly aggrieved, and with no one to advocate for him, he could only recount the entire sequence of events. Meanwhile, he silently cursed Ashui, wondering why he had to recommend him in front of the boss when he was clearly unfit. Damn it. Achieving 41 consecutive victories to claim the top spot in the national server means something that you understand all too well. We can settle this score later. I expect to see him back at IG tomorrow. If he doesn't return, neither will you. With that, the young boss of IG stormed out. What should have been Duke's welcoming feast instead turned into a moment of palpable awkwardness. After casting a deep glance at Ashui, Su Shaoluo then departed, taking Chris with him. Hey, did you see how pale Luozi turned just now? After the departure of the individual in question, Ning Wang was the first to chuckle and poke fun. That old fellow was like a lapdog in front of the principal. Aha. Why are you all just sitting there? Let us continue drinking. Ashui laughed as he took a seat and beckoned his teammates. Seeing that Duke appeared somewhat intimidated, the child god explained with a smile. Oh, don't take it to heart. He is the son of a wealthy tycoon. That's just how they operate. Welcome to the LPL today. We are brothers from now on. However, on another note, Chengzi is truly remarkable. After being away for just a few days, he transformed his sorrow into strength and stealthily rose to the top of the national server. Now that he has left after the IG training matches fell through, Luozi must find a way to bring him back. How amusing. Listening to the banter among his teammates, Duke appeared somewhat bewildered yet adorably naive. For the genius of the national server, who has achieved an astounding 41 consecutive victories, curiosity swells within him, an eagerness to experience it firsthand. T22:20. After finishing dinner, Chong returned to the hotel. Although fatigued, he resolved to log into his account to uphold his status as the top player in the national server. After all, his previous ascent had merely placed him 20 points above Dopa. And with Dopa's account, a mere 2 victories would allow for a reversal of fortunes. However, upon logging in, Chong was left momentarily stunned, not for any other reason, but because Dopa's originally 1,001 victory points had inexplicably plummeted to 938, while his own score of 1023 had widened the gap to nearly 100 points. Opening Dopa's match history, he was met with the stark image of 3 consecutive defeats. Forget it, there's no need to push for rank today. That kid won't catch up. Chong decisively shut down his computer and climbed into bed. After 3 relentless days and nights of battles, he had scarcely garnered a few hours of sleep. And now he was utterly exhausted. In contrast, Zeta, who had taken a nap from the afternoon until evening, was brimming with energy, persistently urging his good brother to join him for a few matches. Just 3 games. Come on, Chengzi, let us win 3 games. Then we can sleep. Chengzi, Chenggu, Chengshun, Chong, however, disregarded Zeta's pleas, kicked his legs, pulled the blanket over himself, and closed his eyes, ready to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. Wow. Come on, brother. Wake up. Someone's looking for you. Zeta's voice suddenly sharpened, tinged with excitement as he leaned closer, saying, Luozi is looking for you. She probably has a change of heart and wants to reconcile. At the mention of this, Chong, who had been enveloped in drowsiness, opened his eyes. He then realized that Zeta had specifically informed IG about his remarkable 41 consecutive victories on the national server. With a bemused glance at Zeta, he remarked, You really know how to show off. Just at that moment, a voice message notification chimed in. The contact read Luozi. Haha, look who's in trouble now. Zeta's face gleamed with triumph as he planned to answer the call and revel in the moment. Yet, Chong restrained him. Hold on, don't answer just yet. Let us keep her waiting a bit. Does she think we're easy to dismiss? She can't just leave and return as she pleases. Love isn't something you can buy or sell at will. Upon hearing this, Zeta exclaimed, How clever, and here I thought you were just showing off. You've got a knack for it too. Zeta chuckled as he withdrew his hand. Soon, the voice message was replaced by a phone ringing. Chong, lying down, began to scroll through his phone, while Zeta silenced his own device and settled in front of his computer to watch a live stream. Before long, a Shuei's WeChat message arrived, urging him. All right, the time has come. Answer it. Chong informed Zeta, and upon glancing at his phone, he was taken aback. Over 20 missed calls, either ringing or on the verge of ringing. The other party was indeed anxious. Hello, is this Lu Jihao? Have Xiao Chong answer the phone. Once connected, Su Xiao's eager voice came through. Zeta, upon hearing this, immediately expressed his discontent. Luozi, how can you speak to your brother Hao like that? Mind your manners. Oh, come on. What the hell? On the other end, Su Xiaoluo began to vent her frustrations. You're just showing off. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. This left Su Xiaoluo seething with frustration, with nowhere to vent his anger. After several attempts to make a call, he was still met with the same voice on the other end. Zeta. He took a moment to compose himself and uttered words that filled him with such humiliation that he nearly wished to chastise himself. Brother Hao, please let Xiao Chong take the call. What did you say? I didn't catch that, Zeta replied, feigning difficulty in hearing. Anger level 100. Anger level 100. Anger level 100. At that moment, Su Xiaoluo felt as though he had 1,000 wild horses galloping through his mind. However, considering that failing to resolve the matter might lead to unemployment, he could only suppress his unbridled fury and said, Brother Hao, my good brother, please let Xiaoqing take the call. Zeta's lips curled in a smile more difficult to suppress than an AK's recoil. And he finally handed the phone to Su Chong. Hello, this is Su Chong. Who is this? Su Chong answered with a cheerful tone. Xiao Chong, I was wrong earlier. It was my fault. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Su Xiaoluo said, trying to suppress his enthusiasm. The stark contrast in his demeanor brought great delight to the 2 brothers on the other end of the line. Big manager, are you looking down on your brother? Xiao Chong is dead. Call me Chong God, Su Chong replied, feigning arrogance. Chong, you're amazing, Su Xiaoluo thought, feeling a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Chong God, The future world's #1 mid laner. I was blind not to see your worth. I truly believe in you now. Su Xiaoluo forced out a sycophantic smile. The two brothers were nearly beside themselves with Joy in stark contrast to the time when they were left homeless after IG had packed their bags. They now felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Oh, manager, I'm glad you can admit your mistakes. My brother is very happy, Su Chong replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoluo finally revealed a grin. But before he could act further, Su Cheng's voice came through the phone once more. However, as the old adage goes, a horse does not eat the grass it has passed, and a wounded heart cannot love anew. I'm on Mars. Thanks for the invitation. With that, Su Chong abruptly hung up the phone. Listening to the beep, beep, beep on the other end, Su Xiaoluo's smile froze in place, and his rage surged to the heavens. In a fit of anger, he slammed his newly acquired iPhone 8 Plus onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Damn it! A long howl echoed through the IG dormitory. Ha! Wow! Chengzi, you really did it! Zita exclaimed. Unable to contain his laughter, jumping up and down on the soft bed in sheer excitement. The coward had never experienced such exhilaration before. Lozi, are you out of your mind? You think you can sweep us out the door and still hope for reconciliation? I, OG God, would rather starve to death outside than ever eat another morsel from IG. Su Chong retorted with conviction. The two brothers reveled in their jubilant camaraderie. After a moment, once their excitement subsided, their sharp intellect returned. Damn it, Chingzi, are you being a bit too impulsive? If you could rotate with rookie, IG's treatment wouldn't be bad. What does that matter? Gold shines no matter where it is. I only came to IG because of you. If you leave, what is the point of me taking your place to stand in for Ijing? Su Chong replied. In this league, the highest configuration is never merely about which team is the strongest. Su Ching nonchalantly remarked. What is that? Zita inquired. Following suit. I want to tell you. Just go to sleep, Su Chong said, pulling the blanket over himself and promptly shutting his eyes. Thereafter, no matter how Zita pressed for answers, he remained silent, in the desolate solitude of the room. The late hour weighed heavily upon him. After several attempts to restrain himself, Jihao finally relinquished his inhibitions and logged onto his national server account, intent on achieving something significant. Damn it, he muttered. I must reclaim the losses from yesterday, no matter what. Setting a personal goal, he resolved to win 2 rounds to gauge the situation. Outside the window, the stars shimmered brilliantly, and the moonlight flowed like water. Within the confines of the room, the young man transitioned from grandiose declarations to a profound silence, and eventually to lighting incense sticks one after another to soothe his agitation. No one knew the trials he had endured. Beneath the youthful exterior marked by melancholy lay a heart brimming with countless greetings meant for his teammates' parents. Chapter 19. The 3-year deadline has arrived. Welcoming the return of the Orange Deity. Don't let the weaklings drag you down. Don't let them in. The lane can manage without assistance. Don't click. Don't click. The weak can carry. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Chong was roused from slumber by Zita's hesitant murmurs. Opening his eyes, he turned to see Zita on another single bed, eyes closed and mumbling incoherently. The drowsy Su Chong was instantly awakened. What on earth has my poor Hao Gu endured last night? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he rose to investigate. Zita had neglected to turn off his computer, and the screen displayed a staggering drop in rankings. Extraordinary Master, 231. Good heavens, did he lose over 100 points in a single night? Su Chong leapt over to click on the TGP interface, eager to uncover the truth. The sight was shocking. 8 losses and 1 win. The sole victory was a commendable 14-2 performance as captain, leading his teammates to triumph, while the rest were either surrenders or abysmal defeats. Particularly disheartening was the drop from the highest rank to master due to his plummeting score. What torment has my poor Haugus suffered? Even in dreams, his rambling nonsensical Ly.Su Chung couldn't help but chuckle. Shutting down Zita's computer, he invigorated himself with a refreshing shower, then decided to head downstairs to extend their stay and indulge in breakfast. However, upon reaching the front desk, he discovered that Zita had already prepaid for a week's accommodation, leaving Su Chong feeling somewhat embarrassed. 300 yuan a day amounts to over 2,000 in a week. It was nearly equivalent to his monthly salary at IG. He truly owed Hao Gu a great deal. While enjoying breakfast, Su Chong took out his phone to log into the gaming platform and surf the forums. The Canyon Ghost is here. Call him OG God. I'm not a pitiful player. Orange God has attained enlightenment, achieving a furious 41 consecutive victories to claim the top spot on the national server. Dopa is weeping. Card King has been shattered by the most disgraceful player on the national server. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? With 41 consecutive victories, he breaks global records. Why doesn't TOG God pursue a professional career to gain fame and fortune? With a card in his left hand and another in his right, Ionian, the Divine walks unimpeded. Amidst a flurry of various sensational headlines, the remarkable achievement of securing a consecutive 41 victories and ascending to the pinnacle of the national server has become the focal point of today's discourse across major social platforms. Even a casual browse through discussion threads on forums reveals thousands of comments beneath posts dedicated to him. Chong feels a deep sense of pride. He ventured into the anti-bar to take a look, where numerous individuals were urging him to hasten his pursuit of professional acclaim. Rest assured, the Orange God is diligently seeking opportunities. I understand your impatience, but do not fret, though Chang God may arrive later. He shall undoubtedly not be absent. Charging into the LPL, he is ever on his way. Chong fervently typed responses to the enthusiastic netizens in the discussion thread. Subsequently, he opened a short video platform and began scrolling through content. Due to his frequent consumption of gaming-related videos, the platform's algorithm was well acquainted with his preferences, showcasing 90 of the content related to League of Legends. However, unlike previous days, today he encountered several videos featuring his own highlights and witty remarks. Habitually, he clicked into the comments section. The creativity of netizens on this platform is unparalleled. The false card king. Dopa, the true card king. OG God, you have your yellow card into queue. I have my 3 pair. While you falter in team fights, I unleash a torrent of damage. When your card play falters, mine executes flawlessly. As the game concludes, you deal 8,000 damage, while I achieve 16,000. Opposing me reveals your lack of prowess. Yo, check it out. The last card of the national server. He is exceptionally skilled at playing cards. I would dare to call him the esports version of Chen Xiaodao. While I can discern the pivotal moments in others' highlight reels merely by observing the gameplay, the Orange God's highlights are utterly unpredictable. Just when you expect a secure kill, he surprises you with a blunder. When you think victory is assured, he cleverly evades, leaving teammates in dismay. Just when you anticipate defeat, he rises to the occasion at the most improbable juncture, consistently defying expectations. Ha ha ha. If this lad were to join EDG, the entertainment value would surely soar. I must say, tread carefully, my friend. Reading these brilliant comments, even Chong found himself amused. Truly, such talent abounds. But joining EDG, reflecting on EDG's notorious reputation for never failing to disappoint, even Chong couldn't help but shiver slightly. After having breakfast and bringing a portion for Lu Jihao, along with 2 packs of Yida chewing gum and a watermelon-flavored e-cigarette pod, he finally ascended the stairs. Jihao lay in slumber, akin to a lifeless swine. Chong refrained from waking him and logged into his national server account. He still held the top spot, leading with a score of 1023, while Dopa, unrelenting, had climbed to 1020, trailing him by a mere 3 points. The third-place contender, Xiaoma, had also begun to gain momentum, reaching a score of 970, evidently having secured a winning streak. Observing the imminent threat of being surpassed, Chong wasted no time in queuing up at this moment. His influence was limited, and maintaining the title of National Server #1 was imperative. During the queuing period, he also noted the influx of 99 friend requests. He perused the platform briefly, encountering several high-ranking streamers he had frequently encountered in recent days, as well as a handful of professional players. However, amidst the application list, Chong noticed accounts adorned with prefixes from live-streaming platforms such as Panda, Huya, and Iu, all seeking streamers. The notion of live streaming piqued Chong's interest. In 2017, the commercialization of professional leagues surged with an influx of capital, particularly due to the global finals being hosted on national soil. Consequently, various clubs began to scramble for top-tier players, leading to instances of exorbitant price hikes. This year marked the pinnacle of the streaming industry's lucrative boom, with the value of game streamers reaching astonishing heights. Currently, he had achieved consecutive victories, claiming the top spot in the national server, thus attracting significant attention. Naturally, Chong would not let this golden opportunity to earn a substantial income slip away. Upon his acceptance, platform representatives swiftly reached out to discuss the details with him. Chong sent over his V number and then entered the match. Huya, 14 Fiora. OG God has joined the team. OG God has joined the team. OG God has joined the team. The 3-year period has come to an end. We warmly welcome the Orange God back to his rightful place. Douyu, poison record. Oh my. Behold the overwhelming aura of dominance. This is the true value of a 41-game winning streak. The player is comfortably positioned, awaiting the orange god to wreak havoc. Huya, Lee Sin Strong. Panda, smile. I can't believe I'm only at 300 points and have been matched with you. Orange, I'm thrilled, waiting for you to carry me. Seeing his 4 teammates elevated by his presence, Chong felt a surge of elation. What does it mean to be incomparable to the past? How gratifying. Brother Smile, are we still going for the rapid defeat this match? Chong certainly recalled the incident when Brother Smile had requested Frog to assist in a rapid defeat at V50. Observing this, Brother Smile chuckled helplessly and quickly typed a response, clarifying that previously his brother had failed to recognize the true potential of the hero. This round is mine. Oh, quite perceptive. Noticing this, Chong hastily typed, you know, although my brother previously lacked skill, he has always harbored the great ambition of revitalizing our nation and diligently working towards the illustrious goal of building the LPL. He has persevered tirelessly. However, one day, a prominent streamer came along and demanded V50 to take him down. Can you fathom the emotional toll such a statement has on the tender heart of a youth? Subsequently, my brother contemplated giving up on his dreams, often finding himself alone in a corner at midnight, silently smoking in despair, and even grappling with depression. I once stood at the edge of a rooftop at midnight, bought pesticide at dusk, and even wielded a knife at dawn. The subsequent content requires payment. Here is my Alipay account V50, and listen to the details of how the champion of 41 consecutive wins ascended to the pinnacle of the national server, overcoming life's adversities and rising against the odds. Originally, upon seeing the continuous stream of subtitles, Brother Smile felt a twinge of guilt, while the other 3 teammates were thoroughly entertained, laughing heartily. Just as they were reveling in the amusement, a ZFB account unexpectedly appeared in the chat box. Everyone's expression froze. The smiles did not vanish. They merely shifted to the faces of others. Ha! This is hilarious. How does one manage to speak so earnestly while spouting nonsense? Alas, this fellow is simply too entertaining. You dare tell me that this individual is currently the most formidable champion? Who would believe such a thing? This is nothing but pure amusement. He could easily seize the opportunity directly, yet he insists on weaving a tale of despair. Leaving me in tears. Transfer the funds. I'll cover the expenses for the popular streamer. Just send it over. You truly are a genius, with a smile that conveys both amusement and bewilderment. He quietly pulls out his phone. The other 3 teammates, witnessing an abundance of gifts flooding their live stream, are equally taken aback with JOY.is. This not the essence of a successful broadcast? Ding, Alipay received, 50 yuan. 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 Observing the 4 teammates bursting with coins, Chang's smile reached new heights as he savored a delightful sip of yuk. Releasing a thick cloud of vapor in contentment, he then locked onto the card master, readying the orange roller coaster. They gripped the safety bars, prepared to board, while the others were tasked with mayhem. Witnessing his confidence, the 4 teammates felt an inexplicable sense of security. Perhaps it was the coins they acquired, as Chong hardly needed to exert himself this match, after Li Qing's exceptional early game assistance as the blind monk. The entire match shifted into a rhythm where he alone dominated. At the 15-minute mark, the card master stood at an impressive 8-0-3, purely a performance. The red team, disheartened, voted to surrender, concluding the match punctually. Wow, brothers, we've got a real champion here. Smiling, this lad is undeniably formidable. 14 Jinj, I.S.O. unfamiliar. Duji. After achieving V50, the gaming experience reached its zenith, with the livestream amassing no less than 1,000 yuan in gifts within the span of a single match. All while they barely exerted effort and still gained points, prompting the 4 teammates to exclaim about the exhilarating experience. They had no time to rest and hurriedly queued for another match. In the subsequent game, Fortune smiled upon smiling, as he surprisingly encountered Chong once more. This time, Chong remained silent and did not purchase a ticket. As the match progressed, the card master frequently descended to the bottom lane, either securing kills or absconding with his own cannon minion as he departed. Later, due to being pressured in the lane, Smiling found himself overwhelmed, while Chong effortlessly farmed both the mid and bottom lanes, devouring minions before flying back to the mid lane, also claiming F6 in the 3 wolves. Smiling, feeling increasingly agitated, found himself in a dire situation. Yet their mid laner played like a warrior. In a dramatic team fight around Baron. They executed an astounding 4 kills. Eventually, the game concluded. Gazing at the screen displaying 20 in stats, for some unknown reason, smiling felt a tightening in his chest. In the hours that followed, Chong continued to solo queue, racking up consecutive victories. Victory points 24, victory points 23, victory points 22. Until half past noon, he achieved a remarkable 4-game win streak, elevating his score to 11-21. More than 100 points ahead of the second-place Dopa. Only then did Chong decide to take a break. Turning around, he beheld Zeta, bare-chested and crouched in the corner of the bed, fixated on the computer screen. Goodness, you awake and silent. You nearly scared me to death. Chong was startled, shivering. Chapter 20. Chong. My brother has always been cheerful, merely reminiscing about joyous moments. No, Chingzi, your demeanor that it's so unfamiliar that it frightens me. Zeta, with a look of astonishment, gazed at Chong and remarked, have you been reading novels? My brother is seriously suspicious that you have some hidden talent. Pray tell, what is it? Upon hearing this, Chong suddenly stiffened. You noticed that too? He forced a surprised laugh. Initially, it was just a casual metaphor, but seeing Chong's utterly unrefined reaction, Zeta's expression turned disdainful as he retorted, if I say you're overweight, you start to wheeze, right? However, to be fair, Baba C, with those skills, you should be competing in the LPL. Under the top 3 teams, you'd be treated like a prized pig. Regarding this matter, Chong returned to a serious tone, stating, the transfer period is about to close. We cannot afford to delay any longer. We really must venture out today to seek employment. Hurry up and get ready. I have a club inquiring as well that we shall visit them one by one. Surely one will recognize our worth. Encouraged by Chong's words, Zeta immediately pledged, rest assured, VG lacks vision. Not signing us would be their loss. My brother, you may not have much, but you have plenty of friends. In this vast esports realm, which club wouldn't show my brother some respect? Just watch me perform, and that will suffice. Seeing his confidence, Chong might have believed him before, but after the experience with VG, he found it rather amusing. Brother, you're connected at heart, yet you boast to your brother, right? Are you saying I'm bragging? Zeta retorted, visibly agitated. Go ask around. In the LPL, who doesn't offer a cigarette to my brother? As Zeta eagerly attempted to assert his status in the professional circle, Chong could hardly stand it and urged, all right, I get it. Brother trusts you. Please stop rambling. Wash up quickly, or we'll be late and the clubs will be closing. Seeing Chong's dismissive attitude, Zeta was beside himself with frustration. Yet under Chong's insistence, he hurried to the restroom to freshen up. Shortly thereafter, the two descended to partake in lunch, after which Zeta rolled up his sleeves to flaunt his brotherly position in the industry. Hey, Xiaozhong, it's Lu Jihao. Hey, Lao Wang, it's Zeta. We had drinks together not long ago. Brother Tong, it's your little Hao. Are you busy today? I brought my brother to visit your place. And who is my brother? He is the one who defeated Dopa and kicked Xiaoma, currently on a 41-win streak, the #1 in the national server. My brother, the Orange God, as Zeta made call after call, referring to himself as Little Hao. Chong was truly astonished by this brotherly connection that seemed to demand a cigarette from everyone in the industry. Correction, it's now a 45-win streak. Chong made sure to remind Hao. Did you hear that, Brother Tong? 45 wins. What a remarkable achievement. Even Faker would kneel and sing Conqueror. What does the LPL lack in 2017? Talent. The worth of talents like Wulong and Fengshu need not be elaborated upon. Right? If you were to buy 2, wouldn't you single-handedly claim the championship title? With great enthusiasm, Zeta enthusiastically launched into his sales pitch. I know about Orange God. I've sent a car to pick you up. By the way, I've heard about the 17 consecutive losses. While the talent of the Crouching Dragon is undeniable, the Phoenix chick is somewhat lacking. Xiaohua, you really need to step up your game. Laughter echoed from the other end of the phone. Zeta's smile instantly froze on his face. Hey, that's a bit much, old Tong. Ha ha ha. We'll discuss it later when we meet. As the call ended, Chong's expression tightened, his lips pursed. When he glanced at Zeta, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Quickly waving his hands in protest. No, Brother Hao, don't misunderstand. You know how much our brother loves to laugh. I merely recalled something amusing. No, Paha. Chong finally lost his composure, laughing heartily, while also playfully pointing at Zeta. Grinning widely, Lu Jihao remarked, you're really hurting my feelings, brother. Zeta suddenly spoke with a sense of melancholy as Chong quickly quieted down. then changed his tone to one of understanding. Brother Hao, don't be like that. This time it's our brother's fault. Don't cry, darling. You're such a good boy. You're the plumpest, and even though you may not be the best, you certainly eat well. Wouldn't you agree? Get lost. You're making me sick. Zita retaliated with a punch that left Su Cheng's chest aching. Before long, a business vehicle appeared before them, emblazoned with the logo of the NBE Sports Club. Su Chen was taken aback. Is your brother Tong really that impressive? Otherwise, why do you think our brother is so humble? This team has undergone a significant overhaul this year, willing to invest, aiming for greatness. Currently, the contract with Wu Zhuang is nearing its end. If they find a suitable candidate, they might even part ways with him. Be sharp during the meeting. Su Chen quickly agreed, saying, Brother Hao, you truly have remarkable connections. You've done so much for our brother. I love to hear that. Say more of it. Zita replied, feeling quite pleased, as though the earlier bowing and scraping on the phone had been worth it. Before long, the two brothers got into the car. Brother Tong, the current general manager of NB, was bald and had initially worn a hat to appear sophisticated. Su Cheng hadn't realized this at first, but his rough manner of speaking made communication quite relaxed. How old is the young lad this year? Brother Tong inquired with a beaming smile. Oh, my birthday is next month. I'll be turning 17 then, Su Cheng replied truthfully. Zita chimed in, gesturing animatedly. Did you hear that? This is what they call the golden age for professional players. My brother, at 17, is the #1 in the national server, boasting a remarkable 45 consecutive victories. Can you find anyone in the current LPL with a similar resume? He reached his peak upon debut. Do you understand? Just the other day, VG was all over my brother, even pestering me on WeChat. With our brother's talent, we're definitely looking to be selective with teams. We wouldn't consider teams that can't win championships. Zita's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, and while Su Cheng was genuinely confident in his abilities, he still felt a bit shy listening to such self-aggrandizing remarks. Perhaps it is the alignment of one's age with current achievements that truly holds substantial value. As Manager Tong gazed upon himself, his initial astonishment gradually transformed into a glimmering admiration, his lips uttering a contented good. Throughout the journey, the conversation between the two revolved around Su Cheng, with Manager Tong increasingly captivated by the grace of the player's CPU. Before long, they arrived at the office building housing the NB Club. It must be said that this venerable domestic esports club boasts considerable financial strength. The building is situated in a bustling area, and the club occupies a generous 3 floors of the entire edifice. Following their foray into the League of Legends scene during S6, NB has since focused its primary efforts on this game, even allowing its illustrious Dota section to take a back seat. As they entered the practice arena, a host of League of Legends players approached eagerly to greet them. Orange God, Lin Weixiang exclaimed. Welcome, Orange God, Lu Qingsong added. Your Akali is formidable, Swift chimed in. Welcome, V greeted. Su Cheng reciprocated each greeting with warmth. Shortly thereafter, Wu Zhuang, having just finished lunch, entered the room. After introductions from his teammates, he cast a look of astonishment towards Su Cheng. His gaze meeting that of General Manager Tong, and a silent understanding passed between them. It was evident that he was preparing to seek new opportunities as his contract neared its expiration. Applying pressure upon himself. I am Wu Zhuang. Greetings, Orange God. You have certainly become quite a figure lately, he said with a smile as he stepped forward to greet Su Cheng. Su Cheng, unfazed by the grandeur, responded with a light-hearted smile. Just a small figure. After exchanging pleasantries, the NB players, each with their own thoughts, observed him closely. Su Cheng and Zita settled onto a sofa, sipping tea while he contemplated the current season's NB lineup. They were indeed formidable. In the bot lane, Lin Weixiang and Lu Qingsong, having cultivated a brotherly synergy over the years, demonstrated a landing strength that positioned them uniquely among the elite in the LPL. The top laner, Devi, was both stable and capable of carrying, showcasing versatility. The jungler, Swift, was a former teammate of Doim during their QG days, one of the few in the LCK who could stand toe-to-toe with the likes of Clearlove and Koma. Although Wu Shuang's form had slightly declined, he remained a formidable presence, for even the emaciated camel is larger than a horse. The skills were still there, albeit not as abundant as in his prime. Should the top lane be filled by Zita, and with Wu Shuang in the mid lane, alongside the dynamic duo of Lin Weixiang and Lu Qingsong in the bot lane, the team indeed bore the potential of champions. It was clear that everyone at NB understood the purpose of Su Cheng and Zita's visit. and it wasn't long before manager Chong arranged for the trial. Due to a shortage of personnel, they called upon a few temporary players from the Dota section below, even separating Xiang and Song to ensure a balanced trial. The focal point would be the mid lane, where naturally, Su Chong would face off against Wu Shuang. Everyone relax, especially you all. Just show your respect, but don't go overboard. The coach, by Sei Yuya, advised the trio led by Lin Weixiong, Wu Shuang, and Swift as they prepared for practice. At the same time, glancing at Su Qing, he reassured, do not be overly anxious. The trial is an assessment of your overall performance, your landing, gank defense, roaming, as well as your timing and strategic awareness in mid to late game team fights. We will provide a comprehensive evaluation based on various aspects of your data. Moreover, the trial will not consist of just a single match, so do not place excessive pressure upon yourself. Upon hearing this, Su Qing nodded earnestly. Behind him, Zitai could not suppress a chuckle, letting out a soft laugh, and when everyone turned to look at him, he waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It's nothing. Nothing at all. I merely recalled something amusing. Let Tima not go too overboard. NB has indeed invested a considerable amount this year. However, the neighboring VG secured their double championship because they were caught off guard initially, resulting in their own good brother leading a fully equipped VG to an embarrassing defeat, ultimately achieving an astounding 19-0 record, leaving VG in utter disgrace." Observing the relaxed expressions of Team A members, except for Wu Zhuangtai, Zitai felt a surge of exhilaration within. No matter how formidable Wu Zhuangtai was, could he surpass the likes of Ho Yi? Chapter 21. Wu Zhuangtai. Youngsters lack martial ethics and do not shake the green lotus. Su Cheng's teammates in Team B were Lu Qingsong and Devi, while the remaining jungler and ADC were utility players from the Dota division. Although their League of Legends skills were commendable, they undoubtedly faced a significant gap compared to their opponents in terms of mid-lane hero selection. Tong Gu and Bai Seiyuya unanimously decided to first observe his signature champion, Cardmaster. On the other side, to apply pressure, Wu Zhuangtai swiftly unveiled the lane-dominating champion, Syndra. In any given patch, Syndra rightfully reigns as the mid-lane empress. With low mana costs and high cooldowns early on, she can frequently utilize Q and W to exert pressure. After reaching level 6, accumulating orbs in advance allows her to execute a devastating combo, achieving an astonishing 70 kill potential even with a teleport in play. Unlike traditional mid laners, Syndra's strength throughout the early, mid, and late game is unparalleled among mages. Although she may not surpass the likes of Orianna, Azir, or Victor in the late game, she compensates with her lack of a weak phase, maintaining control throughout the match. Jun Ge, the kid's AD card master, has quite the reputation. He enjoys bringing Ignite, so be cautious, Lin Weixiong warned, not underestimating the situation, but rather advising his elder brother to remain vigilant. Wu Zhuangtai understood this well. I know, he replied, equipping himself with Ignite and Flash as his summoner spells. You think you're tough? Jun Ge is even tougher. Swift did not take it too seriously, as it was merely a trial. For someone of his caliber, a top-tier professional jungler, if he truly intended to target a position, he could easily catch his opponent off guard. However, intentionally targeting would defeat the purpose of the trial. At that moment, he casually sat at his computer, chewing gum, something Su Cheng had distributed to everyone during their initial acquaintance. As for their starting items, Wu Zhuangtai opted for a Doran S-ring and a health potion, while Su Cheng remained consistent with his choice of a longsword and 3 health potions. Knowing that this kid had a peculiar flair for mid-lane card master, neither Bai Seiyuya nor the analyst found it surprising. Rather, they held high expectations for this prodigious youth, who had achieved an impressive 41 consecutive victories to ascend to the pinnacle of the national server, on the verge of turning 17, the golden age for a professional career. If there exists vast potential to be harnessed in the professional realm, it is inevitable that they will soar to greater heights in the future, although they are currently facing the aged and unremarkable player, who is already 23 years old. Su Qing remains vigilant and cautiously summons the data panel to probe for insights. It must be said that the 23-year-old's performance is indeed lackluster. Among the top 10 attributes, only 2 have reached T1, namely awareness and operation, while the rest linger around 80 to 83, with not a single score reaching 84. Remarkably, reaction speed has plummeted below 80, standing at a mere 79, with dual T0 and 4 T1 attributes in hand. Defeating this elder should be a walk in the park, right? Nonetheless, Su Qing chooses to remain prudent. After all, as the adage goes, the older generation possesses a wisdom all their own. The fact that this old fellow maintains an awareness score of 89 speaks volumes. as his extensive battlefield experience is something Chong cannot hope to match. Thus, he resolves to keep a low profile. Old man, let's keep it low-key during the lane phase, or else you'll be seeing the consequences in 5 minutes. He remarks, removing his headphones and addressing the stern-faced opponent. Good lad, quite the bravado. 5 minutes and 3 defeats. Is that so? Everyone is taken aback. Lin Weixiang glances over, teasingly saying, Junge, did you hear that? My orange god looks down upon your Syndra. If you don't teach him a lesson, it might just invite further bullying. You little rascal, I've consumed more salt than you've eaten rice. No one dares to show off in front of Junge. The seasoned player retorts with a flair for banter. Is that's so impressive, but Junge, with all that salt you've consumed, aren't you worried about your throat? Sucheng inquires with a hint of peculiarity. Ha 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 ha. 6. This lad's unconventional thinking immediately elicits laughter from everyone. Good lad, just wait. Step up for a duel. Come on then, Junge, your cue is a bit off, proving that age is indeed catching up. I don't even need to reposition while you're there mispredicting. Don't run off. Is it that my brother's imposing aura has intimidated you? Or is it that you want me to stand still while your card and I trade blows? Can't the youth demonstrate a modicum of martial virtue? Don't say that my brother lacks respect for elders. I'll wait for you to emerge from your base to take away half your health. You dare. Fine. I'm not going back either. Is that acceptable? The room reverberates with the sounds of their friendly banter. As the minions converge, the two mages, who had already lost half their health before the minion wave arrived, begin to exchange blows with fervor. The enticing health bar catches the attention of both junglers, who furrow their brows. Not even healing at half health. Are we looking down on them? Old man, do you dare? Chong calls out, fully aware of the various angles a jungler might employ to ambush the mid lane. What do I have to fear? Whoever comes is a grandchild. Swift, go and gank the top and bottom lanes. Leave me be. This young one needs to learn what it means to respect his elders. The seasoned player's temper flares, and he promptly calls out to Swift, initially intending to find an opportunity in the mid lane. Swift has no choice but to relent. Before long, the scene unfolds on either side. They commenced consuming the first vial of potion. However, the maneuvering of the card player in the center was indeed quite remarkable. The unperturbed ball lady managed to unleash her Q ability 5 or 6 times, yet only succeeded in landing a single hit. This fellow's positioning was rather audacious. The analyst, taking note on the data board, pondered momentarily before adding. He seems to enjoy interaction. His mentality appears to be quite sound, though he is somewhat impulsive. With the card player's yellow card in conjunction with the jungler's efforts against the ball lady, there were countless angles to exploit, yet he opted for some Royal City duel. Such a serious young man. Just as the words left his lips, the analyst's expression turned peculiar. The mid lane card player was furiously pinging for signals, simultaneously fearing that his jungler would not comprehend. Thus Chong swiftly typed, "Come mid. We can secure a kill? Hurry, the jungler of Team B. No, this isn't a Royal City duel in mid. Brother, can you not be so ridiculous?" Although internally grumbling, the jungler still made his way over. The card player advanced, unleashing a yellow card with a ding, stunning Syndra, and forthwith from the brush leapt a prince, executing a swift EQ combo that sent the ball lady soaring. Chong promptly ignited and employed his Q ability. Despite Syndra's immediate reaction, after using her flash, her health was perilously low, ultimately leading to her demise. First blood. For 100 gold. Wait, what are you doing? Isn't the jungler supposed to avoid mid? The unperturbed player, now flustered, exclaimed, "Are you trying to play tricks with me?" Brother, hey, prince, what are you doing? Did we not agree that whoever comes to mid is a fool? This seems rather unethical. You know. Chong glanced reproachfully at the tool jungler, expressing his grievances, remarking that if it were Junge, he would have already been cursing by now. The prince retorted, "No. You. What do you mean by you? Next time, just don't come." However, to be fair, what is Junge's worth? Does the Elder of the Dark Forces not understand? That year, he maintained a 100 win rate in the regular season, dominating from the spring to the summer without a rival in mid lane. Now he is playing his signature Syndra, and for Junge, that mere 400 gold is akin to nothing. If you hadn't shown up, perhaps Junge would have solo killed me. Junge, let's continue. Brother, I won't take advantage of you. This time, I'm going straight back. Chong stated with conviction. His serious demeanor suggested he genuinely believed No worries. The 400 gold is inconsequential. Just be mindful next time. The unperturbed player, devoid of any frustration, promptly advised the opposing tool jungler. The youth wished to say more, but noticed Su Chong discreetly kick him under the table. Oh, Jun-gu, my apologies. It was just that my brother couldn't contain himself. The youth glanced at Su Chong with exasperation before speaking. Upon returning home, clutching the 400 gold advantage, Su Ching astonishingly procured the bilgewater cutlass. The unperturbed player had been deceived. Yet, the four teammates were fully aware of the situation. Lu Qingsong, Devi, and another tool player were all stifling laughter as they gazed at Su Chong. This fellow's shamelessness was truly astounding. Behind them, Bai Sei Yuya and the analyst exchanged glances, both quietly remarking, "This lad has an audaciously thick skin." Before long, both sides returned to mid lane to continue their confrontation. And after a few exchanges, the unperturbed players sensed that something was amiss. The card's relentless onslaught is truly excruciating. With just a couple of basic attacks, it nearly rivals the damage of his Q ability. Activating the effect of the bilgewater cutlass inflicts 100 points of magic damage, while simultaneously applying a slowed AS. The card's yellow card is flung towards him. He relentlessly pursues with a barrage of attacks. And within just 2 exchanges, the opponent is left utterly defenseless, forced to retreat beneath the turret, contemplating a hasty return to base. Yet, gazing at the wave of minions amassed before the turret, he finds himself reluctant to abandon the opportunity. A torrent of expletives fills his mind, but pride prevents him from voicing them. He can only swallow his frustration in silence. Ding ding ding. A signal appears on the map. Jungler, there is no time to explain. Hurry, you can take the kill. Su Ching quickly types, frantically pinging the middle lane. Seizing an advantageous angle, Jarvan 4 approaches. Timing his attack perfectly as the card's yellow card is thrown. He executes a swift EQ combo to initiate a knockup. To his surprise, the card steps out of the turret's range and retaliates with a well-timed Q, claiming the kill point. 300 gold. 2-0. Wait, a kill? Jarvan is momentarily taken aback. Hey. Are you seriously playing tricks on me? Jungler, I thought we agreed on a fair duel. How did you manage to summon reinforcements from behind the turret? Caught off guard, he prepares to confess his frustrations. No, brother, your itch to engage is excessive. Unfazed and composed, Su Chong steps forward to admonish him, stating, "In the mid-lane duel, whoever arrives is a fool. Surely you must know that. Let us keep it civil. We're brothers after all, no need to make it awkward. I want to take this wave of minions, and you're not a fool either. Let us pretend this encounter never happened. All right? Next time, you better not show up." With that, Su Chong sternly warns the bewildered jungler, "If you dare come again, even if Jun-gu doesn't scold you, I will, and then we'll have no camaraderie left." Jarvan. Internally, he grapples with 1,000 expletives, unsure whether to voice them. Behind him, the analyst stifles a laugh, unable to contain himself. Noticing the bewildered expression of the defenseless player, both share a moment of dark amusement, concealing their mirth. It's nothing. Continue. Team A's bottom lane scored a double kill. Don't be disheartened, you're performing admirably. After saying this, the analyst discreetly jots down notes, no shaking the bilgewater cutlass. How utterly shameless. Devi, I'm dying of laughter. Lu Qingsong, ha ha ha. The remaining 3 teammates have nearly lost their minds from laughter. Chapter 22. If you're not exuberant, can you truly call yourself young? Everyone, just lie down and let me handle it. The bottom lane's double kill was largely due to the mid lane's distraction, as they were drawn into the chaotic antics of Su Chong's antics, allowing Lin Weixiong to seize the opportunity. The defenseless player can only silently swallow his frustration, returning to the mid lane. He gazes at the items in the card's inventory, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Come out and face me, Jun-gu. Why hide beneath the turret? Wasn't it said that you'd show your brothers a bit of color? Are they not able to see it? Seeing that Syndra refuses to emerge, he taunts from a distance. Come on, brother, can you show a bit of restraint? You're just about to get your blade of the Ruined King. Let me out to face you. In a state of agitation, he retorted hastily. Oh, I see. Jun-gu, you're afraid. As Su Chong uttered these words, her face was marred by disappointment, shaking her head, and her lamenting demeanor ignited a surge of anger within Wu Zhuang. After clearing the minions at the tower, he promptly commanded Syndra to engage in a trade of blows. However, this exchange proved fatal. The card master is on a rampage. 3-0. Jun-gu, you are truly remarkable. Sacrificing for your brothers while reserving the shadows for yourself. Are you wishing for your brothers' futures to be as vibrant as the color red in China, flourishing and smooth sailing? I adore you, Jun-gu. Su Ching exclaimed with faux gratitude, her CPU outputting an exaggerated response. Wu Zhuang. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming anger, a tightness in his chest. Ha ha ha. How audacious. This lad is indeed a talent. So cheeky. The four teammates were utterly amused, with Bai Sei Ye and the analyst laughing uncontrollably, sharing their elation. The card master at 3-0 could firmly grasp the initiative if managed well, allowing the snowball effect to escalate and potentially seal the match. Yet, Team A was not without opportunities. Lin Weixiang's misfortune claimed a double kill in the bottom lane, establishing a 2-0 lead, which would undoubtedly enhance their influence in the lower half of the map. Coupled with Swift's jungle core barrel, forged through recent scrimmages, they only needed to eliminate the card master once to disrupt the rhythm. Swift, now serious, declared, "Leave it to me," upon witnessing the mid lane being breached. Adhering to the jungle creed of aiding the advantaged, Swift swiftly made his move in the top lane to his astonishment. Devi, under the coordination of Swift and the wild top laner, surrendered a crucial kill. The pure AP barrel's momentum had begun to soar. In the bottom lane, Lin Weixiang lacked flash and, mindful of the card master's ultimate, hesitated to engage. Against the odds, Team A managed to stabilize the situation, aiming to gradually operate and secure objectives. Initially, it seemed the game would remain in a stalemate. However, after some time to develop, Chong, seeing no opportunities for significant plays in the top and bottom lanes, dashed into the jungle to ambush Swift. Remarkably, she succeeded. At this moment, with the match time at 8 minutes and the card master wielding the blade of the Ruined King, his sustained output and crowd control were formidable. A yellow card stunned the enemy, followed by a combo. The barrel attempted to disengage with his E, but with the Ruined King's life steal, Chong, hastening with her speed while the enemy slowed, forcefully pursued, and eliminated the pure AP barrel, simultaneously proclaiming, "Kneel before me, Swift." "So, you're trying to show off against your Sun Go, huh? You've gotten yourself into trouble, lad." Swift's Mandarin was quite commendable as he promptly discarded his chewing gum and straightened up to play. Youngsters should not be too brash. Wu Zhuang, having farmed for a while, also began to feel his own prowess. Su Cheng chuckled. Spotting an opportunity in the top lane, she positioned herself to unleash her ultimate and soared into action. Devi was adept in his maneuvers, and together, they easily dispatched the wild top laner from Dota. The kill was claimed by Su Cheng, and her record soared to an astounding 5-0, unstoppable, after a triumphant return home. Su Cheng observed the fervent skirmishes in the bot lane. Having previously glimpsed the state of the game, he discerned that Wu Zhuang was establishing vision in the river. Thus, he deftly maneuvered his card from the ward's position, feigning a supportive presence in the bot lane, while stealthily taking refuge in the bushes to lay in wait. Witnessing this maneuver, both Bai Sei Yuya and the analyst were momentarily taken aback. Was there more to this than met the eye? The jungler duo from Team A hastily signaled for Lin Weixiang to retreat, promptly joining forces to roam. However, just as they arrived at the river, a card suddenly emerged from the brush, casting a yellow card that first stunned Wu Zhuang's ball girl, followed by a swift attack. Swift was astounded. Had this fellow never faced death? He unleashed his E-ability. Meatball Charge, directly aimed at the card. The card, having already procured Berserker's Greaves, boasted remarkable base movement speed, effortlessly dodging the attack. It continued to unleash a flurry of basic attacks. Swift, in a rush, activated his ultimate Explosive Barrel, following it up with a Q to augment control and damaged AT. This juncture, the card's damage output was exceedingly high, rendering the ball girl incapable of withstanding it. Upon regaining her senses, Wu Zhuang hastily attempted a QE combo to scatter the weaklings, but the moment the ability was released, bang, a flash of golden light, the card deftly evaded all harm, leaving the barrel's attempts futile. While Syndra's QE also missed its mark, that he swiftly flashed to the side, and with just a couple of basic attacks, augmented by his E-ability's passive damage, he dispatched the ball girl, subsequently unleashing a relentless assault on the barrel. With neither E nor flash available, the barrel was, of course, unable to escape his clutches. Double kill. The card master is nearing divine status. A spectacular double kill ensued. As the notification sounded, both teams were left in a state of shock. Is that all? I scoff. Can one truly be called young, if not brimming with arrogance? Everyone should just lie down for me. Following this remarkable 1 versus 2 play, Su Cheng's triumphant voice resonated through the air. Swift, Wu Zhuang, this kid, how incredibly boastful. Oh no, I've fallen for his bravado. Lin Weixiang, seeing the card approaching after securing the kills, hurriedly commanded his misfortune to retreat. Yet, it was too late. The prince's timely support failed to assist Su Chong, who witnessed his mid-lane powerhouse execute a flawless maneuver. While the bot lane minion wave was fortuitously advancing towards the tower, he promptly signaled for a regroup. The jungler duo converged, the secret technique. 4 against 2. No matter how affluent the ADC may be in terms of resources, facing a 4-2 scenario in the early game, when hero capabilities are comparatively weak, leaves one utterly helpless. The prince initiated with an EQ combo, while Su Qing followed closely behind, functioning purely as a walking order machine, casting a yellow card and mindlessly spamming basic attacks. The frail health bars of the two foes could hardly endure the onslaught. However, to ensure certainty, Su Qing utilized the ignite he had refrained from using previously against Lin Weixiong, swiftly eliminating him before dealing with the Titan. Due to the minimal time lapse, he continued his killing spree. Quadra-kill. The card master has achieved a godlike status, legendary, godlike. As the notification echoed, even his own teammates were left bewildered, in the blink of an eye. The mid lane score stood at 9-0. Was this card truly destined to soar alongside the sun? Mere ants. Su Qing turned his head and scoffed once more, then raised his voice. Who else dares to defy me? Through wind and rain, I await you in the mid lane. Alas, what a calamity. This audacious young man, Lin Weixiong, felt as if swarms of ants were crawling all over him as he observed Su Qing's ostentatious display. He could not help but exclaim, a small-minded individual revels in his fleeting success. Let me, your brother Xiong, gather my strength for 5 minutes, and then we shall engage once more. 3 minutes in the east, 3 minutes in the west. Do not underestimate the fragility of an AD. Upon hearing these words, Su Qing could not suppress a laugh, and the others around him soon followed suit. Unable to contain their amusement, oh dear, he has begun. His longtime partner, Lu Qingsong, understood Lin Weixiong's flamboyant nature all too well. Witnessing Lin's exuberant expression, he covered his face in exasperation, unable to bear the sight. Meanwhile, Bai Seiyuya and the analyst stood in stunned silence. Is this truly the card master who has achieved 41 consecutive victories to claim the title of the #1 player in the national server? While his early game scheming against the Elder was devoid of honor, the advantages he secured through trading blows were undeniably real. The moment he executed a clever ambush in the river, taking on 2 opponents single-handedly, left both onlookers nearly speechless. A mere card master, lurking to ambush the likes of the ball girl and the barrel, who, pray tell, granted him such audacity. Remarkably, this young man indeed showcased extraordinary skill, fearless and relentless. His imagination knew no bounds. Although he may seem rather mischievous, his gameplay was undeniably impressive. The analyst glanced at Bai Seiyuya, then at the newly appointed coach, the rebellious brother, who was now fully engaged. With 9 kills to his name and a farming score that followed the timeline perfectly, Su Qing's old habits resurfaced in the mid-game as he greedily claimed the F6, 3 wolves, and the blue buff for himself, transforming his own Jarvan into a mere tool. Watching his avaricious playstyle, Bai Seiyuya and the analyst frowned. However, this was soon overshadowed by an explosive skirmish over the dragon. The card master led his teammates to triumph against overwhelming odds. Executing a seamless dance of combat, and without a flash, he managed to eliminate every opponent in sight, securing yet another triple kill. After that, the match devolved into a showcase of Su Qing's individual brilliance. Once the attack speed and effect-oriented card master reached full potential, he became a veritable Gatling gun on the battlefield that a yellow card would spell doom for any adversary who dared to meet his gaze. The A team, initially dismissive, found themselves utterly flabbergasted, and within 20 minutes, they were too intimidated to contest the Baron, which was swiftly claimed by Su Qing's squad, with an enormous economic advantage. The card master became invincible. His 4 teammates merely needed to stand guard beside him, while he brandished a yellow card, causing all who dared to meet his gaze to retreat in trepidation. 14-0, 15-0, 16-0. A pure massacred as the A-team's lanes crumbled. They witnessed Su Qing's teammates gleefully boasting about the prowess of their card master, while the A-team's mainstays fell into a collective silence. Unable to endure the sight, Bai Seiyuya finally spoke up. Stop, it's time to retreat. Upon hearing this, the 5 members of Team A nearly retreated in unison. Incredible, my brother, Lu Qingsong exclaimed. This attack speed and effect-oriented card master truly understands the game. You are the first rookie in history to shatter your opponents so thoroughly. Truly remarkable, my good brother. The twin brother of 957 also chuckled, giving a thumbs up. Jitai enthusiastically approached, exclaiming, amazing, my orange. Did you all see that? The foremost card master of the national server, effortlessly defeating Dopa and kicking down Little Horse, has astonishingly achieved a staggering 41, nay, 45 consecutive victories without a single defeat. Such is the profound significance of the national card. Lu Zhihao, his face aglow with pride, revels in the astonished gazes directed at Su Qing by everyone around him, feeling an overwhelming sense of superiority as he boasts incessantly. Su Qing quietly retrieves a euchre from his pocket, takes a deep inhalation, and then exhales a dense mist towards the seemingly unfazed opponent on the screen, feigning an air of mystery, and remarks, "Jungo, your ball girl is quite alluring." The room erupts in laughter. Pa? 6666. You truly are quite the character. The trio of influencers, Lu Qingsong and Lin Weixiang, could not contain their amusement, bursting into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, the expression of Wu Shirtai darkens, as he feels as if he has just bitten into something unpleasant, his stomach churning. "Where is that watermelon knife I bought yesterday?" he mutters, glancing sideways at Swift. Swift, having been repeatedly shown up, feels the irritation boiling within him and suddenly stands up, declaring, "I'm going to get it." Chapter 23. That year, I stood with my hands in my pockets, unaware of what a rival truly meant. "Junge, what are you doing? We're all brothers here. Surely your ball girl isn't that unappealing." Seeing Swift actually stand up, Su Chong hurriedly pushes him back down, calling him brother repeatedly. Yet, this fellow's words are infuriating, and upon hearing not appealing, Wu Shirtai's anger flares uncontrollably. "You little rascal, if you have the guts. Don't sway the opponent," he huffs, feeling stifled. Su Chong, with an innocent expression, glances at his jungler. "This isn't about you. Look at how worked up you've made Junge. Did you hear that? You can't come next time." Mid lane Royal City PK, the jungler, Prince, looks forlorn, while the other three teammates struggle to maintain their composure. "You really are something else. Junge, I know you're upset, but please, calm down first. Wu Shirtai. Damn it. I know you're upset. But can you just calm down?" At that moment, he wishes he could skin and flay the brat on the other side of the screen. All right, Xiao Chong, for the next match, play by the rules. The trial assesses the overall performance of the players. Such antics that disturb the opponent's mindset cannot be repeated. Bai Se Yuya quickly intervenes, though his speaking style seems to have been influenced, as he playfully mimics, before adding appreciatively, "Your play was commendable. You are bold and tenacious. A promising talent Coach, you flatter me. There are many more strengths that you haven't seen yet. I will showcase them for you shortly." In the face of praise, Su Chong remains unabashedly confident, immediately volunteering, "Let me show you." "Ha! You rascal. All right, I've heard you're quite adept with the clockwork. Give us a demonstration." Bai Se Yuya specifies the hero. "Just you wait and see," Su Chong asserts, brimming with confidence. Before long, the second trial match commences. The best way to counter the clockwork, the king of farming, is to ensure he cannot farm to his heart's content. Thus, careful arrangements must be made to suppress him in lane. Wu Shirtai immediately opts for the Elder LeBlanc, aiming to recreate the glory of S4. Do not engage in any mid-lane confrontations. The jungler should come when necessary. The awareness of preventing ganks is equally an essential aspect of the game. If the jungler does not arrive, it becomes a solo endeavor, the analyst cautioned. Upon hearing this, Swift's interest was piqued. "Young one, allow me to show you why the sun shines so brilliantly today," he declared with fervor. "Prepare yourself for the LPL jungler's special package, as the saying goes in those days." I stood with my hands in my pockets, oblivious to the concept of an opponent. "Come at me as you wish. I shall regard you as mere trifles." Su Chung took a sip of his drink, proudly leaning back with his hands on his hips. Swift and Wu Zhuang were instantly incensed. "All right, let's play seriously and refrain from any antics," Bai Seiyu said with a bemused expression. Patting Su Qing on the shoulder to calm him, the four teammates were thoroughly entertained. "Come at me as you wish. I shall regard you as mere trifles." This lad's banter was truly spectacular in terms of entertainment value. Before long, the game commenced. Due to Bai Seiya's admonition against communicating with the opponents, Su Qing swiftly donned his headset, immersing himself in the competitive atmosphere, observing his serious demeanor. The coach and analyst behind him nodded in approval. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, the minions clashed in the mid lane, and both sides began to contest the lane. With the passive ability of her basic attacks stacking additional damage, Oriana was not intimidated by LeBlanc at level 1. Su Chung executed his Q ability with precision, and after a mutual exchange of attacks, noticing Su Qing's lack of intention to use Q, Wu Zhuang took the initiative by jumping in with W distortion to land a hit. As he landed, Oriana finally used her Q to trade damage, and both mid laners' health began to dwindle. Swift, opting for his signature champion Lee Sin, noticed the aggressive playstyle in the mid lane and decided to attempt a gank at level 2. "Come forth, my brother, I see you," he exclaimed. "A brother does not deceive another. I truly see you." Su Cheng, playing on the red side, positioned himself near the right side of the river. Initially, Swift planned to lie in wait. But upon hearing Su Cheng's confident declarations, he could only shake his head in disbelief and return to farm the F6. Bai Seiyuya, witnessing this, could only facepalm. Little Chong, stop conversing with the opponents. Understood, the two mid laners continued to exchange blows, and soon, through accurate prediction, Su Cheng's precise Q landed on Wu Zhuang, who struggled to defend and had to consume his first health potion, while Su Cheng still had his potion intact. Subsequently, LeBlanc used W to engage and traded with QE, but Su Cheng skillfully evaded the chain with his movements, infuriating Wu Zhuang. With the minion wave at the tower, he could not back and had to face the confrontation head-on. Pressing TB, he noted that the opponent was running Ignite and Flash. "Let us go for it. Come over, you can secure the kill. Hurry up, you go first. Brother Jun is getting old. If you EQ flash him, he probably won't react in time. The rest is up to you." Su Cheng quickly pinged the jungler, loudly proclaiming his intentions. Wu Zhuang responded with an exasperated silence. "Brother, I may be getting old, but I am not deaf," he lamented. "Could you at least show me some respect?" Swift replied with a hint of frustration. The sound isolation of the headphones is truly inadequate, considering that the prince has indeed come to capture him. Swift arrived to assist in defending the lane, thereby granting the Lady of the Mist some precious time to return to base. In desperation, Su Cheng finally consumed his healing potion and continued to clear the minion wave towards point A. However, in terms of clearing the minion wave, Su Cheng did not seem to utilize his Q ability at all. Most of the time, when he cast his skills, he would hit both minions and opponents with his Q, or he would solely focus on finding angles to target his adversaries. This approach inadvertently allowed Clockwork to maintain a robust blue mana pool, sufficient to sustain his life while claiming the lives of two foes. At the 3-minute mark, Su Cheng placed a trinket ward in the river's brush. During this period, the blind monk did not make an appearance. By the 4-minute mark, the ward had vanished, leaving the river cloaked in darkness. Su Cheng retreated slightly, for at this juncture, the mid lane is the most susceptible to jungle intervention, as the jungler is likely to clear the jungle and return home for a gear update. Consequently, as long as the opponent remains concealed, it becomes impossible to ascertain whether he is in the lower or upper jungle. After clearing the mid lane minions, Su Cheng chose not to return home, but rather maneuvered Clockwork to his F6 area. Placing a second-tier ward closer to the river. He then continued to position himself, intentionally or not, closer to the upper jungle. The placement of this ward was commendable, prompting a spark of realization in the analyst's mind. In the second round of skirmishes, with no information on the enemy jungler's whereabouts, merely placing a ward in the nearby river brush and relying on a defensive position could result in the enemy jungler being spotted, leaving oneself with little chance of escape. A futile ward indeed. Conversely, positioning the ward slightly further up would cover a wider area of detection. Just at that moment, the blind monk had not placed a ward in the river, thus failing to notice the location of Su Cheng's newly placed ward, typically assuming it to be in the river brush, prompting him to take a longer route. However, this would ultimately lead to Su Cheng's complete awareness of the situation. Subsequently, Swift made a move that Su Cheng feigned ignorance, deliberately wasting nearly 10 seconds of the blind monk's time. Finally, he turned around and began to dance and taunt in the direction of the jungle with a fervent Control 4. It was then that Swift realized he had been spotted. Damn it, he could not help but exclaim at the 5-minute mark. The ward once again disappeared from sight, shrouding the area in darkness, while his free trinket ward had a cooldown of 60 seconds. Su Cheng's Clockwork had reached level 6, and there were scarcely any opportunities to eliminate Syndra. He opted to return to base, update his equipment, and upon returning to mid lane, his trinket ward would be ready in approximately 30 seconds. Although the minion wave was positioned centrally and he still possessed his flash, Su Cheng resolutely chose to forego minion gains, opting instead to use his Q from the farthest distance to secure last hits. Do you wish to witness my awareness against ganks? Very well, let me show you. Su Cheng understood perfectly well what his coach sought to observe. In the first match, he had symbolically executed a chaotic ending. In this second match, he was determined to showcase his top-tier awareness against ganks. As long as the blind monk remained hidden, he would absolutely not venture out. Flash, in many instances, does not guarantee survival. At this point, The blind monk was highly likely to reach level 6. Should he truly aim to strike at mid lane, the Lady of the Mist's W followed by an E chain would almost certainly result in her demise. People often overlook a crucial point. Possessing Flash does not equate to a 100% assurance of survival. Holding on to Flash merely provides an additional layer of security, but it does not guarantee the preservation of one's life. If the Enchantress E arrives, and when I flash away, my opponent also flashes in, then forcibly extending it until he triggers imprisonment. With the blind monk approaching, a high-damage RQQ execution follows. How then should one respond? The wisest course of action is to momentarily retreat from the fray. After all, the Clockwork Mage is merely a farming champion. As the game progresses, the hero's power curve strengthens, making it unnecessary to risk one's life for a trifling sum of gold. Such caution is warranted. This fellow has already gained an equipment advantage, yet suddenly shows such timidity upon the second wave. Very well, I shall take my leave. Swift, unable to remain concealed, turns away and departs. Even without status, I can sense that Su Cheng's sudden timidity is excessive, as he fails to provide an angle for we. Quite commendable, indeed. The White Crescent Moon silently approves. The analyst cannot help but exclaim. Recognizing his awareness, after using 2 wards, he takes advantage of the vision gap to return to base and synchronize his build to mitigate risks. With the wards refreshed, there's little fear of the blind monk's arrival. The 4 teammates are equally astonished by Su Cheng's performance. Following a previous game of rampant slaughter, Su Cheng now exhibits a terrifying steadiness. Before long, Su Cheng begins to signal the jungler to assist in expanding his advantage. The utility hero, albeit reluctant, complies. After reaching level 6 without status, he uses WR for a double dash, actively engaging to chip away at the enemy, just as he uses the second part of W to retreat. The Clockwork Mage unexpectedly casts her ultimate, demonstrating a preemptive read, while the prince emerges from the side, prompting without status to hurriedly flash away, narrowly escaping disaster. However, the flash has been expended. From there, matters become significantly more manageable. Good brother, return home to purchase a control ward. We shall hunt the Enchantress, Su Cheng whispers urgently. Though he is quite unwilling, hearing the term good brother compels him to oblige. After all, he intended to buy a control ward anyway. And if it leads to a kill, all the better. At the 8-minute and 50-second mark, Su Cheng's ultimate comes off cooldown. Seizing the opportunity, he initiates an assault on the Enchantress, planning to flee afterward. Upon witnessing this, she immediately W's in to retaliate with a QE combo. Just as she steps forward, Su Cheng emits a sudden roar. Alas, my brother. The king covers the earth. The unexpected cry startles without status, causing him to flinch, having just released a Q and failing to press E. Instinctively retreating with a second W suddenly, a prince appears before him, launching him into the air while he is still tethered to a ball. This is bad. Chapter 24. Godlike, still godlike. The orange deity has gone mad. With a ding, a true sight ward materializes beneath him. The king covers the earth. Additionally, command, shockwave, the dual ultimates combine, triggering the Enchantress's passive mirror flower. Water Moon, but with the true sight ward in place, she is utterly exposed. Su Cheng seizes the moment with a Q, securing the first kill of the match point. 300 gold. It is not first blood. Swift finds an opportunity in the bot lane, claiming first blood, while Su Cheng executes a solo kill on his lane opponent, bringing the head count to 2. 1. No, you startled me. Why shout so loudly? Without status exclaims upon his demise. Had it not been for his fright, the prince's EQ combo would certainly have missed, because love must be expressed loudly. Jungu, my brother, I care for you. Su Cheng wore a cute and innocent expression, and upon seeing Wu Zhuangtai in a fit of anger, he paused for a moment before breaking into song. That Wu Zhuangtai was momentarily taken aback. Puffed. Ah, you've made me laugh to the point of tears. You truly are a genius. Upon hearing this, both sides of the competitors couldn't help but chuckle. Even the White Crescent Moon struggled to contain a smile, hurriedly advising, Ejun, this is a training session. Please be serious and do not disturb your opponent. Though Wu Zhuangtai had 1,000 curses bubbling in his heart, he ultimately resigned himself to sitting down. As for the champion LeBlanc, due to her two-phase mobility from her skills, she is a mage who possesses both high burst damage and exceptional mobility. Additionally, her passive ability, Mirror Image, allows her to temporarily become invisible and create a decoy, rendering her somewhat overpowered. However, as a trade-off, her ability power, AP, scaling is slightly lower compared to traditional mages. This results in LeBlanc needing to maintain her position at the forefront of the team to sustain her strength. A single death in the early game can severely hinder her, meaning her margin for error is quite slim. This is especially true when matched against one of the farming kings, Malzahar, once she dies. As long as Su Chong does not deliberately offer opportunities and the jungler does not intervene, LeBlanc will forever remain at a disadvantage against him. In the past, Su Chong, known for his monikers such as Two Balls, One Card, Green Hat Mage, earned the title of the Phantom of the Canyon not only for his impressive mechanics, but, more crucially, for his unique understanding of a few select champions. As the match continued, Su Chong initiated, "Hey, Jarvan, I need your assistance. Can you place a ward at the enemy's F6? It's urgent. Jarvan, your F6 has been consumed by my brother. Jarvan, could you hit the blue buff for me? My brother will come to collect it after clearing this wave. Just hold it for a few more seconds. Thanks, Jarvan. You truly are a good person. My brother has no jungle to farm. Could you spare the 3 wolves? F6, blue buff, and 3 wolves." Su Chong claimed them all. Initially, the jungler had no intention of sharing, but he couldn't withstand Su Chong's incessant calls of Jarvan. "Brother." No normal guy could resist that. So he silently chose to indulge this talkative younger brother. Seeing the enemy F6 respawn, Jarvan, leveraging his impressive wave clear capabilities, quickly cleared the mid lane minions before feigning a retreat into the river, forcing Lin Weixiong and the support to back off. In reality, his target was the enemy's F6. Catching opponents? What's the point when playing as Jarvan? A jungler must possess the mindset of a true jungler. He is the center of the universe. Attempting to catch opponents carries risks. Failing not only results in wasted effort, but can also lead to a loss in minion economy. However, counter-jungling bears little risk. A single F6 grants nearly 100 gold. Isn't it much more rewarding to secure a set of jungle camps? In this counter-jungle maneuver, Su Chong unexpectedly achieved a twofold success. The mid lane LeBlanc swiftly pushed the lane, while the 2 brothers, who should have been pressuring the lane, were forced to return for defense. Observing Wu Zhuangtai hurriedly clearing minions and expending his WQ in an attempt to assist, Su Chong maneuvered around him. Due to LeBlanc having used her Q, her ultimate could no longer replicate W, and with her flash still on cooldown, Su Chong utilized QW to slow her down while deftly dodging her E-tether. With a flick of his wrist, he ignited. "Bring it on," Su Chong shouted. In the blink of an eye, the seductive enchantress fell once more, and Su Chong reaped an additional 300 gold coins. But how could he have returned so swiftly? Wu Zhuang felt a tinge of frustration. Swift's heart tightened, sensing an ominous shift. Oh no, brother Lu Niao might be in peril. Subsequently, the clockwork, with 2 heads in hand, began to unleash overwhelming damage. "Little Huang, do not approach. I've secured the F6, he exclaimed. "And as for the 3 wolves, do not touch them. They are mine. Go help me take down the blue buff, but leave it with a sliver of health. Wait for my brother to come and collect." "What? You've cleared the jungle, and what do you intend to farm? That doesn't seem right. The stone beetle isn't a jungle monster, is it? Is the red buff insufficient for you? Or can the toad not be farmed? Moreover, focusing solely on jungle farming is misguided. The strong are perpetually seizing opportunities, while the weak are merely farming. Brother, I must critique you. Your awareness is lacking, young man. I have faith in you. Keep it up, and the next champion jungler will be you." The team voice chat was filled with Su Chong's communication with the jungler. Listening to this string of commanding remarks, Prince felt as if he had momentarily lost his sight, previously addressing him as Brother Prince. Now, with economic advantage and damage output, he had been reduced to Little Huang. Quite the transformation, indeed. "Ha! You rascal, it's clear you possess the ability to change your demeanor swiftly." Teammates, along with Swift from the opposing team, could not help but grin at Su Chong's dialogue. Yaya exchanged glances with the analyst, sensing something amiss. This fellow was decidedly too draining on his teammates. However, after a skirmish over the dragon, the clockwork, equipped with an impressive lead of 176 minions at the 15-minute mark, dominated the seductive enchantress, even surpassing her in level by 2 during the team fight. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a flawless QRW combo, ensnaring 3 members of Team A. Although the enchantress evaded, Lin Weixiong was caught off guard, unable to react in time, and was swiftly eliminated. The clockwork unleashed catastrophic damage during the team fight. Triple kill, the clockwork mage is now unstoppable. With a score of 5-0 and a minion count surpassing the allotted time, the clockwork roamed the jungle and lanes with fervor, not merely draining his teammates' resources. After the mid lane's second turret fell to Team A, he audaciously plundered the enemy jungle, The orange god arrived, devouring everything in sight. At the 20-minute mark, during the barren skirmish, equipped with a trifecta of items. The clockwork prepared to contest. Under Su Cheng's command, the prince positioned himself at the jungle choke point, executing an EQR combo that led to a devastating entry. Lin Weixiang, caught unawares, was vaporized in midair. The terrifying damage causing Tsoming to flinch, prompting him to stand up in front of the screen. Triple kill. The clockwork mage has achieved godlike status. Legendary. Team wiped. A cascade of notification sounds followed. Su Cheng's illustrious performance culminated in a team wipe. This fusion technique was utterly unavoidable. Wu Zhuang felt vexed, while Swift was equally speechless, pondering how he could have been on full health yet succumbed to such damage in a single ultimate ability followed by AW. I was utterly at a loss. Lin Weixiang scratched his head in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Su Cheng, surrounded by 4 teammates showering him with compliments of nice, found himself enraptured. His hands momentarily abandoning the keyboard, he retrieved a piece of Yida gum and tossed it into his mouth. Then promptly offered a piece to his comrade, Prince, seated to his right. With a raised eyebrow, he inquired, "So, what do you think, little prince? Is my performance as Oriana impressive, or what?" "A solid 6, the amateur prince." Having once again triumphed over the enemy team in League of Legends, was overjoyed, his spirits soaring as he accepted the gum and indulged in it to Su Chong, with a hint of arrogance, quipped, "Tell me, should we let our teammate have the jungle monster?" "Absolutely," Prince replied. "Well then, if such good fortune arises in the future, I'll be sure to call on you." Su Cheng chuckled heartily. Upon hearing this, Prince was taken aback. Suddenly regretting the approval he had just expressed. At that moment, Su Cheng cast his gaze toward the mid-jungle duo across the screen. Unstate was left speechless, silently turning away. Feeling utterly embarrassed, Swift's expression was also somewhat stiff as he met Su Cheng's gaze. Unwilling to concede, "What are you looking at?" he retorted. "Oh, nothing much. The LPL Jungle King's meal is truly delectable. I shall order it for you again next time," Su Cheng replied with utmost seriousness. Noticing Swift's face gradually reddening, he feared the situation might escalate, so he swiftly attempted to placate him, saying, "Ah, I understand now. Brother Sun, you previously expressed a desire for your teammate to grasp why the sun shines so brilliantly. As a result, your teammate went 8-0, leading the charge forward. You must have wished for him to have a career as radiant as the sun, which is called Re. Hence you wanted him to lead the team with Re piercing the heavens. Brother Sun, how magnificent you are." Su Cheng feigned admiration, even adding a playfully ing for effect, Swift. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and overwhelmed, as if afflicted by high blood pressure. Unstate quietly slumped behind the screen, feeling small and helpless. Too timid to speak, he felt utterly inept, bordering on despondency. "Well done. Excellent work, little Chong. Your performance as Oriana has my full endorsement." Bai Seiyuya, blushing furiously, could hardly contain his excitement as he stepped forward, repeatedly expressing his approval. The early game gank prevention was indeed commendable. Oriana had proven her worth, but let us save that discussion for later. The analyst also recognized the performance, but hesitated to voice his thoughts. Intimidated by Su Cheng's impressive 8-0 record, following this, Bai Seiyuya encouraged Su Cheng to showcase his skills with Syndra, whose lane dominance far surpassed the previous 2 rounds. At level 2. He sent Unstate back to base, and by level 4, he executed a brilliant solo kill. Throughout this, Swift attempted to find an angle, but Su Cheng's ward placements were impeccable. Every time he approached, he was spotted, managing only to force Su Cheng to use his flash before retreating without further success. However, under Su Cheng's command, Syndra became a formidable force, effortlessly clearing the F6, 3 wolves, blue buff, and the mid-lane minion wave, all adding to his burgeoning supremacy. He darted back and forth, either indulging in the economy or making his way towards it. Observing behind him, the White Crescent and the analyst furrowed their brows, feeling that such gameplay was excessively exploitative. However, whenever the two entertained such thoughts, Su Cheng always managed to silence them with a series of decisive kills. Syndra dominated the match with a flawless 10-0 record. Not a single death to her name. The exaggerated suppression and psychological warfare combined left Swift and the other player feeling utterly bereft of their rhythm. In the subsequent trial, the two hardly communicated at all. The entire NB had transformed into a stage for his personal showcase. After 6 matches, the White Crescent concluded the trial, directly bringing Z-Tai and Su Cheng to the office for a discussion on the details. Though jade may possess imperfections, its essence lies within the stone. This young man is exactly what we at NB desire. Chapter 25. The Exaltation of NB. Su Xiaoluo is bewildered. Please, take a seat. Beckoned General Manager Tong to the two brothers. The White Crescent and the analyst busily prepared a pot of tea, serving it to the two-old Tong. Tell me, what caliber of skill does my brother possess? Once he steps into the LPL, wouldn't he be able to pummel Rookie and kick Scout? The mere fact that we two brothers are here at NB is purely out of our camaraderie. You must offer a generous price. After the trial, Su Qing brimmed with pride, no longer addressing him as Tonggu, but rather as Old Tong. Ha ha, a teachable child, a true genius, remarked Manager Tong, his spirits high as he agreed. Curiously, he inquired, by the way, why isn't Xiao Chang staying with IG, given his prowess? Upon hearing this, both the White Crescent and the analyst were equally intrigued. Asc Tai recounted the tribulations the two brothers faced at IG. His teeth clenched in frustration. That rascal Su Xiaoluo. He divulged their entire ordeal at IG, which caused Su Qing to furrow his brow, wanting to intervene, but it was too late. He could only let it unfold. After absorbing the details, all three were taken aback. This Su Xiaoluo is indeed muddled. Manager Su truly seems to lack discernment, the trio exclaimed. Manager Su is confused, gazing at Su Chong with eyes that sparkled with enthusiasm. Approaching 17, at the prime age for professional gaming, especially unencumbered by any contractual obligations, a clean slate of a free agent. If nurtured diligently, this young man could undoubtedly become the club's golden goose. With this thought, the three at NB were filled with elation. Meeting is destiny. It seems even the heavens deem your fate intertwined with us at NB, Manager Tong remarked, delivering pleasantries with a warm smile directed at Su Qing. What salary do you expect, little Qing? As long as it isn't exorbitant, Old Tong will do his utmost to accommodate you. Though Manager Tong wore a beaming smile, the astute Su Qing had already discerned that he was a crafty fox. He disliked the intricacies of manipulation and was averse to entanglements. While no one would shun extra financial gain, he was, after all, a newcomer on the competitive scene, given his lack of any historical achievements. VG's offer was already among the highest standards. Thus, Su Qing instinctively sought to make a modest proposal. Yet, Zitai preempted him, exclaiming, 100. 100 a year. Su Qing appeared utterly bewildered. Her thoughts caught in a tumult as she attempted to articulate her feelings, only to find her hand firmly restrained by Zeta behind her. He feigned innocence, casting an expectant glance towards Manager Tong. Xiao Hao, you're being a tad excessive, after so many years of league competitions. I have yet to hear of a player who, upon debut, commands such a figure. Manager Tong cast a reproachful glance at Lu Zhihao. The White Crescent Moon furrowed her brow, perceiving Zeta's audacious demands. Moreover, they were inquiring about the principal party involved. What need had a mere supporting figure to interject? Noting that Su Chong did not intervene, Manager Tong pretended to engage in a tug-of-war with Zeta, the two of them encircling each other. The opening offer from NB stands at 400,000, which caused Su Chong to furrow her brow, realizing that the opposing side truly valued her. How about this? Let us brothers package a deal. My brothers offer 1TB significantly lower, and I can give you a bargain here, 40 from me, 90 from him, totaling 130. Simultaneously, we can secure the talents of Wulong and Fengqiu. In the spring split, we can surely aim for more than just 8th place, and I assure you, with Chengzi's explosive performance, we could very well clinch the runner-up position. Do you believe that? Zeta proclaimed with grandiosity. Upon hearing this, Su Qing knitted her brows. Brother Hao, this is far too generous. It simply won't do. The proposition of 130 for a mid and top package may initially sound considerable. Yet in reality, Zeta was sacrificing a substantial portion of his earnings to afford her an exorbitant annual salary, a request Su Chong felt too embarrassed to make. It was no jest. Brothers are brothers. Yet a professional athlete's prime years are fleeting. Before capital entered the fray, Zeta could command 60 annually, while at IG. With the S7 season's competitive fervor peaking domestically, the value of all players had seen a significant rise. Despite Zeta's perceived lack of skill, $1 million salary was by no means trivial. IG's acquisition of Duke rendered Zeta's worth negligible. Merely transferring her to another club would still secure her $1 million salary. The fact that Zeta was lowering his own market value to elevate hers left Su Qing feeling guilty. Old Tong, let us be a bit more straightforward, shall we? Zeta, dismissing Su Qing's concerns, responded with a hint of impatience. Young people should not be so impetuous. Let us confer over some tea. Manager Tong proactively prepared a pot of tea for the two, subsequently leading the White Crescent Moon outside to negotiate the finer details. Inside the room, Su Qing continued, No, Brother Hao, even if they agree, I cannot accept such an inflated offer for you. You must secure a fair price. price was of little consequence. NB's lineup this year was indeed impressive, especially since the bot lane no longer resembled that of a novice. With the two of them together, they could certainly achieve commendable results. Zeta shook his head, replying, "The main draw is the prospect of playing alongside you. It will undoubtedly be enjoyable." Sucheng felt a pang of guilt. The proposed package of 130 would have soared to astronomical heights if it solely reflected her worth, yet with Zeta's involvement, the dynamics shifted. After all, he had garnered numerous league accolades in the past, and his experience undeniably influenced the valuation of players. Before long, the NB team has returned, and manager Chong, composed, remarked, "Xiaohao, the price you proposed is indeed unacceptable for us. On one hand, all the players have completed their contract renewals, leaving us with a limited budget. On the other hand, while we cannot discuss the summer tournament just yet, it is unlikely to see significant changes. This implies that in both the spring and summer seasons, the top lane will predominantly feature Titans and Treants. The path of enduring pressure in the early game and engaging in team fights during the mid-game has been traversed by Divi countless times. Thus, the top lane truly does not necessitate major alterations. Zeta, no, even if he, Guoba, is less skilled, he is still superior to Divi." The implication did not escape him. Was he simply overlooked in favor of Sucheng? "I am 40. You know." Zeta felt a surge of irritation at that moment. "Calm down," Tong interjected, addressing Zeta while turning his gaze towards Sucheng. "Primarily, Xiaocheng, your playstyle tends to drain your teammates' resources excessively. Your roaming is minimal, and your rank influence is rather pronounced. You will require some time to adjust, and we cannot meet your price point." A question mark appeared above Sucheng's head. "But how does Oriana roam?" "The opponents are not fools. If they cannot engage, they will simply retreat under the tower instead of trading blows. How then can I continue to expand my advantage? The probability of winning through steady development and team fights is merely 50-50. However, if I secure more resources and obtain superior equipment for the dragon fight, doesn't that inherently raise our chances of victory? What seems like me siphoning resources is, in reality, me bearing the burden forward. Acquiring more resources implies a necessity for greater damage output. Should we lose the match, I will shoulder the greatest responsibility. It is tough for my brothers as well. You know, Oriana must farm. Without farming, she cannot function." Tong was momentarily rendered speechless by Sucheng's argument that it was by Seiyu who, with logic and reason, countered, "If the jungler's resources are being depleted by you, he will subsequently fall behind in levels relative to his opponents and will be forced to flee when encountering them in the jungle. Resources are finite. If one person consumes more, another must consume less. If we disregard the bounty from kills and focus solely on economic resources on the map, if one player shines, another must inevitably sacrifice. This is true for any team. Moreover, if I only begin to farm after acquiring my first item around the 8 or 9-minute mark, the jungler should already be adequately fed. Gaining further economic benefits at that point is minimal. Yielding resources to the dual carries is undoubtedly the wisest choice, barring any exceptions for jungle cores." Sucheng articulated his analysis with clarity and conviction. He was not being obstinate. Currently, the understanding of the game among all the coaching staffs in S7 is far from reaching such heights. To be precise, since the introduction of the tower plating mechanism in S9, this style of play has become the winning formula in competitive arenas, particularly in the final match where DRX secured the championship in S12. Top laner K's early game dominance with Aatrox sustained DRX through a vulnerable phase. From the 15-minute mark onward, he relinquished the top lane minion wave to allow Zika's Azir to consume both lanes, expediting his time to power up. In theory, the early data for the Blade Demon appears exceptionally favorable, allowing it to easily monopolize the minion waves without any issues. However, the reason DRX tactically opted to allocate all fixed resources to the mid lane Azir lies in the fact that the economic benefits gained from the Blade Demon's continued farming do not compare to the late-game potential of the ultimate core champion. Azir, Oriana, and Victor are the three principal farming champions of the mid lane. How can one play effectively without farming? This revelation left by Seiyu astounded. Sucheng's theory suddenly bestowed upon him a sense of enlightenment. He wished to refute it, but found himself momentarily at a loss for any compelling counterarguments. "Let me ask you this. Did I kill anyone?" Sucheng inquired soulfully. Seiyu stiffly conceded. "Yes, you did." "Did we reap the benefits during team fights?" "Indeed, we did. After consuming the jungle economy, was there anything wrong with the damage output? Then tell me, since my brother went through the entire game without a single death, maintaining an advantage without giving it away, And with the champion curve becoming increasingly exaggerated, should I not farm the jungle? Is this considered life stealing? Clearly. One individual has shouldered the responsibility of carrying the entire match. And if we lose, the blame rests solely on that person. You have misunderstood my intent, which is quite hurtful, he lamented, displaying a pained expression. His superb acting left the three members of NB feeling a twinge of guilt. Although they sensed something was amiss, they found themselves unable to refute his claims. But what about your later performance as Syndra? The analyst seized upon the focal point. It is understandable for Oriana to farm for economic gain. But Syndra should not require such a strategy. Oh, that's just a habit, Su Qing replied nonchalantly. Habits indeed, the analyst exclaimed, incredulous at his sincerity. All right then, let us package it at 120,000, minus 10,000, and we'll also sign the management contract. When Tongu realized he could not negotiate the price down, the crafty old fox feigned generosity and waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Jitai was the first to object. What are you thinking? Do you not realize how lucrative streaming is right now? Get lost. Jitai was immediately infuriated. Streaming is the most crucial secondary income for players, and at this moment, the S7 streaming industry is at its peak, with top platform streamers casually earning hundreds of thousands per month. Given Su Qing's character, as long as he performs well in professional play, he has no doubt that his good brother could firmly secure the top spot on the platform. What does this mean for the club? Absolutely nothing. Ultimately, after a round of negotiations, Tongu ceased his pursuit of the financial agreement, steadfastly insisting on a bundled professional contract of 880,000, refusing to relent. Su Qing's monthly salary stands at 40,000, culminating in an annual income of 480,000 yuan before tax, while Jitai's pre-tax annual salary amounts to 400,000 yuan. The two sides failed to reach an accord. Su Qing, accompanied by Jitai, exited the premises, and before leaving, Tongu proactively requested WeChat contact, clearly indicating there was still room for negotiation. However, after the initial interactions, Su Qing had lost interest in NB. Chapter 26, Manager, I still prefer your previous rebellious demeanor. Damn it. This old man, who once called you brother, has clearly discerned your potential, yet he insists on finding various reasons to drive our price down. As a free agent, he doesn't even need to pay a transfer fee to the club, saving such a substantial sum and still being unsatisfied. I truly find myself at a loss for words. Upon exiting the office building, I could not help but let my frustration spill forth on the street. As a distinguished veteran of IG, I had deigned to lower my worth to accompany a good friend in a venture, only to be met with such a disheartening outcome. I felt utterly insulted and found it impossible to accept. It certainly seemed an unfair treatment of a straightforward individual. Su Chong concurred, remarking on how the bald-headed Tongu appeared cunning and shrewd, attempting to justify his price cutting by claiming to draw from the teammates' earnings. At first glance, the NB lineup seemed promising. Although the mid-laner, Wu Zhuang, had indeed lost his former prowess, he was fixated on the game. While the top laner Jitai was in attendance, the jungler Swift was in fine form, complemented by a reliable and capable bot lane. There was a case to be made. Yet, not only did Jitai lower his worth, but he also reduced his asking price to a meager 40,000 a month, originally even hoping to benefit from his streaming income. From a perceptive standpoint, Manager Tong was no match for the neighboring VG. Upon hearing the demand for a 50,000 monthly salary, Rang Gaojun readily agreed with a wave of his hand. If one were to consider the surface-level strength of the teams, the VG coach Fu Man duo was paired with two championship-winning mid-jungle players. Admittedly, the top and bottom configurations were somewhat lacking, but with three champions emerging from the T1 dynasty joining forces, the sheer strength of this arrangement would make even the three major teams in LPL take a symbolic step back. Could their superficial strength truly be eclipsed by the diminutive NB? Even if they were to agree to 130,000, I would still refuse. Su Ching turned to Jitai, explaining, the days when professional players can earn a living are fleeting. Brother, you are not getting any younger. If you don't seize the opportunity to earn some money before retiring, what will you do later? They are not being sincere. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Jitai felt warmth in his heart and dismissively waved his hand, saying, Brother, I am genuinely pleased that you think so highly of me, but you underestimate your brother. Fear not, my family has resources to spare. And as long as I don't lead a reckless life, my latter years will be secured. Come, let us hasten to the next prospect. Your brother has many friends in this profession, and there are numerous clubs both large and small. Seeing Jitai begin to boast again, Su Chong couldn't help but chuckle, responding, Who wouldn't show respect to your brother? Understood? Understood. Let us not waste any more time. You rascal.at the NB Club. Gazing out from the floor-to-ceiling windows as the two brothers hailed a cab, the White Crescent expressed concern, stating, Tonggu, you really should have accepted the offer. Your price is far too low for Jitai. It's worth mentioning that his family is well off in business, so he isn't short on funds. He willingly took a pay cut to support his friend playing LOL, and his 400,000 price tag is indeed a steal. To put it bluntly, you could buy him for that and easily resell him for a handsome profit. While such dealings are not how things should be conducted, his market value is indisputable. As for Su Chong, while $1 million annual salary may seem extravagant, offering him 70,000 or 80,000 a year would not be entirely out of reach. Listening to the White Crescent's unceasing chatter, Tonggu furrowed his brow. The analyst, noticing his expression, chimed in, geniuses are always sought after wherever they go. If we do not act, he may be signed by another team. Shall we not give him a call to bring him back? Seeing both his left and right arms echoing the sentiment, Tonggu pondered. Tonggu hesitated for a moment, yet he remained steadfast in his convictions, stating, there is no need to rush. A businessman must possess patience. What kind of losses must your club endure? One must be strong to forge iron. As a newcomer, I dare not rely on the three major teams. They are not lacking in mid-laners, and even if a top-tier club is willing to take me on, they certainly won't offer a high price. Most are merely contemplating an investment, utilizing and nurturing talent only to later transfer for a profit. They will also drive down the price, while those second-tier teams may offer higher prices. Their arrogance means they will likely look down upon us. In the end, it will still come down to us. This discourse calmed by Sei Yuya and the analyst somewhat. It seemed to make sense. Let us wait a few days. With only half a month until the spring tournament begins, they will be more anxious than we are if they have yet to find a team. Besides, we still have a viable option in a state of flux, don't we? What are you all so worried about? Tonga seemed to have assuaged his internal doubts, confidently reassuring the two. In the evening, Zitai brought Su Cheng to IM. Although it was nearly closing time, considering the immense stir caused by Su Cheng's remarkable winning streak that had propelled him to the top of the national server, the IM manager specifically requested both the first and second teams to stay late and accompany Su Cheng for his trial. This trial turned out to be phenomenal. The entire IM organization was rocked by shock and awe. Gasping in astonishment as every gaze turned towards Su Cheng shimmered with admiration. However, after their experiences with VG and NB, both Su Cheng and Zitai remained remarkably composed, viewing this merely as a formality. The final negotiation stage was what truly mattered. After Su Cheng concluded his trials, Zitai also took to the stage for 3 rounds. It was unclear whether he had suddenly awakened to his potential or was simply in excellent form. But he performed admirably in all 3 trials. This left AJ in a state of distress. Unexpectedly, 2 contenders had emerged to vie for his starting position, one exceedingly formidable, wreaking havoc without the first team South defenses in place, and the other displaying remarkable skill. AJ feared he might be facing unemployment. The 2 brothers entered the office to negotiate terms. No one knew what transpired, but AJ remained anxious throughout, fearing that losing his job might jeopardize his mortgage for the upcoming month. Fortunately, it seemed the negotiations did not reach a conclusion, as the 2 brothers departed around 9 in the evening, prompting AJ to see them off. The others, perhaps disheartened by Su Cheng's prowess or indifferent to the prospect of new teammates, did not express much concern. We'll look for someone tomorrow, Su Cheng remarked, feeling somewhat fatigued. Let us go enjoy some barbecue and a few beers to unwind. It's on me. Lu Zihao was also seething with frustration. At 10 o'clock that night, the 2 brothers found a bustling eatery, toasting with small beers while savoring skewers. The IM manager was hardly admirable. That old rascal clearly had his sights set on them. Yet with Athena in the mix, signing them would not significantly bolster the team's strength. The true intent was to invest in them for a potential rotation with Athena, aiming for a profitable turnover after achieving results next year. But the offer was pathetically low. The situation was truly disheartening. The posture resembled that of a wronged woman as she stood up for Su Cheng. Su Cheng felt somewhat weary. He had little hope left for finding a team. Securing a suitable team to achieve results was one aspect, but the compensation was equally important. Currently, VG offered the highest remuneration, and if he couldn't find a comparable offer subsequently, he would indeed have to consider VG. Just as he was reflecting on this, the notification sound from WeChat chimed, revealing a message from the VG manager, Gao Jun, inquiring if he had made a decision, indicating that they could increase the offer. Those who initially proposed 600,000 were still willing to raise the stakes. Other top-tier clubs were notoriously stingy. IM had even absurdly insisted on a fixed amount of 360,000, which was even lower than NB, while Jitai faced similar attempts at undercutting. With an offer of merely 500,000 after a hearty meal, the two brothers enjoyed a few beers, not overindulging, and then set off for home. Upon arriving at the lobby of the esports hotel, they unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. "You two have finally returned," Su Xiaoluo exclaimed from the sofa, quickly rising to greet them with a beaming smile. "Luozi," Jitai replied, not in the best of spirits. Su Cheng was equally unwelcoming. "How did manager Su manage to find his way here?" "Cheng Zi, Jushin, it was my fault before. I apologize. I misjudged you." "I truly regret it," Su Xiaoluo said, his face adorned with a forced smile. "Let's find a place to talk." Su Cheng and Jitai, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, begrudgingly accompanied Su Xiaoluo upstairs. Upon entering the room, seeing the environment in which the two were residing, Su Xiaoluo felt a surge of confidence. He pulled Su Cheng aside and candidly confessed, "Xiao Cheng, it was my mistake before, 1,000 wrongs, all my fault. Given your good rapport with Rookie and the others, how could you just leave?" Observing Su Xiao's obsequious demeanor, Su Cheng suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Luo Gu, I preferred your previous rebellious attitude. Please revert to that." "Thank you." Jitai couldn't help but chuckle, finding it quite amusing. Finally, sweet revenge, Su Xiaoluo was left speechless and cleared his throat. "Well, that was indeed a mistake on my part." He then retrieved a document from his briefcase, unfolding it to reveal, "This is the revised contract I've drafted for you. An annual salary of 1 million, with 3 starting BO3 matches in the spring season. If you perform well, you'll alternate with Rookie thereafter." Hearing of the $1 million salary, Su Cheng was utterly astonished. Even Jitai widened his eyes in disbelief. Has Su Xiaoluo lost his mind? Or has IG gone insane? Su Cheng, however, was not swayed by the temptation. Instead, he turned to Jitai, seeking his opinion. Su Xiaoluo was slightly taken aback. That it is often said that in times of adversity, one looks out for oneself. Yet here were these two brothers, one facing dismissal due to his lowly status, while the other declared, "If Cheng Zi leaves, I will also resign." Now, a twist of fate presented a $1 million salary before a newcomer. And the young man's first reaction was not to be moved but to concern himself with the well-being of his loyal companion. Such loyalty and camaraderie, cough, Xiao Hao, you are aware of IG's situation. Duke was signed for 15 million. After all, last year's world champion, Su Xiaoluo stated candidly, "It is a foregone conclusion that he will start for the entire year. Even I wish to assist you. But alas, I find myself lacking in capability." Upon hearing his words, Su Cheng instantly grasped the situation. It seemed that the exposure of Zeta had led the principal to compel Su Xiaoluo to return. For otherwise, with Dean Rookie's presence, there would be no conceivable issue this season with the collaboration between Duke and IG safeguarding their journey. Would Su Xiaoluo, in his leisure, be so generous as to offer him a $1 million annual salary? Such lavishness is characteristic of that man. Chengzi, to be candid, this is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Zeta felt a twinge of melancholy, yet he sincerely wished for the best. Indeed, look, Xiaohai is the one with discerning eyes. Su Xiaoluo's spirits lifted at these words, and he gazed at Zeta with a hint of gratitude. If he truly could not return, he would indeed consider packing his bags and leaving. Su Cheng, steadfast in his resolve, declared, "It would be best for manager Su to take his leave. Why on earth?" This time, it was Su Xiaoluo who found himself perplexed. A $1 million annual salary. Was this lad mad? He had dropped out to come to the metropolis, earning a mere 3,000 a month for 2 months, and had it not been for Lu Jihao's financial support, he would have perished from hunger long ago. Now, such a splendid opportunity lay before him, and there was no justification for refusal. This lad must have lost his senses. Zeta felt inexplicably comforted, yet having faced setbacks with NB and IM today, he understood that returning to IG was indeed the wisest choice, and he hastened to persuade. "Chengzi, do not be incensed. Returning to IG is a positive development. To speak candidly, my brother's lack of ability has indeed been a burden to you. Yes, Lu Jihao is a genuinely loyal man. You both could seek out separate teams. At worst, your brother Luo could put aside his pride and arrange a position for Zeta, right? RNG's top lane is a feasible option. I could recommend Zeta to RNG, a fully Chinese lineup, the triumvirate, competing annually in the World Championship. You both could join different teams, yet remain good brothers privately. It does not mean you cannot reunite. Pursuing individual paths would be the best outcome. Su Shaluo earnestly implored, even promising to recommend Zeta to RNG. Although the authenticity of such a promise was uncertain, this old fellow indeed possessed connections within the professional sphere. However, he would not go. Su Chong was quite obstinate. Su Shaluo was in utter despair, exclaiming, "Why? After suffering heartbreak, how could one love again?" Su Chong huffed lightly, casting a faux haughty glance at Su Shaluo. This lad's words rendered him speechless. Chapter 27. Secret Exposure. Zeta. It's all my brother's lack of ability. On the bustling streets, Su Shaluo trudged along, briefcase in hand, utterly lost in thought. He had persistently and shamelessly offered kind words of persuasion. Yet that lad remained impervious, ultimately forcing him out. Now, reflecting on the exorbitant contract he had presented with a $1 million annual salary, he realized that the other party had steadfastly refused due to a mere Zeta. Regardless of how humbly he pleaded, in his entire life, Su Shaluo had never encountered such a stubborn individual, one who, despite having nothing, chose to reject a promising future for the sake of so-called brotherly loyalty. This person was truly a fool. Damn it. Su Shaluo squatted down at the street corner, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, despondently lighting one up. The boss had issued a strict order. The individual cannot be brought back, so one must gather their belongings and leave. Upon reflecting on this, Manager Su was instantly engulfed in deeper sorrow. Such misfortune. In the room, Zeta appeared notably abashed, his face a portrait of conflict. He said, "Chengzi, truly, there is no need for you to consider my feelings. With your current potential, you could undoubtedly compete with Rookie for a rotation spot in just 3 BO3 matches. This year, Ag has Duke. And the principal is willing to invest. Your future is exceedingly bright. I have truly been a burden to you that if we cannot succeed together, then we should part ways. The future is what matters most. You have dropped out to come to the metropolis, and a splendid opportunity lies before you. Hasn't your family always been unsupportive of your ambitions in esports? A salary of $1 million would surely bring joy to our parents and dispel all doubts." The more Zeta spoke, the more he felt the weight of shame. All right. Why are you being so sentimental with your brother? As if not joining IG means you cannot achieve greatness. What about NB? Or IM, for that matter? Sometimes, pursuing a career in esports is not solely for the sake of money. Even a monthly salary of 30,000 can silence all skepticism. Su Chong displayed evident impatience. Noticing that Zeta had lost his usual vigor and appeared overwhelmed with guilt, Su Chong found himself both amused and distressed. He waved his hand, saying, "Let us not speak of burdens any longer. Okay, without your introduction, I wouldn't have even made it to the metropolis. During those days, I relied entirely on you for sustenance, yet you never felt I was a burden, did you? Please, stop lamenting. We need to rise early tomorrow to look for jobs. Now, sleep." With that, Su Chong swiftly disrobed, closed his eyes, covered himself with the blanket, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Zeta found himself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a profound sense of relief within. You rascal. After an extended conversation, he had failed to articulate his thoughts. Casting a peculiar glance at Su Chong, he opted not to say more and climbed onto another single bed. After a long day, the two brothers quickly succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Meanwhile, online, the buzz surrounding Orange God and his remarkable 45-game winning streak from Master to the pinnacle of the Ionia leaderboard continued to gain momentum. An increasing number of curious onlookers joined the discussion, with the excitement intensifying day by day. Various streaming platforms sought to capitalize on this wave of popularity, frequently reaching out to Su Chong. Even some of the top clubs in the LPL expressed significant interest in him. Starting from Master, he had achieved 45 victories without a single defeat. Especially noteworthy was the fact that he had been accompanied throughout by Zeta. In the eyes of many, this only enhanced the value of his accomplishment. The following day, while Su Chong remained lost in dreams, Zeta awoke first. He initially intended to freshen up and subsequently head downstairs to procure some breakfast. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a notification from Su Chong's phone on the bedside table. Instinctively glancing over, Zeta found himself momentarily frozen. VG Manager, Xiao Chong, how have you been considering things? VG Manager, we can offer you an increased salary, an additional 10,000 per month, totaling an annual income of 720,000 yuan. VG Manager, this compensation, looking across the entire LPL. I dare say no other club can match this figure. Your uncle truly values you. VG Manager, as for Zeta, we truly cannot afford to keep him. Zhu Xiaolong has been in excellent form this season, and Zeta's market value is already quite high. It would be unwise to raise it further, and lowering it would be unnecessary. Spending money without gaining favor is one aspect. But the most critical issue is that if both the mid and upper positions undergo a transformation simultaneously. With the spring competition approaching rapidly, there is insufficient time for the team to develop synergy. Time cost is also a significant factor. I hope you can understand. VG manager, speaking of which, I genuinely admire your tenacity for your friends. To be so stubborn on their behalf speaks volumes about your loyalty. Su Cheng's phone doesn't even have a password, and upon seeing the previous messages, Zeta's jaw dropped in astonishment, his face a portrait of disbelief. 720,000. VG is so extravagant. Why didn't this fellow mention it before? In the midst of his astonishment, he discreetly picked up the phone, unlocking the screen, fully aware that Su Cheng's password comprised 4 sixes. Upon realizing this, Zeta felt a wave of realization wash over him. So, the reason this fellow didn't agree to VG earlier was because of me. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Momentarily frozen in place. Just then, Su Cheng turned over, and Zeta's body stiffened, nearly frightened out of his wits. Seeing that Su Cheng remained asleep, Lu Zhihao cautiously returned the phone to the bedside table, swiftly exiting the room. Overwhelmed with mixed emotions, he felt a tumult of sentiments that I am truly a fool. I am nothing but a burden. Zeta wandered through the corridor, reflecting on the events that transpired at VG previously. As well as Su Cheng's nonchalant demeanor upon leaving the club, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, his emotions tangled, while simultaneously berating himself for being such a coward. Before long, Zeta descended to purchase 2 breakfasts, only to find that Su Cheng had already awakened and was engrossed in short videos on his phone. Brother Hao actually got up early to buy breakfast for a friend. Su Cheng's eyes brightened as he dropped his phone and eagerly approached, devouring a pickled vegetable bun with gusto, exclaiming, "You rascal, it's rare for you to show some conscience." "Thanks, brother. With all your chatter, why don't you learn to rap instead?" "I don't need your thanks," Zeta instinctively retorted. Observing Su Cheng devouring the bun, he recalled the moment Su Cheng had set down his phone, feeling a twinge of conflict within. An annual salary of $1 million at IG, an annual salary of 720,000 at VG. If he didn't take me along, I wouldn't be lacking in options at all. The more he pondered, the more despondent Zeta became. However, Su Cheng seemed unfazed, noticing Zeta's silence as he continued to eat the bun, enthusiastically declaring, "Brother Hao, where are we going for trial training today? NB and IM are just short-sighted. Trust me, gold will always shine." Fengchu once said, "I, Pang Tong, have a fine head. I fear not the absence of good buyers. With our skills, we needn't worry about finding a good team, right? Today, we must succeed." Hearing Su Cheng say this, Zeta suddenly turned his head. "Are you still looking for a team? What else would I do? Sit here and drink in the northwestern wind? This house costs 300 a day, which is quite expensive." After Su Cheng and his companion finished their sauerkraut buns, they procured another one, indulging in it while sipping soy milk. "It was your turn to shine. In the realm of LPL, who wouldn't offer a cigarette to Hao Gu? Just mention which club we shall disrupt today, and that would suffice." Zeta pondered for a moment, noticing Su Cheng's fervor. Deliberately refraining from mentioning VG, which he kept concealed in his heart, resolutely, he declared with a sense of pride, "Now you understand the weight of your Hao Gu, don't you? Just wait, my brother. I will make the call." While savoring his breakfast with delight, he opened WeChat and began sifting through his contacts. After breakfast, it was already 10 in the morning, with the S7 spring split imminent. Clubs were undoubtedly commencing their training sessions. Zeta made numerous calls. "Hello, Brother Pan. Who is this?" "It's me, Zeta." "Hello, Brother Mingzhi. Can't even recognize your How DS voice anymore. Can you? Hey, are you aware of the esports prodigy? The one who achieved a 45-game winning streak to top the national server. My brother is only 17. Zeta humbly reached out for a solid half hour. Soon enough, he had confirmed their destination for the day. He had inquired with 3 clubs, and with time pressing, the 2 brothers quickly freshened up before heading out. Brimming with energy and aspirations, the day swiftly passed. All 3 clubs were greatly astonished by Su Cheng's prowess upon witnessing his performance firsthand. Even LGD and OMG, who initially approached with minimal expectations merely to extend a courtesy, found themselves impressed by Su Cheng's display, particularly when they learned that Su Xiaoluo had dismissed Su Cheng despite having never participated in a training match at IG. The phrase manager Su is muddled echoed in Su Chung's ears countless times throughout the day. By 11 at night, the two brothers returned to their hotel, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto their respective single beds without a moment's pause. After an entire day of high-intensity trials, Su Chong had lost count of how many matches he had played. The physical fatigue was one aspect, but the emotional turbulence and mental strain weighed even heavier. They had visited LGD, OMG, and GT, but the responses they received were far from favorable. Chapter 28. The thin rope breaks at the finer points. Misfortune only seeks the unfortunate. LGD drew inspiration from the LCK matches. Realizing that to go far, the top lane must possess the ability to carry the game. Their central tenet became, I may not need it, but I cannot do without it. Janu Sword Saint, perfectly aligned with their expectations. By the time they arrived, both sides had already made official announcements, leaving no room for Zeta. However, the club's general manager, Pan Fei, was quite taken by Su Chong, with the tensions between Wei Shun and the club reaching a breaking point. A split seemed imminent after the spring season, and they were in urgent need of a mid-laner capable of shouldering the responsibility of carrying the team. Su Chong's presence brought immense joy to the old Gondai. The only one feeling discontent was the Jungle King, Xie Dan. During the trials, Su Chong's remote control playstyle had left him trembling in fear. Especially this young man often employs the tactic of deception, which sends chills down his spine. Regardless of whether the opposing mid-laner, at full health, beckons him to engage, or if he encounters the enemy jungler in the wild, he is always the first to declare, I am on my way. Only to be discovered a staggering 800 meters away. Even before forming a proper team, Ami has already been reduced to tears by his tricks. Despite the frustration, he harbors a certain anticipation at the prospect of teaming up with Su Chong. After all, the art of being drained by teammates is a phenomenon with which Ami, the Jungle King, is all too familiar. Often, when his mid-laner reaches levels 7 or 8, the F6 and blue buff are swiftly claimed by Wei Shun. Subsequently, as the mid-laner gears up, even the three wolves fall into their grasp, and by the 15-minute mark, the frog and red buff are monopolized by Imp. The most absurd instance occurred last year when top laner Marin began to covet his golem after merely 7 or 8 minutes. All told, he could only manage the first 2 rounds of jungle camps. From the 15th minute onward, he had no claim to any economic resources. Ami has grown accustomed to this siphoning, while being drained by Wei Shun. He finds himself unable to carry. Yet, Zhu Xin thrives, extracting resources and sustaining himself. This young man possesses a remarkable ability to independently carry the game. Moreover, when he seeks a favor, his words are exceptionally pleasant. Ami is genuinely eager to partner with him. At the very least, when collaborating with OG God, this individual never inexplicably shifts the blame onto him. For this reason, Lao Gondai even offered Su Chong a staggering salary of 600,000 yuan. Additionally, the newly appointed head coach, DGC Sugu, promised him a rotation with Wei Shun during the spring season, barring any adverse effects. Otherwise, in the 16 rounds of the regular season, they would each play 8 games. And after parting ways with Wei Shun in the summer season, he would be the sole focus of affection. The conditions are indeed favorable. Unfortunately, despite Su Cheng's relentless persuasion, the other party remains reluctant to yield in the top lane. After all, even if Zitai were to break through, he could not surpass Genoa's for OMG. They are willing to welcome Zitai. However, in the mid lane, Lung Xiao has already integrated with the team. Out of a sense of nurturing talent, Mingxia has promised him 2 BO3 matches for evaluation, yet the salary offered is merely 400,000 yuan per year. This is only 40,000 yuan more than I am, making it evident that signing him is a mere facade, with the true intent being to undervalue him for a later transfer to profit. GT commands the highest price, as the youngest brother in the LPL. Enduring the harshest blows year after year, witnessing the S7 League reach unprecedented heights, GT's owner is determined to make a significant move. While they lack the qualifications to vie for top-tier players, they are willing to invest in first-class talent. However, with the spring season approaching and time running short, most decent players have already been snatched up by other teams, leaving behind a plethora of unclaimed, subpar options. Occasionally, a few capable players emerge, but each one demands an exorbitant price. Just as GT's owner was at his wit's end and prepared to concede defeat, Su Chong made his entrance. For GT, Su Chong can be likened to a ray of dawn suddenly piercing through the darkness. The trivialities of jungle ganks become inconsequential. What truly matters is that this young lad single-handedly dismantled the entirety of GT's team throughout the trial process, vividly demonstrating for a full 2 hours his unparalleled ability to carry the game and his remarkable charm in turning the tides of battle. His formidable carry potential left Gong Zigu, who was still serving as the dean of GT, utterly astounded. In recognition of his extraordinary talent, GT even promised an astonishing annual salary of 800,000 yuan. He would be guaranteed a starting position upon joining. As for the current mid-laner of GT, he would be unceremoniously dismissed. When Su Chong expressed his desire to play alongside Zeta, such a request was, of course, met with an emphatic refusal. What a preposterous notion. Jim Goon is the dean of GT, having safeguarded the team since before its renaming. Without Gong Zigu, GT might very well have been relegated to LSBL by now. Instead of remaining in LPL, it would not be an exaggeration to call Gong Zigu the cornerstone of GT's establishment. How could he possibly be replaced, especially by Zeta? Not long after lying down, Su Cheng's WeChat notifications began to chime incessantly, a relentless stream of messages. After a brief respite, he finally picked up his phone to check. Managers from 4 clubs, VG, NB, LGD, and GT, had reached out to him in succession. Among them, manager Chong from NB was less enthusiastic, merely inquiring about his job search, while the other 3 were fervently engaged, particularly GT, who seemed desperate for talent. Through the screen, Su Chong could almost feel their urgency. He tossed his phone aside, and, upon Zeta's return, fell silent like a mute. He greeted him with a call. Are you not speaking because your vocal cords are glued together? Don't show up looking so disheveled. Brother, tomorrow, we'll keep searching. Worst case, we can play a season with OMG or NB. A man roams the world. Where's not home? Cheer up. Hearing this, Zeta felt a pang of frustration and exclaimed, Damn it, I just hate my own lack of skill. Why am I so terrible? Noticing Zeta finally speaking, Su Chong smirked and replied, So you do realize you're lacking, huh? If you could be as strong as your brother, even that old man Jiansten would kneel and sing conquer to you. If you're weak, then practice more. Fine, I'll practice. You sleep. I'll go play some rank on the national server. Zeta, fueled by determination, dashed to his computer. Observing this, Su Chong held little hope. After a long day, he was utterly exhausted and soon drifted into slumber. As for Zeta, despite having been busy all day, he was now filled with a burning desire to prove himself and logged onto the Ionia server to play ranked. Enduring a series of challenges, he began to excel. Though Su Chong had said nothing to blame him, Zeta was internally frustrated and eager to grow stronger, whether it was channeling his anger into strength or simply being fortunate. Zeta astonishingly began to dominate the game that he played until 3 in the morning, achieving a record of 5 wins and 1 loss, leaving many high-ranked streamers astonished. Though he felt on fire, the exhaustion from his busy day soon caught up with him, and he climbed into bed to rest. He had yet to fall asleep when the phone at Su Cheng's bedside suddenly rang. Groggy from slumber, Su Cheng fumbled in the darkness to answer the call. Hello, brother, what? Something's happened. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, he bolted upright. After a moment of listening, Su Cheng's brow furrowed deeper. All right, I still have about 5,000 yuan here. I'll transfer it to you for now. Just hold on, little sister. Don't worry, I'll find a way. But don't tell Mom about this. Su Cheng's words made the figure in the blankets frown. He remained silent, listening intently. Gradually, his expression began to shift. Awakened abruptly in the dead of night, Su Cheng felt an overwhelming wakefulness wash over him. After hanging up, he glanced at Lu Zhihao, who had buried his head under the covers, sighed softly, and quietly took a drag from his cigarette. Feeling a sense of bitterness, he found it lacking in flavor, so he retrieved a mosquito coil from nearby, lit it, and began to smoke in solitude. Misfortune often seeks out the most vulnerable. Su Cheng's family was not well off. The call had come from his younger sister, merely 12 years old and in 5th grade. Their father worked at a moving company in their hometown, while their mother toiled on an assembly line in a factory. His father had not received much education in his youth and entered the workforce early. Compounded by years of smoking, he had recently been diagnosed with early-stage lung cancer. The estimated cost of treatment was around 300,000 yuan. In reality, the expenses would far exceed this figure. This predicament had been unfolding for several days, and if it weren't for his sister's late-night phone call, lamenting the need to sell their home for their father's treatment, Su Cheng would still be in the dark. Hailing from a small 3rd-tier city, their 128-square-meter 3-bedroom home was worth approximately 700,000 yuan in the second-hand market, but given its remote location, A hurried sale might fetch only around 500,000. The necessity of treatment was undeniable. Yet where would the family reside if they sold their house? The only silver lining was the timely discovery. With current medical advancements, early-stage lung cancer could be completely cured. 300,000 images of VG, LGD. And even IG flashed through Su Cheng's mind. Su Shaluo had promised $1,000,000 annual salary if he merely nodded to return to IG. Although that million wouldn't be given all at once, securing 30,000 was certainly within reach. However, such a path weighed heavily on him. As the mosquito coil burned down, he cast a sideways glance at Lu Zhihao on the adjacent single bed. His emotions a turbulent mix of complexity. The sudden revelation of such news left Su Cheng in a state of disarray, unable to find sleep. Next month marked his 17th birthday, an age typically filled with carefree youth. Yet he felt as burdened as an adult with grave concerns, lighting one mosquito coil after another. Eventually, he unknowingly leaned against the bed's edge and drifted into a silent slumber. P.S. I humbly request your support with monthly votes. Your contributions could help me rise in the rankings. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 29. Congratulations to the host. A triumphant start. 3T0. Su Cheng slept fitfully in a moment of disorientation. He caught sight of the faint glow emanating from his phone screen, mistakenly believing it to be Zita rising in the middle of the night to use the restroom. Still drowsy, he merely turned over. Indifferent to the situation, the following day, sunlight streamed through the window, and Su Cheng groggily awoke, only to find Zita's absence puzzling. Had this lazy individual actually gone out to buy breakfast? Su Cheng was taken aback. He retrieved his phone, intending to check the time, but was instead greeted by a notification from Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 7281 received a transfer of 500,000 yuan on January 7th at 8:17 a.m. Balance: 500,128.00 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank. Su Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Just the night before, he had been fretting over the treatment costs for his father's lung cancer, and now he found himself inexplicably credited with 500,000 yuan. Hastily, he logged into the online banking app to investigate further. The sender, Lu Zhihao. How could this fellow possibly know? Su Cheng was astonished. It quickly dawned on him that Zita must have overheard his phone call the previous night. He rushed to open WeChat and sent a voice message to the contact saved as Brother Hao, but it was promptly declined. Just as Su Cheng was about to dial the number, a text arrived. Chengzi, I know about your situation. As for the money, you can repay your brother later when you earn it through your profession. For now, focus on getting Dad the treatment he needs. Don't worry about me. It's really unnecessary. You can go back to IG or even VG. Oldgon's place is fine too. What was it that was said? Since we all lack talent, let each go their own way. Although the sentiment may be somewhat inappropriate, it isn't far from the truth. Your brother Hao is indeed the least capable among us. To be honest, I truly despise my own ineptitude for not being able to join you in the competition. My brother has gone to RNG. Let's not keep in touch for the time being. You're really something else. Chengzi, if I hadn't left, you would undoubtedly still be considering me while seeking a team. We've already scoured half of the LPL in search of one. My 3 favors have been thoroughly exhausted. Let's part ways for now. As he read the lengthy message, Su Cheng's emotions became complex. He quickly typed a response. You fool, don't rush, listen to me. However, just as he was about to send a lengthy reply, he was met with a bright red exclamation mark. Damn it, Su Cheng cursed vehemently. That son of a dog, Lu Zhihao. How dare he block me? What a newborn brat. With nowhere to vent his frustration, he found himself unable to get through on the phone, and his text went unanswered. Clearly, he had been blocked. He continued to curse for a while, gazing at the empty room, suddenly feeling a profound sense of loss. Now, he was truly all alone to go to RNG. Would he even dare to go there? Sitting on the bed, Su Cheng stared blankly, his mind a void. Was he afraid that staying behind would jeopardize his future? Just as his thoughts ebbed and flowed, the home phone rang, adjusting his mood. He answered it, and it was his mother. Her voice was gentle. Chengzi, you've transferred so much money to your sister. Do you have enough for yourself? Mother lacks the means. Upon hearing her voice, Su Cheng felt a sudden pang in his nose. He brought his good friend Lu Zhihao, who had spent several months treating him lavishly in the vibrant metropolis, only to find himself feeling inadequate and leaving Daikiti that moment. The person he cherished most in this world expressed concern for him in the same tone, which made Su Cheng struggle to maintain his composure. He felt a pang of sorrow at the corners of his eyes. After a family misfortune, his elderly mother from his hometown called. worried that he wouldn't have enough to eat in the bustling city, insisting on sending him money for living expenses. Enough to get by. Oh, and by the way, don't sell the house. My brother has lent me 500,000 after learning about this. Mom, please don't be alarmed. It's true, he lent it to me, and there is no rush to repay it. You and Dad can use it for now. The main thing is that your son has this capability. A major club has taken notice of me, and I've been undergoing trials these past few days, essentially an internship. Once I secure a permanent position, I can earn 200,000 to 300,000 a year. So repaying this money will be no problem. After Su Cheng's earnest persuasion, his parents, who had felt embarrassed, finally accepted this reality. As the conversation progressed, realizing their son was likely to succeed, they became overjoyed, repeatedly exclaiming, "Our son is making it." He could tell his mother was genuinely happy, and he even faintly heard the sound of his usually stern father laughing heartily. It should be about half a month. By then, you should be able to see me compete online. All right, I must get back to work now. He ended the call. Su Cheng's previously heavy heart suddenly felt a bit lighter. He logged into online banking and transferred 200,000 to his mother's card for emergencies. The remaining 300,000 had reached the daily maximum transfer limit via mobile banking, so he would need to visit the counter to handle that. With his friend gone, Su Cheng lacked motivation and decided to tackle the tasks at hand. After hastily freshening up, he noticed his room was left with only his suitcase, and for some reason, he felt a twinge of melancholy. He made a special trip to transfer the remaining money, keeping 5,000 for himself as an emergency fund, which should suffice for a few days if spent frugally. After having breakfast, he returned to the hotel alone, without the incessant chatter of his friend. The world seemed to fall into a tranquil silence. He pulled out his e-cigarette and took a couple of puffs, beginning to contemplate his next steps. IG had offered the highest bid, but 2 days had passed without any further contact from Su Shaoluo. It seemed the prospect of $1 million annual salary was now on hold. Was he to return to IG and tell Luo Gu? Previously, there were too many people outside. It was my younger brother's ignorance? Su Cheng shook his head. Unless absolutely necessary, he could never return to IG to VG, or perhaps the old sponsor. His mind was in turmoil. He truly did not wish to part ways like this. He casually logged into his domestic account. Having not played for 2 days, his original score of 1121 had been surpassed, with Dopa reclaiming the top spot, and PDD's disciple Xiaoma now, in second. 1 had a score of 1220. And the other 1167. Su Cheng casually queued up, intending to focus on improving his attributes. After all, having been in trials recently, it was quite unreasonable to stagnate in his own capabilities and champion proficiency. It was too long before he was placed in the queue. OG God joined the team. OG God joined the team. OG God joined the team. OG God has joined the team. Huya, 14th Fiora. Goodness, it's Orange God. Doyu. Frog. It's a rare sight indeed. What have they been up to these past 2 days? Why didn't they bring Zeta along for solo queue? Gu show you. Can we just relax this game? The last spear of Shirya. As soon as I entered the game, the chat bar in the lower left corner came alive with excitement. Brothers, quickly rally your friends to share the live stream. Orange God is here with me. Gu show you enthusiastically called out in front of the camera, eager to witness Orange God's triumphant return as he aims for a 46-game winning streak. Family, please retweet. Akali hasn't even been banned. Brothers, Akali is still available. The 14th Fiora beamed with joy, knowing that with Akali in hand, they would at least secure half the victory. Seeing these familiar high-tier regulars, Su Cheng also smiled as he typed a response. Brothers, how Gu has left. He is going to RNG. If you see him, please pass on the message. Do not go to RNG, even if it means jumping off the building from upstairs. Don't ask me why. The feng shui is terrible. Suddenly, this statement caught everyone's attention. All 4 teammates, along with a multitude of viewers in the live stream, were left bewildered. Breaking up with Hao Gu, going to RNG, bad feng shui. The tension was palpable. The 4 teammates were both shocked and delighted, while the onlookers, reveling in the drama, began to feverishly copy and paste Su Cheng's words across various live streams and social media platforms. Orange God said he broke up with Hao Gu. Orange God said let Hao Gu die outside. Shocking. Orange God and Zeta have split. If he can't have it, he'll destroy it, forcing Lu Zhihao to jump off a building. 38 degrees of audacity. With words urging a brother to jump off a building, Orange God has truly turned dark-hearted. Orange God declared that RNG has bad feng shui. Orange God himself stated, RNG is bad. Even the dead won't go there. The message relay began to take the internet by storm. Starting with the familiar Akali, Su Cheng was on fire, and as soon as the game commenced, He began to showcase his skills against the opposing mid laner, a professional from LSBL, who had boasted about interrupting the undefeated streak of 45 games. He was relishing the attention, but after 5 minutes of gameplay, he was drenched in sweat. 10 minutes in, he had lost all sense of self. 15 minutes in, let us give it up, brothers. It's impossible. Akali has become invincible. I initiated it. Click. Game over. A delightful notification echoed in Su Cheng's mind. Ding. Match comprehensive evaluation commencing. Comedy effect. C. Spectacle effect. B. Rewards generating. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Shadow Fist. Proficiency 20. Wow. A triumphant opening. Operation 1. Su Chong had not harbored high hopes. Yet the system's sudden elevation of tone with triumphant opening took him by surprise. After a 2-day hiatus from the national server, his return for the first game was nothing short of a soul-stirring experience. Though it may not be the pinnacle of freedom attribute points, it is precisely the skill that Su Chong is most eager to enhance at this moment. The effect is indistinguishable from that, causing a dramatic fluctuation in his previously subdued mood. And a smile graces his face. After 2 days of accumulating luck, fortune has finally favored him. Su Chong mused joyfully. In an instant, he felt his fingers grow increasingly nimble, as if electrified, invigorated, and refreshed. Su Chong summoned the operations panel. Host. Su Chong skill. 90, T0. Positioning. 88, T1. Prediction. 85, T1. Speed. 91, T0. Reaction. 91, T0. Attack movement. 83, Awareness. 86, T1. Game sense. 82, Damage calculation. 51, Floor. Version comprehension. 99, Ceiling. Hero pool. Akali, T0. Oriana, T1. Twisted Fate, T1. Zoe, T1. Rek'Sai, T1. Comprehensive evaluation. Goodness gracious, a rare 3 T0. With such prowess confined within the modest realm of the domestic server. Dear host, do you not feel a tinge of embarrassment? With these skills, why not soar to greatness? Vanquishing the myriad challengers of the LPL and earning the illustrious title of LPL's Little Faker. Freedom attribute points. 0. Chapter 30. Collective shock. The orange deity must have activated. Array of hope. A million annual salary. 3 T0. Gazing upon his panel, Su Chong felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Especially notable was the system's comprehensive evaluation, which starkly contrasted with the past. Previously, it referenced rankings in the domestic and Korean servers. But now he had ascended to the realm of 3 T0, with the system even expressing disdain for his dominion over Lightning in the domestic server. 3 T0s and 3 T1s at his disposal. And unlike ordinary players whose attributes fluctuate based on their condition, as long as he is not ill, all his attributes remain constant. The standout feature is his consistent performance, always maintaining an optimal state. The only drawback, if one could call it that, is in damage calculation, which is indeed somewhat lackluster. However, this is of little consequence. What do numerical monsters signify in terms of damage calculation? There is absolutely no need for their existence. The beauty of numbers is what truly delights. Following this sweet taste of success, Su Chong continued to climb the ranks. The Orange Deity's return to the domestic server sparked a tremendous uproar across major streaming platforms and high-ranking tiers of the game. The story of his unbroken winning streak from the Master rank, achieving 100 victories, has recently garnered explosive traffic online, prompting streamers and professional players alike to vie for a share of this wave of popularity. Even current LPL professional players have publicly vowed to give Su Chong a lesson. Give me a lesson? I suggest you keep your voices down. I am invincible. You are at liberty, regardless of who you are. Once matched against me, you must pay a price of 20 points to escape unscathed. In response to the new batch of teammates' messages, Su Chong typed away with fervor, his playful banter quickly inciting a fervent reaction. Victory points 22, victory points 21, victory points 23, victory points 20. Su Chong played from afternoon until evening, achieving an astounding 8 consecutive victories without a single defeat. His record has reached an astonishing 54 consecutive wins. Orange God, this lad is invincible. 54 consecutive wins. Good heavens, who else is left? Who else? I wouldn't dare to win like this even in my dreams. Ming Kai descended from the mountain to vanquish demons, yet managed to leave with a mere 20 points, leaving everyone in awe. LPL Superstar, are you trampling on my head and rampaging? It's official, the Orange God is definitely unleashed. A tremendous uproar has erupted across various streaming platforms. Simultaneously, numerous esports writers are fervently typing at their computers, employing extravagant language to depict Su Cheng's mythic winning streak on various short video platforms. Content creators focusing on League of Legends are also tirelessly editing videos throughout the night. It's gone viral. This time, the entire internet has erupted. Victory points 20. The strongest king. 1302 up before the screen, gazing at his final achievements. A satisfied expression graced Su Cheng's face that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After playing for so long, he hadn't even taken a bite of food, maintaining intense concentration throughout the matches. This moment, he felt utterly exhausted and ravenous, his mind clouded and muddled. The winning streak had surged to 54, reclaiming the top spot in the national server. Most importantly, his luck today was exceptionally good. Although after the first match concluded, the news of the Orange God's return to the national server to continue climbing points led to Akali being banned in every subsequent match. He could still play Cardmaster, and when both Akali and Cardmaster were banned, Su Chong would confidently unleash his unique and quirky Orianna to stabilize the team. This moment, his mastery of Cardmaster had surpassed 1,000. Reaching an astonishing 1030, he had ascended to the T0 tier. Furthermore, whether due to sheer luck or the accumulation of good fortune from 3 days of relentless trials without securing a job, during the following matches, Su Cheng remarkably obtained 2 attribute points. Walk-in hit 1, bringing his walk-in hit value to 84. With just a bit more, he could enter the T1 ranks. Damage calculation experienced a significant surge. Upon hearing the reward notification, Su Cheng even questioned if he had misheard. A solid 4. Cumulatively, adding to the previous 51, he barely reached 55. Although still at the baseline, the substantial increase of 4 points was evidently transformative. After achieving a damage calculation of 55, Su Cheng could vaguely estimate how much health his complete skill set would deplete from his opponents. Although the actual results varied from his estimations, the discrepancy was merely a few dozen health points, which was insignificant. Even for a top-tier player like Rookie, Su Cheng estimated that their damage calculation would peak at around 70. This aspect is distinct from others. If it were merely calculating the damage dealt to minions, anyone could manage that. The displayed panel's numerical reduction would yield the specific value. Yet every hero possesses a degree of resistance. The actual damage inflicted is only evident when one accounts for the opponent's defenses. When facing heroes with healing abilities, it becomes imperative to factor in their regenerative skills as well. In the arena, a team fight typically unfolds within a span of merely 10 to 20 seconds. During this fleeting moment, ensuring flawless execution is already a considerable challenge. Who has the luxury to divert their focus to damage calculations? Such attributes are predominantly utilized during the landing phase for turret dives. And when delving deeper, they serve to gauge the opponent's damage, enabling a decisive moment to ascertain one's survival and execute a last-ditch counterattack. Observing the entirety of the LPL, 90 of these narrow escapes are executed through instinctive maneuvers rather than meticulous calculations, wherein the former is a product of muscle memory, and the latter is a feat achievable only by a computer. Su Cheng reclined amidst his injuries, taking a brief respite while contemplating. Curiously, he recalled that his prior damage calculation was precisely 50. Yet after several days of practice, it had inexplicably risen to 51. Could it be that attributes do not require arduous grinding, but rather, through diligent effort and practice, they naturally enhance? It seems to follow such a logic. I have the advantage, yet others do not. Every top-tier player began their journey in ranked matches, gradually honing their skills through relentless training to reach their current level. He was deep in thought when his stomach suddenly growled audibly. After a 10-minute rest, filled with reflections, Su Cheng resolved to head downstairs for a meal. Initially, he instinctively intended to indulge in a bowl of noodles at the nearby restaurant before returning to rest. However, upon realizing that he had only 5,000 yuan left in his pocket and no job secured, he silently relinquished the notion of spending 25 yuan on a bowl of fried sauce noodles. Instead, he opted for a cup of instant noodles from the convenience store at the checkout. He mused that a man ought to treat himself better. Adding a sausage, he spent a total of 7 yuan. Upon returning to the hotel, he awaited the instant noodles to rehydrate while grappling with his worries. He was currently burdened with a staggering debt of 500,000 yuan, although he was confident in his ability to repay it. The pressure was undeniably immense. Just as despair began to envelop him, the phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Hello? Who is this?" Su Cheng inquired with curiosity. Is this the Orange God? I am Zhu Kai. We are aware of your situation. The voice on the other end was that of a middle-aged man, deep and resonant. Snake is quite interested in you. Do you have time to come and try out with us tomorrow? At that moment, within the Snake Club, Zhu Kai was burning the midnight oil, while the general manager, Zhuo Wu Jun, listened intently beside him. Before Zhu Kai could utter another word, Zhuo Wu snatched the phone. Hello, Orange God. This is Zhuo Wu. You need not audition for Snake. I can promise you a contract with an annual salary of 1 million yuan. You will be a starter. Su Cheng felt as though he had been struck on the head with a colossal cake. The sheer magnitude of the revelation left him dazed. 1 million yuan annual salary, a guaranteed starting position, and no need for a trial. Wait, why is that? Su Cheng's mind was in a whirl that he had been running around with Zitai daily, only to face constant setbacks, either being underbid or dismissed due to his companion's reputation. Now, just as he contemplated compromising with fate, he unexpectedly received a call from the manager and coach of Snake, who offered him a position without an audition, with 1 million yuan salary and a starting role. Who could he possibly turn to for clarity in this bewildering turn of events, as Su Cheng found himself in a state of bewilderment? Manager Snake, known as Zhuo Wu Jun, explained on the other end of the phone, we are seeking the contact of Sima Laoze. He is aware of your results from the trial at OMG. And Wei Shun from Laogan Dai has also recommended you to me. Furthermore, Wu Zhuangtai holds you in high regard. I am not certain how he acquired the footage, but we have reviewed your trial at NB. The Snake team requires a mid-laner like you, capable of bearing the weight of responsibility. A remarkable solo queue achievement of 54 consecutive victories has led me, Zhuo Wu Jun, to believe in your potential. You are indeed worth this investment. The more Zhuo Wu Jun spoke, the more animated he became, which in turn caused Zhu Kai to feel a tinge of anxiety. Su Cheng suddenly came to a realization. The names Lao Ze, Wu Zhuangtai, and Wei Shun resonated with him. These individuals were indeed noteworthy. However, he was not overwhelmed by the surprise. Had he only been concerned about his own advancement, he would have long since joined VG or Laogan Dai. His hesitation throughout the day stemmed from a sense of unwillingness. Facing the enthusiastic leader of the Snake team, Su Cheng spoke candidly. I have great confidence in my abilities, but I have one condition. Is it about Zitai? Zhu Kai anticipated this, presenting two options. He could switch to support and start as a main player, which would require additional training time to integrate with the team. Or he could rotate with Xian Jun based on performance, ensuring fairness. Regarding compensation, if Zitai played as a blue-collar worker, his skills would certainly merit fair treatment. However, should he join the package deal? I would need to arrange a trial for you tomorrow. While the footage is one thing, the actual performance must be witnessed firsthand. What are your thoughts? Zhuo Wu Jun added on the other end of the line. Su Cheng's heart soared, feeling as though the clouds of doubt that had shrouded his mind had been swept away in an instant. Come pick me up at 8 tomorrow morning. Chapter 31. Zitai. I was wrong. I am guilty. I deserve this fate. After hanging up the phone, Su Cheng lay on his bed, gazing silently at the ceiling, feeling as if everything was merely a dream. He had been inexplicably noticed by the Snake team and promised a staggering salary of 1 million. Even having the chance to play League of Legends with his good friends that he tossed and turned in excitement. Unable to sleep, his mind racing with thoughts, reflecting on the twists of fate in recent days. They had moved from VG to NB, IM, LGD, OMG, and GT, visiting 6 clubs in total. The journey had been fraught with obstacles, offering a stark glimpse into the harsh realities of life. Then a sudden family crisis had emerged, leading both brothers to contemplate surrendering to fate, only for joy to arrive unexpectedly. With this in mind, Su Cheng dialed Zitai's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Sorry, he had yet to remove himself from the blacklist. That rascal. I must give him a good talking to when I see him tomorrow. In the midst of his musings, he recalled Zitai mentioning a potential move to RNG. Just then, Zhu Kai had already added him on WeChat, prompting Su Cheng to quickly send a message. By the way, Coach Zhu, please give Lu Zhihao a call to inform him of the situation. Just let him know I will be at the club tomorrow morning, and he can handle it from there. It would be best if I steer clear of RNG. An OK emoji promptly appeared on the screen in response. Setting aside his phone, Su Cheng closed his eyes and began to drift into slumber. On this night, the fervor surrounding the OG God blazed like an uncontrollable wildfire, swiftly igniting a sensation across the internet. Various highlight reels of his gameplay flourished on numerous short video platforms. The incident of achieving a remarkable 54 consecutive victories and reclaiming the top position in the national server even surged onto Weibo's trending topics, inciting fervent discussions among countless onlookers, even the sanctuary of the League of Legends community. The Pressure Relief Forum was abuzz with the wins of the Orange God's invincibility, championing the glory of the national server. His audacious remarks made during the game were disseminated widely among netizens. Some particularly entertaining exchanges became fodder for memes across various forums, and within a single night, discussions proliferated into thousands of replies. Certain clever content creators on the popular platform creatively distilled and compiled the exaggerated reactions of various streamers who faced the Orange God, garnering tens of thousands of likes in just one night, drawing riotous laughter from a multitude of viewers. Once a specter of despair in the national server, he had transformed into a titan, clinching 54 consecutive victories. Twice, he had subdued Dopa, becoming the globally ranked player with the highest consecutive wins. This astounding achievement felt like a living myth to countless summoners who typically shunned competitive matches. From a culinary savant to the holder of the highest win streak record, what has he truly experienced? Woohoo God! Take heed and learn. Though both are deities, how can the disparity be so vast? In the past, being paired with God left teammates in terror. Now, encountering God brings them unbridled joy. My verdict is simply, wow, Orange. The Orange God has completely redeemed himself. Not only has he redeemed himself, but he has also transformed from a pitiful figure into a prominent voice of Ionia. Many clubs are now seeking him out. Big guts, do you want to perish? Calling him the Orange God? Nay, he is OG God. A single phrase to prove you are a fan of the Orange God. V50, listen to my story. Huh. The air was thick with discussions that permeated every corner of social media. The following day, bang, 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 Chong was awakened by the blaring alarm, and it was already 7:30 in the morning. Though still bleary-eyed and yearning for a few more moments of slumber, he steeled himself against the fatigue, for today bore significant implications for his future. His WeChat was inundated with messages. Managers from clubs like VG and LGD had inquired at the dead of night about his job search. Additionally, Lu Zihao, who had blocked him, had called several times around 3 in the morning. However, he had already been deep in sleep and missed the notifications. The chat box was filled with this rascal's numerous messages. Bro, are you asleep? Wow, how did you convince Zhu Kai and Zhuowu? You didn't engage in some shady deal, did you? My good brother, you've truly sacrificed so much for this family. I was wrong. I'm guilty. I apologize to you. See you tomorrow. Glancing at the barrage of messages, Ching simply replied with 2 words. "SB. Get lost." Just then, a message from Zhu Kai arrived. I'm downstairs. Are you awake? I'll freshen up and be right there. Ching responded briefly before hastily retreating to the bathroom for a quick shower. After drying his hair, he swiftly dressed and opened the door, only to find Lu Zihao, with his greasy hair and plump face adorned by oversized glasses, standing at the threshold. How crude. No. Why the hell are you just standing there? Come in already, Chong exclaimed. Startled, his lips curling with mock sweetness, "My brother. I never imagined you would truly abandon your brother Hao and go solo. I'm heartbroken." He feigned an exaggerated gesture, declaring, "My dear brother, let us traverse the path ahead together." Get lost, you idiot, Ching retorted, his patience waning as he witnessed Lu Zihao melodramatically begin to sing "Don't You Dare Insult My Idol" song. With that, he retaliated with a punch. Hey, wait, Jingzi, I was wrong. You're not still mad at your brother Hao, are you? I shouldn't have blacklisted you. I have sinned. Let me treat you to a barbecue tonight. No, brother, I never expected you to possess such remarkable skills. Managing to handle both Zhu Kai and Zhuowu. Come on, tell me how you did it. That's flanger we're talking about. They could agree to anything but exchanging brothers. The corridor of the hotel was filled with the incessant chatter of their conversation. For some reason, Ching suddenly found himself reminiscing about the solitude he experienced alone just yesterday. As they descended to the ground floor, Chong immediately spotted a business vehicle emblazoned with the Snake Esports Club logo parked by the roadside. Head coach Zhu Kai was standing there, smoking an incense stick. Upon noticing the duo approaching, he quickly extinguished it, greeting them with a beaming smile. Orange God. Hello, hello. I'm Zhu Kai. Hello, Coach Zhu. I'm Chong. Ching replied politely. You've really amassed quite the following. Haven to you. Just this morning, your 54 consecutive victories have already climbed to 15th on Weibo's trending list, Zhu Kai remarked with a smile. Clearly keeping an eye on the online buzz. Chong, however, had paid little attention to it. Old Zhu, It's undeniable that your judgment is impeccable for recognizing our duo. With a single legendary duo, one can stabilize the realm. With you, Snake, having two, the championship title in this league is undoubtedly ours. As Lu Zhihao continued to trail Su Chong with apologies, he couldn't contain himself and brought up the legendary duo phrase to boast. Su Ching, utterly speechless, quietly stepped aside. By the way, didn't you bring your luggage? Zhu Kai noticed Su Ching's empty hands. Aren't you here for the tryouts? Su Chong hesitated. Zhu Kai, exuding warmth, replied, Are you worried your skills wouldn't pass the tryout? To save you the trouble of running back and forth, I'll go fetch it for you. Before long, with their belongings in tow, the group set off for the Snake headquarters. Throughout the journey, Zhu Kai inquired about Su Ching's situation, often getting cut off by Lu Zhihao, who seized the opportunity to boast about himself, leaving Su Ching feeling a bit embarrassed. Ironically, Zhu Kai seemed genuinely convinced by Lu Zhihao's grandstanding, repeatedly exclaiming how lucky he was to have found a gem. Seizing the moment, a drowsy Su Chong took a short nap in the car. Soon, the vehicle came to a steady halt, arriving at the illustrious Ling Shi Road. The proprietor behind Snake is certainly not lacking in funds. The club is situated in a bustling area, within an impressive office building, where one can easily spot the luminous sign of Snake Esports from afar. It stands magnificently, not far from Guadian EDG, just a 10-minute stroll away. Concurrently, IM Club is also located along the same thoroughfare. Upon ascending, the team members and the coaching staff gather together to enjoy breakfast. Zhu Kai assists Su Chong in placing the luggage, guiding them inside while elaborating. The club occupies 2 floors of office space. This level boasts a gym, a medical room, and a billiards hall, all quite spacious, with a designated area for table tennis. However, these amenities are of little consequence, as they are primarily utilized when the boss comes for inspections throughout the year. The cafeteria is rather large, with 2 cooks alternating weekly. Let us have breakfast first, Zhu Kai suggested, as he pushed open the glass door, leading Su Chong and Zi Tai into the dining hall. Over here, called out left Miss June, waving. The analyst's eyes sparkled. Is this the legendary Orange God? A formidable player in the game and quite handsome as well. It's a bit infuriating. Crystal, with a 54-game winning streak, you truly are something else, exclaimed Flander. Orange God, or should I say Ching God? Please sit here, my friend. Soft-matted. Chapter 32. A fish served 4 ways. Brother Gang, you are my eternal idol. The crowd was filled with enthusiasm during their first encounter. Su Chong, undeterred, approached the illustrious figure of Gang, beaming with joy as he remarked, Oh my, look who it is, the B10 War God, the toughest ADC in LPL. Which ADC in the world can endure 10 matches in a row without collapsing? Gang has accomplished this. I often say, even when one is taken to the hospital, their spine remains unyielding. Gang SBO10 has exemplified 2 words to the national audience: fortitude, when it comes to heroes, and iron-willed men. I only bow to Gang. Their ISNTA single soft spot on him. He will forever be my idol. Gang. Su Ching's words instantly exhilarated the renowned Gang, causing the young Baozi to swallow his food hastily and stand up in excitement. Mumbling, Little brother, please, sit down. What would you like? Brother Gang will get it for you. What does it mean to have vision? What does it mean to have awareness? Just look, little brother. You must acknowledge that your 54-game winning streak at the top of the national server owes a part of its success to Brother Gang. Crystal's face gleamed with joy, growing increasingly animated as he spoke. That he vowed that in his entire professional career, he had never encountered a teammate with such a melodious way of speaking. Each word felt as though it were the finest craftsman providing him a massage. It was utterly delightful. Su Chong, having been soothed, took a seat as Gang, the elder statesman of the team, briskly moved to the food cabinet and returned with a large tray of buns. That Su Chong, contemplative, suddenly stated earnestly, to be honest, without Gang, there would be no me today. That is the truth. My ascent to the pinnacle of the national server is undoubtedly influenced by Gang, and it can be said that it solidified my decision to pursue a professional career. Gang's impact on me is indeed immeasurable. As he spoke, Su Cheng's face radiated sincerity and determination. The staff of the training team were left utterly astonished, and even Snake's other teammates gazed at Su Chong with wide eyes, their expressions reflecting an indescribable peculiarity. This kid truly knows how to make an impression. Having shared the same roof with Su Chong for 3 months, even the most stoic among them was rendered speechless. While others might be oblivious, he certainly could not be unaware of Su Cheng's true nature. This lad is brimming with mischief. Hey, Hey, little brother, eat up, don't move. I'll get you some porridge. Would you prefer soy milk or 8 treasure porridge? Do you want some cola? I'll fetch it for you. Jussie was already over the moon, completely beside himself with joy. He vowed he had never felt such elation in his life. Got a bowl of sweetened soy milk. Thank you so much. Su Chong was utterly unreserved. Before long, a steaming bowl of soy milk was brought over a tea this moment. Everyone was curiously observing the seemingly loquacious youth before them. Brother Crystal, seemingly still not satisfied with the compliments, playfully probed, "Come on, buddy, tell us why you decided to pursue a professional career. Speak freely. Even managers will wooed you and cast a disdainful glance at just C.No need to act coy. Well, this story goes back to the spring split of S5. I was still in middle school then. My friends would skip classes to go to internet cafes to watch matches, and that's how I became acquainted with the legendary Gang Shun during his peak. That experience solidified my resolve to step onto the professional stage," Su Chong recounted, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Upon hearing this, Jussie chuckled. What a tale. Only Zhu Kai and Zhuo Wujuan exchanged odd glances upon hearing this, while the others appeared somewhat intrigued. The image of Gang Shun, the peak of his prowess, towering over the likes of Little Cannon and leaping onto the faces of 3 teammates, was etched in the minds of all who witnessed it. Who could fathom the profound impact such an absurd scene would have on a middle school student who revered the LPL as the pinnacle of esports, yet was still confined to the classroom? At that moment, he thought, is this the kind of skill a professional player can manifest? If they can do it, so can I. From that day forward, he hypnotized himself daily, convinced that if Jussie could secure a starting position, so could he. As he concluded, Su Chong spoke with unwavering determination. "Ha! Truly a marvelous display of talent," Jussie exclaimed. "Why have you stopped laughing? Come on, share a kiss with your dear fans." What a time it was. The room erupted in laughter. Just a moment ago, Brother Crystal had been brimming with pride, but suddenly his brow furrowed as he exclaimed, "You little black-hearted rascal, you've hidden your true self well. Spit it out, hand over my bun, and you can forget about drinking that soy milk." Brother Crystal, in a fit of anger, vigorously shook Su Chong by the neck. Ha! The entire team, including the older members of the coaching staff, were thoroughly entertained. Their smiles were infectious, spreading quickly among the group. After a bout of playful antics, they soon found camaraderie, but Jussie's gaze towards Su Chong was filled with a hint of grievance. He had thought he had encountered a fan, only to discover he was a deeply concealed little black-hearted rascal. What a clever deception that had been. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The Serpent team has meticulously arranged the tryouts, for it is a lucrative contract worth millions, and the entire organization is keenly focused on Su fans' performance. Zhuo Wujun, Zhu Kai, and the analysts stand poised in anticipation behind him. The members of SS Team 1 hold exceedingly high expectations for Su Chong. Achieving a 100 win rate and a remarkable streak of 54 consecutive victories is nothing short of miraculous. Regardless of the intrinsic value, the sheer difficulty of such an accomplishment is undeniable. If they were to introspect, none among them could replicate such a feat, let alone the extraordinary 54 consecutive wins. Even reaching a mere 30 consecutive victories would prove arduous. After all, ranking is not synonymous with competition. One may encounter all manner of adversaries, and oftentimes, victory does not solely hinge on one's personal prowess. Several players from SS Team 2 are absent from the club, given that the LSBL season commences a full month later than the LPL, leading to a relatively loose management of players during the lead-up to the tournament. Consequently, there is a slight shortage of personnel. In terms of player allocation, Jitai is paired with Su Chong, while the support role is filled by Hudi, Butterfly, taking on the jungle position. The bottom lane comprises the ADC and top laner from Team 2 stepping in.as for the instructor from Team A, the top laner Sheng Chong Go, the jungler Sa Fun, and the mid laner Tank, whose contract has expired and has yet to return home, are joined by the bottom lane duo of Shui Jinggu and the second team's support. On paper, this configuration appears to be an indisputable route. The decision to have the first team starting support, Butterfly, fill the jungle role raises questions about his capability in that position. The situation in the bottom lane is even more perplexing. What on earth is the rationale behind deploying the second team support to assist Shui Jinggu? While neglecting the professional support, it can only be described as a mysterious maneuver. Jitai has already begun to quietly voice his concerns to Su Chong. Feeling somewhat apprehensive himself, the prospect of going head-to-head with the player renowned as the domestic genius top laner, Sheng Chong Go, leaves him uncertain. Su Chong can likely discern Zhu Kai's intentions, perhaps having reviewed the footage of his previous tryouts with NB and Laogan Dai, believing that with proper teammates, SS might indeed be overwhelmed by his prowess. Whether this arrangement stems from a desire to witness his handling of adversity or from a sense of pride remains ambiguous. Noticing Zhu Kai's cryptic expression, Su Cheng merely raised an eyebrow. Unperturbed, with his top-tier attributes of 3T0 and 3T1, he feels no trepidation. Xiao Cheng, let us observe your performance. $1 million salary is not easily earned, Zhu Kai quips with a sly grin. Akin to a cunning fox, Zuowu Jun is eager, remarking that while recordings are one thing, practical application is another. Let us first witness your card mastery. Now let's set aside the card master for now and focus on the ball queen. Su Cheng dissents, explaining that card master relies heavily on jungle support, and without sufficient economic resources, it is challenging to carry alone, whereas the ball queen can indeed take charge in the top lane. Jitai is likely to be pressured by Sheng Changgu. Should soften conduct a couple of military drills that NAP card master lacks viable pathways, dealing insufficient damage, while an AD card master takes too long to mature. If one does not call upon the jungler, establishing tempo becomes excessively sluggish. Observing Su Cheng's confidence, Zhu Kai nods in agreement. Do not underestimate your opponents. Allow me to formally introduce the genius standing before you, who single-handedly triumphed over the semi-professional lineups of NB, LGD, and OMG. Treat this as a legitimate competition. Zhu Kai admonishes them earnestly. Although whispers of this situation had long been circulating, Soph and his comrades still harbored a degree of disbelief. With the support jungler and the second team's top laner shifting to support, while the top lane remained steadfast, how could they possibly lose? Fear not, dear coach. Who among us was not once a prodigious youth? With this match, let the illustrious Gang Gu take the lead and dance for me. If this fellow manages to stir up any waves, I shall devour this screen hole. Crystal Gu waved his hand, exuding confidence as he playfully gestured at Su Cheng's neck. Saint Gun Gu, reveling in the chaos, remarked, "Oh dear, Chengzi, it seems Fan Gu has taken a liking to you. You're in quite the predicament. My assessment is that we should refrain from mentioning the matter of a fish feeding for again." Soph had become quite familiar with Su Cheng during their breakfast hours, even adopting a hint of his style in conversation. Before long, the team compositions were finalized. Top lane, Twilight Eye versus Future Guardian. Jungle, Blind Monk versus Void Predator. Mid lane, Dark Archmage versus Deceptive Enchantress. ADC, Frost Archer versus Marlin Gunner. Support, Dawn Goddess versus Deep Sea Titan. It was evident that Gang Gu was intent on proving himself, even resorting to the bottom lane combination that once allowed for a fish to feed for it. However, as Su Cheng was a mid laner, his early game involvement was minimal. Tank, a substitute mid laner for the Ogian League's top-tier powerhouse Black Sword, had been introduced to SS last year, albeit with lackluster results, ultimately relegated to the role of a backup. It remained uncertain whether his lack of confidence stemmed from joining the LPL or other factors, as he predominantly played champions like Cardmaster, Frost Lady, and Victor, all of which are utility mid laners. Perhaps this was the reason for his position as a substitute in the LCK. Presently, his contract with SS had expired, and due to significant personal issues, word from Zhu Kai indicated that he had already booked a flight back to the LCK, with this trial being his last competitive endeavor in the LPL. With a mindset that refused to underestimate his opponents, Su Cheng took a moment to scrutinize the opposing team's stats upon entering the game. 3T1 categories stood out: mechanics, macro awareness, and reaction time. The remaining statistics hovered around the 80 mark. With little variation, this revelation surprised Su Cheng. Perhaps the top-tier macro awareness was cultivated over a year of playing mid-lane Karma and Cardmaster, with his apprehensions eased as the minion waves converged in the mid-lane. Tank maneuvered cautiously. For this match, he had opted for the relatively counter-oriented Enchantress against the Ball Sorceress. When the Ball Sorceress used her Q ability, the Enchantress had ample time to W in and capitalize, dealing damage while evading the incoming Q, an advantageous 2-for-1 scenario. However, as the landing phase commenced, Tank sensed something amiss. Su Cheng's Q angles were exceptionally cunning, just as he prepared to auto-attack a minion. The Q, Dark Magic Sphere, detonated at the edge of his character model. Though he intended to retaliate, the distance between them was too great for his W to reach Su Cheng, forcing him to concede and ultimately suffer an unmitigated Q hit. Subsequently, such incidents occurred in succession, Rather than swiftly pushing the wave to secure level 2, Chong continually advanced to apply pressure, seeking angles for auto attacks. When the Enchantress W Shadow Slip closed the gap, he would promptly counter with his own Q beneath his feet. Thus, the match unfolded. The enchanting LeBlanc found herself ensnared by her own miscalculations. Yet her adversary equally suffered from the repercussions of her Q ability. The dark sphere at as the exchange unfolded, LeBlanc swiftly depleted her first health potion, losing control of the lane in the process. Observing this, Zhu couldn't help but feel a spark of admiration. This young player demonstrated a remarkable talent for trading health. A glance at left mist revealed his satisfaction as well. The mid lane, being a pivotal role during the early to mid game, required a player to exert pressure on the opponent with a potent spell core rather than relying on champions like Twisted Fate, Lissandra, or even Karma, who merely serve as utility. Watching Su Cheng's audacious and skillful maneuvers filled him with contentment. Su Cheng had chosen the summoner spell combination of Ignite and Flashed. As the clock struck 3 minutes, LeBlanc found herself cowering beneath her tower, too fearful to venture out. He ventured to the left river bush, placing his first ward. Simultaneously, he called for the jungler. Good brother, we can dive mid. Hurry up, right now. The butterfly also took note of LeBlanc's dwindling health and hastily maneuvered Lee Sin to her aid, sacrificing his rapid level 4 in favor of engaging in a tower dive at level 3. Chapter 33. Left mist, a kid with the soul of a carry. I absolutely adore him. Tank, noticing Su Cheng's aggressive positioning, sensed something amiss and quickly summoned the jungler. Soft, help me out. They might dive. Brother, with your passive, how could they dive? The bug needs to reach level 6 before making a move. Soft flatly declined. This left Tank feeling apprehensive. The opposing Lee Sin possessed his E ability, capable of breaking his invisibility. A Korean import. Tank's command of Chinese was rather clumsy, and just as he finished explaining, he was met with the onslaught of a double QE combo from Oriana. With a crack, the attack struck, stunning LeBlanc beneath the tower. Consequently, her health plummeted to 30, triggering her passive, Mirror Image, which forced her to become invisible on the spot. However, due to the stun, Su Cheng seized the opportunity to pull a nearby red minion and hurled it at the spot where LeBlanc was incapacitated. Crack. The decree of the Thunderlord activated, inflicting additional damage. The butterfly's Lee Sin arrived just in time, unleashing his Q ability, Sonic Wave. But it missed. A large question mark appeared above Su Cheng's head. No. Brother, what was that? Su Cheng was momentarily dazed. LeBlanc was stunned. How could he possibly miss? There was still a chance to secure a kill. Without hesitation, the butterfly placed a ward, followed with W into E, flashing directly onto LeBlanc. Su Cheng felt deceived and hurriedly followed suit with his flash, unleashing a basic attack followed by Ignite. Due to the earlier engagement, the tower's fire was directed at the opponent's Lee Sin, and upon witnessing this, Tank's eyes lit up as he executed his own flash into E to disengage, while continuously burning from Ignite. However, with no further means to pursue, Su Cheng was forced to retreat, resulting in their Lee Sin being ensnared beneath the tower, leading to a counterkill. First blood. Wow, that was mine. I miscalculated the damage. Just one more basic attack. The butterfly exclaimed apologetically. Su Cheng. What was supposed to be a favorable situation quickly turned into a first blood loss, nullifying all the pressure he had built with previous last hits, and now he found himself at a disadvantage, especially since LeBlanc had teleport, allowing her to return home without losing lane. No worries, good brother. Between us, who cares? There will be a good opportunity soon, and I'll call for you. Su Cheng chuckled heartily, exclaiming, nice. Li Xianjun showered you with praise. Soft's eyes sparkled with surprise. You're in great form today. First blood in mid lane. Well, you're done for then. Gongzi, brimming with excitement, tilted his head, stuck out his tongue, and screeched, 2 against 1 and still got killed. Can you even play? Chong, speak up. Seeing his good brother in distress, Zitai immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you even understand what first blood means? My brother's misfortune being down 400 gold equals a stalemate. No, my brother down in bot lane has already pushed the opponents back to their base. How am I supposed to play later? There's absolutely no pressure. Gongzi's tone was sharp, exuding an undeniable sense of annoyance. Now shout out gang go, and later in team fights, I want to even look for you. Observing their raucous antics, Su Cheng found it increasingly unbearable. He adjusted the volume of his headphones, after a brief return home, to purchase Dark Seal and a pink ward. He re-entered the lane. The exchange of blows with the LeBlanc became markedly proactive, as he realized the red pot he bought earlier had gone to waste, rendering further purchases unnecessary. However, Tank, after returning home with 400 gold, not only acquired a 435 gold spellbook, but also pulled out a 150 gold green potion, gaining an advantage in sustain. Nevertheless, Su Chong was unperturbed by the exchanges. Both sides took turns trading blows. And soon they both began consuming potions. It is worth noting that Tank's fundamental skills were evidently lacking. He was overly focused on using abilities to chip away at his health, often missing crucial opportunities and allowing minion kills to slip through his fingers. As the game progressed to the 5-minute and 10-second mark, Su Chong had successfully denied him a total of 12 last hits. This detail did not escape the notice of the 3 observers behind him. Seizing an opportunity, Su Chong hit level 6, and, anticipating LeBlanc's W to engage for a trade, executed a combination of E into Q followed by A for a flurry of attacks. AS is E, Weakling's Retreat. Triggered. It disrupted LeBlanc's W distortion, preventing her damage output and throwing Tank's rhythm into disarray. His subsequent E chain was left empty, and his passive, Mirror Image, was swiftly dismantled. "Help! Jungler! Help!" Tank cried in panic. Sophm reassured him. "I'm on my way. Hold on. Just sidestep AQ. He can't kill you." The Mantis was already en route, but as he arrived, Syndra unleashed her Q into R, summoning 5 dark spheres with her ultimate, Energy Tilt, instantly obliterating LeBlanc's true form. 300 gold. Meanwhile, the Mantis emerged from the brush. "Can we escape? Can we escape?" The butterfly kept asking. Su Chong, feeling helpless, took control of the situation. The Mantis executed his E-leap towards him. And seizing the opportunity, Su Chong deftly repositioned to dodge, causing the Mantis to cue him mid-air. Yet due to the excessive distance, he was unable to follow up with an auto-attack upon landing. As he turned back, too close to the mid-lane minion wave, the isolated buff vanished just in time, resulting in Sophm, who had just lost damage from the Mantis mid-air Q, feeling somewhat frustrated. However, a Syndra without flash or E could easily be slain even with relentless pursuit. What a maneuver! Sophom's eyes widened in disbelief. The crucial W, Void Spike, had been deftly sidestepped by Syndra, evading the attack entirely. Enraged, Sophm sensed the impending danger as Su Cheng's Q was on cooldown once more. In an instant, he flashed forward, closing the distance to unleash a flurry of attacks. Just as it appeared that Su Cheng would falter, the timely arrival of the blind monk provided a fragile shield, enabling a seamless combination of abilities. A Q followed by 2 swift attacks and a second Q to AS. The Mantis prepared to strike again. Su Chong preemptively turned and executed a basic attack, securing the kill. Double kill, 300 gold. The alert chimed in. "Nice, absolutely splendid." Exclamations of astonishment echoed throughout. This was truly a nail-biting moment. Zhu was taken aback. Zhuo Wu Jun squinted, remaining composed. What a breathtaking display. A lad with the spirit of a carry. "I am utterly enamored. An operational mid-laner with carry potential, exuding confidence." The analyst swiftly jotted down notes. "Goodness, is it really that excessive? To get first blood and then take down 2 enemies?" Gongzi shuddered, his voice tinged with incredulity. "Sophan, that maneuver was a bit unsightly, wasn't it?" Already feeling vexed from being outplayed, Sophom's frustration deepened upon hearing Gongzi's remark, but on screen, a sliver of health remained as Syndra, with Control 7, revealed her level 6 dog tag before promptly recalling. "Oh, so you're showcasing your prowess without uttering a word. What a farce." Gongzi exclaimed. Su Cheng chuckled. "Just wait, my friend. Keep calling out, and I'll ensure Orange Goo is always here for you. This double kill is merely the beginning. Soon, I shall lead the team to divine status, dominating the arena." "Well done, my good brother. I knew that previous empty Q was merely your ruse. This combo flows so smoothly. Do you indulge in dove chocolates regularly?" Su Chong lauded his jungler. "Hee, you flatter me, my friend. Just say the word, and I shall be there." Butterfly, too, caught the enthusiasm, her speech infused with fervor. Witnessing Su Cheng's audacity, several members of Team A began to intensify their efforts, leading to a cascade of death notifications. The top lane saw Zeta being tower-dived by Dan Shah. Shortly thereafter, Sophm returned home to regroup and sought opportunities in the bottom lane. The ADC of his bottom lane duo, lacking synergy with the top laner, fell victim to Gongzi's relentless pressure. With low health and no retreat, the Mantis arrived and claimed them all. Just as Su Chong had claimed 2 kills, his teammates inadvertently gifted them back. And it did not end there. The first dragon was the Infernal Dragon, which Soph promptly secured. Following this, with vision cleared, they executed a surprise attack, catching two opponents off guard without defensive towers, resulting in 2 more deaths in the bottom lane. Little Cannon stood at 3-0, Soph's Mantis now at 1-1 to eye in the top lane. Zeta had been pushed back by over 20 minions, lamenting his plight as he sought refuge from the jungler. Down in the bottom lane, Soph had become invincible. Thanks for the invitation, Gongzi declared with a smug expression. Can you truly match wits with your crystal brother? Speak up, Su Chong. Through wind and rain, your brother awaits you in the bottom lane. Dare you come? Su Ching thought he had just gained an equipment advantage, having gone through considerable effort to send LeBlanc back home, only to find both top and bottom lanes retaliating swiftly, leaving him in a quandary. My ADC, my apologies, I was ambushed. Assistance. Butterfly. In this wave, I can retaliate with a full set of 6 birds and a stone beetle to staunch the bleeding. It's nothing. After all, it's just a game, and mistakes are to be expected. Let's maintain a calm mindset and play on. My friends. I won't hold it against anyone, Su Ching reassured with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, the 3 teammates were somewhat taken aback. This orange deity appeared to be quite amicable. Contrary to the legendary reputation of being prone to disrupting teammates' mental states, just as their fondness for Su Ching reached its zenith, he cast a sidelong glance at Zeta and, without uttering a word, delivered a sudden punch. Caught off guard, Zeta yelped in pain, causing the cannon to miss its target. What on earth were you thinking? You're playing Jace, yet you're so afraid of him that you might as well chop off your hand. In 8 minutes, you've been pressured down by 30 minions. Do you even consider yourself a player? Stay under the tower and don't venture out to feed. If you give away another kill, I'll be forced to go in with a white knife and come out with a red one. Do you understand? Su Ching's verbal barrage left his 3 teammates feeling utterly disheartened. He won't even blame you for a moment of weakness. A white knife in, a red knife out. Who would dare to feed after that? Down in the bottom lane, the 2 champions huddled under the tower. Preferring to miss minions rather than offer any further opportunities, Zeta was in anguish. The situation stabilized, and as the Rift Herald refreshed at the 10-minute mark, the dominant team summoned Gongzi to seize the Herald. The 4 teammates had already resolved to let it go, with the 3-kill Little Cannon now in a powerful phase. Any champion caught by Thresh's hook would surely be obliterated. However, when the LeBlanc ventured to the mid lane to clear minions, she inadvertently fell into Su Cheng's trap. With a precise QE combo, she was stunned, triggering Liden's Echo, stepping forward to ignite and follow up with W to unleash thunder. With a ding, a true sight ward landed on the ground, and Su Chong executed R energy tilt to forcefully eliminate the previously full health LeBlanc. Damn it, Tank's dialect was startled out of him. It was unimaginable that he would be dispatched while at full health. He was ready to unleash W and Flash, yet was unable to activate either. Most astonishingly, you, as a Syndra, specifically purchased True Sight to counter her invisibility. What kind of good Samaritan plays like that? 300. The Dark Sorceress is on a killing spree. What the heck? The 4 teammates were taken aback. Originally, they had intended to concede the Herald, but upon witnessing the mid-lane opponent's demise, their spirits soared. Let us engage. Let us engage. We have the advantage of 5 against 4. Engage my foot. Let's just farm. I've used my ultimate and ignite, and none of you have damage, Su Chong replied, exasperated. Indeed, Han Bing had already fallen twice and was now merely scratching the surface. While Blind Monk had but a single kick, and the top lane was yet another liability. It seemed that apart from the ball girl, no one else could inflict damage. It's still tough. Zhu Kai shook his head. However, Zhuo Jun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. To perform this well, this kid is already impressive. He truly possesses skill. The analysts concurred. Chapter 34, Orange Deity. Fearless, simply fearless. The Herald was allowed to pass. During this time, Gongzi's incessant taunts aimed at Su Chong urged him to confront head-on, questioning how Syndra could possibly perform like this. With 5 against 4, you dare not engage. My brother, you exhibit a certain timidity. My assessment is that even a score of 3-0 reveals a significant disparity. Observing this, Su Chong, while clearing the mid-lane minion wave, retorted, Little rascal, don't let your bravado get the better of you. Speak a little softer, or you may appear quite feeble. Come, let us take the mid lane. Although Team A, having secured the Rift Herald, was eager to act, they hesitated to recklessly approach the mid lane, considering their mid laner, LeBlanc had perished. After all, despite the blue team lacking damage, if caught by Ashe or Diana, they would still face considerable risk, especially with minion waves advancing from all three lanes. Forcing a group in the mid lane at this juncture could lead to economic disadvantages, particularly as the red team maintained a commanding lead in both the top and bottom lanes. The immediate priority was to nurture either Jhin or Jace. Follow me, Blind Monk. Su Cheng beckoned. The opposing team's aggressive bot laner is likely to farm. Their blue buff should be respawning now, and I doubt they'll relinquish it to the mid-dash laner to AT this moment. His kill item had already reached 6 stacks, a crucial asset for a potential comeback. While he could invade the jungle alone, the risk of being caught and subsequently eliminated was too great that it was wiser to proceed with caution alongside his subordinate AT this stage. Su Cheng had replaced his free trinket with a control ward, a standard practice for a carry-type mid laner after the 10-minute mark. At this point, a full AP combo could reduce any non-tank champion to 70 health, and during the early game, it was vital to keep his movements concealed to ensure successful ganks. Thus, the switch to a control ward was imperative. To Su Cheng's surprise, he discovered the river lacked defensive wards. Accompanied by the Blind Monk, he effortlessly invaded. The blue buff remained intact. A competent hunter, the cardinal virtue was patience. After placing a trinket ward outside the blue buff wall, Su Cheng quietly concealed himself in the blue buff brush. After a silent 10 seconds, the butterfly champion, visibly agitated, was oblivious to the impending danger as a small, fluttering mantis approached, completely unaware of the peril. Su Cheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He refrained from striking immediately, yet the butterfly acted first, launching a Q ability Soundwave. Without hesitation, Su Cheng exclaimed. Bang! A flash of golden light erupted as the mantis, with remarkable reflexes, successfully dodged the Soundwave. Su Cheng quickly followed up with a QE combo, but after the mantis flash, it adeptly executed an E ability and fled the scene. Phew! I'm glad I reacted quickly. That startled me. Soft breathed a sigh of relief, then remarked, Well done, little Chong. I wondered why I hadn't seen you for a while. Turns out you were lying in wait for your brother. Just you wait, brother, Su Cheng exclaimed, astonished. I was hoping to unleash my RQQ right in his face. The butterfly, realizing its grave error, acknowledged. This one's on me. I know you're impatient, Orange brother, but please, hold your horses. Su Cheng, with a face full of questions, responded. All right, you cheeky fellow, you're quite the amusing character. I could almost scatter some rice on your keyboard and let the roosters from my hometown peck at it. Su Cheng laughed heartily. Butterfly. After a brief moment of inactivity lasting over 10 seconds, Su Cheng hurriedly maneuvered Syndra back to the mid lane to catch the wave, fortunately, with the presence of a cannon minion. He only suffered a minor loss of half a wave of minions in the final second as the cannon minion tanked the turret. He executed a daring W at maximum range, claiming 80 gold. During this time, news from the top lane was once again promising. Jace had tower dived to eliminate the enemy jungler, bringing his record to 2-0. Zitai was rendered speechless, hesitant to breathe too loudly for fear that Su Cheng would notice he had once again fallen victim to a solo kill. You think I can't see you just because you're silent? Su Cheng's voice resounded in a timely manner. Zitai felt quite vexed. After all, Jace was merely countering a poor player. Who would practice with Jace in such a manner? Li Xianjun, can you not have a shred of dignity? Taking advantage of a poor player's lack of rhythm to launch a sneak attack. Is that your game? What a pathetic jungler. I could take down 2 with a single strike. Li Xianjun was feeling quite confident. Come, let us head to the mid lane. You have your ultimate ready to soar freely, protect your teammates, and leave Saint Gun to your brothers. Seizing the opportunity, Su Cheng backed to shop, updated his equipment, and headed towards the top lane. However, just as he arrived, the marksman was on the verge of going berserk. The bot lane duo began to tower dive. Gang ZW jumped in and then leapt out, successfully dispatching the Frost Archer who had been ensnared by Thresh's Q. Only the Daybreak Sorceress remained. Appearing like a mere Su Cheng had no time to ponder why the Daybreak Sorceress, with all her skills available, allowed Gang Z to dive so recklessly. At this moment, Li Xianjun was already taunting at the entrance. He immediately launched a wayward cannon shot, accurately striking Su Cheng in an instant. He lost 20 of his health. The top laner had no flash. Zitai quickly reported. Feedback from the bot lane also came in. Thresh had no ignite, and the AD had no flash. The mage rushed towards the top lane. And Li Xianjun remarked, Little Qingzi, You seem to be lacking in awareness. Zitai hastily cautioned. Be careful, Chengzi. Jace's 2 full rotations of skills can easily bring you to the execution threshold. Silence, Su Ching scoffed. He then focused intently on matching Jace's intricacies. He deftly sidestepped Jace's Q, while he himself unleashed 2 probing QS, both of which hit. Combined with Liden's echo, he rapidly reduced Jace's health to a precarious 70. During this exchange, he also endured a W from Jace, which allowed for a sneaky auto attack. Syndra had only her E, Weakling's Retreat, to counter, and Saint Gun was shrewd. He refrained from recklessly engaging in all-in with hammer form, instead utilizing cannon form to maneuver and test the waters, hoping to compel Su Ching into either a QE or Wii combo. The moment Su Ching used his E, Jace would have the upper hand. As for being struck by Q, it was solely due to his own miscalculated positioning. A touch of foresight. There is some skill there, Li Xianjun noted with surprise. Just then, Blind encountered the scorpion in the jungle, forcing Zitai to use his ultimate to assist Blind, thereby saving Butterfly's life. This delighted Saint Gun even further. With one less shin, he was not worried about a 1v1 against Syndra, especially with 2 full rotations of skills at his disposal. On the surface, everything appeared calm, yet both sides had entered each other's execution thresholds. It would come down to who could handle the details better. Saint Gun began to hide in the brush, positioning himself to gain vision for a shot. Bang! The EQ combo landed perfectly. Coupled with the previous exchanges, Syndra's health was now dangerously low, at merely 30. Danger! 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 As Su Ching approached, Saint Gun suddenly widened his eyes. What was this? Coming forward without vision in the brush, he directly activated his cannon form W, achieving an attack speed of 2.5, then switched to hammer form and executed Q, Leap of the Sky, striking down towards the edge of the bush while cautiously maneuvering, testing the waters with his movements. Just as he leapt into the air, the focused Su Ching anticipated his actions and promptly pressed E weaklings. Begone, thought you're too slow, buddy. Su Ching even had the leisure to press Control 7, summoning his level 6 dog tag. The airborne Jace was forcibly pushed away, and the damage from his Q skill failed to manifest. Holy moly! Exclaimed Saint Gun, astonished he didn't T-flash. What a blunder! Although Su Ching used E without the synergy of the Dark Sphere to stun, the push was already sufficient. With Jace's Q interrupted and his ultimate in cooldown, he had no flash available, rendering him nothing more than a mere plaything. Seizing the moment, Su Ching followed up with W, slamming an enemy minion into Jace's face, slowing him down, with no means to accelerate. Jace was unable to close the distance and was further hindered. Su Ching then executed Q, Dark Sphere, landing a precise hit that ignited his foe, and with his ultimate, Energy Tilt, he made a swift escape. Dark Spheres rained down upon Jace, no kill. However, there was still the ignite. Burning, another burn, successfully incinerating him. 300. The Dark Sovereign has gone berserk. A 4-0 rampage completed. Goodness, what confidence! Zhu was utterly astonished that a true man never looks back at explosions. The confident retreat was undeniably stunning to all witnesses, including General Manager Zhuo Wujun, who watched with wide eyes, unable to resist rubbing his hands in excitement. That it was a sight to behold. Simply marvelous. Are you really daring to challenge me with your Q? Saint Gun fell, yet his face was a canvas of disbelief. I could have killed you with just one auto attack from my Q. Why weren't you afraid? Su Ching felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing Saint Gun's words, all eyes turned toward him. Seizing the opportunity, he tilted his head back and feigned profundity, saying, "Let you be blind to vision." Don't ask why, bro, because I'm not afraid. I just am not. 6. Saint Gun. You're just trying to show off. Soft. You think you can act tough from that angle, if you have the guts. Come to the bottom lane and confront me. I can't stand someone showboating in front of me. The boisterous Ganzi, itching to rush to the top lane and take down the returning Su Ching. This kid is truly insufferable. The thrilling gamble culminated with Su Ching standing tall at the end. Noticing that no one was paying attention, he secretly sighed with relief, freeing his hands to shake them. Feeling a twinge of anxiety within. To be fair, he had genuinely gambled during that exchange. But fortunately, today his performance was exceptional that he made the right call. For kills later, having returned home to update his equipment, Su Ching made his way back to the mid lane. Jace's development had indeed been stifled, especially at this stage where the resurrection time was relatively long, allowing his posture to regain a significant advantage. Returning to the mid lane, roaming up and down was the true essence of a mid laner. Tank marker, Medj's Soul Stealer, Dark Sovereign. Tank marker, Medj's Soul Stealer, Dark Sovereign. Tank marker, Medj's Soul Stealer, Dark Sovereign. Oh, directly reading? Jiangzi expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Is the young lad truly that bloated? If you intend to play like this, I may have to make my way to the mid lane. My friends will need to apply some pressure. How dare he study in front of us brothers? Unaware of how to write the character for death? Let us deal with him. I shall certainly take him down." Sofm could no longer contain himself. The first wave of B had already updated the killing ring. Although it was somewhat premature to synthesize the killing book, it had accumulated 8 stacks. With just one more assist, he could acquire the passive that grants an additional 10 movement speed as Yu Chong sought to create opportunities. He pressed tab to check his jungler's last hits, and to his astonishment, 15 minutes had already elapsed in the match. The opposing team had secured 2 dragons, and at this point, the blind monk possessed merely 70 last hits, while his counterpart, the mantis, was exceedingly fed with a staggering 124 last hits. A rather alarming figure. It remained uncertain whether this fellow had been manipulating the minion waves, yet this was not his primary concern at the moment. While he was single-handedly dealing with the Holy Gunner in the top lane, Sofm ventured to the bottom lane to place the Herald, causing the first tower to fall and even colliding with the second tower. The presence of Crystal Brother in the mid lane to apply pressure was not without merit. The game had now reached a pivotal stage for lane transitions. If it were not for the need to chip away at the second tower's health, they would have shifted from the bottom lane to the mid lane after demolishing the first tower. Currently, the economy of the blind monk was utterly devastated as Yu Chong resolved to make the most of the situation. "I will take care of the waves. My good brother, refrain from consuming jungle monsters for now. First, grant me the blue buff, and I shall retrieve it shortly." Butterfly had no objections to this juncture. Even a 4-0 mid laner would acquiesce without uttering a word. However, before Su Chung arrived, he had pushed the minion wave forward and was quietly farming the frogs, which piqued Butterfly's curiosity. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Zeta remained silent. Before long, Su Chung arrived, seized the blue buff, and hurled it at the low-health frog from a distance. A double whammy. Butterfly exclaimed, "What, brother? What is this?" He gazed at Su Chung in disbelief. "Why are you still dawdling? Quickly go farm the 3 wolves. Let the economy be for the ball girl." Zeta reprimanded, "You've been utterly crushed. A team fight remains, and you can still redeem yourself with just 1 kick. Consuming resources now is futile." "Huh. Oh, okay." Butterfly seemed somewhat unaccustomed. Yet it appeared to pose no significant issue. Soon enough, the 3 wolves were low on health, and this fellow promptly called out to Su Chong, "Brother, you." Before he could finish his sentence, the ball girl had already arrived. A single Q spell dispatched the 3 wolves, and then she commenced farming the F6. After devouring the F6, she proceeded to connect the mid lane. The triangle of resources was entirely consumed, and the mid laner was back in action. This farming session lasted a full 3 minutes. Originally, Miss Fortune was quite formidable at this stage, but due to the earlier placement in the bottom lane, they found that after transitioning, Syndra's damage was somewhat beyond expectations. Consequently, Team A refrained from forcing a dive. After all, in terms of composition, they were the stronger team in a prolonged game, and nurturing their growth would be more advantageous for them. Thus, the mid lane and bottom lane junglers converged, swiftly dismantling the second tower in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, the first tower in the top lane also fell during this time at the 18-minute and 41-second mark. Brimming with substantial economic resources, Su Chong returned to base to update his equipment and re-entered the mid lane. Now equipped with a trio of items, the Ghost Book, Ladin's Echo, and the Killing Book, while his boots remained but mere cloth shoes. This caused Jukai to nod in silent agreement. This young man, despite being at such a significant disadvantage, did not even consider retreating to Central Asia for self-preservation. He possesses a remarkable spirit of carrying the team. The analyst praised him profusely, with the Elder Dragon about to respawn. Su Chung knew that he could not afford to delay any longer and began to move frequently in search of opportunities. Chapter 35. Pentakill. An explosive moment, an awe-inspiring display of skill. It is worth mentioning that the SS team, as the match progressed, began to take things seriously, which resulted in Su Chung's kill book not stacking up as quickly as anticipated, remaining at the previous 8 layers. The outer tower in mid lane had suffered considerable damage, and Gangzi, along with his support, was keen to engage to AT this stage. The combination of 2 items plus attack speed boots made Miss Fortune's damage quite formidable. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chung executed a Q ability, dealing significant damage to Misfortune. Thresh attempted to test the waters with his Q, only to be deftly evaded. Subsequently, he used his W to toss a spell ball, slowing Thresh and preventing him from closing the distance. As he created some space, he noticed Gongzi had applied his E, Explosive Spark, and was relentlessly pursuing him. Chong deliberately lured him in, simultaneously signaling his teammates with pings. From behind, a piercing arrow soared towards him. Bang! A precise hit, exploding into a flurry of ice shards. Goodness, it's the sixth man. Crystal Brother was taken aback. In response, Su Cheng executed a QE combo followed by R, with 3 items and a charged Q spell. The kill threshold was nothing short of extraordinary. The ultimate ability instantly obliterated the target. The Dark Sovereign is now unstoppable. Nice. Goodness. Nice. The 4 teammates were filled with joy. Chong unleashed a torrent of damage upon Thresh. Just then, an invisible Kha'Zix suddenly emerged, lunging at him with his AAS. Su Chong prepared to use Flash to create distance. The arriving Leona unleashed her ultimate, Solar Flare, stunning Kha'Zix from afar. This caused him to lift his finger from the F key, continuing to maneuver while frequently casting Q to deal damage. Meanwhile, Gongzi activated his ultimate to provide Su Cheng with a shield. They are all here. Although the teammates lacked damage, Leona's follow-up provided ample crowd control. Without Misfortune, Crystal Brothers' team lacked the firepower to handle everyone. I can secure this. I can secure the spellcaster. Tank maneuvered the LeBlanc to flank from behind a wall, and upon spotting the low-health spellcaster, he flashed in to execute a WR combo, aiming to finish her off. However, the moment LeBlanc appeared, Su Cheng, with keen perception, swiftly reacted, using Flash to evade. Tank's skill execution was remarkably fluid. The WR landed amidst the crowd, delivering substantial AoE damage. Due to the blistering speed of his actions, there was no opportunity for retaliation. A single flash evaded it all. Goodness, Zhu Kai, the analyst exclaimed. Such quick reflexes. The 2 observers in the first-person view were simultaneously startled. With a sudden shout, Zeta exclaimed, I hit 2 with my E. Orange, quick, deal damage. Su Cheng found himself in an exceptionally advantageous position. His kill book continued to evolve throughout the battle, and his damage escalated. A Q ability claimed another victim. From a shadowy corner, a fortified energy cannon fired towards him. With vision on the left side, Su Cheng noticed the incoming enhanced cannon. Although Syndra was wearing boots of mobility, her kill book had already surpassed 10 layers, granting her an additional 10 movement speed. Amidst the chaotic battle, she skillfully maneuvered, deftly evading the deadly cannon shot. Triple kill. The deafening sound of the 3-kill notification reverberated through the AI in the mid lane. Only a sliver of health remained for Thresh. St. Gunnar understood that the ball girl must not survive. He dashed through the wall with a Q flash into the throng. At that moment, Ashe, the ball girl, and even Lee Sin were left with barely a fragile layer of health. Faced with the abrupt leap of the sky, the ADC's face turned pale, terrified to the point of screaming. Yet, the anticipated gray and white tableau did not materialize. Syndra's E, with a resounding whoosh, instantly repelled Jace, who had been thrusting forward with his Q-flash, while simultaneously stunning him with the remnants of the earlier unleashed dark sphere on the ground, effortlessly dispatching the weakened Thresh. Incredible. What a prediction. This could be interrupted. My goodness. Gasps of astonishment echoed, rendering it difficult to discern who was who. Jace, having lost all avenues for counterplay, found himself utterly defenseless against the calculated assault of his opponents, and with a well-timed Q from Su Cheng, he met his end. Pentakill. 5 kills. Legendary. Unstoppable. The Dark Sovereign is on fire. Team wipe. A cascade of notifications rang out. The skirmish concluded, with Su Cheng starting at 4-0 and finishing at an astounding 9-0. Originally at 8 stacks, the kill book soared to a remarkable 25. Yell. Keep yelling. What a ridiculous situation. Everyone kneel before your orange brother. Securing the pentakill, Su Cheng was overwhelmed with excitement. Leaping from his chair, eager to challenge anyone, questioning if they had the prowess to contend with him. Where are the masters? Through wind and rain, I await you in the mid lane. If you dare, come forth. As Su Cheng's euphoric shouts echoed, all were struck mute. How remarkable. The speed of that flash reaction is something I could aspire to for a lifetime. Orange God. Oh no, Orange God. How could that be so perfectly predicted? Simply divine. All 4 teammates, including the well-acquainted Zeta, erupted in exuberant cheers. Even Zhu Kai, the analyst, and general managers Wu Wu were left in awe. With unyielding composure, extreme reflexes, and a sliver of health, can one truly label this as a rookie performance? The fervor of the pentakill enveloped everyone in that moment. Soph was rendered speechless. Crystal's face was a mask of regret. Without that arrow from Ash, he would have easily taken the kill himself. How audacious! These young players lack any sense of martial ethics. Dodging my QE, preemptively predicting my Q flash. This has to be a joke. St. Gunnar could hardly believe it even now, reflecting on that earlier moment where Lee Sinzi interrupted his leap of the sky. If he had encountered such outrageous maneuvers in a ranked match, he would undoubtedly have begun reporting in retaliation. Listening to Su Cheng's exuberant shouts, the four main players on the right felt an infinite frustration rising within them. This is utterly insane. The Dragon Team fight could still be salvaged. He had no skills left. Hold steady. Hold steady. There's still one more wave. Several individuals swiftly regained their composure. Although this wave of gameplay led to a pentakill for the female champion, the gap had widened with her four teammates. They believed that as long as they could eliminate this champion in the upcoming dragon fight, they might still turn the tide. With this thought, the five of them quickly adjusted their mental state. Holding a substantial economic advantage, Su Chong did not retreat immediately. Instead, he cleared the mid-lane minion wave and subsequently seized the opportunity to collect the F6 while the blind monk provided support. Passing through, he also claimed the red buff, and as a large wave of minions arrived at the bottom lane, he seized that as well, not sparing the stone beetle, which brought his total gold to 2,600. Finally, he returned to base to update his equipment, purchasing the Zhonya's hourglass. Accompanied by his four teammates, they marched toward the river in the top lane with great momentum. Adorned with the demonic embrace, Laden's echo, a fully stacked killing book, and the Zhonya's hourglass, he boasted a formidable four-piece set and had reached level 14. As the dragon spawned, both sides engaged in a tug-of-war in the river. But Su Chong, equipped with a significant advantage, showed no mercy. He skillfully QD his way through, accumulating 4 dark energy spheres, and when he spotted LeBlanc attempting to find an angle to poke, he seized the moment and initiated with our energy inclination. At that time, LeBlanc, who had been overwhelmed, was merely level 11. Fragile as paper, the 7 dark energy spheres unleashed in a devastating ultimate instantly depleted LeBlanc's entire health bar. The terrifying damage even startled the opposing tank, causing him to flinch. Come at me. Who else is a master? Step forward. 1 comes, I slay 1. 2 come, I slay 2. He taunted. After dispatching the tank, Su Chong immediately flaunted his prowess. Wow, Brother Ching is invincible. His 4 teammates, wide-eyed, surrounded him, utterly captivated by his performance. With the enemy team already down a member, the ground was littered with LeBlanc's dark energy spheres. The remaining 4 members of Team A found themselves cornered. Unable to advance or retreat, forced to watch as Jace unleashed his cannon. However, Su Cheng's movements were incredibly agile. As long as the poke did not land on the formidable Syndra, it was tantamount to wasted efforts. It wasn't that they didn't want to initiate a fight while Su Chong was without R. They simply found it impossible. LeBlanc was eliminated, and both Jace and Kha'Zix were in a position to harvest. Misfortune certainly wouldn't dare to W directly into the fray during a large-scale battle, leaving them reliant on Thresh's Q for initiation. Yet, the opposing team treated Syndra like a revered ancestor, surrounding her with impenetrable defenses. With a butterfly Q hitting, LeBlanc executed a flawless 2-part Q followed by W, landing her R flash precisely on Jace, forcefully kicking him back. SS 4 members were astonished. And before they could react, a flurry of skills rained down upon them. Su Cheng's WQ instantaneously eliminated Jace, Dash's R, Diana's R. With deft control, he dove into the crowd, taunting the Crystal Guardian with a well-timed E-flash. Su Chong surged forward, reaping the rewards. In an instant, it was a double kill, triple kill. The Dark Archmage is now legendary. Legendary, team wipe. A series of notification sounds echoed once more. Su Cheng's record soared to 12-0-4. After yet another team wipe, the 5, now transfixed by the gray-white screen, fell into a profound silence. In a fit of exuberance, he stood before the screen with his tongue out, his expression exaggerated. Who else is there? Speak up, all you cowards. Is it of any use to take down cowards alone on the road? The cowards, akin to the legendary duo of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, when united, would wreak havoc upon your 5 little clowns. His demeanor was grotesque, and his loud proclamations were unrestrained. The 5 opponents on the other side, upon hearing these words, were instantly filled with rage. Hold on. Why is this Lu Zhihao even involved when there's a certain orange god calling out? Crystal Brother also rose, unleashing a torrent of retorts. Saint Gun Brother was even more indignant. Are you not ashamed to say such things? Witnessing the commotion, Zhu Kai quickly intervened. All right, G, let us just exit the game. With the head coach's words, both sides silently clicked to withdraw. The scrimmage had reached a point where continuation was unnecessary. After securing the Baron with the equipment, the four teammates had amassed substantial gold post 2 victorious team fights. And from there, it was merely a matter of overpowering through Syndra. After the match, Su Chong felt the weight of countless eyes upon him. Expressions of surprise, shock, and above all, disbelief. They could hardly fathom that a rookie, yet to make his debut, could possess such extraordinary prowess if he were to enter the LPL. Wouldn't he tear the heavens asunder? Chapter 36. Su Chong, do not be enamored with me, for I am but a legend. Within the room, facing the astonished gazes of all, Su Chong feigned profundity. What are you all looking at? I understand. I truly comprehend. Just one thing to say. Do not be enamored with me, for I am but a legend. As this brash young man began to boast, Gongzi, who detested pretentiousness, could no longer contain himself. You really do know how to show off. The other four teammates shared his sentiment. It was indeed excessive, truly excessive. Yet, they had just been bested in the match by a single player, unable to retaliate, leaving them with a multitude of grievances that they could only suppress within. A most uncomfortable sensation. Haha. All right. Orange, you performed admirably. Let us prepare for the next match. Zhu Kai chuckled, patting Su Chong on the shoulder with a beaming smile. Before he could continue, Ji Tai excitedly interjected, Old Zhu, your reaction is rather subdued. My brother's 5-kill play was nothing short of miraculous. I know you're overjoyed inside, so just let it out. You little rascal. Zhu Kai was left speechless, yet the satisfaction in his gaze towards Su Chong was unmistakable. He offered praise without reservation. With your prowess on the ball, woman, you'll undoubtedly shine in LPL. Left Misty June also expressed his approval, suggesting, show us your Oriana. A mid laner without the soul of a carry would struggle with the dual balls. But given Su Cheng's proficiency with the ball woman, his Oriana should be equally adept. Su Cheng gave an okay gesture, casually pulling out a piece of gum to chew. Give one to the brothers too. Ji Tai eagerly leaned in. Soon after, the second match began. After the recent harrowing defeat, each of the four mainstays of SS unveiled their unique skills, intent on imparting lessons to Su Chong. Given that they are a team situated in the upper echelons of LPL, should they earnestly engage, Su Cheng's player configuration would undoubtedly struggle to withstand their onslaught. However, it is often the case that maintaining a stable mindset is paramount in competitive play. Having been thoroughly outclassed in the previous match, the four members of SS were harboring a sense of urgency, particularly Tank and Soft, one eager to prove himself after being outmatched in the last confrontation, and the other feeling neglected in terms of support during that match. Thus planning to alter his usual approach and focus on aiding Su Chong. To this end, Soft even opted for the crowd favorite Lee Sin. Truth, pairing Lee Sin with a mid laner like Frost Maiden or Cardmaster. Champions equipped with reliable crowd control would exert substantial pressure on Su Chong. Nevertheless, Tank, unwilling to abandon his pride, obstinately chose LeBlanc instead. The early damage output of Oriana is modest, making her matchup against LeBlanc quite uncomfortable. However, Su Chong, equipped with Corruption Potion, adeptly maneuvered to dodge LeBlanc's E, managing to gain a slight advantage in trades. Although Sofm harbored intentions of disrupting him, he was wise enough not to initiate an assault at level 2 as long as he refrained from making a sudden move at that level. He could safely ward the river at the 3-minute mark, effectively preventing any ganks. Utilizing the 2 early trinkets, he reached level 6 without incident. With vision denial in play, Su Chong offered no opportunities, repeatedly evading Sofm's ambushes and ganks, which left the opposing mid-jungle duo feeling anxious. In their haste, mistakes were made. Lee Sin emerged from the side, landing a Q on Su Chong, prompting LeBlanc to attempt a tower dive. In a critical moment, Su Chong flashed to evade the second Q of Lee Sin, turning the tables and securing the first kill beneath the turret. The announcement of first blood echoed, leaving everyone astounded. Is that even possible? One could hear the incredulity in the air. Had he returned home, he could have upgraded his items and secured a complete wipe. Do you truly believe you can match my orange god? 2 against 1. and still they were outplayed. Can you not even play properly? Su Chong taunted as he returned to base beneath the turret. Softman Tank were left speechless, feeling as though ants were crawling on their chests. With both Lee Sin and LeBlanc having burned their flashes and Oriana now using her ultimate, had Tank not escaped swiftly, he too might have faced elimination. The analyst cast a sidelong glance at head coach Zhu Kai, his expression laden with astonishment. Zhu Kai, equally stunned, marveled at the improbable escape from Lee Sin's second Q, an act of confidence that seemed almost divine. Oh God, you must have heard my prayers, sending forth such a prodigious talent to rescue us. The spirit of Carey was palpable, overwhelming in its intensity. Left with a flash in hand and first blood secured, Su Chong returned to the mid lane, now feeling emboldened enough to ride atop LeBlanc. Commanding the battlefield with audacity, Sophm yearned to make his move, yet Su Cheng's maneuvering was nothing short of exquisite. Even in the absence of a successful initiation from the blind monk's Q, he struggled to force out a flash, particularly given that the tank was already in a precarious state. He hesitated to engage with Su Chong in a trade of blows as the game progressed. This unfortunate circumstance led to Sophom's jungle farm inexplicably falling behind. Fortunately, Gongzi's performance in this match was nothing less than stellar, achieving a double kill in the bot lane. However, this was to no avail, as AirZ seemed to have gained an excess of confidence from his previous resounding victory. Facing off against St. Gunnar, who had chosen Fiora, he countered with his signature champion, Captain Gang, managing to secure a remarkably balanced lane matchup. Su Chong was afforded ample time to develop, and then the spectacle began. Good brother, lend me your blue. I must maintain my dominance. Good brother, I'm short on cash. Please leave the 3 wolves for me. I knew you were a good person. After work, I shall treat you to some Jian Bing Guozi. Good brother, you are far too kind to me. Just relax this match and watch me carry. With every utterance of good brother, Dai Dai was overwhelmed with joy. Admitting his status as a subordinate, although it was somewhat inappropriate for the Clockwork to consume his own jungle camps early on, the divine essence of carrying compelled him to call him good brother. A gesture of respect from a strong and courteous player, which Dai Dai willingly accepted. However, it was not long before the tide began to turn. Juzi, stop farming F6. I'm on my way. I've already depleted mid-lane resources. And I'm taking the frog as well. The Clockwork can deal significant damage. If I secure the red buff, the enemy 1T stand a chance. The in-game voice chat was filled with Su Cheng's communications. Initially, he referred to his ally as good brother, but as his economic situation improved, he affectionately dubbed him Juzi. During a mid-game team skirmish, Su Cheng executed a magnificent ultimate that ensnared 3 opponents. In conjunction with Captain Gang and his teammates' damage output, the foes found themselves utterly trapped, leading to an astonishing triple kill for him. From that moment on, every jungle camp within his 2 territories became his personal domain. With the exception of the distant stone beetle and frog, Dai Dai, originally a mere 200 gold short of farming F6 to return home and upgrade his equipment, suddenly found his plans thwarted as the Clockwork swooped in, stealing the opportunity in an instant. Little Zhu, you no longer need to consume the jungle. Just stay in that river and provide vision to ensure that pesky little rascal does not harbor any thoughts against me. Just wait and relax. That Su Cheng's voice rang out. Dai Dai remarked. When unable to farm jungle camps, you call him good brother. Once you attain sufficient damage, you refer to him as Juzi. Now that you possess enough damage to farm solo, you simply call him Little Zhu. Brother, do you not find your behavior rather transparent? Before Su Chong could respond, Zitai interjected. Silence. What's wrong with a 5-0 mid laner taking a few jungle camps? Speak again, and I'll have your tongue. Brother, go ahead and feast. If you don't mind, I'll weaken the stone beetle for you to claim. At that moment, Dai Dai felt an unexpected wave of maturity wash over him. At such a young age, he was learning the intricacies of human relations. The attributes of the Clockwork were quite astonishing. With just 2 items, he began to make his presence known. With 3, he could seize control of the match. Growing ever more formidable as the game progressed, he was the ultimate mage with the most potent late-game takeover ability in all of League of Legends. The 20-minute mark heralded the Dragon Team fight. The clock struck 7-0-2, and the remarkable tally of 240 minion kills was achieved. No one could fathom how this prodigy accomplished such a feat. The SS quartet merely glanced at the throng engaged in a fierce battle over the Baron, when suddenly, from the obscured brush, a twisted fate emerged, dashing in with a flash and ball control. obliterating the two carries in an instant with a deft WQ combo. Astonishing. Gongzi. What the hell? Tank. The terrifying damage left both Gongzi and Tank gasping in disbelief. Subsequently, the captain unleashed his ultimate, and the four teammates surged forward. The team fight erupted into chaos. Su Chong executed a flawless 5-for-0 exchange. Incredible. After the game concluded, the gazes directed at Su Chong were transformed. The room resonated with the jubilant sounds of celebration as Su Chong and Zitai exchanged high fives. Coach, what do you think of my brother's twisted fate? Zitai beamed with pride at the awestruck Jukai, witnessing the astonishment etched on the faces of the coaching staff. Feeling a swell of pride, he boasted, "Don't be fooled by Qingzi's substantial gold income. He deals damage commensurate with his wealth. With the right items, this lad's mechanics can truly shatter the heavens." Impressive, the analyst praised enthusiastically. "This twisted fate is the boldest and most tenacious player I have encountered in my coaching career." Zhu Kai nodded in agreement. During the barren skirmish, the economic disparities between the two teams were minimal. However, Team A maintained a more balanced economy, while Team B, aside from Su Chong, faced overwhelming disadvantages, akin to putting all their eggs in one basket. In such circumstances, the weight of the village's hopes rested upon Su Qing, who, after clearing vision, commanded his teammates to feign a barren attempt before initiating a genuine engagement. The crucial moment came when he flashed in with the ball. His trio of items included Erubadan's Death Cap, a Rod of Ages, and Laden's Echo. Without his Zonias in sight. How audacious. "You, my dear boy with the soul of a carry. I could almost kiss your cheek. I adore you." Left Wu Jun exclaimed, bursting with excitement, exclaiming, "What a treasure we've found." With renewed vigor, Team A fell silent, including Gongzi, who was rendered speechless. This twisted fate was undoubtedly a true blood carry, following Zhu Kai's guidance. Su Qing also ventured into his Akali and Card Master roles, performing even better than in the previous two matches. From the landing phase onwards, Su Qing executed a series of solo kills, rendering the previously formidable Tank nothing more than a mere toy. Perhaps it was due to Su Cheng's mental label of weakling that fueled his growing confidence, or perhaps the consecutive defeats crippled the SS Quartet's morale. As Su Chong danced through the match, Team A gradually fell silent, while his four teammates exuded exuberance, including the two from Team B, who played with newfound vigor. Finally, at 3 in the afternoon, it all came to a close. Su Chong and Zitai were escorted by several members of the coaching staff into the office. Chapter 37. Snake, OG God, connecting. "I'm going to grab a smoke," Gongzi muttered, rising with a pack of cigarettes in hand. He felt suffocated by the atmosphere. "Take me with you," St. Gun Brother chimed in. Following suit. As the others departed, Sofin found himself sitting alone in a dazed. In the span of a mere afternoon. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a dream. Who was he? A prodigious talent who made his debut and dominated the Vietnamese league in his very first season, upon arriving in the LPL. The only individual capable of rivaling him was the factory manager. The other junglers in the LPL were merely playthings in his hands, including those from the so-called three families, whom he deemed insignificant. The sole source of his frustration was the rookie jungler from LGD, a novice who seemed utterly clueless about which camp to farm next, yet managed to leave him bewildered on several occasions during matches. As the entirety of Season 6 concluded, he had bested nearly every player from the numerous LPL teams. However, in this seemingly trivial trial, he found himself outplayed by a newcomer. What a disgrace. This lad has a penchant for invading camps. How will I ever coordinate with him? Sofm suddenly felt troubled. With his own camps already insufficient, once he became teammates with Su Chong, it was likely he would struggle to secure even the second blue buff. As for the F6 and the three wolves, the thought sent shivers down his spine. Yet, there was a part of him that felt conflicted. This young man, having secured the resources, could indeed maneuver throughout the entire map with grace. Wei Ge, you must be pondering how to collaborate with the Orange God in the future, right? Butterfly approached, returning to his designated training computer to sit alongside Sofm, smiling as he spoke. How does it feel to be carried? Sofm chuckled lightly, expressing his disbelief. In this minor trial, he single-handedly outperformed us all. I truly cannot accept it. To be fair, the experience was quite pleasant. Butterfly, brimming with pride, remarked that the key was the Orange God's youthfulness and high emotional intelligence. He was charming and articulate, making interactions comfortable. Although he did have a penchant for farming camps, I believe he deserves the opportunity, as not everyone can feast upon the grass and milk like Rookie. Wei Ge, why do we pursue a professional career? To claim championships? To earn money, Sophm responded matter-of-factly. Indeed, it is for victory. Butterfly chuckled heartily. Sophm remained silent, curious about what mischief this rookie support was plotting. Butterfly continued. Since we are in it to win, does the process truly matter? In our matches, we accumulate a plethora of strategies, adapting to each version's heroes and developing overpowered compositions, all in the pursuit of victory. Butterfly spoke with conviction. Now that we have strengthened our mid lane with an SSR gold card, he can indeed carry the game. The thought of him being able to perform at a high level renders items like Zhonya's Hourglass and Mercury's Treads irrelevant in his considerations. Is such a mid laner not worth compromising for? I could tell from that or flash initiation he was not afraid. If you had reacted, he would have surely perished. Among the 10 mid laners in the LPL, none would dare initiate like that, yet he did. As Butterfly spoke, Sophom's expression gradually softened. Indeed, as long as we can win the match, does the process truly matter? In a team, it is impossible for everyone to be the main attraction. There must be those who play the supporting role that if victory is attainable, then why not embrace it? Sophm found himself grappling with the desire to retreat, yet the thought of transforming from the dazzling bandit on the battlefield into a mere supporting character for his teammates, particularly when facing a pure newcomer to the competitive scene, rendered him momentarily unable to shift his mindset. It was indeed a matter of pride. I shall step outside for a moment to enjoy a breath of fresh air. Do remember to send me a WeChat message once they emerge. With a heavy heart, Sophm rose and walked away. In the office, the analyst was busy pouring tea, while managers Wujuan suddenly presented 2-player contracts, placing them before Su Chong and Zeta.Su Chong. Your talent is genuinely acknowledged, my friend. To encounter you during the transfer period, it seems the heavens have decided that SS deserves a championship title, thus sending you our way. The salary section remains unfilled. Here is a pen for you to write whatever you wish. Zhuo Wujuan beamed, clearly in high spirits. Is this for real? Su Cheng's eyes lit up. Upon seeing Zhuo Wujuan nod, he promptly seized the pen and scribbled a lengthy string of 9s. With such a generous manager, he thought it only fitting to make a bold request. 100 million. Hey. Observing Su Cheng write 8 consecutive 9s, Zhuo Wujuan swiftly snatched the pen away, chuckling in disbelief. You've gone too far, my boy. Manager, it seems your desire for the championship isn't quite fervent enough. Su Cheng shook his head in disappointment. Come on, even Faker could come to LPL for 100 million, as Zhuo Wujuan feigned annoyance, but soon retrieved a fresh contract from his drawer, writing down a figure in the salary section. 200,000. 1,200,000. Previously, I promised you an annual salary of 1 million, a man's promise, and here I'm raising it by 20. Consider it an investment in your potential. Just remember, Snake, when you achieve success. Zhuo Wujuan displayed a sense of warmth that he continued. As a free agent, you are entitled to a signing bonus. Here are 20 for you. While most newcomers don't receive this, you have certainly earned it through your prowess. Perform well in the spring split. Wow. Su Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his emotions soaring. Thank you, manager. Su Cheng will not let you down. With the signing bonus included, his annual salary amounted to 1,400,000. Su Cheng was elated this moment. Zhuo Wujuan turned his attention to Zeta, saying, You, my friend, have played well as captain. Fortunately, we encountered some issues this season, which left us with ample funds that I can offer you 80. Beyond that, I cannot go. Perform admirably in the spring split. You're too kind, manager. We are all buddies. Zeta exclaimed, his spirits lifted upon hearing his favorable terms. Zeta will not let you down, I assure you. Once we sign the two of us, just wait and see how SS takes flight this year. The spirited Zeta began to set his aspirations high. This young man harbors no significant demands regarding his salary. Logically speaking, given his credentials, securing a contract with an annual salary in the millions should pose no challenge, provided he joins a team in need of a carry. However, considering his family's considerable assets, receiving a monthly allowance of 10,000 is quite a notion in itself. This also explains why he is willing to accept a pay cut to 400,000 per year, just to accompany Su Cheng in their brotherly pursuits within League of Legends. Yet, with an annual salary of 800,000, he could not only battle alongside his close companion, but also find a team with promising potential, all while earning some for UNZ as well. Zeta expresses his contentment with this arrangement. The contract with Snake Team does not require meticulous scrutiny, as this organization has never been mired in scandal. Zeta, being quite knowledgeable in this regard, recognizes that as one of the 3 luminaries of the Lingshire Road, player contracts have emulated EDG, emphasizing regulation. Before long, the two have completed their signing, officially becoming members of SS. Brother, Zeta suddenly gazes at Su Chong with misty eyes. Su Chong, filled with mixed emotions, rejoices at the prospect of no longer residing in hotels. He finally has a home, reflecting on the past few weeks of only a few hours of sleep each night. Running around during the day and grinding ranks in the evening, both brothers feel a twinge of complexity within their hearts. Oh, by the way, your financial arrangements are entirely in your hands. The club will not intervene. However, the spring split is set to commence in just a week. While they do not expect to clinch the championship, the aspiration to reach the playoffs and vie for a top 4 spot must remain alive. During this period, refrain from streaming. At the very least, wait until playoff qualification is secured before attempting to broadcast. Training should take precedence. Zhu Kai chuckles as he pats the shoulders of the two brothers, reminding them the S7 streaming industry is currently experiencing a boom. However, with capital entering the league, the income of professional players has surged dramatically, balancing both realms. Unlike competitions, in streaming, if one possesses traffic and entertainment value, platforms are willing to invest heavily in signing you. Zeta refrains from discussing this further, as the already renowned orange deity in the canyon naturally requires no elaboration on his entertainment value. Both Zeta and Su Chong nod in agreement. By the way, manager, what did you mean when you said there was an issue with the club? Su Chong inquires with curiosity. Zhuwu Jun exchanges a glance with Zhu Kai, opting for transparency. After the conclusion of the Bo 10 last year, Crystal sustained a severe hand injury, making it highly unlikely for him to play AD this season. Thus, we must swiftly scout for a new AD. However, finding an ADC, the absolute core of the team, is no simple task. Since the end of the World Championship, we have been reaching out, but either the transfer fees are exorbitant or the players themselves have inflated their demands. It has been 3 months with no results. Oh, you know Oak? Oak, the one who made a spectacle of himself with 3 visits to Incheon and 7 outings to Myeongdong, attempting to recruit Oh Huang. Oak, who has become a source of amusement. Su Chong is certainly aware of this. Previously, he had been curious as to why SS had yet to secure Oh Huang, despite the impending start of the S7 spring split. It turns out they had been courting him, but encountered issues during the process. That young man possesses modest skills, yet his arrogance is rather pronounced. I have already expended nearly 20,000 on travel expenses just to run over to LCK, only to find that the team demands an exorbitant sum of 1 million, capitalizing on their need for an ADC. If you were a championship player, it would be one thing, but for a faded star to hold such lofty expectations is truly exasperating. I genuinely wish to avoid such extravagant expenditures. Subsequently, with Tank's contract also nearing its end and the team in need of a mid-laner, the situation became more pressing. The prospective player showcased his trial footage, and it was evident that he had piqued my interest. With Crystal's healing capabilities being commendable, his sole request was to replace a mid-laner capable of sharing some of the burden, thereby allowing him to continue playing AD this season. The only stipulation was the price. I acquiesced. Thus, through this maneuver, we directly saved around 7 to 8 million in expenses. Nevertheless, while he is indeed capable, Crystal's hand injury is quite severe, which means the weight of responsibility on your shoulders is substantial. Xiao Chong, you must perform admirably. Should you achieve noteworthy results, these savings will be invested back into our endeavors. Zhuwu Jun did not withhold any details, expressing his frustrations when mentioning Oak, continuously lamenting his 3 visits to Incheon and the indignities faced while seeking approval from others. Such is the nature of the matter. Su Chong found amusement in this. He was uncertain whether to laugh or to feel fortunate. In his previous life, Zhuwu Jun's 3 trips to Incheon to enlist Oh Huang resulted in a farcical outcome, leading him to become a perennial laughingstock on Weibo, a fate that continued to haunt him well into the S12 season. This turn of events, however, may have inadvertently resulted in a fortuitous outcome. Rest assured, manager, today you chose to place your trust in me, and tomorrow I will return the favor with a championship, Su Chong proclaimed with utmost confidence. Ji Tai quickly echoed, forget merely aiming for top 8. Our goal is the championship. Do you understand? The championship. Witnessing the unwavering confidence radiating from this duo, Zhuwu Jun could not help but chuckle, while Zhu Kai shook his head in disbelief. Let us remain grounded. Making it to the semifinals would be considered a success, the analyst remarked with a smile. A championship. How elusive is the LPL championship? The 3 powerhouses remain invincible, and EDG continues to dominate the finals year after year. Not to mention the formidable presence of small IG, which previously relied solely on rookie to barely scrape through playoffs. This season, with the addition of champion top laner Duke, they clearly intend to vie for the ultimate title. Moreover, OMG has been showing strong performance in recent scrims, and there are whispers of dark forces resurfacing in the background. The NB roster is no slouch either, and QG is equally a tough nut to crack. Then there's VG, boasting 3 championships, a name that even the 3 powerhouses must regard with caution. The difficulty of reaching the top 4, in the eyes of the coaching staff, can only be described as hellish. They regarded this as youthful naivety. After securing the contracts, Zhuo Jun approached the finance department for funding, while Zhu Kai led Su Chong and the others to the hall to announce. Snake, OG God, is connecting. Chapter 38. Late Night Hadaleo, Morning Beef Ramen, Stacking Buffs here. Welcome to SS. From now on, we shall all be brothers. Scrims. The illustrious figures of Gongzi, Sofm, and Xingqiang Gu applauded in warm welcome. Even Tank, who had been thoroughly outmatched by Su Chong during the afternoon trials, wore a beaming smile as he stepped forward to offer his congratulations. With your addition, I am confident that SS will achieve even greater heights this year. I truly hope to witness that day. Su Chong was pleasantly surprised by Tank's affable demeanor. The realm of esports is notoriously ruthless. Players like Tank join the LPL due to the fierce competition in the LCK, where opportunities are scarce. Should he fail to make an impact in the LPL, his prospects upon returning to the LCK are bleak, likely resulting in either retirement or a temporary stint as a streamer to make ends meet. Awaiting a chance to find work should any team seek a mid laner come summer season. After offering his congratulations to Su Chong, Tank quietly departed, with the analyst personally seeing him off by the way. Coach, when Uzi and the others transferred, they had those flashy posters taken, and they even posted about it on the official Weibo that I want one too. Su Ching suddenly exclaimed, his face alight with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Zitai's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Let us get one for my brother as well, a duo shot with him. Who would have thought you value such ceremonial gestures? Zhu Kai replied, bemused, before adding with a smile. Of course, the official Weibo will post one using the group photo you just took. As for the poster. Noticing Su Cheng's eyes gleaming with excitement, Zhu Kai, unable to refuse, conceded with a resigned smile. All right. Once the uniforms are ready, I'll arrange for a photographer to take your picture. But don't post it on the official Weibo just yet. Announce it alongside the poster instead. And remember to make me look handsome, Su Chong said beamingly. Zhu Kai could only shake his head in disbelief, realizing that this young man was quite particular about his image. Fine. I'll treat you tonight to celebrate your arrival. What would you like to eat? Upon hearing that the coach was treating, the other 4 boys were filled with excitement, with Gongzi practically bursting with joy. Finally, I can catch you for a meal. Old man. Orange, pick a more upscale place. Zhu Kai shot a sidelong glance at Gongzi, who remained unfazed and urged, how about some drinks? Let us celebrate with some baijiu tonight. As a newcomer, Su Chong was cautious not to overindulge. But it had indeed been a while since he had savored hot pot. He suggested Hai Di Lao, which left Gongzi rather disappointed, though the other brothers were pleased. Zhu Kai, upon hearing this, looked at Su Chong with growing satisfaction, as treating them to an extravagant meal would surely lighten his wallet, especially since his salary did not match Su Cheng's annual earnings. That evening, the atmosphere within SS was filled with camaraderie as they gathered in a private room at Hai Di Lao, feasting and toasting in high spirits. The bonds among the group, already strengthened by Su Cheng's sociable nature, grew even warmer, leading to heartfelt embraces and the affectionate calling of one another good brothers. Anyone unaware of the situation might have mistaken them for long-lost siblings. Throughout the night, discussions surrounding Su Cheng's remarkable 54-game winning streak and 100-win rate dominating the national server continued to spark fervent excitement. Intensifying as the night wore on, various live streaming platforms are endeavoring to reach out to Su Chong through diverse channels, all in hopes of securing his signature. Meanwhile, several clubs within the LPL, including the esteemed Big Three, have developed a sense of compassion in light of this immense potential. Although they are not lacking in mid-laners, the allure of high traffic is undeniably appealing. If nothing else, they could sign him, nurture his talent, and, once he proves capable of standing on his own in the next season, sell him for a substantial profit. With such thoughts in mind, the Big Three have personally taken to the field. attempting to contact Su Chong through various means. The following day, Su Chong awoke in his dormitory. The first team players resided in a luxurious apartment complex, featuring an exquisite environment, with 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Each individual enjoyed their own private bedroom and bathroom. After a night of revelry, Su Chong had collapsed into bed without taking in his surroundings. Now, he noticed that his small room seemed rather well appointed. The walls were adorned with an array of posters, predominantly featuring the illustrious moments of Faker on the professional stage. Additionally, there were posters of top mid laners from the LCK and renowned mid laners from the LPL alongside various champions. This room had previously been occupied by Tank, and it was evident that this predecessor harbored dreams of becoming a world-class mid laner. Alas, fate can be a cruel mistress. The path of a professional player is akin to crossing a rickety bridge amidst a sea of competitors. A prodigious youth, merely a ticket to entry in the forthcoming year. This room would belong to him. Despite the plethora of posters showcasing illustrious players, Su Chong felt no discontent. Rather, he was quite satisfied, believing there was no need for alteration. It would not be long before he ascended to the ranks of the top mid laners in the LPL. Then, he would shatter each of these industry giants one by one, with his ambitions stirring within him. Su Chong encouraged himself for a moment before stepping into the bathroom for a hot shower. Once refreshed, he glanced at his phone, where a notification caught his eye. Your account ending in 7281 has received a transfer of 200.00 yuan on January 12th at 2042. Interbank transfer. Balance, 204,828.00 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank. His signing fee had indeed arrived. He had not had the chance to check it yesterday. Su Chong opened his mobile banking app and promptly transferred the entirety of his freshly acquired funds to Lu Jihao's account, keeping only 4,828 yuan for his own expenses, sufficient for his needs. Given the recent upheaval at home, he was particularly mindful of the kindness shown by Zizi, who had offered assistance in his time of need. Were it not for Zizi's timely help, it was possible that his family's home would have already been sold, leaving his parents and younger sister adrift in such a case. How could he justify pursuing his so-called esports dream in this bustling metropolis? As he opened the door, he noticed Zizi's room was shrouded in darkness, the blackout curtains tightly drawn. Zizi lay on the bed, snoring like a slumbering pig. Su Chong chose not to disturb him, gently closing the door behind him as he stepped out. The dormitory was located in a complex on Lingsha Road, a mere 10-minute walk from the club. At 8:30, Su Chong arrived at the club. Zhu Kai and Zhuo Wujun were enjoying breakfast when they were taken aback to see that Su Chong was the first to arrive. Zhuo Wu exclaimed in surprise, "Little Chong, after drinking so late last night, how did you manage to get up?" In the face of the attentive gaze of his superior, Su Chong chuckled cheerfully. In the realm of work, since one earns a top salary, one must render commensurate effort. There is no question of whether one can or cannot. It is all for the sake of livelihood. After all, his uncle expressed satisfaction with such a professional attitude. However, the club's working hours commence at 9 in the morning. Yet typically, they arrive around 9 or 10, indulging in breakfast until noon before embarking on their actual duties. You might consider adopting a slightly more relaxed approach in the future, if you catch my drift. Left Wu Jun did not articulate his point explicitly. After all, as a manager of the club, it seemed rather inappropriate to incite his players to be lazy while drawing a salary from the owner. Su Chong refrained from elaborating further. Noticing that today's breakfast included beef noodles, he gleefully served himself a generous bowl and began to devour it voraciously in front of the 2 elder brothers. During the meal, Zhu Kai also informed Su Chong that their team uniforms were ready, and a photographer would come in the afternoon to take several promotional photos. However, after a night at Haidaleo and a morning of beef noodles, with the spring competition on the horizon, one might wonder if he was stacking buffs. The 2 men exchanged peculiar glances at Su Chong. After some contemplation, they dismissed any concern, realizing it was merely an internet meme. Nothing too profound. After breakfast, Su Chong proceeded to the training match, taking his seat from the previous day. From now on, you should refrain from playing on the domestic server, and I've sent you a super account for the Korean server via WeChat. You can use that instead. Feel free to modify the name. Zhu Kai, noticing Su Chong's enthusiasm, smiled and approached him, acknowledging that it was only his first day, and such eagerness was only to be expected. He bore no ill will, as the general atmosphere in the LPL professional scene typically involves commencing serious work in the afternoon. it was likely that Su Chong would soon fall into the same rhythm as his peers. Upon logging into the Korean server account, the extensive accumulation of nines in the points nearly blinded Su Chong. He attempted to register his ID on the domestic server, only to find it already taken. In resignation, he decided to adopt the club's nickname, Snake, OG God, which was available. After logging back in, Su Chong began to engage in solo queue matches. The account currently stood at master rank with 0 victory points, showing a history of champions such as Mid Lane Karma, Frost Queen, and Card Master, with the occasional LeBlanc, clearly played by a tank. However, since the super account belonged to the club, it was only natural for it to fall into Su Cheng's hands upon the departure of its previous owner. He had little interest in climbing ranks. Rather, he preferred a more serendipitous approach. His immediate priority was to enhance his attributes. The Korean server boasted a higher caliber of competition, often presenting evenly matched confrontations that greatly heightened the spectacle. The only lamentable aspect for Su Chong was the language barrier. It seemed he would need to carve out some time to brush up on his English. Attribute points were a matter of chance. Yet each match at the master tier would invariably result in a steady increase in champion mastery. Currently, his proficiency with Akali and Card Master had reached T0, yet he faced a daunting gap of approximately 4,000 points to the next tier. So far, his highest mastery gain from a single ranked match had only been a mere 100 points, and even with the luck of a seasoned player, it would take around 40 matches. Not to mention, if he were to secure the minimum, it would entail a grueling 400 matches, all of which would need to be victories. 400 consecutive wins. When will this relentless grind come to an end? Su Chong believes that it is of utmost importance to elevate the dual ball strategy to T0 status within the competitive arena before anything else. Currently, Akali lacks the necessary strength in the battlefield, rendering further exploration unnecessary. That AD card is ultimately a peculiar choice. While it may dominate lesser opponents, its effectiveness against formidable teams is questionable. In plain terms, mastering the dual ball strategy is essential for establishing one's position in the league. A mid laner who cannot proficiently wield these two champions cannot be deemed a competent player. Before long, a match was found, and the opposing team selected Syndra. It was evident that Syndra was quite popular in the high tiers of Korean ranked play. Su Chong countered with Orianna. As the match commenced, for teammates clicked on his champion portrait, expressing skepticism regarding his ability to perform well with Orianna. The chat box in the lower left corner filled with unfamiliar Korean characters, and Su Chong simply could not comprehend them. No, BB, watch me perform. Ding ding ding. His teammates bombarded him with question marks. The chat box displayed a message from the jungler, Lee Sin, China? Gee. This was one phrase he understood. Was he to be met with local hostility upon logging in? Then let the games begin. 5 minutes into the game. First blood, the ball girl was overly aggressive, mistaking her teleport and flash for invincibility, and she foolishly attempted to suppress him. Su Chong capitalized on her error, utilizing Ignite's additional damage to secure the first kill. Chapter 39, ecstatic and overflowing with luck, 2 for the walk and slash. After claiming first blood, Su Chong returned home to upgrade his equipment, then re-emerged to seize the initiative once more. He adeptly dodged the ball girl's Q with various small movements, while his own Q found its mark with unerring precision. Despite her teleport returning to lane to catch up, the disparity in skill was insurmountable, and she was soon sent back home again. It must be said that the caliber of players in high-tier Korean ranked matches is exceptionally high, unless their mindset implodes or they stubbornly refuse to accept the gap, seeking to outplay their opponent despite an evident disadvantage. It is quite rare to witness such solo kills. After all, one cannot expect to win a trade when at a health disadvantage. Fleeing back to the second tower while severely wounded is hardly a viable strategy for securing kills. However, returning home meant sacrificing minions, leading to a dual loss of experience and gold. Upon her return, the ball girl found herself outleveled and even more ill-equipped to contend with Su Chong. Playing solo rank with a jungler who disregards commands makes it challenging to expand one's advantage swiftly. Upon realizing he was an unknown player from China, their jungler, Lee Sin, even went so far as to annoy Su Chong by signaling him to come and take the blue buff. Consequently, Su Chong abandoned the minion wave to rush to the jungle, only to be met with a basic attack from Lee Sin as he approached the wall. This clumsy display of skill left Su Chong amused. Ironically, the ball girl, who had been solo killed, acquired the second blue buff, diminishing Su Chong's pressure in lane. His jungler, who had little interest in assisting the mid lane, exhibited a distinct aversion towards players from the LPL.Su. Chong pondered how to entice the jungler to assist in the mid lane. He pretended to support the bot lane, while in reality, his jungler was busy taking the red buff. Just as it was nearly depleted, a Q from across the wall unexpectedly secured the red buff for him. The jungler bombarded the chat with a series of question marks. Subsequently, things began to take a turn for the worst. Su Chong returned to the mid lane, and his jungler, the blind monk, swiftly sensed the situation and came rushing in. However, when it came to last-hitting minions, Su Chong was a true professional. Faced with the blind monk's attempts to secure the kills, he effortlessly snatched them away one by one. Fortunately, the blind monk failed to use his smite, which only served to escalate the frustration of the incompetent player, who was enraged by the loss of the red buffed, in a futile attempt at revenge on the minion wave in mid lane. He found himself unable to inflict any damage whatsoever. What a mess. Just give up already. Let it all be destroyed. The blind monk Q'd towards the ball girl, immediately executing a second Q to dive in. Seemingly intent on securing a kill, suddenly, out of nowhere, a ball appeared around him. The clockwork mage unleashed her ultimate from a distance, the shockwave yanking the ball girl back, and shortly after, she caught up, easily claiming the ball girl's life after the blind monk had unleashed his skills. As a consequence, the jungler ended up taking both the ball girl's ultimate and turret damage, resulting in his demise. Thank you, Su Chong typed. After clearing the mid-lane minion wave and seizing the opportunity to recall, he swiftly opened his browser to translate, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he typed out a string of English. Although this play was rather foolish, I truly appreciate it. Sob sob, you adorable little fool. You are just too kind. He sent the message, ward placed. Upon seeing this line, all four teammates simultaneously responded with a. The blind monk, furious, exclaimed, "Who the hell are you insulting?" Upon respawning, he charged back to mid lane, using his smite to secure Su Cheng's cannon minion, finally feeling a modicum of significance as he expressed his feelings with a. However, the opposing jungler soon appeared, collaborating with the mid laner to corner him. With no other option, the blind monk decided to go out in style, executing a flashy R-flash to kick the ball girl back. But alas, the clockwork mage had already departed. Wait a moment, the clockwork mage, he kicked the ball girl back, only for the clockwork mage to return, retaliating with her QW combo against the ball girl, igniting her in the process, and astonishingly, she managed to take down the ball girl. Meanwhile, the opposing jungler, now blinded by rage, noticed Su Chong stepping forward and unleashed a barrage of attacks, relentlessly pursuing him to the turret. Yet, just before the turret, Su Chong, with but a sliver of health left, cleverly baited his opponent into a dance, and as his Q ability came off cooldown, he swiftly executed a counter Q, claiming the kill. Double kill. The clockwork mage is on the verge of going berserk. A quadra kill. Su Cheng's remarkable performance left his four teammates in awe. Even the opposing mid-jungle duo sent messages expressing their shock. Such exquisite microplay. Thank you, blind monk. You are a good person. In our hometown, we have a saying, burn yourself to illuminate others. Just like a candle, you are truly lighting the path for your brothers with your life. I love you. I adore you, you little spicy pig. Su Cheng's fingers moved with astonishing speed, keeping the translator busy. Top laner, ADC. He is so shameless. Support. This clockwork mage has skill, but her words are really. What a mess. What a mess. At that very moment, far away in the T1 training facility in the LCK, Blank, the substitute for Peanut this season, was so furious he felt lightheaded, nearly wishing to smash the monitor before him with a punch. Despite his attempts to maintain composure, the rising temperature of his CPU only fueled his rage as he pounded on the table. The commotion drew the attention of the LCK first team members who were in training. What are you up to, Xiaohei? Faker, adopting a tone befitting a senior, admonished, everyone is training. You should behave yourself. Xia Huaxing cast a sidelong glance, which Xiaohei happened to notice. He had been in the SKT youth training program for some time, previously serving Benji with tea and water. This season, as Benji ventured into the LPL, Xiaohei thought he might finally have a chance to rise through the ranks. However, the club unexpectedly signed the former jungler from the Tiger team, Xia Huaxing, relegating him once more to the role of a mere water dispenser attendant. He could only watch in frustration as Xia Huaxing mingled exuberantly with the veterans while he remained in the corner, grinding through the monotonous ranks. Xiaohei was fuming. That position should have been his. Noticing Xia Huaxing's gaze, Xiaohei, already filled with ire, felt even more aggrieved after being thoroughly vexed by the mid lane Oriana during the game. He indignantly exclaimed, "Hyuk brother, there's an LPL professional player here, and he is infuriating me. Please help me report him." Unable to contain his frustration, Xiaohe immediately sought out his elder brother to lodge a complaint. Faker glanced over, having just concluded a ranked match and was now in queue. Curious, he approached and asked, "Did he insult you?" "Well, not exactly." Blank was momentarily at a loss for words. Faker, intrigued, inquired, "Is he an actor?" "Not really." Xiaohe retreated slightly, realizing that if anyone were to be deemed an actor, it would be him, the T1 substitute jungler. This response piqued Faker's curiosity further, prompting him to step closer and observe. "Are you familiar with a player from Snake? OG God, have you heard of him?" Faker asked, intrigued. "A team that got eliminated in the first round of the LPL playoffs, a bunch of weaklings. Last season's mid laner was a former player from our side. Tank. This guy seems to be a newcomer, but his manner of speaking is truly irritating." Xiaohe was quite knowledgeable about the adjacent league. It was precisely because he recognized the opponent's vulnerability that he felt emboldened to act so brazenly. Otherwise, even if he were boiling with rage, he wouldn't dare be so audacious if the other party were clear love. "His statistics are impressive. Keep playing, and let's see." Faker noted as he observed Oriana achieving a 4-0 score despite the team's overall disadvantage. He took a bottle of cola and sat nearby Xiaohe. Under the watchful eye of his senior, Xiaohe dared not act out of line and began to play more cautiously. However, as events unfolded, things grew increasingly absurd. He attempted to farm the F6 camp, only for Oriana to snatch it away with her QW from behind the wall when he aimed to clear the 3 wolves. Oriana devoured them all as well. His top laner was being dived by the opposing top and jungle, and while he was busy farming the frogs, Oriana arrived and effortlessly claimed the low-health frog. Just as Xiaohe was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the enemy utilized their ultimate to slay both the opposing top and jungle. Oriana has already taken control of the match. 6-0. This left Xiaohe speechless, with a plethora of complaints lodged within him. It was somewhat excessive, yet his awareness was commendable. Did he realize the enemy was planning to dive? Faker became intrigued, noticing Xiaohe was taking a while to return. Xia Huashing, Huni, and the Everboard Bang and Wolf also gathered around. Before long, the entire T1 team was collectively amused. "This LPL lad is remarkably talented." In the lower left corner of the chat window, a plethora of witty remarks emerged, causing great amusement among the spectators. The gameplay of the champion Oriana was rather selfish. As the match progressed, the blind champion, despite his efforts, found himself unable to secure any jungle monsters aside from the stone beetle. Ironically, after 20 minutes into the game, Oriana consistently initiated engagements on jungle camps, resembling a comical scene where Blank attempted to contest the economy against his adversaries, only to find himself unable to secure any objectives even after using his smite. During this rather tedious phase of development, he occasionally jested at the expense of the champion Kuro, not only entertaining his 3 teammates, but also eliciting hearty laughter from the T1 roster, who exclaimed, "How cheeky." However, as the game progressed into the crucial Dragon Team fight, Oriana emerged as the sole carry, seizing control of the match. Ultimately, he led his 4 teammates, who were significantly outperformed in terms of gold, to an unexpected victory. Hilarious indeed, and Xiao Huashing was thoroughly entertained. If he were to stream, the entertainment value would undoubtedly be explosive. Bang offered a candid assessment, while Wolf focused more on the series of remarkable plays. To be fair, Oriana was quite formidable, despite hoarding all the jungle gold from the mid-game onwards. His team fighting was genuinely audacious and exceptionally smooth, that I even glimpsed a shadow of the legendary player. Shall we go? During that pivotal Dragon Team fight, upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to Faker. While some of this praise was undoubtedly a nod to Faker himself, it was undeniable that this unfamiliar LPL Oriana player possessed genuine skill. He was indeed impressive and intriguing. However, with so many skilled players in the LPL, it was not overly surprising that if he truly had the chops, one could only hope to encounter him at MSI or the World Championship. Faker held a strong sense of pride and confidence in his own abilities, having always focused on the S tournament. Witnessing the widespread admiration for this LPL player, who had caused him considerable frustration, Kuro became somewhat anxious. "Shall we go? Did you see that? He has been so annoying to me. Shouldn't we report him?" Such a statement seemed absurd. After all, the player was helping him secure victories. Yet he still considered reporting him. Kuro ought to have some dignity, one would think. Xiao Huashing could not help but voice his disdain. Upon hearing this, Kuro's face flushed with embarrassment, only to see Faker and his group return to their seats. Disregarding his suggestion, "Snake, OG God, just wait." The frustrated Kuro silently noted the opponent's ID. Diong Dong. Comprehensive match evaluation begins. Comedy effect. B. Spectacle effect. A dash. Rewards generating. A series of notification chimes resonated in his mind. And upon hearing the spectacle effect rated A dash, Su Cheng's eyes brightened with anticipation, thinking, explosive, explosive, explosive. Ding, congratulations to the host. Luck is off the charts. Oriana. Proficiency 100. Wow, a victorious start. Basic attack 2. The reward notification was exceptionally pleasing. Proficiency 100. It even yielded attribute points. And it was 2. Su Chong was instantly overwhelmed with joy. He suddenly felt that his understanding of the clockwork mechanism had deepened considerably. Moreover, his wrists noticeably became more agile. And the fingers, which had previously felt somewhat sore, now brimmed with strength. His ranking, which had stagnated at 84, leapt to 86, propelling him into the ranks of T1, with both his walking and chopping now at T1 level. He found himself with 3 TOs and 4 T1s, achieving a well-rounded development. Armed with a profound understanding of the game akin to a ceiling of 99, he felt confident that he could face the formidable duo of LPL's 2 Saints and 1 Emperor head-on in the future. Su Chong was thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 40. Riding Dreams, Not Wasting Youth. In the subsequent hours, Su Chong frequently engaged in ranked matches, and the ID Snake, OG God, quickly emerged in the high tiers of the Korean server. His 4 teammates, who arrived at noon, were astonished to discover that Su Chong had played ranked matches continuously since early morning, but he merely exchanged greetings before immersing himself wholeheartedly in his grinding endeavors. Erzi also received a super account in the Korean server. Intending to duo queue with Su Chong, but was stopped by Zhu Kai. "I wouldn't dare to expose you. What are you really duoing with Xiaocheng for training? How can lying back and winning contribute to any training effect? You might coast through ranked matches, but do you expect to sit back and let the mid laner carry you in actual competitions? Just go solo queue." Zhu Kai's tone was rather brusque. Jitai felt quite embarrassed and had no choice but to log in for solo queue. By 4 in the afternoon, Su Chong wrapped up his session. Starting from around 9 in the morning and taking a break only for lunch, he played a total of 8 matches, achieving an unblemished record of MVPs and securing 8 consecutive victories. At this point, even the ever-energetic Su Chong felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he reclined in his esports chair, lying back to rest. The super account was specially adjusted by Riot to facilitate professional players in high-quality matches while minimizing time costs. Initially starting at Master with 0 victory points, he faced teammates and opponents all at the strongest King level. As he progressed, Su Chong even encountered some well-known professional players from major global leagues, particularly in the final match. As his rank soared, he found himself pitted against a crown brother. The game waged on for a grueling 40 minutes before concluding. Though victorious, Su Chong could distinctly recognize the gap in skill during the match. His opponent was both steady and capable, never engaging in meaningless roams. In the relentless exchange of blows, it was Su Cheng's last hitting that suffered under the pressure of the lane. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a formidable adversary. The reason he managed to clinch victory despite being suppressed was due to the expansive stage for his performance in team fights, where he seized opportunities from the opposing teammates. Ultimately, leveraging his equipment advantage, he was able to push down the enemy's base after a prolonged strategic maneuver. Indeed, the strength of the opponents was palpable, but the thrill of the competition was equally exhilarating. Su Chong marveled at the allure of the Korean server. Among all global leagues and servers, the realm of confident players regarded the Korean server as their primary battleground. It truly was a gathering of heroes. Given the vast number of players, the matchmaking mechanism of the Korean server was also remarkably user-friendly. The more consecutive victories you achieve, the more likely it is that in the national server, you will be matched with 4 teammates of lesser caliber and 5 competent opponents on the opposing team, all in the name of maintaining a semblance of fair competition. This is the so-called ELO mechanism. In simpler terms, the system perceives your excessive winning streak and seeks to devise a method to ensure your defeat, thereby sustaining the vitality of the game. Otherwise, if skilled players were allowed to soar unchecked, culminating in scores of several thousand or even tens of thousands, it would lead to utter chaos. However, in the Korean server, the matchmaking mechanism adopts a more humane approach. If you achieve too many consecutive victories and the system recognizes your strength, it will assign you even stronger opponents, allowing you to accept your losses with grace and contentment. The rewards, in this case, are indeed substantial. His account has surged from the initial rank of Master 0 points to an impressive 221 points. The opponents matched against him are predominantly high-ranking players, boasting scores in the 700 to 800 range. Furthermore, during this journey, a 1-point prediction was revealed, enhancing his prediction attribute to 86 and slightly improving his skill accuracy. Of course, the most significant accomplishment is that his proficiency with Oriana has reached 910, leaving him only 9 ranked matches away from entering the elite ranks. At this pace, it is anticipated that he will reach the pinnacle by tomorrow or the day after 0.8 consecutive victories. Truly remarkable. Li Xianjun glanced at Su Cheng's performance and gave him a thumbs up. Zhangzi, known for his sharp tongue, remarked that the tank player frequently oscillates between iron and master ranks, and in just 1 week, he has not won as many matches as Su Cheng has in a single day. The young lad is indeed impressive. Oriana, the goddess, GFA is quite the supporter. Hey, just a small scene. Another day, let's aim for the top of the Korean server and make a name for ourselves. Su Cheng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, trying to show off again. Does your family even know how much you brag? The response he received was a series of playful banter. At that moment, Zhu Kai approached, holding 2 sets of team uniforms. You two, head downstairs to take some promotional photos. Here are the uniforms. They're all ready. They look pretty cool, Su Cheng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he took his uniform, admiring it with great delight. The black and gold color scheme featured a black t-shirt adorned with a golden logo and ID font. The SS team emblem is a symmetrical design resembling 2 opposing pitchforks, forming an X shape, though with subtle differences. The trident has 3 points, while their team logo boasts 4. Both the front and back are embellished with gold lettering spelling out Snake and OG God. Overall, Su Cheng was quite satisfied. He descended with Zita to the photography studio, where they took 2 sets of portraits, which the photographer would select for retouching. By the time they finished, it was already 6 in the evening. Coinciding with the end of the workday, Su Cheng had eaten a light lunch, and now he was feeling quite famished. Orange, about that money. There's no rush. Just transfer everything to me. What are you spending on? With only the 2 of them remaining, Zita seized the opportunity to pull Su Cheng aside, saying with a hint of exasperation, you must keep some money for yourself. I have 5,000 left. That should suffice. Moreover, the club provides meals and accommodations, so there is hardly anything to spend on. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. 5,000 is hardly enough. You'll be out of funds after buying just a couple of outfits. As he spoke, Zita casually took out his phone to transfer money to Su Cheng, only to be firmly stopped by him. 1 matter at a time. How could I possibly ask for more money from you when you still owe me 300,000? Lending such a substantial amount to a brother is already a tremendous help. He added, besides, payday is just around the corner on the 20th. It won't be long now. Su Cheng's demeanor was sincere, devoid of any jest. Why bother discussing such things between brothers? Zita, noticing Su Cheng's seriousness, laughed lightly. Remember all those times you had so many places to go and your brothers were such a burden? You never complained. You stepped in to refuse VG's manager on behalf of a brother, and even when things took a turn for the worse, you never abandoned them, did you? How do you know all this? You must have snooped on my phone, Su Cheng exclaimed, surprised, immediately casting a wary glance at Zita. Snooping? No, my brother. That was a forthright glance. And by the way, I didn't check your browser history, so don't worry. I understand. Zita shot a mischievous glance at Su Cheng. I swear I'll smash your head in. The 2 continued their playful banter as they made their way to the cafeteria. Upon arrival, they found Gongzi and others already seated at a table, heartily indulging in a feast. Seeing the 2 brothers arrive, everyone greeted them with enthusiasm. That evening, the official account of Snake Esports Club released an update. We warmly welcome the legendary duo, Wulong and Fengchu, to join Snake Esports Club. In the S7 season, Snake and OG God will take on the roles of starting mid laners. May you ride the waves of your dreams in the time ahead, making the most of your youth alongside SS. Sty will rotate with Xingqianggu. Fans of Sty, please stay tuned. Snake, Chong, is connecting. This year, we will not disappoint our fans. As the announcement spread, the first to notice were the SS fans. After all, despite last year's spring and summer seasons where Snake made it to the playoffs, even if they were eliminated in the first round, the combination of homegrown prodigy Xingqianggu and the Vietnamese player Sof, alongside Gongzi, who ended up in the hospital post-BO10, still drew considerable attention. Fans were left with a plethora of questions, and the comments section erupted. Chapter 41. Exposure, collective shock, regret from all sides. Wait, Did they really invite the Orange God? A rookie mid-laner starting, and they brought in Zeta too. What on earth is SS planning? Every year they promise not to disappoint fans, yet every year they leave them in despair. Truly, you never fail to impress. Zhuowu Jun, the young lad, looks rather dashing. I wonder how he'll perform in the match's .54 consecutive wins, breaking the world record. My assessment is that this year holds great promise. The Orange God isn't pursuing streaming, but is actually diving into the LPL. Looking forward to some exceptional Akali plays in the LPL. Come on, hasn't he the master flopped in matches before? My take is to remain skeptical. Wulong and Fengchu joining. My friends really can't hold it together. Promised to invite a sports show, don't you? But instead we ended up with the once feared specter of the canyon. Zhuowu Jun must have been kicked by a donkey. Some await eagerly, while others express skepticism. However, it is undeniable that the recent official announcement from SS has indeed generated a significant surge in attention. Numerous spectators, who had previously kept an eye on Chong, have flocked to the scene, resulting in a staggering increase of tens of thousands of followers for SS official account within just a few short hours. VG. What? He has gone to SS. Upon learning this news, manager Gao Jun was taken aback. It shouldn't be the case. How could he possibly secure a place at SS? Benji turned him down, opting instead to team up with Soft. Moreover, SS has even signed Zeta. Have they lost their minds? How dare they recruit Zeta? In the office, Gao Jun could hardly contain his disbelief, repeatedly exclaiming in frustration. The door was ajar, and a number of players and coaches leaving for the day overheard the commotion. So, Orange has joined SS? It likely isn't due to financial incentives, as the salary offered by the manager is undoubtedly among the highest in the industry. The fact that SS has also signed Zeta must be a contributing factor. That lad truly values loyalty. It's a shame they won TB teammates. The players expressed regret, yet they couldn't help but admire the young man they had met just once. In this day and age, there are few who remain unshaken by the lure of wealth, and such loyalty is indeed rare. What a pity. Head coach Fu Man Duo also expressed considerable regret, albeit merely as a feeling of loss. After all, even if they had signed Chong, it would have only been for development purposes. Although Ho Yi may be older, he certainly has at least 2 more years of competitive play left in him. How unfortunate. General Manager Tong Gu was momentarily lost in thought upon seeing the official account. Suddenly, the office door swung open with a bang. Head coach by Seiyu stormed in, his face contorted with anger. I told you to increase the offer to secure Orange's signature, yet you arrogantly assumed that he had nowhere else to go but NB. Look what has happened now. SS has snatched him away. Did you not see how capable he is of carrying a game? I am truly astounded. Faced with the ire of his new coach, Manager Tong's expression turned awkward, just as the analyst entered the room. He closed the door behind him. To be fair, Unstayed has been performing poorly in training matches recently. If he wishes to play alongside his brother, then let him. If our mid laner were Su Qing, we could genuinely contend for a top 4 finish this year. This should not have happened. As the two questioned him, Manager Tong felt a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, he stood his ground, insisting that if they didn't sign him, they didn't sign him. Training matches do not equate to actual competition. Once he steps onto the LPL stage, who knows how he might perform? We will only know if he is a horse or a donkey when the time comes. Besides, am I not also trying to save the club some expenses? Now that he has left, you all turn your blame on me. Managing is not an easy task. Training matches do not equal competition? What nonsense logic? By Seiyu and the analyst looked at him, their faces filled with disappointment. Some may argue that ranked matches are not equivalent to competitions, and indeed, many players who excel in ranked games have been utterly defeated on the professional stage. This notion is widely acknowledged within the industry. However, training matches are the closest simulation to LPL matches. Can you seriously claim that if a player dominates in training, he will falter in competition? Nonsense. Meanwhile, similar events are unfolding at the LGD and GT clubs. All of them harbored intentions to sign Chong for his development. Now, witnessing SS publicly announce their relationship, the coaching staffs of the 3 clubs felt a twinge of regret. Had they not been so obstinate at the time and perhaps offered a bit more money, it is conceivable that he might not have joined SS. The players occupying other positions in the clubs also expressed their disappointment at not being able to team up with Chong. Nevertheless, regret aside, there was nothing to be done but to accept the situation as it stood. That night, the news of joining SS stirred considerable commotion within the esports community. The focus on Z-Tai was minimal, as SS announcement merely indicated that he would rotate with Chong Gu. Many believed that Zitai would inevitably find himself relegated to the bench, idly watching the water cooler that I in contrast. The recently popular rank master Su Chong garnered widespread attention, attracting a swarm of onlookers. The comment section of the official Weibo account erupted into a cacophony. Some cheered and anticipated Su Cheng's performance on the battlefield, as his remarkable streak of 54 consecutive victories was indisputable. For those less familiar with the matches, Su Chong was nothing short of a deity. However, the competitive arena and rank were worlds apart. Seasoned veterans of the game, well-versed in the intricacies of competition, generally expressed skepticism. Regardless, the influx of attention was undeniable. The entire SS organization was elated, fully aware of Su Cheng's capabilities. Meanwhile, Su Chong hastily registered a Weibo account that very night to leave a comment beneath the official announcement. The louder your doubts, the clearer I can't hear you. Just wait. Right now you disregard my brother, questioning me incessantly. When the spring season commences, I shall shatter your doubts with a series of MVP performances. Lo and behold, the real Su Chong had made his appearance. Fans from various quarters, along with SS supporters, began to take note of Su Cheng's Weibo, promptly responding to his audacious remarks. Intrigued by his boldness, netizens ramped up their aggressive responses. What do you mean I lack achievements? I have no qualifications. Ambition is not confined to age, you know. I'm only 17 this year. What qualifications do you expect me to possess? Those who utter such words must have some issues with their reasoning. As for achievements, ISNT my first triumph in the making right now. Let me assert one honor. I will secure a spring season championship first. You truly shouldn't underestimate me. If I fail to clinch the championship, feel free to berate me. Is the newcomer too arrogant? My friends, you cannot expect someone who aspires to rise above to behave as submissively as you do. I may not understand the meaning of youthful impetuosity, but I am fully aware that victors reign supreme. Just wait for the spring season. My brother's performance will be worth the watch. Later that evening, Su Cheng, with nothing better to do, engaged in a lively exchange on Weibo with those who questioned him. Faced with a barrage of comments, he welcomed all, responding to each one he encountered. Champion here, face slapping there. The entire esports community was sent into a frenzy overnight. Su Cheng was swiftly labeled as the most audacious rookie. Supporters from other clubs began to tag their teams, vowing to deliver a sound thrashing to that fellow named Ojigod. Once the spring season commenced, Su Cheng continued to surf the internet until the early hours of the morning. After a night of verbal sparring, he had garnered tens of thousands of followers on Weibo. Initially, many harbored doubts. However, as conversations unfolded, for reasons unbeknownst to them, they found themselves drawn to this audacious young man, who spoke with a flair and camaraderie that was hard to resist. Even a considerable number of SS fans were genuinely captivated by his confident demeanor, leading them to rally behind Su Cheng, eagerly anticipating his stellar performance in the spring tournament, hoping he would guide SS into the playoffs for a shot at a top 4 finish. Chapter 42. The Great Rock spreads its wings. The Dragon soars. LPL Spring Tournament commences. In the days that followed, the online realm was incessantly abuzz with discussions surrounding the esports sleeping dragon. Su Cheng's proactive engagement with fans saw his Weibo followers swell daily. True devotees were few, primarily comprising those who had come to admire Su Cheng through his various antics during his rise to the pinnacle of the national server. The majority of his followers, however, were drawn by his audacious proclamations, eagerly awaiting the moment he might face a reckoning from his critics. Yet, Su Cheng remained unfazed at a present. Without having played a single match, seeking fervent supporters seemed impractical. What of the critics? In an industry where performance reigns supreme, as long as one excels, even the most vociferous detractors will inevitably turn into admirers. Prior to the league's commencement, Su Cheng's Weibo comment section had transformed into a battleground against thousands of netizens. Each day, after training, during lunchtime, Su Cheng would take a moment to post on Weibo and engage with those questioning his abilities, leading to a fulfilling routine. Over time, many onlookers had grown accustomed to waking each day to check Su Cheng's Weibo for the latest updates. On the rare occasion when Su Cheng, overwhelmed by training scrimmages, failed to post, many netizens expressed their surprise, some even worrying whether he had encountered difficulties that might hinder his participation in the LPL. This left Su Cheng both amused and exasperated, prompting him to wake in the early hours to share a post. Today, I had a scrimmage against EDG. Just wanted to update you all on the situation. I acknowledge that the Junior S skills surpass mine, and I may have underestimated the competition. However, if you think it will be easy to bring me down, think again. Let me reiterate, Some individuals toil their entire lives in the profession without ever daring to aspire for a championship. Others yearn for victory yet encounter obstacles year after year. But I am different. Before I even make my debut, I have already claimed the championship. My assessment is clear. Those stronger than me will ultimately be ruthlessly crushed by me. Upon this post's release, the night owls still awake were instantly electrified. Initially, upon reading Su Cheng's acknowledgement of the junior's superior skills, many had prepared to mock him for conceding defeat. However, a swift glance revealed that there truly existed a young maverick imbued with unyielding spirit. The post was swiftly shared on the Pressure Resistance forum, sending the netizens into a frenzy overnight. By the following day, Su Cheng's popularity surged even further. His audacious demeanor had transformed him into a target for fans from various clubs, prompting even first-string players from these clubs to engage with him on Weibo. Notably, it is worth mentioning, the ID of Su Chong on the Korean server has been exposed, and soon his impressive consecutive victories were shared online by netizens. Little did they know, upon further inspection, the online community erupted in astonishment. Having played a total of 31 matches, he only faced defeat in 3. Remarkably, his recent ranked win rate soared to an astonishing 91. What's more, he achieved an incredible maximum winning streak of 18 consecutive victories. This is, after all, the Korean server, renowned for its highest competitive standards, representing the pinnacle tier of elite players. Numerous incredulous netizens clicked on Su Cheng's match history to scrutinize his performance. And the reaction was nothing short of explosive. Daddy C, Daddy MVP. Notable players such as Smeb, Huni, and Zhang Min, Cuz, Deft, and Bang have all faced Su Cheng, each suffering defeat. He outperformed BDD in their matchup, went toe-to-toe with Crown, and even confronted the recently returned Buddha Fat General from LPL. Even European luminaries like AP and Rookie Caps could not match Su Cheng's brilliance based solely on their settlement data. The 3 losses, when analyzed, revealed no flaws in Su Cheng's performance, and it could even be said that he was a bloodthirsty carry. SVP speaks volumes. This terrifying record has genuinely left the online community in shock. Currently, the ID Snake, OG God, boasts an astonishing score of 741 points, ranking 184th on the Korean server's leaderboard. Wow, I thought he was just showing off, but it turns out this kid is genuinely impressive. The 54 consecutive victories in the domestic server remain unbroken, and he storms into the Korean server with an 18-game winning streak, asserting our dominance. There's still anyone who doubts the prowess of Orange God? The boldness upstairs, let us call him Orange God. Perhaps this kid is indeed a genius. He might truly become the new rising star among mid laners in LPL. I'll keep my skepticism, but I'm starting to feel excited. What about you? I've long known my brother Orange God is no ordinary figure. Indeed, I await his LPL debut to showcase his kingly demeanor. What a genuine persona. TSK. The exposure of his record has caused a remarkable turnaround in Su Cheng's online reputation. Just before the commencement of the spring season, discussions about him are incessantly flooding major social media platforms and comment sections. During this time, the entire SS team has been intensely engaged in training matches. Due to the need to enhance his attributes, Su Cheng's training has been even more rigorous, often practicing ranked games late into the night, sometimes until midnight. This diligent work ethic caught the attention of analysts, who discreetly documented it and shared it on the official blog, prompting widespread admiration from netizens for his dedicated professional attitude. That evening, Su Cheng returned to his dormitory, lying quietly in bed as he reflected on the progress he had made in recent days. Hard work ultimately yields rewards, and the fruits of his labor have been bountiful. His proficiency with his champion has reached T0, and he has since dedicated himself to mastering the ball girl, with her proficiency now at 820. Likely to reach T0 in no time. Unfortunately, the spring season begins tomorrow, leaving little time to play ranked as he prepares for the upcoming matches. The system evaluates the program's effectiveness primarily based on comedic value and viewing pleasure, albeit with certain thresholds. Currently, it appears that the higher the rank score, the greater the likelihood of uncovering exceptional content. The time has finally come for the main event. One wonders what rewards await at the conclusion of the LPL matches. Su Cheng harbors anticipation, and no matter how prestigious the Korean server may be, it ultimately remains within the confines of rank. What is a competition? It embodies discipline, execution, understanding of the current meta, tactical confrontations, and the strategic gameplay that commences from the ban pick phase. It is a true team endeavor, where a single critical misstep can lead to demise, and even a moment's carelessness in teamfights can result in the inability to utilize summoner spells, leading to swift defeat. The pressure is simply unparalleled. Upon reviewing his stats, Su Ching summoned his brand new panel. Host, Su Ching Operation, 91, T0, Positioning 89, T1, Prediction 87, T1, Speed 91, T0, Reaction 91, T0, Kiting 86, T1, Awareness 87, T1, Macro View 83, Damage Calculation 59, Floor, Meta Understanding 99, Ceiling, Hero Pool, Akali T0, Twisted Fate T0, Oriana T0, Zoe T1, Rise T1, Comprehensive Evaluation, Goodness Gracious 3T0S and 4T1S. Might it be that you wish to bide your time until invincibility before making your debut, with wings spread wide like a great rock soaring through the skies? The time has come, young man. LPL is poised to witness the emergence of a mid laner that will astonish the world. Free attribute points, 0 in comparison to the past. His stats have truly undergone a transformation. In recent days, he has once more shone brightly with golden legends, earning free attribute points, which Su Ching allocated to his operation. Though it merely elevated his score to 91, he could distinctly perceive his newfound strength. Furthermore, his positioning, prediction, awareness, macro view, and damage calculation have all surged by 1 point. Even his weakest attribute, damage calculation, has subtly improved to 59. Su Ching has invested effort in this area and sought guidance from his teammates. Although it strains the mind, after all, who among us engages in mental arithmetic while gaming? It is part of the job. Given the equivalent of a million-year salary, Su Ching deems this effort worthwhile. On one hand, he is compensated for his labor. On the other, he strives to grow stronger for a brighter future. Currently, he is just 1 point shy of reaching T0 in positioning, while other attributes still lag behind significantly. Su Ching hopes that during his debut, he can achieve a free attribute point, thereby maximizing his positioning and soaring to become a formidable 4T0 contender. At that moment, all rivals, including the likes of Goba and Ershing ED, will have no choice but to bow in submission. In high spirits, Su Ching closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The following day, January 19th, the LPL spring split commences. After a 3-month hiatus, the LPL reignites its fierce battles amidst the rising smoke of war. Chapter 43. Welcome, Snake, OG God. Hello, and welcome to the live broadcast of the 2017 LPL Spring Split. I am your host, Yu Shuang. This season, each club has undergone a certain degree of personnel changes, all with a singular aspiration, the championship. So, who will ultimately ascend to the throne of spring? Let us await the revelation. Now, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome the participating teams of this spring tournament. On stage, the lights shimmer brilliantly, and at the center stands the host, Yu Shuang, her voice resonant and filled with confidence and poise. Today, she dazzles in a striking red evening gown, a vision of elegance that captures the attention of countless admirers in the audience with her perfect figure and enchanting features. One by one, the clubs make their entrance. While Yu Shuang, alongside Rendong, known as the Unyielding Grip, introduces the fresh rosters of each club for the S7 season. This segment lasts approximately an hour and a half, serving as a unique opportunity for the LPL officials to familiarize the audience with the new lineups. For clubs like VG, willing to invest significantly, this undoubtedly becomes a platform to showcase their prowess and win over fans. Especially with their impressive 3 championships, a feat that sounds intimidating. Half an hour later, it is SS' turn. Let us warmly welcome Snake Esports. This season, SS has made considerable adjustments to their roster. The top laner, St. Gun, continues as the starter. However, to alleviate his burden, SS has brought in Zeta to rotate with him. Zeta is also a highly dependable veteran top laner, and together they might offer a richer tactical repertoire. Rendong explains with a smile. In an era where results speak volumes, the support for a team like SS, which often exits in the first round of the playoffs, is notably sparse, especially when Zeta is described as reliable. The audience barely musters applause. Speaking of which, there has been quite a bit of chatter about Snake recently. Yu Shuang remarks with a gentle smile. Rendong responds, "Oh, what do you mean? During the off-season, a significant event occurred in the domestic server. Someone started from Master and achieved an astonishing 41 consecutive victories to claim the top spot, breaking the highest win streak record across all major global servers." Yu Shuang exclaims with exaggerated astonishment. "That's incredible." Rendong responds, equally impressed. Yet, that's not all. The 41 wins were merely the pinnacle for that player on the domestic server, as he continued to solo queue undefeated, ultimately shattering his own record with a staggering 54 consecutive wins. Yushuang feigns shock. Rendong's jaw drops. That's astonishing. Now, let us welcome the recent sensation. Oh gee, God. No one could have anticipated that the player responsible for this remarkable achievement is merely a 17-year-old youth. This season, he will take the field as the starting mid laner for SS in the spring tournament. Will the king of the solo queue replicate his prowess in the arena? Let us remain hopeful. I, for one, eagerly anticipate the exceptional performance of player OG God on stage. Go, little brother. Fighting. As Su Chong strides in from backstage, Yushuang beams with encouragement, raising her fist in support. The audience erupts in excitement. Under the enthusiastic encouragement of the two hosts, the effect was indeed remarkable. Some onlookers were immediately drawn to Su Chong, who took to the stage as a spirited youth with tousled bangs. Many young ladies' eyes lit up, exclaiming, "The younger brother is so handsome." Su Ching greeted the audience with a warm smile. It must be said that the LPL organizers truly excelled, choosing the bustling Magic City Zhengda Square as the venue for the spring season's live broadcast. Given that it was the opening match, the excitement was palpable, and the arena, capable of accommodating 20,000 spectators, was completely packed. Following them, it was IG's turn alongside the three major families to take the stage one by one. It is undeniable that, at this moment in time, the three major families and IG monopolized nearly 90% of the LPL's audience, while the remaining 8 clubs collectively accounted for merely 10%, that although somewhat harsh. This reflects the current state of the league. IG's ability to seize opportunities from the three major families this season stemmed from Rookie's popularity and the acquisition of the championship top laner, Duke. As these 4 clubs took turns to showcase their prowess, the cheers from the audience surged in waves, never ceasing. This made the hour and a half particularly arduous for players from other clubs. After the matches concluded, each club returned to their respective lounges. The opening match would feature 2 rounds of BO3, with the first battle being a showdown between RNG and IM, both of which were seeds that qualified for last year's World Championship. The anticipation was palpable. The second round of BO3 would see SS face off against VG.I in the lounge. Su Ching quietly watched the live footage on the screen, his emotions a tangled web of complexity. He never imagined that one day he would stand on the stage he had once only dreamt of. Chengzi, are you nervous? Would you like a mosquito coil? Zeta pulled out a mosquito coil from his pocket. Offering one to Su Ching. He declined, instead producing his own 5th-generation yuk, taking a puff with a smile as the sweet watermelon flavor enveloped his palate. I've got this. Don't worry, bro. I was even more nervous during my first match than you are now. These days are much better. Back then, if you played poorly, people would throw drink bottles from the audience. S4's OMG was quite glamorous at the time, and I once managed to defeat them, only to have the crowd hurl orange peels and drink bottles at me. Can you imagine what kind of society that was? Compared to then, now feels like paradise. Brother Shuijing recounted past events to distract Su Chong. Su Chong had vaguely heard of such ancient tales, but hearing them from Gongzi now surprised him. That's a bit exaggerated. Gongzi, tell me, who threw the orange peel at you? I'll go help you peel their skin. Su Ching grinned. Damn it, thinking they can bully SSS. Huh, stay put. I'll go buy you some oranges. You think I don't go online? Huh, son? Brother Shuijing shot Su Ching a sidelong glance. Pfft, buying some oranges sounds just fine. After this playful banter, the atmosphere instantly lightened. Outside, the BO3 between RNG and IM had already commenced, with fans eagerly craning their necks to cheer them on. The team began to deliberate their strategies for confronting VG, weighed down by the pressure of a potential triple crown. Only Su Chong remained unfazed upon learning that their adversary was VG. During VG's trial period, the dual T0 player, Lord, had been thoroughly outplayed by his masterful AD card, leaving him unrecognizable to his own mother. Furthermore, as a time traveler, Su Chong was acutely aware of VG's new lineup's disjointed synergy. Fu Man Duo struggled to find a guide to Benji's playstyle, coupled with VG's lackluster CS operations in the current season. This team, once heralded as a dark horse by countless fans before the spring tournament, was destined to falter sooner rather than later. With a resounding shock, the first match concluded with RNG predicted to triumph, suffering an unexpected defeat. This left even the commentators astounded. How could IM, with only the new jungler Ben for replacing last year's original roster, display such ferocity? Expectations for IM began to swell. In the second match, IM unleashed their prowess, securing an advantage from the onset and maintaining it until the game concluded at 33 minutes. The once favored RNG was decisively swept too. 0. Post-match. The embarrassment weighed heavily on RNG's members, particularly Uzi, who could only face his fans in silence, hastily packing his keyboard and departing after a quick fist bump. The incredulity was palpable. Shuagen could hardly believe his eyes, and his teammates mirrored his astonishment. "Let us go. It's our turn," Jukai remarked, unperturbed. In the first BO3 after a 3-month hiatus, with players yet to warm up, anything was possible. He merely hoped that IM's surprise victory could carry over against SS. A potential triple crown. Jukai swallowed hard. Chapter 44, debuting against VG, showcasing before Lord. A truly spectacular BO3 unfolded. This season, IM radiated vitality, clearly demonstrating that the setbacks of S6 had not shattered their resolve. They had taken a pivotal step towards achieving better results in the new season. Thus, the impending BO3 would feature Snake pitted against VG. The rookie's debut opponent was none other than the former world champion. Easy Hoon, a daunting challenge for any newcomer. Would our little orange manage to pass the test set by his predecessors? Go for it. Chong. Yushuang expressed her unwavering confidence in Su Chong, encouraging her beloved junior during the hosting segment. Subsequently, the players took to the stage to fine-tune their equipment. The director even provided a close-up of Su Ching. Sensing the camera's gaze, Su Ching gazed ahead, shyly smiling as he confidently flicked his bangs. This lad exuded confidence. A touch of charm. How I adore you. Fear not. Lord shall take action. At long last, the moment of reckoning had arrived. Truly, the heavens had opened their eyes. After all the bravado displayed on Weibo, I was eager to see how many lives Easy Hoon had left for Lord to extinguish today. Easy Hoon, unleash your might. LPL certainly knows how to test their opponents, arranging a triple crown debut for a rookie. What a formidable challenge. Today, GG's divine dual-handed player cradled his head in despair, rendered unable to retaliate. Voices of dissent echoed from the vast audience, a clear indication of the stark disparity in both reputation and skill between the two sides. Meanwhile, the online spectators, in even greater numbers, unleashed a torrent of skepticism, with the barrage of comments reaching a fever pitch. The player known as OG God emerged on stage, exuding confidence that I must admit, as a fan of the orange and pink. This young man, despite his shortcomings, possesses a remarkable flair for entertainment and gaming. He bears a striking resemblance to someone. In the commentary booth, Miller chuckled as he shared his insights. Who? Inquired Wawa, to which he replied. He resembles the roaring celestial lord, albeit with a style of his own. I would affectionately refer to him as the roaring celestial lord of a second life. Haha. Wawa's quip elicited hearty laughter from the audience. This individual has recently become a figure of considerable intrigue. Having faced controversy even before his debut, he is endearingly dubbed the king of Weibo, the master of shenanigans, and the most arrogant rookie, after being officially signed by SS. He confronted the widespread skepticism from the online community, declaring his ambition to seize the championship title this season. He is known for his memorable saying, "I know not what it means to be young and reckless. I only know that the victor shall be king." Although this may sound far-fetched and audacious, whispers in the grapevine suggest otherwise. OG God has been making waves in various clubs, VG, IM, NB, LGD, and even OMG have offered him top-tier salaries in hopes of securing his signature. However, due to certain circumstances, Su Ching resolutely declined. Just after parting ways with IG, clubs began clamoring for him, which only underscores OG God's recognized prowess. I hold high hopes for him. Miller, evidently in the know, revealed some insider information. Upon his revelation, the atmosphere in the venue became electrified, and Wawa promptly added, "Today, SS top lane does not feature the Saint Gunner, but rather, Jitai is the starter. I wonder how this pairing of the Dragon and the Phoenix will fare against VG." Here we go. The BP screen is up. Let us delve into the analysis of the BP. However, due to their revelations, all eyes on the internet were fixated on the newcomer OG God, declaring championship ambitions right from the start. Did you all laugh? I certainly did. Isn't this overtly promotional? Have the commentators been bribed to speak in his favor? To put it mildly, he parted ways with IG. To be blunt, he was cast aside by IG. They say they don't want him, yet several clubs are scrambling to offer top salaries. Quite the tale you've woven. Thumbs up for that. Lord, grant me a generous dose of vermilion. Spare no mercy. Welcome to the LPL, eagerly awaiting God's downfall. Let's see how he remains audacious. The comments section was a cacophony of skepticism. SS secured the blue side, gaining the first pick. However, due to the overlap in hero pools between Ho Yi and Su Ching, Yu Kai was compelled to consider strategies to counter Ho Yi, leading to the bans of Zhao Wang and Fei Ji. The third ban was directed towards Li Xin, a gesture of respect towards the Triple Crown jungler, who stands shoulder to shoulder with Faker in terms of reputation. There was no need to ban Twisted Fate or Akali, as I hold no fear of them. As for Orianna, let us ban her. For although I am uncertain whether SS jungler is willing to share resources, Orianna's presence in team fights poses a significant challenge. Lord Ho has clashed with Su Cheng before, and naturally, he is well aware of the stakes. In light of Fu Manduo's inquiries, he remains composed. Fu Manduo, too, shows respect for Lord Ho. The intentions are quite evident. With VG's bot lane being relatively weak, it is imperative that Inlis and Hutong do not falter. The combination of misfortune with resilient supports like Thresh or Nautilus can easily lead to kills if they hook someone, making her a prudent ban. Similarly, banning Jarvan 4 follows the same rationale. A jungler capable of ganking at level 2 presents a formidable threat to their top and bot lanes. Moreover, Jarvan 4 has seen a degree of enhancement in his statistics this spring season, and he is poised to become a prominent choice in the current meta. The blue side, possessing the first pick, is likely to eliminate one threat altogether. As for Twisted Fate, Zhu Kai expressed disappointment at the absence of Orianna. Given Su Cheng's recent commendable performances in scrims, even Sofm is willing to let him have the jungle creatures to expedite his progression. Perhaps it will be the ball queen. Su Cheng no longer seeks any counterpicks. Lord Ho's champion pool is limited, and one can easily predict his choices. With the mid lane options narrowed down, it is either Victor or Kassadin. Given the current state of the meta, Kassadin is unlikely to see play, and it will most likely be Victor. My energy is boundless, the Dark Archon, locking in. As the sound of the champion selection echoes, Su Cheng begins to choose his runes. The four teammates cannot help but reminisce about the time this young man showcased Syndra during his SS trial, executing various extreme maneuvers that left them dizzy. Facing Lord Ho, he dares to display his skills, which brings a sense of reassurance to the group. Confidence is indeed a virtue, yet there lies a fear of faltering against a well-established veteran. This match seems secure. Gongzi. I await Little Ching to lead us to victory. Zeta, the second blue is yours. It's your debut today, you're the priority. Sofm, Butterfly, my path to glory begins with taking down Lord Ho. Let us rise. The brothers shower him with praise. Su Chong, initially feeling a bit anxious, suddenly finds himself at ease. Syndra, Lord Ho is taken aback. Benji chuckles, observing the audacity of choosing Syndra while leaving his signature champions. Twisted Fate and Akali, unselected. This young man truly intends to duel him head-on. TSK. Little Ho, clearly, he looks down on you. Benji stirs up the tension. Lord Ho feels a flush of embarrassment. Disrespecting a senior? Then let us engage. Bow before me. The serpent's embrace. Locking in, Lord Ho contemplates choosing Victor, but seeing the rookie reveal his champion in front of him compels him to draw forth his fourth dagger for a direct confrontation. After securing his choice, Lord Ho takes a sip of coffee from his cup on the table, and his eyes glimmer with a palpable intent to kill. The sword is drawn. Oh no, the blade is revealed. Daring to unsheath his sword before his predecessors, OG God exudes confidence. In the recent ranked matches on the Korean server, he has only selected Qiyana on 2 occasions, a testament to his audacity. Miller was utterly astonished. Having scrutinized Su Cheng's performance on the Korean server, his shock intensified upon witnessing Su Cheng's debut on the competitive stage, wielding Qiyana against Ho Yi. His actions are as bold as his words. Unyielding and fiercely determined. What do predecessors matter? The battlefield of competition is akin to a war zone, where precedence is irrelevant. The only imperative is to engage and to strive. This sheer confidence has already infused the mid lane with a palpable tension. Wawa chuckled in agreement, exclaiming, he is indeed brimming with confidence. The barrage of comments echoed with numerous exclamations of astonishment. The matchup of Qiyana against Cassiopeia in the mid lane has ignited the audience's enthusiasm, as they eagerly anticipate the clash of emerging talent confronting the champions of the old era. Before long, the lineups were solidified. BO3, Snake versus VG00, top lane. Depths Titan versus Twisted Treant, jungler. Void Bro versus Void Predator, mid lane. Dark Nexus versus Serpent Embrace, ADC. Frost Archer versus Arrow of Retribution. Support, Spirit Witch versus Heart of Freljord as the casters. The Higher Brothers elaborated on the compositions of both teams. The audience listened with rapt attention, though all eyes were primarily focused on the impending mid-lane duel. Moments later, the screen illuminated. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. With the chilling voice of a woman announcing the commencement, the match officially began. Chapter 45, W Flash EQ, a breathtaking display, indulging in silky smoothness. Orange, the opponent's Brown poses a threat to us, in the Dragon Skirmish. If you misfire your ultimate, he may use his E to block it.as Butterfly maneuvered Lulu into the jungle for positioning, she cautions Su Ching. Brown, a champion defined by his attributes of protection and counterplay, employs his E ability to create a barrier that mitigates damage and intercepts projectiles, effectively countering most high-impact ultimate abilities from champions like Syndra, Malphite, and Titan. Especially in the landing phase, his impact against the combination of Ashe and Lulu cannot be understated, often in team fights. When Ashe targets an opponent, Braum's shield stands resolute at the forefront, a scene that has repeatedly unfolded on the grand stage of the league. Syndra's ultimate can be directly nullified by Braum's due to Braum's protective prowess. Their champions, Qiyana, Ashe, and Titan, find themselves thoroughly countered that I understand. Winning the lane is paramount. Discussing team fights is premature if we can't even secure the landing phase, Su Chong remarked. Initially, they had no intention of invading. Each champion positioned themselves at the entrances of the jungle. However, the red side VG was unwilling to coexist peacefully. As the minions were about to spawn, 4 of their members, alongside the Treant, forcibly advanced to establish vision at the F6 choke point before retreating safely. Their formation, akin to a long snake, prevented immediate counteraction. Ding ding ding. Alas, there's no angle for a level 2 initiation. This ward reveals my jungle path. Soft lamented. If Su Ching is unperturbed, then let it be. Encountering the excavator in the early jungle poses no fear of the mantis. I undoubtedly possess lane control in the mid lane, so let them come. Observing his team's mid laner brimming with confidence, Sophm felt a twinge of unease. He recalled the previous season, where every time he called for mid lane support, it was either a lack of lane control or the mid laner failing to arrive in time. He too had taken Thunder to engage in lane combat, so caution was warranted against the mantis. Sophm offered a well-meaning warning that as the minion wave converged, Su Chong advanced to commence auto-attacking the melee minions, and the Serpent Maiden mirrored his actions. Given the brevity of the mid lane, and both being long-range mages, it was imperative to seize lane control from the outset. In contrast to the top lane's tendency to focus on minion manipulation, the mid lane primarily revolves around swift pushing. The first to reach level 2 gains a firm grasp on initiative, with the pivotal factor being the river crab. The first river crab would respawn at 3 minutes and 50 seconds. The team pushing quickly could secure level 4 upon the crab's emergence, subsequently aiding the jungler in the river, while the opposing mid laner, lacking control, would be incapacitated. In a 2v1 scenario at the river, controlling the crab became a simple task. Professional play diverges from ranked matches. Every early resource point demands contention unless one is outmatched. A moment's delay leads to a cascade of setbacks. Su Chong found an angle to cast Q, Dark Sphere. The Serpent Maiden also turned to unleash her Q. However, Su Ching SQ grazed the edge, while the latter's was deftly evaded due to Su Cheng's positioning. To exchange blows with me at level 1. You have strayed too far. Noticing the Serpent Maiden's Q miss, Su Chong confidently pressed forward. The Lord, aware of his health deficit, could only retreat. In doing so, Su Ching seized the opportunity to auto-attack a melee minion, swiftly beginning to assert control over the lane. This is the essence of the mid lane. Time is of the essence. The first to level 2 reigns supreme. The Lord hesitated for 2 seconds before hastily returning to seek an opportunity to sneak an auto-attack during Su Cheng's minion last hit. Yet Su Chong interrupted his impending attack, shifting targets to engage in a mutual exchange of auto-attacks, each backing away promptly. Both feared the other's thunder triggering additional damage. Before long, skill cooldowns reset, igniting the second skirmish. This time, Su Cheng's positioning faltered, failing to evade, but his Q similarly struck the Serpent Maiden. Notably, Su Chong seized the moment while the opponent was attacking minions, causing her to miss out on a ranged minion's gold. Due to Su Ching's additional minion attacks, the Serpent Maiden could not attain level 2 first and was compelled to retreat temporarily, avoiding confrontation. Upon reaching level 2, Su Ching rapidly learned W. Advancing to apply pressure, he momentarily controlled the wave, aiming to drive the opponent out of the experience zone. As the two maneuvered, Su Chong utilized W, Force of Will, to pull a melee minion, skillfully hurling it towards the Serpent Maiden, slowing her down, and then followed with Q and an auto-attack to trigger Thunderlord's decree. Having endured a full combo, the Serpent Maiden was left at half health and hastily consumed a potion to recover. His skill accuracy is remarkable. Easy Hoon furrowed his brow, Sensing that the situation was increasingly precarious, I shall rush to level 3 for a gank. Let's arrange a strategy, Benji remarked with a smile as Syndra began to apply pressure. And the Lord did not refuse. The first-tier ward has astutely discerned the jungle path of the excavator, while the opposing duo in the bottom lane is undoubtedly vying for the river crab. On this side, the jungler employs a stealthy strategy, deliberately feigning a passive presence in the lower lane to obscure their true intentions. In reality, the Mantis possesses the ability to secure the red buff due to the advantage conferred by isolated and unassisted. After initiating with the red buff, Benji swiftly transitions to the 3 wolves and the toad, as both the double buff and the 3 wolves consist of singular monsters. Throughout this process, the isolated and unassisted effect is consistently triggered, forming an essential route for an efficient jungle clear. Su Qing has already pushed the lane to the tower, occasionally testing the waters against the serpent woman with his Q, Dark Sphere. Not long after, Easy Hoon has already consumed his second health potion, while Su Chong has only just begun to use his first that he reaches level 3 first. While Easy Hoon remains at level 2, the gap between them has widened significantly. Could you assist me with a counter gank? I'll repay you later, as my position is quite precarious, he requests. Although his awareness may only be at 87, a noticeable disparity compared to the seasoned players, Su Chong has encountered numerous peculiar gank routes from top-tier junglers. Drawing from his experience, he anticipates that his debut match will likely feature a welcome to the LPL package from the opponents. I can't come. My champion requires level 4 to function effectively. Soft responds. Su Chong, feeling helpless, relinquishes the opportunity to harass the serpent woman under the tower and temporarily retreats, placing a ward over the wall into the enemy F6 pit. 6 little birds are unmistakably present. Su Qing is startled, sensing something amiss, and hastily withdraws. Although the Mantis can forego clearing the F6, maximizing the isolated and unassisted effect is the essence of this champion's early jungle clearing. However, if he initiates in the lower jungle, using his smite on the 3 wolves, a level 3 Mantis can indeed clear the F6. Something feels off. Be cautious in the bottom lane. The enemy might be starting with a fast 3 clear downwards. Su Qing warns, positioning himself further back. The serpent woman reaches level 3, and with her W, Toxic Mist, providing a rooting effect in conjunction with the Mantis, the enemy, armed with the red buff, may not even have the chance to use their flash before conceding first blood. A risk Su Chong is unwilling to take. Be confident. We cannot retreat now. The opposing Braum is currently at a disadvantage, and if we don't pressure them now, we won't be able to later. Butterfly, place a ward in the river. This Varus is playing recklessly. I'll take him down. Avoid Braum's Q. Butterfly cautions before momentarily departing. Syndra exhibits skillful techniques in her lane, utilizing all her abilities to trade blows with the Lord. Outpacing him in last hits solely through fundamental mechanics, the Lord should not be struggling against a novice. Instead, it is he who is being pressured due to his lack of experience. If the serpent woman fails to land her Q, her damage potential is severely diminished. Miller marvels at Su Cheng's precision with his abilities. That ward placed over the wall is perfectly timed. The ball woman retreats, while the Mantis is clearly aiming for a level 3 surprise attack from the lower jungle towards mid lane. Should he find the right angle alongside the serpent woman's W's rooting effect, it could lead to first blood. The orange god has already pinged the bottom lane, suspecting that the Mantis is clearing from top to bottom. Such foresight from a newcomer is indeed a rare sight. The young player's eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed. His interpretation left many fans of the Lord feeling quite embarrassed. Some were eager to refute, yet the serpent woman frequently missed her opportunity, leaving them at a loss for counterarguments. Meanwhile, Benji's scheme was effectively thwarted, which filled them with regret. The mid lane continued to trade blows. That Q was rather precise. The ball girl has something up her sleeve. The orange deity is truly serious. He is putting pressure on the Lord in his debut, aiming to ruin the world champion. Is he? Let us maintain our skepticism and await Benji's actions. In the barrage of comments, spectators marveled at the matchup in the mid lane. Everyone scrutinized the ambitious youth, who boldly proclaimed his intentions for the championship. Yet amidst the scrutiny where every minor mistake could be dissected and debated, this lad's landing phase was unexpectedly impressive. The fervent fans surged towards the mid lane, sensing an opportunity to dive. Su Chong reached level 4, while the serpent woman opposing him had no healing left and her health dipped below 40. Soft. Hold on, brothers. I'm farming river crabs. I'll be right there. Su Chong felt a bit disoriented. Just then, he caught a glimpse of the mini-map. Braum's icon suddenly surged forward, while at the river's bend, the Mantis's icon appeared in an instant, prompting him to think, this is bad. without a second thought. He disregarded the chaos. The cannon minion was still tanking the tower, so he took matters into his own hands. He activated W, pulling a previously released residual spell orb, feigning a retreat, since Syndra's spell orb would hover behind her. As he turned, the orb that was initially in front began to drift back, inexplicably drawing closer to the serpent woman, who was beneath the tower, poised to secure a last hit. The moment the orb's animation lingered at its furthest distance, Chong abruptly W flashed. He followed by QA and ignited. The spell orb, still suspended in the air, had yet to land when it was intercepted by E, propelling it forward. It was a seamless flow. A silky smooth execution, quick, so swift, the Lord had no time to react. As he was caught by Syndra's lightning-fast, we comboed. A full barrage of skills connected solidly with him. The talent Thunderlord's decree was almost instantaneously triggered. Shiba settling in LPL, accustomed to speaking Chinese, the Lord was so startled that he involuntarily stammered in dialect. Bang! In the bot lane, Brown Q flashed, closing in on Gongzi's Ash. Oh my goodness, what is he doing? Crystal Brother flinched. Immediately after, a rain of arrows followed. As the Mantis leapt over the wall, Butterfly was alarmed, exclaiming, "Let us go, flash out." Gongzi didn't dare to save his skills, hastily flashing away. But Varus pursued with his own flash, landing a final basic attack that triggered the concussive blows mark, successfully stunning Ash. Butterfly quickly WD to transform Varus into a sheep, but the basic attack still landed, proving futile. The Mantis leap, and pounced ferociously, previously descending with explosive fruit. This is bad? Oh no. Nice, endless. They couldn't escape, and it resulted in a double kill. Benji chimed in with signals. Chapter 46. An uproar. The 17-year-old's microcontrol versus Dan Shah. First blood. Snake. OG God, Dark Archmage, has slain VG, Easy Hoon, Serpent's Embrace. Double kill, VG, Benji, Void Predator, has taken down Snake, Christ 4L, Frost Archer. VG, Benji. In the canyon, a series of kill notifications abruptly resounded. Benji, the triple champion, showcased his exceptional ability to seize opportunities, catching his opponents off guard, detonating the explosive orb, and executing Seismic Shard with a flash, in conjunction with Varus triggering the stun. Over here, Lulu's transformation into a sheep by a butterfly was delayed. In the commentary booth, as the director switched the camera to the bottom lane, Miller expressed his astonishment, stating, "The Mantis possesses red buff. Even with a flash, he cannot escape, achieving a double kill. Snake is in serious trouble." Wawa exclaimed, witnessing the double kill of Frost Archer and Lulu, especially since all the kills were claimed by the Mantis. He could already envision the Mantis dominating the map with his rhythm. At this moment, countless VG fans erupted in cheers. Confirmed receipt. Incredible value. This is the triple champion, 15 million. Worth it. Huh, why wasn't he at first blood? Wait, Hou Yi has fallen. What is going on? Director, what are you doing? Miller, surprised, sensed something was amiss. Wawa was also taken aback, as the ball girl managed to secure a solo kill in her lane. Oh my. Replay that. Director, quickly. The barrage of questions flooded the screen. Even the audience, packed tightly in the venue, wore expressions of disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be VG's chance to gain momentum? Yet, first blood was claimed by the mid laner instead, under the scrutiny of countless eyes. The replay appeared. As they witnessed Suching's silky smooth combo, everyone's mouths fell agape in shock. Even the commentary duo, the Haya brothers, were unable to contain their astonishment. What did they just witness? Tower diving with Dan Shah. Syndra feigned retreat, yet her murderous intent was resolute. With a flash into W and E, the animation made it appear as if the W was gliding, only to be struck by E's weaklings. Begone, causing 2 instances of damage. The Q and Ignite followed seamlessly, leaving Hou Yi stunned and powerless to retaliate. The entire sequence of strikes landing perfectly, igniting him to his demise. Wawa was utterly astonished. Hou Yi, being meticulous, was caught off guard and endured the full brunt of the assault. Realizing he was doomed with Ignite on him, he immediately flashed WQE in an attempt to take down the ball girl in exchange. The ball girl SE, when cast on a poison target, allowed her to heal, retaliating just in time, but she couldn't absorb much health early on, especially since Ignite inflicted grievous wounds, having the healing effect. This W flash EQ maneuver was remarkably smooth. Miller noted Hou Yi's timely flash under the tower to counterattack, yet Syndra maintained 70 health during the tower dive. making it exceedingly difficult to secure an exchange after absorbing the entirety of the opponent's skill damage first. Perhaps due to the brilliance of this silky micro-operation combo, the director specifically switched to the replay of that moment. There is another detail here. With a commendable understanding of the game, Miller discerned an anomaly and elucidated in the league. There exists a mechanism exemplified by the Weapon Master. Under ordinary circumstances, if the Q ability's range is insufficient to reach a low-health target, we typically opt to flash and then Q. I wonder if anyone has noticed a particular detail. Executing a flash followed by Q results in a brief moment of hesitation, allowing astute opponents to evade the attack with synchronized flashes. However, if one first presses Q and then flashes, the interim pause is negated, achieving a seamless flash Q animation. This principle underlies the smooth execution of a Lister's W flash Q. Syndra's W, when actively throwing the orb, cannot be automatically released at maximum distance. If the range is inadequate, she must approach within casting distance before deploying the orb. Thus, here, OG God employed the W flash technique to facilitate a seamless cast, preventing the opponent from reacting in time to evade. I learned something. Is it really that intricate? Is this the reflexes of a 17-year-old? This kid truly dares to claim the championship. He is serious about it. The barrage of comments erupted fervently, yet, there is another subtle detail. Amidst his partner Dahl's continuous exclamations of wow, Miller's eyes widened, and he spoke once more. Could you finish your explanation in one go? I admit that the W Flash E ambush is quite intricate, but I, a BlackBerry Diamond Eye player, could also execute this in practice with a bit more training. There is really no need for excessive praise. Right? Various reactions ensued, and many VG fans appeared somewhat discontented. In the casting animation of the ball champion's W, the principles of real-world physics are employed. The object is positioned behind her, and when the spell is cast, the ball is thrown from behind toward the enemy's feet. However, if the ball champion turns, the orb's position synchronously hovers behind her. It is well known that the shorter the flight distance of the orb, the quicker the damage is dealt. Thus, often the ball champion will pull the orb close and throw it at the enemy's feet for a rapid hit. OG God masterfully utilized this subtlety, first turning to position the orb closer to the opponent, and then unexpectedly executing a W flash, casting at the shortest distance in a straight line to achieve a quicker hit on the foe. Although the time difference between throwing from behind and this technique is minuscule, often this fleeting moment can drastically alter the outcome. OG God meticulously refined every detail, culminating in that spectacular tower dive kill. In conclusion, Miller was left in utter awe. Even Dahl's mouth hung agape in disbelief, exclaiming, "Goodness, is this the micro-manipulation of a 17-year-old? Incredible, God." 6666. I learned something. The commentary lacks educational value. I was unaware of such intricacies. Is it really that detailed, my friend? Still calling for VG fans? OG God. 17 years of solitary browser experience. This is the hand speed of youth. The comments exploded in an instant. Thanks to Miller's detailed exposition, the atmosphere in the venue became electrifying. With precious jewels laid before them, the subsequent ethereal play by Benji failed to evoke a significant reaction, as all eyes were drawn to the mid lane, where a mere 17-year-old youth captured everyone's attention. Goodness, this brother has truly committed a crime. Just as Crystal was about to apologize, he suddenly caught sight of the kill notification, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, an orange. By the heavens, a Dan Shah. Soph was equally taken aback. Zeta exclaimed, "The orange is formidable. I didn't gain much from this. He has teleport. Su Ching was gravely wounded, approaching the riverbank to press B, promptly reminding Soph to counter the F6 in the stone beetle. For Benji would not arrive in time. I'm familiar with this. The brother is already countering." Soph replied. Casting a glance, he indeed found the excavator already farming F6, leaving Su Ching at a loss for words. Support for the mid lane was dragging, yet the opportunity to counter jungle was fleeting. "Should I award you a prize?" Su Ching chuckled helplessly. "Soph, thank you for the invitation. I'll take 2 camps from him this time. Although he doesn't suffer losses, I still gain." Chapter 47. The Celestial Maiden scatters flowers. Everyone rises. How dare he? Do not exchange blows in the bot lane. If you bleed out here, you've run out of leeway. The Mantis will undoubtedly return, and Butterfly, remember to purchase True Sight for defense. Su Cheng cautioned the bot lane. When Ice and Lulu appeared, they were poised to dominate the lane. The early game with 2 long-range champions could continuously suppress due to Brahm's short range at level 1. Currently, having sacrificed a double kill and lost a wave and a half of minions, even though the kill did not belong to Virus, the gap in experience and economy had widened. and the innate pressure had dissipated entirely. Should they continue to push, they would merely become playthings for the mantis. All right, that clumsy chicken, old Bai, is quite the trickster. Although he profited greatly from the double kill, the opponent used 3 flashes and ignite to slay me, expending all their skills, so I am not at a loss. Crystal, with a stubborn demeanor, proclaimed, "Let the opposing bot lane bask for a while. I can still hold my own in lane, but it's unnecessary. Brothers, let us make our move in 10 minutes, shall we? Butterfly. I have no funds for wards, but it matters not. Against VG's bot lane, we need not waste money. My brothers rely on intuition." Su Qing was speechless. Despite claiming first blood and a bounty of 400, the situation looked grim. The mantis, having collected 600 gold at the outset, could easily roam the jungle with impunity, and the kill line had surpassed the normal timeline by at least 15. Returning to mid lane, the minion wave pushed back as Lord Snake Lady advanced with a considerable wave of minions, her positioning audacious. Although she had been slain, the ball lady returned via teleport, allowing her to seize the minions more swiftly, amassing a wave and a half that pressured Su Qing, leaving him no choice but to deal with the minions before the tower. This provided Lord with the opportunity to chip away at Su Qing's health. He calculated that Su Qing would not dare retaliate, as trading blows under the minion wave meant enduring the relentless damage from the cannon minion alone, not to mention the other melee and ranged minions. Su Qing, in a moment of misstep, was struck by AQ, but fortunately managed to distance himself just in time, only to be grazed by an E in return, while he retaliated with AQ. The minions approached the tower, their health uneven, leaving Su Qing with no choice but to use W to clear the wave. "Brother, can we initiate a play?" He must have placed vision in the river bush. If you angle your E against the wall, you can secure a kill. Upon noticing that the red buff remained beneath the excavator, Su Chong hastily called out, "Soft one, brother just returned to the fountain." Su Chong was left speechless. Fortunately, his positioning was commendable. After clearing the minions under the tower, he had not lost much health. He subsequently began to exchange blows with the Marquis, but gradually, the minion wave began to push towards the red side's tower. At this juncture, the Mantis likely finished clearing the lower jungle and had returned to purchase equipment to bolster combat prowess. This signified a complete reset of the information regarding the prior jungle position, and the Mantis could now emerge from any side. With the ball mage lacking a flash, and the enemy mid laner possessing the large-scale crowd control ability binding, crossing the river posed a considerable risk. Observing Sofm heading towards his own stone beetle, Su Chong positioned himself near the river, placing the second ward slightly outside the bush to ensure he remained unseen by the Marquis before retreating to the mid lane. The enemy mid laner had no flash, and after clearing his jungle, he was preparing to ambush TOB on the safe side. Su Chong reminded Sofm, as the previous double kill in the bot lane rendered the idea of a gank there rather futile. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Titan was engaging with the Treant, and with vision still intact, a long trek would be wasted if spotted. Early game junglers typically focused their efforts around the mid lane. So Su Chong maintained a vigilant mindset that no problem, good brother. This game, I'll support you. Sofm responded positively this time. Shao Sun, being solo killed in your debut, is the pressure that intense? Benji, who was in a favorable position, found the situation relatively easy and, witnessing the mid lane being pressured again, chuckled teasingly. The Marquis wore an unsightly expression, clearly feeling embarrassed. Let us make a move. He has no flash. If I can catch him with my W, we can secure a kill. The enemy jungler was likely to attempt to counter-ambush, so he decided to clear a wave of level 2 jungle camps before hitting level 6. Benji cast a glance at the mid lane. Years of experience allowed him to deduce that the ball mage's second ward was placed in the lower river, as her positioning was noticeably lower, a habitual reliance. He neglected to check the upper jungle. Knowing the bottom lane was exposed, the F6 and the stone beetle were certainly gone, leaving the jungle barren. After finishing up, Benji positioned himself outside the blue buff wall, meticulously avoiding detection, waiting for the opportune moment. Simultaneously, Sofm had also positioned himself outside the thin wall along the F6 river. Concerned about potential vision in the river, he too carefully monitored the area, biding his time. The two mid laners were engaged in a fierce duel, each harboring ulterior motives. Noticing the Serpent Maiden positioned further back with no angle for an attack, and with his F6 respawning, Sofm quickly turned. Brother, I'll go clear a group of birds first. They likely don't know. Just as he had taken 2 steps, the Serpent Maiden, having just hit level 6, initiated her W Toxic Fog, perfectly enveloping Su Cheng's ball mage. Following that, the enemy's Q connected, and the magical machine gun unleashed a barrage of damage, while a Kha'Zix appeared in an instant, rushing towards him. Oh no. Soph exclaimed in alarm. He quickly turned back, but it was too late. The Mantis had already closed in, and his E over the wall was insufficient to escape without taking a few steps back. I've got you. I've got you. I'll protect you. Zeta bellowed, and the TP circle began to swirl over the nearby minions. Yet, a crimson beam of light emerged simultaneously. The enemy's Treant was also channeling his teleport. Don't come out yet. Wait for the Serpent Maiden to unleash her ultimate, or else we won't stand a chance. Su Chong remained calm under pressure, quickly offering a reminder. Soph was taken aback. With the Serpent Woman unleashing her ultimate, would he still survive? However, this time, Soph chose to obediently comply with the plan. Su Cheng's experience bar was slightly ahead of the Serpent Woman's, reaching level 6 first. At that moment, the Serpent Woman was at half health, while he maintained a robust 70 health. Instead of immediately turning back to use E to push away the Flying Mantis, which had gained speed and invisibility from its ultimate, he only had one E available, while the opponent had additional tricks up their sleeve. He retaliated with W, snatching a spell orb from the ground and hurling it at the Mantis to slow it down, swiftly following up with a Q, Dark Sphere, that exploded beneath the Mantis's feet. He had not turned around while casting, and at this moment, he had already stepped out of the Serpent Woman's binding range. The Mantis was now in close proximity, but due to the presence of minions, the isolated effect could not be triggered. The damage from the AQ combo was limited, especially considering the score was 2-0, indicating significant damage potential. The once healthy ball mage suddenly found herself in dire straits. 2 teleportations were whirling rapidly, nearing completion. This tense scenario, narrated with fervor by the Higher Brothers, captivated everyone's attention, and the audience held their breath in anticipation. In a critical moment, Su Cheng feigned turning away but quickly pivoted back, his mouse clicking with astonishing speed. In that split second, Lord Ho seized the opportunity and decisively unleashed our Medusa's gaze. Hiss! A sharp screech echoed just as the Serpent Woman bared her fangs, releasing a spray of green light. The ball mage, facing away, was struck by the ultimate, inflicting magical damage while simultaneously slowing the retreating Syndra. Easy Hoon's expression changed dramatically. I've been deceived. Soph was left in awe. What on earth? My goodness, the gambit has unfolded, with Syndra's health dwindling. He had feigned a retreat to bait the Serpent Woman's ultimate, but it did not petrify. How could he gamble on this? Why was he the aggressive pink champion engaging yet? The ball mage was on the brink of death. What was he waiting for? Miller's commentary soared, his words tumbling out rapidly. Dade hastily added that the Titans had landed, with both the Titan and the tree descending simultaneously. What was the orange god doing? He still hadn't used E to push away. He was about to fall. Disaster struck as the tree W flashed in, ensnaring him. It was a calamity. Damn, Su Cheng shouted. Soph replied, I'm watching. He withdrew a short distance, positioning the Titan before himself, and in an instant, our energy tilt allowed him to gather 5 dark spell orbs from the ground, pouring them all into the Mantis before him, his fingers dancing across the keyboard to execute a rapid QE combo. The tree, having landed from the TP at a distance, was unable to seamlessly follow up with W flash. Seeing Su Cheng's health precarious, Benji finally made his move, leaping high with E-Leap Strike, to execute a mid-air Q for the kill. Boom! An instant explosion. The tree could not even raise a hand before being launched away by the E-Weakling's retreat, coinciding with the subsequent Q from his ultimate, causing stun as well. As for the Mantis attempting to complete the execution mid-air, it was abruptly interrupted by the shockwave. The ultimate unleashed 5 spell orbs, scattering in all directions, striking the already weakened Serpent Woman. 1 E, 3 hits. Shibar. What the heck? Oh my god. Exclamations erupted, and the team communications grew chaotic. Good heavens, it was like the scattering of celestial flowers. The female champion executed a powerful ability, stunning 3 opponents with her E. The doll's eyes widened like brass bells, fully open in astonishment. The excavator maneuvered through the wall with its E, followed by a QR entry, while the Titan hooked the great tree, and the ultimate targeted the Snake Woman. VG was obliterated, with none escaping. In this dire moment, only a coward would flee. He even had the audacity to ignite the Mantis before leaving, and the RE ability dealt immense damage, decimating VG with a 0-for-3 exchange, allowing Snake's top, mid, and jungle to soar. Miller wore an expression of disbelief. What on earth have I just witnessed? Incredible. Did he dare to turn around and perform that maneuver? Goodness gracious. You call this a newcomer? How could he even consider doing that? The barrage of comments exploded instantaneously. In that moment, countless question marks and 666 filled the screen, obscuring the live broadcast entirely. Double kill. The Dark Archmage is wreaking havoc. Snake, Soft Void Reaver, has slain VG, Easy Hoon, Embrace of the Serpent. The resounding kill notification echoed. The man has succumbed to the ignite placed by Su Chong before his departure. While the Great Tree, stripped of all options, approached and finished off the last sliver of health with AQ once his cooldown reset, the Baron was left to Soft, bringing the score to an impressive 3-0. Most importantly, Su Chong had previously returned home to purchase the Dark Seal, and with a flawless 0-for-3 exchange, his kill count surged to 5 stacks, bestowing an additional 25 ability power, akin to an extra spell tome worth 435 gold. He was truly taking off. Chapter 48, Legendary. In an instant, the scoreboard exploded, achieving a 9-0 victory. The 3-0-1 Syndra returned to the mid lane, now completely dominating the matchup. A good brother approached for blue, offering a sliver of health in return. Soft, with a grin, ingratiated himself. Su Ching glanced at Soft, who was laughing heartily in front of the computer, and replied with a smirk, "Just hold on a bit longer. I'll clear the wave in MID. No problem, my good brother." Soft was utterly unconcerned about the delay to his jungle farm, calling him brother repeatedly. Still savoring the incredible display of celestial power from the previous mid-lane exchange, he casually took the blue buff. Following that, Su Chong relentlessly pressured the Baron, limiting his survival options. With a significant equipment advantage, he even surpassed the Snake Woman in experience by a level and a half. Syndra, being an early-game champion, had a Q cooldown of 4 seconds, and with the added cooldown reduction from his items and blue buff, he was now casting QS every 3 seconds without worrying about mana consumption. The damage was substantial. The damage from a single Q equaled the Snake Woman executing a complete QE combo on him, with additional overflow. When they met again, Su Ching swiftly reduced the Baron to a sliver of health before the tower. The latter lost minions and recalled. Upon his return, Su Ching's flash was off cooldown, and he prepared 3 dark spheres in advance, executing a smooth We Flash RQ combo, delivering a full health execution. Showcasing the beauty of numbers, the Dark Archmage is on the verge of a rampage. Nice, Ching, God, this is utterly absurd, treating the Lord like a mere pig to be slaughtered. Behold my adorable little orange. Everyone knows who is who among us. If you wish to laugh, then laugh freely. Don't stifle the child. Indeed, indeed, you are the father now. Come forth, little darling, and reveal your true self to the brothers. So, you choose to remain silent and act as if you are a master, do you? What are you pretending for? Do you think you are impressive? The 4 teammates have completely transformed into mere providers of atmosphere. Upon witnessing the banter, Su Chong burst into hearty laughter, urging everyone to keep their eyes sharp. From now on, this place shall be known as the Orange Goddess Canyon. What nonsense are you still up to? Don't touch my resources. Come over and serve your brothers. Is this how you approach asking for favors? Soft scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction. I'll grant you a chance to reorganize your words. Come help your brother keep watch. Su Chong rearranged his words. Soft. 0.8 minutes. The first dragon was soloed by Soft. The 4-0 ball girl stood mid, while the Snake Woman was rendered utterly useless. The Mantis and the Snake Woman had no angles for cooperation, and could only seek rhythm in the top and bottom lanes that VG dared not approach for a contest. 10 minutes in, the Rift Herald refreshed. Benji intended to come and try, but the jungle was entirely under blue side vision. The ball girl circled around, and with a smooth set of skills, she reduced him to half health, leaving him with no other thoughts. And he had to retreat in disgrace. The first herald was deployed in the bottom lane, as Su Ching wished to delay the destruction of the mid-lane turret, wanting to wear down the minion waves during their power spike. Keeping the Lord in a state of turmoil, with no time to prepare, VG's bottom turret fell after a series of operations with the herald. Time slipped by relentlessly as Yu Chung stood firm in the mid-lane like a stabilizing force. None dared to offend. Benji, seeing no angles in the bottom lane, made an attempt, but as he approached the river, he ran headlong into a lurking excavator in the brush, narrowly escaping with a flash to preserve his life. What followed was a scene of despair for VG. Their jungle was filled with the enemy's fake wards. After scanning and clearing one wave, it was quickly replenished. Benji was utterly bewildered. Every 3 steps, a fake ward. Every 5 steps, a true ward. As soon as he contemplated moving towards the ball girl, he would inevitably be detected by vision. The mid laner is your father. Benji felt somewhat disheartened. Ha ha ha. What is being treated like an emperor mean? This is it. The jungler's true ward remained in the left river, while Z specially ran down from the top lane to assist in placing a true ward. Even the support's true ward was placed in the lower river, plus one of his own. Altogether, that has 4 true wards protecting the mid laner. Who could possibly catch him? Wait, is this how mid laners play the game? The enemy's F6, our own F6, 3 wolves, blue buff, and toads, all consumed. And yet Sophm remains unperturbed? It seems so. That lad is even smiling. A 4-0 mid laner needs to eat. Who would dare to complain? Though, still fine, for -0 means nothing is amiss. The audience whispered among themselves, utterly astonished at Su Cheng's frenzied lifesteal playstyle. They had seen players who drained the jungler's health before to eye in the realm of the game. The seasoned player Wei Shun of Laogan Dai, at the 7-minute mark, began to assert dominance over the F6. The 3 wolves, in the blue buff. Meanwhile, Imp in the bottom lane, starting at the 8-minute mark, commenced feasting upon the red buff in the stone beetle. Last year, Marin was also present to share the spoils of the frogs and river crabs. Although Imi harbored inner turmoil, he could hardly voice his grievances given his own lackluster performance. Furthermore, Laogan Dai's jungle was being siphoned by 3 players across 2 sections, which left one to ponder the perplexing circumstances surrounding SS. Sophm, who had only just arrived in the LPL last year, was undeniably a genuine king of the jungle, having popularized the bandit style of play that once captivated the competitive scene. Yet, this formidable jungler was now relegated to the role of mere support? What he was consuming was not merely jungle monsters, but a blatant affront to the dignity of the jungle king. To make matters worse, Sophm was smiling as he allowed this to transpire, prompting many devoted fans of the bandit style to lament that times had certainly changed. VG appeared to be on the brink of defeat, unable to reign in the unstoppable Syndra. Benji's hope was waning, and he cast a sideways glance at Easy Hoon, his expression peculiar. Let us drag this out. We'll emerge from the shadows at the 20-minute mark and focus on defense, he instructed. Easy Hoon, with a stiff expression, commanded, do not give them opportunities in the bottom lane. At 20 minutes, you will come in to reap the rewards from the dragon fight. Endless was left at a loss for words. The opposing mid laner was an alarming 4-0-1. And the most pressing concern was that it was only the 14th minute. The enemy Syndra had amassed an astounding 165 minion kills. In stark contrast, their own mid laner had only achieved 71 kills at the same time. With a 4-kill deficit and over 90 minion kills, this particular serpent lady had reached an untenable level of power. What was the point of discussing team fights if Brown did not raise the shield in time? Syndra, with her ultimate ready, could easily dispatch him back to the fountain, akin to the 9-headed serpent instructing Benbo Ba to eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples. Endless felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Meanwhile, with the mid lane in ruins and jungle vision frequently compromised, Su Chong, upon the cooldown of his ultimate, ventured down to the bottom lane to execute a 4-on-2 ambush, forcibly sending the duo stationed at the tower back to the fountain. By the time the Mantis and Serpent Lady arrived for support, only 2 warm corpses remained. Double kill. The Dark Sorceress has already begun to dominate the match. Teammates graciously allowed all the kills to fall into Su Cheng's hands, bringing his tally to 6-0-1. His kill book had surged to level 15. Brother, I truly can't withstand this. We're about to be overrun at our tower, Endless remarked, his face a mask of embarrassment. Hetong's expression was rigid. Sun Gu, I raised my shield, but they broke through the first hit, and after a single ultimate, I was left with a mere 300 health on my stolen door. Marquis was rendered speechless. At this juncture, the bottom duo should have been heading to the mid lane to assist, but the mid lane's economy was thriving, and his reluctance to share the spoils led to the downfall of the bottom tier 2 tower. Overwhelmed by a 4-on-2 assault, the morale of VG had diminished, yet they had not entirely surrendered. In the ensuing moments, the entire team huddled under the tower, focusing on survival and development. The Mantis' jungle had become entirely Su Cheng's private garden. As he consumed the blue buff without a hint of deficiency at the 20-minute mark, the dragon had respawned, and VG understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. Noticing that the Titan was on the road, ready to engage, they immediately resolved to take a gamble. The Trant, in conjunction with the Serpent Woman, teleported to the river to establish vision, while the duo in the bottom lane launched a frontal assault, with the Mantis flanking from the side. 5 against 1. Goodness, these individuals are utterly ruthless. My brother is in peril. Help, help, help. The young one was taken aback, flashing away in haste while vociferously calling for aid over voice chat. At that moment, Chong and his companions had just completed their vision setup. The Titan, having farmed effectively during this time, boasted a commendable score of 1-0-3, with 170 minion kills at the 20-minute mark, allowing him to acquire both the Sunfire Aegisan Randu and Zoman. Even when faced with 5 opponents, the shield provided by his W ability would afford him a moment of respite. I'm on my way. I'm coming. I'm watching. Came the synchronized shouts of the 4. Hurry up, you rascal. Don't you dare think about those jungle monsters. Get over here. Casting a sidelong glance, Zeta immediately noticed the one who claimed to be on his way was, in fact, casually attacking while farming the river crab. Upon closer inspection, he found that the swiftest support was none other than his good brother, who was diligently stacking his Q ability. Tears welled up in Zeta's eyes. What a good brother. VG's 5 members pursued with all their might. Due to the maximum level of the Q skill triggering its passive effect, the dark sphere released had an extended duration of 8 seconds. He had filled up his spheres on the way over, ready to unleash the ultimate damage with his ultimate ability, just as the Mantis, eager to eliminate the Titan, had overcommit. Chong seized the moment, replicating his previous strategy, unleashing his W flash into an RE combo. A dazzling display of magic erupted, causing instantaneous devastation. The nearly full health Mantis was obliterated in an instant, as numerous dark spheres scattered in all directions due to the shockwave of flee. Weaklings. With VG's members clustered closely together, aside from the slightly more distant Serpent Woman, the remaining 3 were collectively incapacitated. My word, with a W flash into an ER combo, Syndra had the audacity to execute such a play without Zonias. A vast area was stunned. VG was in disarray. Miller could hardly believe it, his eyes bulging wide. In the packed venue, capable of accommodating 20,000 spectators, over half the audience, overwhelmed by the visual impact, instinctively leaped up in unison, all standing in awe. The Frost Archer, after landing a Q from the excavator, mindlessly dove into the crowd with his ability. Chong followed suit to deal additional damage. At this point, he wielded the Rabadon's Death Cap, 25 stacks of Magi's Soul Stealer, Ladin's Echo, along with Sorcerer's Shoes. His damage output was maximized. A single Q was enough to cause even the bulkiest Trayan of the red team to lose a significant chunk of health. The terrifying damage was truly astonishing. Ultimately, the Titan was eliminated by the combined efforts of VG's 5 members. However, VG suffered a complete rout, a devastating 1-for-5 exchange leading to their annihilation. Triple kill. 3 kills. Legendary. Unstoppable. The Dark Overlord has become unstoppable. Team wipe. A series of kill notifications rang out. All eyes were on Syndra, her score soaring to 9-0-3. At this juncture, the outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. VG. Chapter 49. The spectacle explodes, claiming rewards, golden legend. Goodness, what an exhilarating display. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the fervent exclamations of my comrades. In this moment, the 4 of us united in purpose, wreaking havoc with unparalleled fervor. Butterfly was visibly elated, while Gongzi burst into hearty laughter. The 4 versus 5 engagement culminated in a resounding triumph, as my ultimate ability not only disoriented our foes but also impeded their movements. Executed with an exquisitely cunning angle, my precision in landing the Q from an extreme distance, followed by the art to swiftly eliminate the Serpent Lady, was pivotal. Soft, grinning broadly, took the opportunity to bask in the glory of our victory. Observing the resounding success of the team fight, Zizi casually remarked, "Well, that was crucial, wasn't it?" Gongzi responded with a bewildered expression. Butterfly chimed in with her own confusion. Soften joined in, equally perplexed. The 3 wore expressions of utter disbelief. Even Chong, who had been on a rampage, cast a strange glance at Zizi, his eyes filled with incredulity. As the voice chat fell silent, Zizi quickly clarified. Without me leading the charge, you wouldn't have been able to initiate this fight. Ultimately, it was my contribution that mattered. Is that a problem? The trio simultaneously muttered an exasperated 6. Even Chong wore a resigned expression, bemused by Zizi's audacious defense. Truly, I had never encountered such shamelessness. 1, 2, such brazen audacity, not even a hint of modesty, simply riding the coattails, is it? The trio echoed in unison. Chong turned his head away, scoffing. And as for you lot, while my brothers were busy claiming kills, you were merely reveling in the aftermath, weren't you? What about your dignity? Do not concern yourself with trivialities. Just acknowledge whether my brother's ultimate incapacitated the enemies. Just confirm whether my brother participated, will you? Although your elegant play was commendable, we 3 brothers also contributed significantly. To the 4 brothers, thank you. Is Zizi not a worthy ally? Su Ching scoffed lightly yet wore a broad smile. After securing the Baron, we proceeded to push down the mid lane. At 24 minutes and 38 seconds, we effortlessly secured victory. My word, it's over. A triumphant sweep. Our base laid to waste in under 25 minutes. Within this brief window, so many extraordinary plays unfolded, with the Orange God, OG God, making a stunning debut against the reigning champions, achieving a remarkable 11:05 KDA. Miller, with a look of astonishment, remarked in awe. Such incredible performance. Who would have thought a newcomer would face seasoned veterans without a trace of timidity, with items like Sorcerer's Shoes, Rabadon's Death App, and Lidin's Echo? Which rookie would dare to build like this in their first match against a world champion? Smooth maneuvers, unparalleled confidence. This young man, known as OG God, danced across the battlefield, executing a hat trick, demonstrating masterful W-flashy techniques. He delivered two breathtaking displays of his ultimate ability, leading Snake to a decisive victory over VG. This lad's future is boundless, Wawa exclaimed repeatedly. The astonishment of the higher brothers ignited the enthusiasm of the entire audience. This kid is a true blood C, with no Zonias, and his teammates trailing behind. He dared to W-flash RE into the fray. Is it sheer confidence or the audacity of youth? Just acknowledge his skill, will you? He single-handedly faced four. What a talent. The prowess of the female athletes is astounding. Their debut in sheer elegance has left my companions and me utterly astonished. Previously, there was a prodigious young talent known as God, and it is evident that those who dare to call themselves divine possess considerable skill. Do VG fans still await confirmation of their delivery? Speak up. I concede that your champion jungler, with an impressive 15 million accolades, is formidable. However, should the newcomer, Orange God, sweep you aside, how would you feel? OG God, speak louder. For I cannot hear your doubts. I once deemed this young lad to be nothing more than a jester, intent on self-promotion, yet who would have thought he would prove to be genuinely extraordinary? The live stream has ignited a fervor among millions of viewers, the barrage of comments surging forth like a tidal wave. Many who previously admired Su Ching's quirky style during past ranks now feel an overwhelming sense of pride, eager to proclaim to the world that they have witnessed his ascent to greatness. Meanwhile, VG fans are rendered speechless, each feeling as though a thorn is lodged in their throats, gazing at the splendid scoreboard with nary a retort to offer. How can such a novice be so powerful? Is he intent on destroying VG? Ding. Comprehensive evaluation of the match begins. Comedy effect. Viewing experience. Rewards being generated. What? On stage, as the match concluded, Su Ching stretched, intending to take a brief respite, only to be greeted by the system's melodious notification. Upon discerning the unprecedented rating, he abruptly sat up, overwhelmed with joy. Before he could fully comprehend, the delightful sound of reward notifications followed suit. Ding! Congratulations, host. Dark Lord, proficiency 200. Wow, Golden Legend, free attribute points 1. Su Ching's pupils dilated in astonishment, nearly dislodging his eyeballs. 200 proficiency points. Free attribute points. This was an extraordinary windfall. As of yesterday, his proficiency with Syndra had reached 820, and this sudden surge had completely filled the remaining gap to T0 in an instant. Su Chong felt an enriched understanding of Syndra, encompassing everything from landing and trading blows to timing ganks, executing various combos, and mastering team fight tactics, all perfected. Now, he possessed 4 T0 champions, including his beloved Akali, leaving no room in his professional career for a lack of playable heroes. Any of these 4 titans could effortlessly carry the game. The free attribute points were even more precious. Why are you still dawdling? Let us go. His 4 teammates, beaming with delight, approached to jest as they noticed Su Ching remained glued to his computer. Feeling weak after such a stellar performance, brother, if you can't move, I'll carry you. To be honest, during that last mid-lane play, weren't you utterly terrified? Perhaps it's time to get Orange a change of pants? Come on, let me have a look. As Su Ching regained his composure, he found the 4 individuals before him chattering incessantly with a mischievous glint in their eyes, with a hint of irritation. He retorted, what on earth? Can these 4 rascals not possess even a modicum of conscience? Here I am, single-handedly carrying the team, and instead of showing gratitude, you repay kindness with malice. You devour all the jungle monsters without a word of acknowledgement. That daring play under the tower with Dan Shaw, was it not your own brother who showcased his skills? Just say that I was impressive in that moment, and we can leave it at that. I dispatched the Lord like it was mere poultry. Oh, how commendable of you! Shall I present you with an award? You wretched scoundrel. As the group exited the stage, their raucous banter echoed behind them. They soon encountered the 5 members of VG. The VG players, having previously met Su Qing, were about to exchange pleasantries when they overheard the remark about dispatching the Lord as easily as a chicken. The opposing player, Easy Hoon, was momentarily taken aback. He hastened his pace, not daring to look back, and entered the room first. Little Qing is playing quite well. We are all brothers here. So let us spare each other and not engage in further antics in the next match. Endless, genuinely apprehensive, stepped forward to offer a quiet reminder before hastily following suit. Benji, your performance as the ball queen was commendable. I shall ban you in the next match. Su Cheng found himself both amused and exasperated as he bid farewell to his older companions and returned to his team's lounge. Coke or Sprite? Warm or chilled? Zhu Kai, beaming with a smile that seemed harder to suppress than an AK, presented Su Cheng with a frosty Coke and Sprite. The exuberance on his face elicited a range of reactions from the 4 teammates, their expression shifting with discomfort. Su Cheng tilted his head, smirking. I want to drink 3 flavor bubble tea from Mishui City. Zhu Kai was taken aback. Young man, that's a bit excessive, don't you think? Zhu Kai frowned. With accomplishments to his name, Su Cheng stood tall, his words resolute. Manager, I find Xiaozhu's attitude quite displeasing. My brothers fought valiantly on the battlefield, and upon returning, I merely wished for a cup of milk tea. Yet he dares to scold you, brother. Woe is me, I feel like crying. Wodafa, Zhu Kai's veins throbbed with frustration. Left missed, caught between laughter and exasperation, reached out to ruffle Su Cheng's hair, feigning concern. Baby, be good. The halftime break is only 10 minutes. Let us not cause a ruckus. If we win 2 o'clock against Uncle VG, I'll buy you some, all right? Such a well-behaved child. You. Su Cheng gagged, disdain dripping from his tone. Manager, you're making my brother nauseous. Your whimpering visage makes me want to tear your mouth apart. Left Mist chuckled heartily. What a true talent you are. The remaining brothers in the room were in stitches, particularly Erz, who had collapsed onto the sofa, clutching his belly in laughter. Erz, are you about to give birth over there? Come on, drop your pants and let me assist you. Su Cheng smirked, noticing Erz laughing the loudest, and immediately took a jab at him. As these words escaped his lips, even the analysts and coaching staff members couldn't contain their amusement. The room was filled with a joyful atmosphere, and this heartwarming scene was captured in its entirety by the ever-watchful broadcasting team. Chapter 50, So FM, please mind your tone when speaking to the Jungle King. Following a brief review, the group commenced discussions for the second match's BP and tactics. In the previous match, it was highly improbable for the female player to secure the ball. When I call upon you, you must respond without hesitation. Simply act as the remote-controlled car of a brother. Su Cheng cast a sidelong glance at Safm, reflecting that had this young man heeded his commands in the early game, he would not have placed himself in perilous situations attempting to execute extreme maneuvers. The moment he tower dived to eliminate Lord Ho in the mid lane, though it appeared impressive, it was ultimately his success. Had he faced not the seasoned Easy Hoon but a rookie or a younger player, the likelihood of the opponent successfully flashing to counter would have been significantly higher. Should we falter, he would inevitably pay the price for his reckless advance, potentially even facing a counter-kill. As for the subsequent display of exquisite skills in the mid lane, while it was indeed a visual delight, if every victory relies solely on his miraculous plays to turn the tide, Snake is destined to remain a mere shadow of a true powerhouse. What defines a strong team? It is the ability to suppress the opponent from the landing phase, rendering them incapable of retaliation, achieving maximum reward with minimal risk. If today he could single-handedly change the course of the match through sheer skill, can he expect to replicate this feat in every future encounter against stronger adversaries? Ultimately, League of Legends is a team game, and the strength of an individual is inherently limited. All right, I shall do my utmost. Safm recognized his previous shortcomings with a smile. Su Cheng shot him a pointed look and insisted. It is not about trying. It is about certainty. Understood. Zhu Kai, unaware of the gravity of the situation, chose not to delve deeper into the issue, instead shifting focus to strategizing for the next match and drafting plans. Before long, the 15-minute halftime break concluded, and both teams returned to the stage. Hello, and welcome back to the live broadcast of the LPL Spring Split. The score stands at 1-0, with SS seizing the first match point. Will the new prodigy, the Orange Deity, continue to soar, or will Easy Hoon rediscover his former self from S5 in this pivotal game? Let us await the outcome. Miller's voice resonated, warming up the audience for what lay ahead. I hold high expectations for the player OG God. Some online have labeled him arrogant and reckless, youthful exuberance perhaps, but after witnessing his performance in the first match, I personally believe that what is youth without a touch of bravado? Confidence is indeed a virtue. while Hua expressed his views, showing great faith in Su Chong. The two engaged in fervent discourse, their conversation revolving around the mid-laners, particularly as the newcomer was set to face the illustrious former world champion. An extraordinary matchup that was bound to attract attention. The Ball Lady is merely a signature champion. Ban her, and let us see if he dares to select Twisted Fate. Enough of the bravado. Is one match truly representative of a career? Lord Ho was clearly agitated by this banter. If you possess the skill, then let us face off without banning the Emperor. The VG fans were growing anxious. Regardless of signature champions, an 11-0 record speaks volumes. VG, keep your composure, please. Banning the Ball Lady and Twisted Fate. Have you heard of the last card in the domestic server? This fellow SAD Twisted Fate build has become sensational. I've tried it, and it's effective even in Diamond Tier. Even before the match commenced, the viewers in the live stream had already engaged in a spirited debate. The scene shifted. The BP interface materialized before everyone's eyes. VG, as the losing side, switched to the blue team. Eager to seize the opportunity for a first pick, they immediately banned the Ball Girl, despite Howie's belief in his own capabilities. However, given the opposing team's momentum, he wisely refrained from becoming overly stubborn, knowing that pride can lead to downfall in competitive play. Snake promptly placed the Emperor of Shurima on the ban list. In the LCK, the Emperor is a fundamental aspect for mid laners. The spectacular scenes of WQ drifts followed by long-range ultimates and swift R-engages are bound to accumulate no fewer than 100 highlights each year in the neighboring league. VG's second ban targeted the Excavator, whose jungle clearing efficiency is unparalleled, capable of effectively counter-ganking and safeguarding the jungle from invasions. Benji, realizing the bot lane was unreliable, decided to rely on a jungle core to carry the game. Oh dear, is that clunky Excavator worthy of a ban? Surely, the opposition must be out of their minds. Su Chong expressed his astonishment. Sofm turned his head, questioning. Who are you calling clunky? Su Chong shot a sidelong glance. Do you really believe you can carry as a jungler? Although one might call a brother underperforming, it is unacceptable to speak ill of a brother's Excavator. Sofm, ever competitive, felt he had performed admirably with the Excavator in the previous match. Boasting a final score of 307, quite impressive indeed. Brother, I acknowledge your prowess. You are the world's best Excavator, Su Ching declared earnestly. Sofm, without much thought, chuckled, I will carry this game. After a brief contemplation, Su Ching remarked that there was no need to ban the clockwork, as he could handle it if chosen. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kai, though somewhat apprehensive, was curious to see if his acquisition was indeed an SSR gold card. Thus, the second ban fell upon Braum, a rather nuanced decision. Braum can withstand pressure under the turret, making it a valuable ban for the support role, evidently intending to exploit the bot lane. Zhu Kai had his considerations as well. Su Cheng's hero pool includes Twisted Fate, and if the opposing mid laner picked Clockwork, they could counter with Twisted Fate. With Su Cheng's preference for Ignite and a Doran's Blade at the outset, they had a strong chance of winning the Clockwork matchup. As long as Twisted Fate could get rolling and provide Sofm with a powerful jungler, allowing for easy breakthroughs in the bot lane. A commendable strategy, indeed. However, unfortunately, Fumin Duo was not to be trifled with. Swiftly countering by banning the Skateboarder. The formidable bot lane combination of 4 against 2 must include the Skateboarder, who, regardless of whether paired with a soft or hard support, can easily utilize his ultimate to retreat after tanking 2 turret hits. While his own, he can often secure kills without the mid laner needing to intervene. Classic, I anticipated your prediction. The 3 bans concluded swiftly. VG, Ball Girl, Excavator, Skateboarder Snake, Emperor of Shurima, Braum, Jin in the first match. Both teams, having focused on the mid and jungle, surprisingly relaxed, especially with the meta-favored Blind Monk and Prince left untouched. Clockwork, I'll take it. Easyhoon's expression turned serious upon seeing the opposing team grant the Clockwork a free pass. If he chooses not to participate, it would be a disservice to his fans who have bestowed upon him the title of a late-game king. Whether in S5 or the present, he has consistently secured the massive magical core. As long as his teammates stabilize the situation and allow him to farm until the 30-minute mark, Easyhoon will undoubtedly seize control of the match, boasting an astonishing win rate of 70. This statistic reflects his entire 2-year professional career from S5 to now. Without a moment's hesitation, Fumando considered that if they do not select him, the opponent S. Oriana, with her exceptional skills, would assuredly be claimed. To let such a formidable champion slip into the hands of the adversary would be an unequivocal display of cowardice. We will assist you in vanquishing your foes. Oriana, locking in. Oriana is secured. Zhu Kai turned to Su Chong. Do you prefer Lee Sin or Jarvan? Su Chong did not make the first pick, but instead looked towards Soph that he had 3 options, although his proficiency with the little mage was merely T1. He felt no pressure facing Lord Hou.I in terms of farming. The stable development of the little mage, combined with his ultimate's pinpoint explosion, would indeed prove overwhelming for the opponent. Soph pondered, then decisively stated, "You dared to showcase your skills before Lord Ho in your debut. My brother will also wield a powerful champion. After all, it's just a 3-time champion jungler. What is there to fear? Let me choose Lee Sin. I do not comprehend what youthful arrogance entails. I only know that the victor reigns supreme," Soph proclaimed with grandiosity. "Well done, stealing a line from my brother." Su Ching chuckled. "With my own hands, I shall realize your dreams. Lee Sin, locked in. Good lad, I have high hopes for you." Jukai felt that ever since Su Ching joined, the team's confidence had soared. He patted Soph on the shoulder, commending him for daring to unsheath his sword in the presence of greatness. Regardless of the outcome, at least he displayed valor. "I admire you," flattered by the coach's praise. Soph felt elated. Life is a dream. If you refuse to submit, seize the moment. Let us crush the 3-time champion in this match. For some inexplicable reason, Su Chong harbored an uneasy premonition. The 2 teams continued their ban and pick phase. Soon, the lineups were finalized, but upon seeing VG's composition, even Soph could not help but swallow hard, and Su Chong felt increasingly perturbed. Zhu Kai remained oblivious to the brewing trouble, cheerfully shaking hands with Fumando before departing the stage. The scene transitioned to the loading screen. BO3, VG vs. Snake, 0-1, top. Desert Butcher vs. Ocean's Disaster, Jungle. Wild Huntress vs. Lee Sin mid. Oriana vs. Shadow Fist, ADC. Frost Archer vs. Mordekaiser, support. Goddess of Dawn vs. Titan of the Deep Brother. Please help me place a ward at their blue. Also, in the bot lane, wait until the blue buff is at 100 health before leaving, as the Huntress at level 2 can leap from the dragon pit to ambush me. Soph kept swirling the water cup on the table vigorously. There was no choice. That particular champion, the Huntress, is primarily focused on counter-jungling and invasion, with the added prowess of the 3-time champion Benji behind the controls. Soph felt an immediate surge of pressure. Su Chong was at a loss for words. It was only after seeing the opposing team select Nidalee that he opted for Akali. Had the enemy team consistently invaded the jungle or focused on the top lane, his choice of Twisted Fate might have faltered before he could even establish himself, resulting in a complete collapse of the upper jungle. In contrast, Akali possesses a higher kill threshold and, under even circumstances, offers greater maneuverability. What are you so afraid of? Wasn't it you who previously declared that you would fight if dissatisfied? You need to muster some resolve. Everyone is relying on you. When it's time to bare your fangs, you tell your brothers you've lost your nerve. Come on, give it your all. If you lose, there is no real loss. If you win, you'll be hailed as the world's #1 jungler. The one to fear is Benji. If you become merely a backdrop for your flamboyant fans, that old man might just be so incensed at night that he wets his pants. After a flurry of thoughts, Soph quickly regained his confidence, casting a sidelong glance at Su Ching. "Please mind your tone when addressing the Jungle King." Su Ching responded with a thumbs up. Before long, the scene shifted as the match commenced. Chapter 51. Soph. 15. Place a ward at the F6 entrance. I'm not afraid, merely gathering intelligence on Nidalee's movements. Having equipped himself, Soph frantically pinged the enemy F6. Su Ching couldn't help but chuckle. There was no need for excessive explanations. His comrades understood. ERZ chimed in. "Call me Big Brother. 2 wards for the bottom lane. Support. Place them." Soph scoffed. "So everyone is just going to push their luck, are they? Call me Big Brother. Butterfly." Soph continued. 15. Despite the banter, the moment the fountain doors opened, all 5 players swiftly congregated at the river, opting not to invade immediately. If they had forced their way into the enemy jungle to place wards, VG would have had ample time to recall and swap for scanners. This would allow mid or top lane to claim the experience from the vision wards, enabling them to reach level 2 without waiting for the second wave of minions. With the red buff set to respawn in 30 seconds, Snake launched a full-scale assault. Both sides were highly proactive, eager to penetrate the opposing jungle for vision. In a twist of fate, this led to an unexpected exchange. Wait, hold on. Did Nidalee intend to switch jungles? VG had a plan for level 1. Croc arrived to assist, and the trio of mid and jungle champions assembled. If a fight broke out, SSS trio would indeed find themselves at a disadvantage. Akali had already been forced back. The blind monk and the duo were establishing vision at the lower F6, and Akali along with Gangplank could not hold the jungle, necessitating immediate assistance to drive the enemy bottom lane away. Otherwise, Softmess early game would be in jeopardy. Miller, following the director's perspective, wore an expression of disbelief upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Bad news. You go clear the enemy red, while I keep an eye on Oriana. She won't get past. Su Ching realized that the upper lane could not be defended. A level 1 Akali was powerless, so he decided to circle back to the mid lane and stationed himself at the riverbank. Sofm was nearly caught off guard, exclaiming in frustration, how can they dare to devise such a plan at level 1? He has always ventured into the jungle of his opponents alone, with fans affectionately dubbing his style as Vietnamese bandit. However, in the blink of an eye, during the first BO3 of the S7 season, his adversary sought to invade his jungle as soon as the match commenced, which left Sofm feeling utterly insulted. Being a 3-time champion is no small feat. Meanwhile, VG's Frost Archer and Diana were harassing from the sidelines. This ignited a fierce fire within Sofm, with a swift Q sound wave that struck Diana. He executed a second Q without a moment's hesitation, kicking with fervor, exclaiming, look at me, look at me. My temper is quite high right now. The butterfly swiftly followed suit. Unfortunately, Diana managed to evade them by adhering closely to the U-shaped wall by the red buff. With Frost Archer providing cover, the Titan, lacking an angle for his Q, could do nothing but watch as she escaped. After both sides had shed some health, they retreated to reassess. The red buff respawned. Observing from a distance, Zeta remarked quietly, what are these two little rascals trying to prove? Do they dare to show expressions to a coward? He mused that if his brothers were not about to join the fray, he would have certainly gone in for AQ.I in the lower lane. Sofm, who had lost some health due to Frost Archer's auto attacks, began to maneuver his blind champion towards the red buff. However, from behind the wall, Frost Archer's W, Rain of Arrows, rained down, simultaneously siphoning health from him and the Titan. Sofm, already in a precarious position, felt increasingly vexed, asserting, this time, no one can stop me from buying my house in the lower lane. Mark my words. Indeed, what background does their lower lane have to dare provoke us three brothers? The butterfly laughed, fanning the flames. Noting the rising tempers, Su Ching cautioned, don't touch his F6. The clockwork can see it. And if the leopard woman comes, you want to get away. It's tough for me to make moves before level SIX.do. Not worry, I am well acquainted with this. Last year, I lost a lead of 5,000 gold just for touching the factory's F6. Sofm replied with an eyebrow raised, as if it were self-evident. Su Ching turned to him. Oh really? You must be quite impressive. Should I present you with an award? With the jungle no longer the focus of his attention, Su Ching turned his concentration to the landing phase. He maneuvered Akali, positioning her behind the ranged minions, waiting for the wave to push forward. In the current meta, Akali's early landing is quite arduous, particularly in a competitive setting where every detail and design is meticulously executed. The clockwork's ability to deal higher magical damage through continuous auto attacks on the same target is her greatest asset in establishing dominance against most mage champions in the mid lane during the early game. With enhanced auto damage in the range of her spell ball, Su Ching found it impossible to contemplate any strategy against her at level 1. In terms of starting items, he opted for the more resilient Doran's shield, intending to sustain himself until he reached level 6 before recalling. The Lord clearly perceived Su Ching's intentions. He attempted a long-range Q at level 1, but alas, the clockwork's Q had a sluggish flight speed, allowing Su Ching to easily sidestep it. Unperturbed, the Lord accepted the outcome. Whether he hit or missed, he placed his spell ball beside the ranged minion, deliberately refraining from engaging the minion wave immediately, instead maneuvering to probe for opportunities to exert pressure. Engaging in a long-range versus short-range duel recklessly pushing the lane would be foolish. Instead, the correct approach is to slowly control the lane and seek opportunities to chip away at health. Su Ching denied his opponent any chance to leech off his health, even maintaining his distance until the melee minions were nearly depleted. However, what he did not anticipate was that the clockwork automaton would directly align with its own ranged minions, seeking to further encroach upon his space for survival. Observing that the health of the melee minions was dwindling, Su Ching promptly leveled up his W ability and instantly unleashed the Kaise's dance. Enveloping himself in invisibility, the Lord was clearly taken aback and hastily retreated. Yet, caught in the radius of the Kaise's dance, he was slowed down, while Akali, within that zone, accelerated and approached him to unleash a basic attack. The Lord countered with a Q ability, but Akali vanished with a swift A, and the spell orb flew forth without revealing any silhouette, indicating that the opponent had skillfully evaded the projectile and suffered no damage. Immediately after, Akali reappeared to land a sneaky A, but this time the Lord responded with a basic attack. Both parties engaged in a tense dance, continuously trading blows until all their respective melee minions perished in the fray. Only then did Su Cheng re-enter the Kaise's dance, retreating with grace. Remarkably, having evaded the Clockwork's Q ability, he emerged from this exchange with a slight advantage. This shouldn't be the case, the Lord mused in surprise. Despite missing his Q, the passive damage from his Clockwork's basic attack should have outstripped Akali's. A glance at the fallen melee minions ignited a realization within him. Earlier, as he retreated, he had been struck by the red side's melee minions. While Akali, cloaked in invisibility, had caused the minions to lose their target, resulting in them attacking only the enemy's melee minions and absorbing damage from 3 ranged minions. In his calculations, he had also absorbed a wave of damage from the melee minions, totaling 60 points, which had allowed Akali to gain the upper hand in this exchange. Most importantly, she had also received experience from 3 melee minions. I must exercise more caution, Easy Hoon thought, his expression growing increasingly serious. Benji was currently invading the enemy jungle, and he attempted to apply pressure with a Q from behind the wall, but alas, he failed to connect. The young man's movements were quite elusive. The feedback came swiftly, and so did its departure. Thereafter, Easy Hoon seized the initiative and pressed forward. What is the opposing mid laner up to? He wondered. Look, everyone, observe how pitifully my comrades are being bullied. He may appear to be pressing you down, but in truth, he is stabbing at my heart. Can you withstand this, brother? Once I finish with the stone beetle, I can make a move. Rest assured, this ironclad ally is ever at your service. Sophm chimed in as he noticed the clockwork in the mid lane had pushed to the enemy turret's vicinity, adding a hint of mischief to his tone. That if my brother lacks the skill and damage to contend, what can you accomplish? Hurry and do what you love most, and spare me the fade of camaraderie. Su Cheng retorted, what are you taking my brother for? You don't understand me, Orange God? As Sophm attempted to argue further, a ding sound echoed as a question struck him squarely in the face. At that moment, he was caught red-handed indulging in a frog delicacy, prompting him to swiftly change his tune. Chapter 52, Tai. In my training matches, I take down the captain with a single shot. The early stages of the landing phase were relatively tranquil. In reality, the disparity had begun to widen the moment both sides exchanged jungle resources. With the clockwork asserting control in the mid lane, it was able to support the F6 camp, forcing Soph to retreat to his lower jungle after securing the blue side's red buff and stone beetle, rendering his initial gank path utterly predictable and making it impossible to catch anyone off guard. Although the opposing Nidalee showcased her prowess, she primarily focused on farming and counter-jungling on the battlefield. As her level increased, her efficiency in clearing the jungle soared, easily widening the gap between the two junglers. After a series of exchanges, Nidalee managed to secure an additional camp of F6, a small but notable advantage. Subsequently, Benji would occasionally roam to the mid lane to land a Q, which, while beneficial if it hit, also served to disrupt the enemy. Under the protection of Orianna, the river crabs fell under Nidalee's control. Naturally, Akali could not push against Orianna's wave, which was an unavoidable circumstance. Fortunately, the early game remained uneventful, and Su Cheng successfully withstood the pressure, reaching level 6 at the 5-minute mark before returning home to upgrade his items and venture out once more. However, before he could arrive at his lane, he witnessed his own Lee Sin, who was clearing the second red buff, being ambushed by Nidalee, who relentlessly pursued him after executing a smite. Had Su Cheng not arrived in time, Sophm would have surely met his demise. A glance at the minion counts revealed Nidalee with 33 last hits, having cleared both jungle camps, while their jungler lagged behind at 26, indicating a widening disparity. Losing the second red buff was particularly detrimental. As for the mid lane, despite Hoye's aggressive playstyle, in this patch, Akali's W, Twilight Shroud, had a prolonged duration, coupled with the healing from her passive, allowing Su Cheng to maintain parity in last hits. Orianna had 44, while Akali had 41, a mere 3 minions separating them. For Akali, the situation was quite favorable, whereas Orianna, who should have been exerting pressure in the matchup, had failed to capitalize effectively. Returning to lane, the dynamics shifted. The level 6 Akali had navigated her early struggles and seized the initiative. Su Cheng understood that it was time for him to take action. In the mid lane, Akali faced Orianna with only a 3-minion deficit, a testament to OG God's exceptional early game management, which left Hoyu with no opportunities to exploit. On the commentary desk, the analyst, Wawa, expressed admiration for Benji's aggressive Nidalee before shifting focus to Akali in the mid lane. Everyone was astounded by Su Cheng's composure under pressure. The reason Akali excels in solo queue is primarily due to the lack of understanding from opponents, who fail to apply effective pressure before she reaches level 6. However, in a competitive match, if the jungler does not assist in relieving her lanes, Akali often finds herself overwhelmed by most mid-lane champions prior to hitting level 6. Yet, in this instance, the top-tier player wielding Orianna was unable to capitalize on the matchup, failing to exert pressure, which left everyone astonished. With a burning Akali managing to reach level 6 unscathed, having timed her double Q perfectly, it was evident that ordinary assassins would struggle against her, let alone a traditional mage like Orianna, who tends to falter in the early to mid-dash game. It was clear to all that the mid lane was poised to become Su Cheng's paradise. Learning to utilize W at level 1 proved to be crucial, as he engaged Orianna before the melee minions fell, taking advantage of the minion damage, which inherently favored Akali. It was no surprise that Su Cheng, a prodigy of Akali in the Chinese server, excelled in executing such intricate details. That initial exchange of blows indeed intimidated Ho Yi, who subsequently hesitated to aggressively pressure the wave. As Miller explained, the intricacies are indeed remarkable. After all, it is Akali, the virtuoso of the craft. The Lord may have overestimated his prowess. It appears that this Akali primarily focuses on her E ability, making wave clearing remarkably swift. If the Lord cannot maintain control, might this match once again fall prey to the opposing thin veil? That would certainly be a grand spectacle of folly. Benji, hasten your actions. I concede, Your Excellency, that your twisted fate possesses certain strengths. Yet should I, as Akali, ascend to level 6 safely and accumulate 3 stacks of my ultimate, how would you respond? The barrage of comments in the live stream surged. In the game, Su Cheng amassed a substantial wave of minions. Twisted Fate hesitated for merely a moment before effortlessly clearing the backline minions with just 2 E abilities. Following that, he dealt with 3 weakened melee minions, allowing Twisted Fate to manage the wave while he retreated into Twisted Fate's blind spot. Commencing his movements along the riverbanks. I can no longer manage the opposing Akali. Easyhoon's expression stiffened. Despite feeling embarrassed, he still warned, Benji, be cautious and maintain vision in the lower lane. Remain vigilant against a 4-man ambush from the enemy. Brother, since the start, I've purchased 3 control wards, yet they were swiftly cleared without yielding any lane control, merely granting the enemy economic advantage, lamented the support, Hadong. As the battle progressed, the enemy support continuously upgraded their equipment, while his own female tank grew increasingly impoverished. Listen to the mid laner, Benji called out. Endless quickly replied, I will buy my own wards. Benji, please play at your own pace. The young man demonstrated a commendable understanding. With a note of appreciation, Benji began to shift towards the upper jungle. The selection of Renekton and Nidalee necessitated synergy, or the essence of their composition would be lost. Although he yearned to engage in the mid lane, Twisted Fate and Nidalee combined could not muster a single hard crowd control ability, and with Akali's invisibility from Xayah's ultimate, the likelihood of a successful gank was exceedingly low. If he squandered too much effort in the mid lane, it would jeopardize the jungle advantage he had painstakingly established. Time slipped away, second by second. Su Cheng's eccentric Akali transformed 2 E abilities into a wave, and after clearing the mid lane minions, he would vanish from the enemy's field of vision. This relentless activity kept Twisted Fate's signals in constant motion, with VG's top and bottom lanes both on edge. Yet, throughout these waves, Su Cheng had never truly ventured far. Professional matches differ vastly from ranked games. In mid lane, the absence of the opposing player incites caution among teammates, which is why Su Cheng often prefers to farm rather than roam to the side lanes. Roaming entails risk. Should he blindly venture to the top lane and fail to secure even a flash, the mid lane could suffer inexplicably. In such cases, the opponent would gain nothing from his movements, while he himself would be left vulnerable. But if he cannot exert pressure in lane, the best course of action is to push the wave and then vanish from the opposing mid laner's sight. When the minion wave respawns, he ensures he can return immediately to collect every last minion. This strategy not only intimidates the enemy's side lanes, but also guarantees that he does not lose experience and gold in the mid lane. A double advantage. Over time, the enemy will inevitably reveal their flaws. At the 8-minute mark, Su Cheng had already reached level 8. He vanished once more from the Lord's sight, shifting the screen to the top lane. The opposing crocodile was quite proactive in trading blows, clearly unfazed by his earlier feigned ganks, assuming that his current disappearance was merely an attempt to farm in the jungle. Or perhaps he had other means of support. No, what is this brat trying to pull in front of the coward? The coward's practice match captain can take him down with a single shot. How dare he act tough with me? Take that shot, little brother. How about a double barrel? Oh, you dare bite me. I'll just pop my orange and retaliate with a fiery blade. Let us see if that makes you angry, just asking if my orange is tasty. The incessant murmurs of Zeta echoed in his ears. At this moment, both top laners were in a precarious state, their health bars below half, with the minion wave resetting in the center of the top lane. Chong vaguely caught a whiff of something akin to cough syrup. Zeta, be careful. I'm coming to help you with a counter gank. The enemy Leona should be nearby. Chong warned if anyone on the team was most obedient to Chong. It was undoubtedly Zeta, who had originally intended to clear the melee minions but immediately turned to retreat, saying, I'll take the hit. I'm right behind you. No way, brother. I don't have my orange. Zeta exclaimed in a panic, his vision obscured, feeling inexplicably that there was something lurking in the shadows of the river. Chong encouraged him. What are you afraid of with me at your back? They're only looking to kill you because you lack your orange. Listen to me. The moment the crocodile uses his W, flash away, and leave the rest to me. I promise, once we're done, I'll buy you an orange. Just trust me, brother. I believe in you. Zeta steeled his resolve, and after a round of Chang's motivating words, his courage surged. Good brother, VG, make your move quickly. He doesn't have his W. If you land your W, I can throw my Q from maximum distance, and they won't even have time to flash before they die. Benji rapidly pinged the top lane. Zhu Xiaolong was a man of action. He truly listened to commands. After the crocodile's skills were on cooldown, he feigned an E onto a minion and then, with a decisive bang, flashed in with his W right in front of the captain's face. His rage was empty. He only had 2 segments of W, but the speed of his execution startled Zeta, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. In quick succession, a spear flew through the wall, with the crocodile's Q reducing Zeta's health further. Zeta was nearly terrified out of his wits. Don't worry, brother. I'll keep you alive, Chong roared. Flash away. As Akali was already positioned against the wall, at the moment the crocodile flashed in with his W. Chong was the first to move. He was wholly focused, seizing the fleeting opportunity to initiate with his ultimate. In an instant, as the Leona SQ spear whirled through the air, a ghostly figure darted in, forcibly intercepting the Leona's lethal Q with his own body, and then, with a swift kick, sent the bloodied crocodile reeling. What the hell? Zeta exclaimed in shock. What just happened? Benji was left dumbfounded. Was that a ward? Chapter 53, Collective Shock, barehanded against a blade. Explosive. What the heck? Did that ultimate block the Leona's spear? What? Barehanded against a blade? In disbelief, the onlookers remarked. What is he planning to do? The posture of being caught in this predicament seemed doomed to failure. As Zhu Xiaolong activated his ultimate ability, a sudden realization struck him. Facing a fully healthy Akali while in a weakened state, he hastily unleashed his R to elevate his health threshold. Upon close proximity, he executed a Q to deal damage while pursuing the low-health gangplank with the crocodile, simultaneously applying Ignite to prevent the leopard woman from healing with her aid. Seizing the opportunity, Zeta swiftly dispelled the stun and retreated with a flash. The ultimate ability, Cannon Barrage, cascaded down in a calculated manner. Benji, acting decisively, launched a long-range Q that inflicted a significant 20 damage on Akali, now marked. With Gangplank in a precarious state, the 2v2 confrontation was still viable. He advanced, using his human form's E to provide a measure of healing to his crocodile, though the Ignite's grievous wound effect resulted in only half the usual recovery, proving to be rather meager. Following this, he transformed into leopard form and executed AW to strike to AT. That very moment, Chong pressed E, invoking secret technique, Scatter Blossoms, as Akali brandished her dual sides, delivering substantial AoE damage to both adversaries. The instant the leopard woman initiated her E, Chong activated W Xia formation, rendering himself invisible. Just then, Zeta capitalized on the situation, chaining his barrels with a Q in an attempt to assist with damage. Zhu Xiaolong, anticipating the danger, made a timely escape, avoiding the explosive barrels. The glint of cold determination flashed in Benji's eyes. He instantly used Flash to evade the barrels while landing a claw strike on Gangplank's face. At that moment, Zeta's W had cooled down, allowing him to swiftly consume a candy orange, which resulted in Benji's Q failing to secure the kill. Zeta retaliated with a passive attack from his flame blade, followed by a basic attack that ultimately depleted Gangplank's remaining health. The brothers had dealt their damage. Zeta quickly responded, while Chong, brimming with confidence, assured, "Fear not, my brothers will all be claimed." Despite the crocodile activating his ultimate ability, the Ignite suppression was evident. After a complete skill rotation, Su Qing even managed to conserve a charge of his under Gangplank's relentless barrage of his ultimate. Zhu Xiaolong was forcibly taken down by Su Qing's basic attack, who then turned his attention to Benji. With 2 charges and a flash at his disposal, Benji recognized the futility of escape and sought to retaliate with a daring maneuver. However, upon switching to human form, a crucial key was met with Su Qing's R, thwarting any chance of recovery. With a fluid series of AQEA combos, it wasn't long before Benji fell. First blood echoed in the arena. Double kill followed swiftly. Snake, OG God has slain VG. Long. VG, Benji has slain Snake. Tai. A cacophony of kill notifications resounded. Ah, what a loss. He didn't even use his flash. Benji lamented, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zhu Xiaolong was left in a daze, his mind buzzing with disbelief. How did Akali manage to arrive so promptly to ambush from the top lane? And how could her ultimate block my Q? This is absurd. The VG jungle duo found themselves in utter dismay. Having exchanged 2 for 1, and due to Gangplank's critical moment of indulging in an orange, they squandered a prime opportunity. First blood wasn't even claimed by the leopard woman. What a misfortune. Nice indeed. Ertzi's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "That was truly remarkable, my good brother. Your spectacular play brought tears to my eyes, and you, my dear comrade, did not disappoint either. Had you not ventured forth, my double kill would not have been possible. This victory is entirely due to the exceptional prowess of Hao Gu." Su Chong, equally elated, chimed in with a smile. "Though you perished in the hearts of your brothers, you are nothing short of dazzling. Such words, among brothers, are simply delightful." Ertzi beamed, clearly relishing the moment. He still had his teleport available. He had forced the crocodile to use his teleport within 5 minutes. And although he had fallen, upon his return, he could easily push the lane back. In high spirits, he thought to himself, only to see Akali remaining in position, swiftly eliminating the leopard woman before her ultimate was ready again. With a well-timed long-range R, she obliterated the wave of minions effortlessly. "Wait, Qingzi, do you have any objections? Am I not the handsome and charming esports hero? I've told you countless times not to call me that in public. I won't say anything this time, but remember for next time." As the 2 brothers reveled in their cheerful banter, the voice chat was suddenly commandeered by the other 3 brothers. You, I argue he is surely doomed. I shall charge in with my W, then swiftly retreat. But wait, the clock is ticking. Oh no. Brother has been ensnared by the goddess of the sun. Brother has been caught by the clockwork's ultimate. I am beside myself. The voices of the 3 in the jungle grew from exhilarated to subdued, gradually falling silent. But oh my goodness. Akali, during the flight of the leopard woman's execution Q, executed an incredible displacement with her ultimate, successfully catching the blade mid-air. Captain barely escaped with his life, unleashing his ultimate cannon barrage, and now it's a 2v2. The leopard woman jumped in with her W, and though she landed the E, it was unfortunate that Akali vanished just in time, evading the highest damage Q. Benji flashed to dodge the 2-barrel combo and took down the captain, but it appeared that the crocodile fell first. This is dire. Akali still had 2 segments of her ultimate. Oh heavens, she has completed the harvest and even saved a flash. This was indeed a moment of glory for OG God. The excited voice of Wawa reverberated throughout the entire arena. All spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in unison, "What a spectacular play." Many fans of the noble lord felt as though their hearts had been pierced by an arrow. With 2 kills under her belt, Akali returned to the mid lane. Was she not going to treat the clockwork like a mere pig? However, just as one wave of astonishment settled, another rose. Everyone marveled at Akali's double kill. The director abruptly shifted the camera to the bot lane, where partner Miller quickly seized the opportunity to continue the commentary. Snake was flourishing both top and bottom, as Sofm seized the moment to strike at VG's bot lane. The Titan initiated with AQ onto the goddess of the sun. But the noble lord had his teleport ready, and the flank ward had not been cleared away. The ice archer fell to the blind monk, but the clockwork arrived just in time, coordinating with the goddess of the sun to secure a triple kill. As the skirmish unfolded in the top lane with Akali engaging in a 2v2, it was truly unwise to disturb the bottom lane. SS exhibited significant coordination issues during this encounter, neglecting the fact that their mid laner had opted for Ignite to secure lane dominance. Miller furrowed his brow and sighed, remarking that what initially seemed like a resounding victory for the top lane, with Orange God and Zeta trading 1 for 2, had suddenly turned into a slight disadvantage. Triple kill. The announcement of a triple kill echoed loudly. The Clockwork champion, who should have been struggling due to Akali's double kill, had, After a wave in the bottom lane, amassed a considerable advantage, even achieving a massacre at one point. This transformation sent VG fans, who had been anxious just moments before, into a collective frenzy. With Howard at 3-0 and the Clockwork Champion being a late-game powerhouse, this moment accelerated the game by 10 minutes, thrusting her into a period of dominance. While the resurrected leopard woman could easily claim the Infernal Dragon, how could one possibly argue that VG would falter? I feel compelled to write a book. In the stands, within the VG support section, a tall individual, brimming with excitement, raised a sign emblazoned with Easy Hoon, his face radiating pride. Roar. Monkey, monkey, monkey. This is the world champion. A flurry of monkey emojis began to flood the screen. Miller, ever observant, took the opportunity to explain to the viewers as the replay appeared. In this instance, Howie had a tactical angle for teleporting to the top lane. However, the top lane's events were tumultuous. Initially, Leopard Woman's Q struck the crocodile, rendering the teleport unnecessary. Later, with Akali's appearance leading to their crocodile's swift demise, the 3 seconds of lead time for the teleport may not have guaranteed Leopard Woman's survival. Just as the bottom lane erupted in conflict, an unused teleport came into play. This is what defines Easy Hoon. Consequently, the mid laners from both sides ascended, transforming the game into a fierce contest of mid lane carries. Upon hearing this, Wawa chimed in, agreeing that the intrigue of the match was far from over. However, with Leopard Woman's quicker resurrection, VG should be able to seize the Infernal Dragon. Nice. That teleport has reaped significant rewards. The voice comms of VG were filled with jubilant celebrations from teammates. Even Benji and Zhu Xiaolong, who had suffered in the top lane 2v2, quickly changed their demeanor, exclaiming that they had profited greatly. The cheers from his teammates brought a smile to Easy Hoon's face as he calmly stated, "Let's stay composed. I will carry. Benji, I'll ensure your safety for a counter jungle, if we can render their Lee Sin ineffective." Victory will be ours. Easy Hoon glanced at the Triple Crown champion. Benji exhaled in relief, replying, "I'll follow your lead. No, Orange and I were in a 2v2 in the top lane, and their Clockwork Champion had taken teleport." Ertzi's expression shifted, revealing his frustration. "This wave was supposed to yield great rewards for us. My bad, my bad." Crystal Brother quickly apologized. "This time, my brothers were a bit reckless." Sophm recognized he would bear the blame. The ward he placed behind went unnoticed, and his brothers had committed a grave mistake. Butterfly willingly took the blame. Observing the camaraderie among the 3 brothers, Su Qing smirked and remarked, "What are you squabbling about? Sons, can't you see your father has already soared to 2-0? Are you afraid of nothing? What is yours is mine, so do refrain from calling out. This round is undoubtedly mine. Very well, then, it is yours. If the mid laner descends, this wave will surely result in a complete annihilation. Indeed. Su Qing. Chapter 54. Miller, in the face of defeat, heroes arise. No, are you all just messing around?" Su Qing silently criticized, casting a sideways glance at the trio of jungler and support. Although he jested, his expression bore a grave seriousness, clearly troubled by the 3 kills gifted to the enemy's Orianna. Seizing a moment, Su Qing boldly declared, "Brothers, as I always say, the noble lord's basket is not to be trifled with. Simply watch the performance of your comrade." The 2-0 father figure spoke up to soothe the spirits, and the mood among the brothers lightened considerably. "Just wait for me. Orange, I shall observe your performance. I will hold steady. You go for the carry. After a successful carry, my brothers shall treat." Upon hearing that someone would treat, Su Qing's motivation surged. Returning to the mid lane, he pressed tab and noticed that Orianna's equipment bar prominently displayed tier of the Goddess Enladen's Echo, indicating a robust build. The absence of boots suggested her intent to traverse the mid lane relentlessly. With Ladins in her arsenal, Orianna's wave-clearing speed was impressive. Su Qing refrained from igniting, choosing not to engage in reckless trades at this stage, instead patiently waiting behind the minion wave for an opportunity. The tech gun was a tad costly, and due to acquiring boots of mobility, he was unable to procure it immediately, resulting in the dragon being left unattended. Time passed steadily, with the top and bottom lanes stabilizing. Su Qing returned to the mid lane. Now equipped with the tech gun and kill ring. He resumed his earlier strategy of roaming the river's edges, with Xayah's ultimate and flash available. He felt little need to expand his vision and simply replaced his free trinket with a control ward, occasionally acquiring additional gold through vision. His persistent movement, coupled with a conservative approach in side lanes, diminished the frequency of trades while enhancing vision control. Before the second dragon spawn, nothing noteworthy occurred. 12:21. Shiba this Akali is quite bothersome. Preparing to engage the Rift Herald, come join the team. Benji once more invaded the jungle, only to be ambushed by Akali, who, without hesitation, unleashed her R ability, dealing a significant amount of damage to him. Had it not been for Oriana's timely intervention, Benji would have faced dire consequences. After a brief skirmish, Benji took charge of the Rift Herald engagement. Izahun expressed some concerns. During this time, the blind monk sought an opportunity in the mid lane. But due to the fear of the opponent's her flash, he was forced to use his own flash after being hit by Akali's second resonating strike. With Oriana lacking flash, the environment for the Rift Herald engagement was less than ideal. However, given their composition and his current advantage over Akali in terms of items, the noble lord hesitated no longer. The enemy is engaging the Rift Herald. What shall we do? Sofm's flash was still on cooldown for several seconds, causing some apprehension. I am moving in. Orange has his ignite ready. I feel we can engage. Z was quite proactive, calling out. The enemy Oriana lacks Zonias. If Orange R's in, she can certainly be secured. I truly feel we can win this. I will lock him down. Brothers, wait a moment. I am on my way. Butterfly is also moving up. Su Ching had recently consumed the blue buff, its effects still lingering. Upon returning home, he updated his equipment with magic penetration boots and a 435-page tome of spellcasting, noticing that his 4 companions were reluctant to abandon the rift. He pondered the strengths and weaknesses of both teams. Feeling confident about their chances of victory, let us gather first. We can only allow the support to initiate. Butterfly, you take the front with your Q, as long as it's not the female tank. It's fair game. Spread out your positioning. We must avoid being caught in the crocodile's red rage. Soft, you need to step up. Our tankiness is lacking, and you must bring one back for us to focus down. Even if you fall, it's worth it if we trade a jungler for a carry. Ideally, target the clockwork, as the Frost Archer's damage is minimal. This team fight hinges on one decisive ultimate. As Su Chong made his way, he continued to remind his teammates. Understood. Got it. Soft, brimming with confidence, declared, Brother, the blind monk is no inferior to anyone. Just you wait and see. However, before he could finish, Su Ching's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, Quick, place vision and retreat. They're engaging on you. No sooner had he spoken than the female tank initiated her ultimate. The blind monk, failing to secure vision in time, found himself on the periphery, slowed, while the Titan was stunned in the center, completely incapacitated. Immediately following, the Frost Archer unleashed her ultimate, magical crystal arrow. Soft, regaining his composure, managed to place a ward and reposition, but the female tank flashed and engaged with her E. Determined to keep him in the fray, VG's feigned attempt at the Herald turned into a full-blown skirmish as the team surged forward. The leopard woman landed a distant Q, dealing maximum damage to the ensnared blind monk. I've got you. I've got you, exclaimed Butterfly, disregarding everything else. The moment he freed himself from control, he swiftly QD into the crowd, aiming to restrain the backline. Noticing that Akali had yet to position herself, he refrained from using his ultimate, knowing that blindly locking onto a target would yield no meaningful damage if his teammates couldn't follow up. His Q, clearing the path, was blocked by the enemy crocodile. He indeed bought time, as the nearly defeated Soft broke free from the stun and executed his R, Dragon Tail, sending the female tank flying, while simultaneously launching a sugar-coated assault that briefly knocked up the approaching crocodile, granting him precious space to escape. Chase, chase, chase. Look at the little cannon. Ignore the blind monk. He is out of combat. Titan is low. Crocodile, hold your W to prevent Akali from entering. The VG voice chat was alive with players' excited communications. I'm low. Soft's expression darkened. On screen, the Crystal Brother SE was latched onto the frontline crocodile, dealing furious damage, while the captain of the Poseidon had activated his ultimate, Cannon Barrage, intending to split the battlefield. However, due to his delayed positioning, he hesitated to advance, needing time to set up his double barrel. Pull back, pull back. I have a triple barrel. AoE. Z was anxious, lacking an angle. The crocodile is coming, the crocodile is coming. Focus on the crocodile. Just as the Crystal Brother unleashed his damage, the crocodile leaped directly into his face, startling him into a swift W retreat, trying to counter the crocodile's attempt to disengage. But at that moment, the puppet is angry. The crocodile charged in, and the clockwork yanked the Crystal Brother back with her R, forcibly pulling him into the fray. Seizing the opportunity, Benji's leopard woman flashed in with a W, executing the little cannon with a final Q, eliminating the ADC. and leaving SS team fight on the brink of collapse. In this critical moment, as Titan unleashed his ultimate ability, Chong executed a powerful kick, landing squarely on the face of the clockwork. With a resounding roar, he commanded, "Focus fire on clockwork." The ability pierced through, followed by a seamless QA combo. Initiated with a double barrel, connecting with Q. As the explosive spread rapidly, he unleashed a trio of barrels that, despite the distance of a screen, impacted the immobilized clockwork, who had been flung into the air by Titan's ultimate. The technological firearm emitted a sharp crackle as a chain of thunder appeared around clockwork, and the critically wounded lord was instantly deprived of his final health points. The Shadow Fist is wreaking havoc. "Akali!" Easyhoon bellowed, frantically pinging the signal. "Akali, Akali, take her out now. I'm watching." Frost Archer was relentlessly kiting for damage. Seizing the moment, Chong executed another ability, delivering a powerful kick to Frost Archer's face, inflicting substantial damage. With his ability, Blossom, at only a 1-second cooldown, he swiftly eliminated Clockwork and proceeded to unleash AE on Frost Archer, dealing massive damage. Chapter 55, Desperate Maneuvers, a 4 vs 5 slaughter. The game concludes. The Vanguard squad engaged fiercely, with the Day Lady performing admirably. Soph narrowly escaped, yet in this state, having lost his ultimate, he possessed little combat power. Crocodile utilized Titan as a launch pad, jumping in with his second E. What? Crystal Guy was instantly taken down. The chaos reigned, as Clockwork's ball was cleverly concealed. This ultimate ability abruptly severed Crystal Guy's already airborne Misfortune had both Flash and her ultimate available. A grave error. SS team fight was on the brink of collapse. Miller furrowed his brow, sensing impending doom as Soph was left in a precarious state and Misfortune was eliminated. VG fans were elated, barely able to restrain themselves from popping the champagne. Monkey, 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 monkey. Give me kills. Charge, charge, charge. Akali, OG God entered the fray, teaming up with Titan's ultimate and Captain's triple barrel, instantly melting the full health Clockwork. The technological firearm-wielding Akali showcased formidable combat prowess. VG's most affluent Clockwork was dispatched, possibly revitalizing the team fight. The hero, Orange, aspired to be a champion. Bravely enduring the damage from Frost Archer, Akali continued to output. With her short cooldown, combined with the technological firearm's dual enhancement and lifesteal passive, she proved to be exceptionally formidable. The Day Lady timely shielded Frost Archer, initiating her Q. Seizing the opportunity, Benji switched to human form and executed a precise Q from a distance. Exceptionally cunning, as all VG members turned their attention towards Akali. In this moment, the Day Lady's Q, in conjunction with Leona's long-range Q, constituted a miniature fusion technique, and Akali was in peril. The commentator, Wawa, passionately narrated the unfolding scene. As the Day Lady lifted her hand for the Q, Leona's spear sword from afar, aimed directly at Akali's face. Benji's equipment was undoubtedly top tier, and this extreme range Q was lethal. What? At the critical moment, Akali dodged, simultaneously activating her Flash and W, absorbing the Day Lady's crucial control while evading Leona's deadly spear, vanishing into invisibility. VG's concentrated fire could not reach her. The Crocodile's enraged Q could only graze the outer edges, utterly failing to connect with Akali. In this exchange, Akali drew the entirety of VG's firepower, tricking them into expending their second round of abilities. The child cried out in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment. At that moment, the audience's eyes widened in unison. The barrage of comments on screen was filled with question marks. Here we go again. In the direst of circumstances, an extraordinary maneuver unfolded. What divine reflexes? Caution, the leopard woman. Oh no, she is about to be stunned. Incredible. Orange, what a reaction. What a dodge. Orange has revived. The opposing sun goddess is out of control. All her skills are on cooldown. The leopard woman has no Q either. Charge forth. Push into the fray. The 4 teammates wore expressions of urgent anticipation, watching as the leopard woman's treacherous Q seemed destined to hit. Yet, in a heartbeat, Akali executed a swift maneuver, vanishing into the shadows, leaving the other 3 in ecstatic disbelief. Even the fallen Crystal Brother wore an expression of shock, excitedly taking on the role of a fountain commander, urging, "Look at Ash first. Look at Ash first." With a plethora of skills having been expended, the VG team hastily redirected their focus towards the nearby Titan. In a moment of fervor, Soph landed a long-range Q, Echo Strike, on the critically wounded female Titans, while simultaneously closing in with a fiery blade strike. The Q within the Xayah ultimate dispelled the stun, Su Qing wasted no time, shouting, "Air Z." There was no time for further words. Frost Archer had already claimed the life of the low-health Titan and attempted to escape. He swiftly executed a QE combo. The spinning side moved almost in tandem with his form. The assassin's path is relentless. Air Z boldly absorbed the brunt of the enemy's damage, utilizing maximum range to fire a Q at Frost Archer. Inflicting harm, Akali pressed close to Frost Archer, landing a basic attack that secured the kill. VG's dual carries had fallen. What should have been a disastrous team fight turned into a miraculous turnaround. Soft second Q. Echo Strike struck the face of the female Titan, swiftly taking down the enemy Sun Goddess, only to be countered by Benji in kind. Akali still had her third layer of R available, and the barely surviving Leopard Woman had no chance of escape. He charged forward, scythes in hand, delivering a decisive blow. Ignite was applied without delay. He advanced while attacking the ERZ, having exhausted all skills, engaged in a struggle with the crocodile behind him, but having absorbed too much damage. It was evident he was not a match for the crocodile. Pull back, keep your distance, Su Chong urged. His actions were swift, applying Ignite to suppress health, and soon Benji met his demise at his hand triple kill. The surge of experience propelled Su Chong to level 11 in an instant. With his ultimate still on cooldown, he hastily learned Q and rushed back to deal with the wounded crocodile. Air Z was severely injured, having managed to create distance. The crocodile, seeing Su Chong in a similarly weakened state, awaited the cooldown of his W. Contemplating a maneuver, both parties exchanged relentless damage in a critical moment. When a timely Q from GZ added crucial damage, Su Ching finished off with a QA, a flawless execution, standing tall in victory. Damn it. My W was perfectly timed. I had already raised my hand. Zhu Xiaolong cursed, his frustration palpable. Damn it. Benji shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, so close, just a hair's breadth away, and the crocodile could have taken down Akali and slipped away. Gazing at the river, where only a sliver of health remained on Akali. The VG team gritted their teeth, nearly popping their eyes from intensity quadrikill. Snake, OG God, Shadow Fist, has slain VG, Easy Hoon Clockwork Sorceress. Snake, OG God. Shadow Fist has already dominated the match. Team wipe. In an instant, a series of alert sounds echoed throughout the Summoner's Rift. The glorious icon of a quadruple kill proudly displayed at the top of the screen, radiant and dazzling. Nice, we won. With such skill, I am invincible. I am taking off. Orange, 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 orange. The voice chat erupted into chaos, filled with the fervent cheers of teammates. Ertzi immediately claimed credit, asking, who else? Just asking, who else, this time. The two of us wreaked havoc. The lazy one reiterated. With one of the sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks, the world can be at peace. With our twin swords combined, who in the LPL can rival us? Seeing Ertzi show off. Shui Jinggu retorted. Come on, it was purely Orange who was showing off alone, alright? What about Clockwork's demise? The lazy one's 3 consecutive barrels exploded with maximum damage from a distance. Are your eyes blind? Without the brothers, that crucial triple barrel would have already detonated. Upon hearing the rebuttal, Ertzi flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, what about Frost Archer's downfall? The lazy one bravely took on damage to secure that last hit. Who held back the crocodile? Do you understand the value of kiting? This lazy one's contribution is monumental. Listening to Ertzi's words. Dai also joined in. I saved Softman time, and my ultimate on Clockwork was crucial too. This quadruple kill is partly my credit. The Leopard Woman was initially ready to leave, but I exchanged my life for the tank S. Buying time for the Leopard Woman, which allowed Orange to secure the quadruple kill. My brothers share in that credit as well. Fine, so you're just going to shamelessly ride the coattails, huh? Shui Jinggu had no retort. While others were sharing the spoils, these youngsters had the audacity to start dividing credits before the match even concluded. What did Gangzi do? Ertzi chuckled. Shui Jinggu shrank back, asserting, without my guidance from the fountain during that wave. Could you have achieved a quadruple kill? Brothers conserve skills, you know? The enemy's crocodile used W, Clockwork unleashed his ultimate, and the Leopard Woman flashed. All of that was baited by the brothers. I in the next dragon fight. I'll have my ultimate and flash. What will they use to counter me? Tell me. The enemy is already gone. Amidst the cacophony, Su Qing felt dizzy. After a wave, he and Ertzi promptly rushed toward the herald. VG was still in the resurrection countdown, and since Gangzi was the first to fall, he would also be the first to respawn. With all their skills expended, they were destined not to contest again. Anything that doesn't involve shaking the billion will all become your credit, right? It's the brothers who are the real slackers. Huh. If you don't call me Orange Go, it's hard for the brothers to help you out. Su Ching glanced around, casting a sidelong glance at the four brothers, and haughtily remarked, Orange Go V587. I am invincible. Witnessing their enthusiastic acknowledgement, Su Ching couldn't help but smile. His heart surging with excitement. Just lie back this time. I'll carry, understand? Chapter 56. Can one person dominate all three lanes? In the realm of men competing fiercely, the path to solo glory is forged. From the commentary booth, Miller, astounded, exclaimed, it was a team battle destined for defeat. Yet OG God emerged, relying solely on skill to turn the tide, preventing disaster from befalling the crumbling edifice. With the jungler rendered powerless and the ADC swiftly melting away, SS managed to transform an inevitable rout into a miraculous 3-for-5 exchange. It is utterly unbelievable. This moment feels like divine intervention. The excitement was palpable as Wawa animatedly exclaimed, OG God, the undeniable hero of Snake. 6,666. Incredible. Who is this prodigy? Is he still that same culinary master from the canyon? Everyone is left in awe. Could this truly lead to a quadrikill? The thunderous sound of the quadrikill notification reverberated throughout the grand stadium. The audience collectively widened their eyes, erupting in a chorus of disbelief, while the online comments section spiraled into frenzy. Those who had followed Su Cheng's journey now felt as if they were caught in a surreal dream. Simultaneously, even the critics who had been incessantly trolling Su Cheng's Weibo were rendered speechless, staring blankly at their screens. The replay footage swiftly appeared, showcasing Su Cheng's first-person perspective. As Akali arrived, the blind monk and Titan had already been engaged, and he refrained from entering immediately. Instead, he paused briefly. When the crocodile advanced to use his W on his ADC, it was only at the moment Titan initiated his ultimate that he adeptly maneuvered along the dragon pit's wall to enter the fray. This detail caught the attention of various broadcasters and commentators, who were struck by his composure, so calm. They noted, with the crocodile's W, he surely had to ensure both carries were protected. Entering too early might have prevented Kaisa from unleashing her ultimate and led to her demise. The timing of his entrance was nothing short of audacious. From the player's perspective, the young man was utterly focused, executing a seamless series of moves with fluidity. Even through the screen, one could sense the unwavering concentration emanating from him. As the replay concluded, the higher brothers discovered something new. Akali had waited for the enemy's initial crowd control to be expended before making his move, showcasing impeccable timing. However, the second wave of skills was cleverly evaded. In slow motion, just as the solar flare was about to descend, he used his W followed by a flash. What tremendous nerve that required. Miller was left in AWE.AT that speed. Had he flashed first, he might not have been able to execute his W, that while he could still dodge the leopard woman's Q, he would have been at risk of being instantly eliminated. He managed to bait the Titan's Q, the leopard woman's Q, and the crocodile's empowered Q all at once. It was absolutely pivotal. Had he not skillfully maneuvered, retaining so many abilities to deal with others, VG would have ultimately triumphed. Wawa praised the maneuver, feeling inexplicably stirred by the earlier play. Perhaps this is the allure of League of Legends. Can VG fans still cheer? A 6-0 Akali. How should we handle this? The game concluded with a score of 0-2. A mere stepping stone for my orange team towards a third championship. Laughter erupted amidst the clamor outside. Previously, the fervent supporters of VG, who had eagerly anticipated the early popping of champagne, now found themselves amidst a chorus of mockery. Their expressions as rigid as iron, involuntarily clenching their fists. With the triumvirate of championships, the mere title had summoned a vast legion of longtime VG fans, infusing this season with unprecedented hope. Many devoted followers even purchased tickets specifically to witness the opening match in person, only to be met with dismay. During the competition, the Eye of the Herald was seized by Su Chong, and shortly thereafter, the second dragon, a mountain drake, was claimed by SS. In the current version, the mountain drake inflicts an additional 10, 20, 30 damage to epic monsters and turrets, thus assuming a strategic significance that even surpasses that of the infernal drake. After all, this version lacks the later bounty on champion kills and the plating on turrets, with only a single herald available, resulting in a relatively slower pace of play, averaging over 30 minutes per match. Yet, having just endured a crushing defeat, the team hesitated to take risks against a still available Jhin and a 6-kill Akali. They opted to prolong the game, maximizing their margin for error and postponing any engagement until the fourth dragon, While Easyhoon's mood soured, he did not relinquish hope, swiftly commanding his teammates to adjust their strategy. The Frost Archer fell twice in quick succession, rendering her ineffective. Although the Cougar had also perished, her economic standing remained favorable, having previously secured a kill in a 2-for-1 exchange in the top lane. In the recent team fight, she had claimed the lives of both Jin and Lee Sin, boasting a score of 3-2, and in the jungle, she enjoyed an advantage when encountering the blind muck. Despite nurturing a formidable Akali, Easyhoon recognized that if he could accelerate his Clockwork's development by 10 minutes, future team fights would hold promise. As for how to expedite this process, Easyhoon was well acquainted with such tactics. Next, the Herald was positioned in the mid lane, with SS regrouping as a quintet. With Jin's assistance, they effortlessly dismantled the mid-tier 1 turret, as Su Cheng's equipment had already gained significant superiority. They even shielded the Herald as it crashed into the tier 2 turret before retreating. The situation stabilized. With the mid-tier 1 turret down, Su Cheng could freely roam to the side lanes, even pressuring Benji in the jungle. Meanwhile, VG's resources, F6, the 3 wolves, and the blue buff fell into the hands of Clockwork. After pushing out the mid lane, he synchronized his movements to the bot lane, while the Frost Archer and Leona returned to defend the tier 2 turret, effectively controlling both the mid and bot lanes along with the jungle. As their economy burgeoned, the top tier 1 turret also succumbed under the intimidation of Su Cheng's presence. Consequently, Zhu Xiaolong's crocodile lost the opportunity to farm in the lane. Easyhoon transformed into a relentless farming machine, dominating all 3 lanes and leaving no jungle camps untouched. This aggressive approach to development allowed his last hits to rapidly catch up. Furthermore, due to his teammates establishing extensive vision control and his own movements predominantly confined to the jungle, Su Cheng struggled to find opportune moments to strike, resulting in a stalemate. At the 18-minute mark, SS secured the second dragon, yet another mountain drake, enhancing their damage to turrets and epic monsters by 20. Is this how you wish to play? Su Cheng mused, pressing the tab key, his mood slightly unsettled. Just past the 18-minute mark, Clockwork had amassed a staggering 270 minion kills, in stark contrast to Akali's mere 200. As the game progressed, Su Cheng became aware that the jungle economy had fallen into the hands of the noble lord. He decisively seized control of the blue side's F6, and even the enemy's blue buff was firmly secured with Safm's assistance. However, Su Cheng did not anticipate that this young man would consume resources from both the top and bottom lanes simultaneously. Ultimately, the early destruction of the mid lane turret prevented their minions from being cleared by the defensive tower in a timely manner, thereby granting the enemy Oriana more time to roam. Throughout this match, Su Cheng had not siphoned much from Saf. With 6 kills in hand, Akali, being an assassin, found that her cost-effectiveness diminished once she completed her core trio of items. As she began to distribute resources to her teammates, all of whom were well-fed. In contrast, on the VG side, the economy of the leopard woman was unexpectedly surpassed by her own blind muck. As for Ashe and Renekton, they were emaciated, having completely devolved into mere support tools. Meanwhile, Oriana's farming was becoming somewhat terrifying. Erzi offered a reminder. Qingzi, her items are nearly catching up to yours. Not to worry, they have placed all their eggs in one basket, planning to go all dash and .to put it plainly. In team fights, it all comes down to one ultimate ability. Leave that to me, Su Cheng declared with confidence. Indeed, Oriana's items were on the verge of matching his, and the noble lord, eager to deal more damage, had even opted for a Rabadon's Death Cap as his third item. Ladin's Echo, Rylai's Crystal Scepter, Rabadon's Death App. Sorcerer's Shoes. At the 19-minute mark, Su Cheng signaled his 4 teammates to establish vision control around the Barren River and seize the mid-lane minion wave, while he himself pushed the top lane solo. With Ignite and Flash ready at his disposal, his items were equally opulent. At that moment, Oriana, having cleared the second tower's minion wave, finally ventured out for the first time, exuding confidence. This presented Su Cheng with the perfect opportunity. Planning to drain his health before the Baron respawned? Let us test the waters. He carefully calculated his angle as a wave of minions approached. Su Cheng activated his R, swiftly utilizing the minion's position to appear close to Oriana. Pressed 2, and unleashed the active effect of his Hextech Gunblade, sending forth a chain of lightning that struck Oriana, inflicting substantial damage while also slowing her down. He then immediately followed up with a Q. Launching his spinning scythe, the noble lord, however, counterattacked in a timely manner. The decisive solo encounter was about to unfold. Chapter 57. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Fortune smiles upon you. Hand speed 1. Oriana's ball was now in her possession. With her items well-equipped, Akali was equally formidable. Notably, no one had built the Zhonya's Hourglass, a defensive item specifically countering mages, while all possessed sorcerer's shoes, each capable of delivering instant lethal damage. Confronted with the aggressive approach of Akali, the noble lord first activated his E to provide a shield, mitigating the damage from Akali's Q. He quickly responded with a Q, preemptively predicting Akali's face-check position that a skilled Orianna would never carry her ball with her. Separating the ball from herself, each fulfilled their roles. This was the hallmark of a top-tier Orianna. Chong did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he momentarily held back, waiting a second for his Q's cooldown. Noticing that he had not accurately predicted Akali's next move, the noble lord swiftly activated his W, causing the ball to disperse a magnetic field to accelerate his movement, thereby negating the slow from the Hextech Gunblade's active effect. Feigning a retreat. Chong would not allow this. He executed a second R, kicking forward suddenly. In midair, he realized that Akali's Q was just 2 seconds away from cooldown. He had fallen into a trap. Easy Hoon smirked. I can take him down. As Akali poised to strike her own visage, she deftly utilized a flash to evade to the side, successfully dodging the damage from her ultimate ability. In the blink of an eye, a rapid QR combo ensued. The spell orb erupted with a wave of energy, intent on engulfing Akali as she descended into the realm of the golem. Boom! A flash of golden light. Almost simultaneously with the instant of her escape, Akali mirrored the movement, their flashes of brilliance appearing to occur in perfect synchrony, indistinguishable in their timing. A divine synchronization. What transpired? Countless spectators widened their eyes in astonishment. Chong wore an expression of composure, exuding absolute confidence. As the two faced each other, a single basic attack descended, accompanied by a sharp crack sound. The mark left by the previous Q was detonated by the attack, as if striking a major artery, causing a significant portion of the clockwork's health to vanish in an instant. Easy Hoon shuddered, instinctively pressing 2 to activate the Zhonya's Hourglass, his mind in utter disarray. Everyone come, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'll use my ultimate to stun him. Protect the Lord, protect the Lord. In a fleeting moment, the team voice chat devolved into chaos. Seizing the invulnerability of Zhonya's, they sprinted frantically, unleashing a barrage of abilities. What the hell? Daylight. My goodness. What a reaction. I couldn't see clearly. A celestial battle. The crowd erupted. Everything transpired too swiftly. All anyone could perceive was a mesmerizing flurry of actions, followed closely by the clockwork reaching a critical state, activating its invulnerability, startling even the higher brothers with this sudden clash. Miller, unable to contain his excitement, roared as Akali anticipated the clockwork's prediction, declaring that this was the moment VG would explode. From the director's godlike perspective, teammates from both sides rushed determinedly. The crocodile executed a flash E into W, aiming to ensnare Akali first. The Zaya's ultimate unfurled, and Akali, eager to seize this opportunity, still had her ultimate available for a potential kill. Yet, the True Sight ward revealed her presence. The crocodile dropped a True Sight, exposing her stealth. A magical crystal arrow surged forth, followed closely by the Sun Goddess's ultimate, Solar Flare. What? The screen was ablaze with a kaleidoscope of dazzling effects. Miller had no time for contemplation, suddenly widening his eyes. Before the crocodile's W control could land, Akali lunged decisively towards the clockwork's face, and with 30 health remaining, the Lord fell instantly. Most crucially, Akali secured the kill. The audience erupted in a chorus of disbelief. Before them lay a radiant golden statue, with the remnants of the clockwork's warmth still lingering beneath. Snake, OG God, Shadow Fist, has slain VG. Easy Hoon, Clockwork. Shadow Fist is nearing divinity. The clear notification, coupled with the unfolding scene, caused countless viewers to involuntarily narrow their eyes in astonishment. What just happened? How did this occur? The health bar. Where is the Lord's health bar? The barrage of question marks flooded the screen. Easy Hoon appeared utterly bewildered. Gazing at the grayish-white screen, he realized that the match had come to an end. How could this be possible? His 4 teammates stared wide-eyed, their hearts seemingly on the verge of a sudden halt. Damn it. Can this be true? Orange is incredible. Kill. The opposing team is obliterated. I'm going in. I'll charge right at them. Retreating is for cowards. In that moment of collective astonishment, the 4 players shouted with unrestrained excitement. The Clockwork champion fell first, leaving only 4 battered remnants, who had already expended a plethora of skills. The outcome of the team fight was beyond any doubt. Captain's ultimate ability rained down devastation, while Lee Sin delivered a decisive kick, and Jinx activated her E ability to unleash explosive AE damage. In the blink of an eye, it was a clean 0 for 5. VG was utterly vanquished. One wave after another. A single wave, The crowd erupted in ecstasy, disregarding the fact that the Baron had not yet respawned. And they marched forward with the top lane minions directly towards the enemy's high ground. Before VG could even resurrect, the 5 of them pushed through, destroying the Nexus in a single decisive strike. 20 minutes and 22 seconds. The match concluded. 2-0 secured. At the moment the game ended, the SS team wore expressions of disbelief, quickly removing their headsets and rushing to surround Su Ching. Their faces flushed with excitement as they expressed their overwhelming joy. My goodness, we just took down VG 2-0, and they are the champions of the jungle and mid lane. Incredible. How did you pull off that maneuver in such a situation? Everyone thought you were going to be eliminated. You really treated the Lord like a pig to slaughter. My friend was joking with you, and you took it seriously. Goodness gracious, a 30 million club, and we just upset a 3-time champion. It feels like a dream. The chatter among them was incessant, a cacophony filling Su Cheng's ears. Simultaneously, the system's melodious settlement notification echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Match comprehensive evaluation begins. Comedy effect. Spectacle effect. Rewards generating. Another Su Cheng felt a jolt of anticipation, ignoring the exuberant teammates as he secretly hoped for an explosion of rewards. Ding, congratulations host, Shadow's Fist, proficiency 100. Wow, continuous good fortune, attack speed, 1. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, his heart soaring with joy as he watched his teammates shake his shoulders relentlessly. He stood up right where he was, exclaiming, hell yes, I'm invincible now. Akali was already his most proficient hero. And now, having defeated VG in the second match and gained 100 proficiency, his understanding of this version of Akali deepened immensely. Although the next milestone of 5,000 proficiency seemed far off, with time and dedication, he might just reach it by the time of the World Championship. At this moment, the increase of 100 proficiency was profoundly perceptible to him. Most crucially, the attribute boost, attack speed 1. His attack speed was already at 91, surpassing the T0 threshold, and now it leaped to 92, becoming his highest attribute aside from version understanding. Such exhilaration was entirely justified. After all, the matter of attribute points is such that during a full day of rank, if luck is not on your side, not a single one may materialize. Even if there are occasional rewards, they are mostly lesser secondary attributes of diminished value, such as hand speed, which is a foundational element directly influencing the upper and lower limits of a professional player's performance. For Su Cheng, encountering even one significant boost in a month proves exceedingly difficult. That a monumental enhancement, a remarkable gain. What a fortune. Chapter 58. A debut victory, a future bright with promise. Oh, Manager Su, how perplexing you are. Is it not invincibility? The champion jungler of T1 was utterly dominated by you, my friend, which, when rounded off, is tantamount to annihilating T1. Z laughed heartily, praising his good brother, while the other 3 brothers readily concurred. Su Cheng soon found himself ensnared in a chorus of accolades proclaiming well played. On the other side, the VG player bench displayed a tableau of confusion among the 5, especially Easyhoon, who appeared as if all his vigor had been sapped. Slumped against the backrest of his esports chair, his neck tilted, face awash with despondency. That moment I underestimated him. Reflecting on the myriad events that transpired in the game, Ho Yi felt as though everything had unfolded like a dream. His heart was a tumult of emotions, feelings convoluted to the utmost. The stark contrast between the two sides was vividly captured in the official livestream, making the comparison strikingly apparent. Ho Yi was left dazed. Benji appeared bewildered as well. The crocodile-leopard duo failed to make any impact. One player dominated all 3 lanes, farming for 20 minutes, and in a team fight, was directly eliminated by his counterpart. How could a world champion be reduced to a mere background figure? Struck down by a newcomer. What on earth happened in that last moment? Dogged director, replay that. I merely blinked, and Ho Yi vanished. A trio of championships, a 30 million club, and this is what you show me? Being led away 2 o'clock by a newcomer. I cannot accept this. Sankei fans rejoice, confirming the delivery. What a divine SSR gold card. A deluge of comments flooded the screen, akin to a tidal wave surging forth. Following VG's complete annihilation, there was a subsequent outpouring, and as the camera shifted to the stage at the conclusion of the match, the final display of extraordinary skill during the decisive team fight was regrettably left without a replay, prompting millions of viewers to fervently request a review. What an astonishing clash it was that no one could have anticipated that the VG, heralded by all before the match, would instead be swept away by Snake with a 2 o'clock score. shattering the hopes of countless fans who had pinned their aspirations on this trio of championships. In this spring's debut, such an outrageous upset occurred. Snake employed a rookie mid laner as a starter, and in both matches, he exhibited superlative prowess, his dazzling KDA evoking a sense of unreality. In his inaugural performance, the rookie's first match saw him playing Syndra, triumph over Ho Yi, and in the second, he selected his signature champion Akali in a counter-meta pick, becoming the backbone of the team mid-game. Just before the climactic team fight, in a remarkable solo encounter, he forcibly eliminated EasyHoon in a 1v1. In the brief span of an hour, this emerging prodigy delivered an abundance of breathtakingly imaginative plays. Congratulations to the Orange God. Congratulations to OG God. A triumphant debut, heralding a future brimming with promise. Miller, unable to contain his admiration, gazed upon the dashing young man surrounded by his jubilant teammates on stage, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion. A triumphant debut, heralding a future brimming with promise. The barrage of comments flooded the screen as netizens fervently replicated this iconic phrase, inundating the live broadcast with a flurry of subtitles. It is not merely a future full of promise. This young prodigy has claimed dual championships. A newcomer has boldly vanquished the champions of the mid-jungle, and this world is utterly astonishing. Oh, let us mention the clumsy chicken, who shares the illustrious honor of 3 championships with Faker. What could possibly surpass the prestige of these two? In the audience, a towering figure stood up in disbelief, exclaiming loudly. His remarks left all VG fans feeling utterly ashamed, and the irate diehards resolutely stood up, turning their backs to exit mid-event. A wave of animated discussions erupted in the stands. After 2 seasons, the LPL has given rise to an extraordinary talent in the mid lane, OG God. Let us remember his name. This exhilarating confrontation truly embodies the saying. The ever-smiling Wawa expressed his approval. He holds a deep affection for Hwazi, and the genius mid-laner emerging from his own region is indeed a quintessential Hwazi. Reflecting on the visual spectacles the young man has delivered during this period, Wawa's face radiated admiration and anticipation. What is the phrase? Miller prompted. I do not know what youthful arrogance means. I only know that victors are kings. Regardless of past champions, those who stand at the end are the true heroes. Previously, everyone thought him arrogant, a naive youth unafraid of tigers, unaware of the vastness of the heavens. However, now, I recognize the weight of his words. It was merely that my companions lacked vision, misjudging the true hero. Wawa chuckled heartily. When Su Cheng's classic saying was revisited, those who had been following his Weibo, including a small number of detractors and fans, collectively erupted in excitement. Who would dare believe that a newcomer has shattered the champion mid-jungle? I thought this lad was boasting, but it turns out he is genuinely impressive. I was mistaken. My companions lacked discernment. The 10-year-old fan of the Orange God arrives uninvited. The comments ignited with fervor. Miller's side, manager Su is truly muddled. Indeed, muddled. Wawa concurred. The two evidently possess some insider knowledge. Openly indulging in jest, many in the audience found themselves perplexed. Yet, for those within the circle, upon hearing these words, resonating voices emerged from various clubs. This time, manager Su is indeed confused. Releasing the SSR gold card without compensation. What a pure fool. One quipped. Another expressed schadenfreude, as everyone felt their emotions stirred by Su Cheng's astonishing debut. At the IG training base. Following the inauguration ceremony, the entire IG contingent swiftly boarded the bus back to the base, all keenly anticipating Su Cheng's match today. Shui, Ning Wang, Rookie, and other players who had previously enjoyed good rapport with Su Cheng all anticipated that their good brother would make a remarkable debut. However, considering that their opponents were the illustrious 3-time champions VG, everyone felt a wave of anxiety wash over them before the match commenced. In contrast, Su Xiao Luo harbored an entirely different expectation. For him, he wished nothing more than for Su Cheng to be thoroughly defeated by Ho Yi, as this would extinguish the principal's hopes and perhaps alleviate his own frustrations. The outcome was yet to be revealed. At this moment, the match had concluded, and the IG base was filled with jubilant laughter. It had previously gone unnoticed just how exceptional Chang Zi truly was. Ning Wang's voice boomed with excitement as he exclaimed, "His maneuvers, Lao Song, are on par with yours." The final QR play ignited the atmosphere. A rapid succession of 3 presses in a single second was indeed a remarkable feat. In terms of reflexes, Yu Wenba would dare to call him the second strongest. Well, he's just a smidgen behind my buddy. What do you think, Ijingu? Are you envious? Shui cast a sidelong glance at Rookie, his tone brimming with self-satisfaction and jest. Witnessing his good brother's astonishing performance filled him with joy, yet a tinge of envy crept in, as he was still 6 months younger than Su Qing and wouldn't be able to compete until the summer season. So, was that lad not jesting with us all along? Rookie, equally astonished, reflected on Su Qing's performances over the past 2 matches. Even he, a recognized mid-laner of the LPL, did not believe he could have fared better under similar circumstances. Hai Shun and Bao Lan were also taken aback, exclaiming how astonishing it was that in just 3 days, they had transformed into a formidable duo capable of dismantling champions. It was utterly unbelievable. Listening to the chorus of voices, Su Xiaoluo felt a tumult of emotions, especially when the Hai Air brothers remarked, "Manager Su has lost his way." He inexplicably felt a tightness in his chest. While the other players glanced over instinctively, Hai Shun and Rookie, seasoned in their experiences with the manager, remained silent. However, the exuberant Ashui and Ning Wang erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves. How utterly amusing. Would they not be the subject of ridicule among all LPL fans henceforth? "Manager, are you all right? I bet you regret it now." Su Xiaoluo's expression darkened instantly, his demeanor turning menacing as he seethed. "Yuanba, are you looking for trouble?" He then directed his ire at Ning. "From tomorrow onwards, I expect to see both of you grinding through 20 matches of Korean server rank every day. No sleep until you're done." As these words left his mouth, the two immediately fell silent, but it was too late. While the Hai Air brothers continued their leisurely praises, Su Xiaoluo felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Just then, the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, the previously furious Su Xiaoluo furrowed his brow and swiftly donned a smile. "Hello, Principal." What followed was a torrent of furious expletives from the man on the other end. Audible even without speakerphone, that Su Xiaoluo hurried into his office, receiving a scolding akin to that of a wayward grandson, nodding and bowing, too afraid to utter a word of defense. Chapter 59, The World in Turmoil. A battle to ascend to glory. Pray tell, what year is this? At the same moment, in the post-match analysis segment, led by Guanzi Yuan alongside Miss Chris, it is noteworthy that during this period, Chris had yet to be bestowed the moniker of one-stroke sister by her admirers. Her understanding of the game was rather ordinary. Primarily recognized for her pleasing appearance and graceful physique, she seemed to serve merely as a decorative presence. Fortunately, Guan Ziyuan exhibited a profound comprehension of the game. And as the fervent reaction surged online, he promptly delved into an analysis of the climactic solo encounter in the top lane. In slow-motion replay, the audience was treated to a vivid display of the remarkable exchanges between both sides. Guan Ziyuan meticulously dissected the events. The flight speed of Oriana's Q was sluggish, and given Akali's agility, a hasty use of her ultimate would undoubtedly be countered. The details were astute. Upon observing Akali's approach, he discerned her intent to bait out his QW by utilizing minions as a shield, all while preparing to reset the cooldown on her second Q. All damage from Oriana is contingent upon her ball. Should she initiate a trade with QW, it was highly likely that Akali could evade it, and more critically, Oriana would find herself with all skills on cooldown. Thus, the only viable path was to create distance from her ball, enabling it to return to her, allowing for the casting of her ultimate to inflict damage and ensure self-preservation. The risks were substantial. A single misstep could lead to her ultimate failing to connect, forcing her to retreat from Akali's onslaught, which Guan Ziyuan simply could not tolerate. He exhibited remarkable composure, perceiving Akali's initiation yet refraining from engaging. Instead, he anticipated the moment Akali would unleash her ultimate, allowing a missed Q to be inconsequential, as the ball remained at his feet for continued utilization. If she chose not to pursue, he could swiftly activate W to grant himself a burst of speed. Feigning a retreat, everyone was aware that Akali could execute a double Q combo, with a lethal potential that was staggering. Now, having applied the passive mark with his first Q, Oriana would seem poised to flee. Posing the question, would she take the bait? Should she not pursue, Guan Ziyan might indeed escape. However, should she choose to chase, she would be ensnared. Once Akali's are approached, the ball he had concealed at his feet would serve him well. Akali's ultimate would bring her face to face, allowing for a seamless flash into a cure combo, unleashing a devastating shockwave in retaliation. Guan Ziyuan's strategy was executed with flawless precision, leaving no room for oversight. Yet, in terms of detail, OG God, the opposing player, possessed an even sharper insight, having accurately predicted Guan Ziyuan's own anticipation. Guan Ziyuan was operating at one level, while OG God was soaring in the stratosphere. I recognize your intent to provoke me into a rash move. Indeed, I have risen to the challenge. But what you do not realize is that all your machinations have been foreseen, leading to a nearly synchronous use of flash. Such is the reaction speed of a 17-year-old prodigy. At this juncture, Guan Ziyuan himself was filled with admiration, describing Su Chong as a genius youth, a newcomer, facing off against a former world champion, unperturbed by authority, poised and self-assured. What immense fortitude this requires. 6,666. I have gained knowledge. Did I predict your prediction well enough? The online spectators were left in astonishment. In truth, the intricacies of this contest were abundant. Language fails to encapsulate the breathtaking intensity of these two maneuvers. Take, for instance, the moment when the esteemed lord deftly utilizes his flash to evade Akali's ultimate. In slow motion, one can observe that he activates his flash just as her ability is about to connect. This is not a case of delayed reflexes, but rather a testament to his mastery of timing and spatial awareness. Imagine if Akali had activated her flash while her ultimate was still in transit, creating distance. This would have undoubtedly alerted the Orange God, allowing for a preemptive flash to mitigate subsequent damage, thus requiring a longer reaction time. The Lord intentionally timed his move to coincide with the instant Akali is poised to strike, leading her to mistakenly believe her ultimate would land, prompting her to prepare her E-ability, only to be caught off guard by a counterplay. Though the initial exchange may have faltered, the timely activation of Zonia's Hourglass successfully avoided the damage from Akali's basic attack, followed by her E-skill. Otherwise, the Clockwork Mage would have undoubtedly suffered greater losses. The essence of the match was encapsulated in the second wave of combat. When he pressed the advantage, it was, in my view, divine. At this juncture, even Guan Ziyuan expressed disbelief. Countless eyes were riveted on the scene, with everyone's curiosity thoroughly piqued. During the replay phase, viewers were captivated, fearing they might miss a moment of brilliance. As the moment Zonia's hourglass expired arrived, Akali launched her Q, and our abilities directly at him. The instant her ultimate commenced its ascent, he ignited and activated Zonia's. Visually, it appeared as if a small golden figure coalesced in midair. But the combined damage from Q, R, and Ignite was undeniably real. The visual spectacle suggested that the Clockwork Mage had perished from afar. The onslaught from Ashe's ultimate, Renekton's W, and Leona's R was navigated by this remarkable use of Zonia's. Guan Ziyuan inhaled deeply. Even while witnessing the slow-motion replay, his heart raced with excitement. Amidst the uproar of the crowd, he continued, to execute such a near-theoretical maneuver in dire straits is unparalleled to date. Perhaps only the Battle of the 2Z can rival this, as he pondered. He even drew a parallel between Faker's most illustrious moment in his career and this extraordinary display from Su Chong. In an instant, the audience erupted, and the barrage of comments was a cacophony of enthusiasm. This is simply astonishing. Did Renekton raise his hand before W? Was the operational window less than 0.5 seconds? What nonsense about 0.5 seconds? This should be measured in frames. Perhaps 2 frames? Oh, for context, 1 second equals 24 frames, translating to 0.08 seconds. Whoa, that was insane. This is pure divine combat. In the time it takes for Renekton to execute a W. QR Ignite Zonia, you unleashed 4 abilities? The crucial aspect is the sheer volume of skill projectiles surrounding him. This requires immense fortitude, truly divine combat. This moment can indeed rival the Battle of the 2Zs, if not surpass it. Who remembers when this fellow was merely the specter of the canyon? Pray tell, what year is it tonight? Have you all forgotten why you gathered today? Wasn't it to witness the little man and face his reckoning? They have decisively defeated VG with a score of 2-0, and yet you still criticize. Silence, if you continue to slander the Orange God. Do not blame me for my harsh words. It's Orange God. From the haunted realms of Ionia to the culinary delights of the Rift, culminating in a stunning debut victory in the LPL. One cannot fathom the trials he has endured, Miss Chris exclaimed with a look of utter astonishment. Her incredulous remarks resonated with countless netizens. Just half a month prior, he was a target of disdain, falling swiftly in every match. Yet now he has transformed into a formidable force on the LPL stage, wreaking havoc. Surely this world has gone mad. In the audience, someone rose to their feet, exclaiming how outrageous it was. This statement immediately stirred a significant uproar, with voices of agreement echoing throughout the Snake Lounge. They beheld their great benefactor. Congratulations on a triumphant debut. Uncle certainly did not misjudge you. You are truly a prodigy among many. Left Wu Jun grinned widely, his lips curling upwards like a Gatling gun. The sensation of effortlessly drawing an SSR Supreme Gold card was intoxicating. Left Wu Jun was momentarily lost in the thrill, nearly breaking into song. A three-time champion jungler worth 15 million. The substitute Easy Hoon commanding a seven-figure salary. A trio of champions boasting a 30 million club. I could easily flip 100,000 gold cards to overturn the 30 million club in a single BO3. The value proposition is simply astounding. Chapter 60. Coach, I still prefer your previous untamed demeanor. The god of Akali. Outside, Guanzi Yuan is raving about your last play, with two extraordinary performances. You are bound to sort of fame. The analyst and assistant, along with the entire coaching staff, were beaming smiles, showering praises upon Su Cheng that were utterly delightful. He glanced around, somewhat puzzled as to the absence of the coach. Oh, when you achieved that team wipe. Xiaozhu rushed out to fetch you some milk tea, Left Wu Jun remarked with a chuckle. Just as he finished speaking, the lounge door was suddenly flung open with force. Zhu Kai entered in a hurry, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Su Cheng, and he approached with quick steps, beaming. Chengzi, my beloved and capable ally, here, have some milk tea. In his hands were 2 cups of Sanpin Baba milk tea from Mishui Bingqing. Su Cheng's eyes brightened as he accepted them, somewhat taken aback. Xiaozhu, I still prefer your previous rebellious nature. Could you please revert back? This newfound amiability is a bit disconcerting. Cough, cough. This is the coach's affection for you. Yu Kai tossed his hair, standing tall and proud. And what's with the Xiaozhu? Are you feeling a bit too lofty? Huh? I am your coach. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Su Cheng took a sip from one cup, while the other was swiftly claimed by Air Z. With the victory in hand and ample funds available, Left Wu Jun waved his hand, signaling everyone to celebrate with a dinner that evening. The group quickly gathered their belongings, preparing to clock out for the day. Su Cheng participated in a post-match interview. The staff entered to notify him. The prospect of interacting closely with Miss Yu Shuang invigorated him. His eyes lit up, and he promptly tossed his peripherals to Zhu Kai for packing, striding out the door with an air of indifference. Hello, esteemed audience both present here and watching the live broadcast online. Welcome to the post-match interview. I am your host, Yu Shuang. On stage, Yu Shuang smiled and waved towards the camera and the audience, then cheerfully remarked, the BO3 between VG and Snake was truly a spectacle. We are honored to have invited the MVP of today's 2 matches, the absolute core of Snake's victory, OG God, to our post-match interview. Now, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome OG God in an instant. The auditorium erupted with thunderous applause, and several young ladies transformed into an enthusiastic cheer squad, unleashing a series of shrill screams. The conclusion of the 2 intense matches had garnered Su Cheng a substantial following online. As he approached the stage, the barrage of comments was awash with OG God flooding the screen. Upon reaching the forefront, Su Cheng keenly detected a subtle fragrance in the air, a pleasant scent that he couldn't help but glance sideways at the nearby Yu Shuang, who was dressed in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her striking legs, perfectly aligned, drew attention, with a pair of sparkling eyes filled with warmth. She looked up at the young man, who stood a head taller, and offered the customary congratulations for his debut victory over the formidable VG.AT. That moment, Su Cheng's mind was consumed by a singular thought. How fair. If only she were paired with a pair of black stockings. His thoughts wandered, and he instinctively inhaled sharply. As Yu Shuang extended the microphone towards him, he absent-mindedly replied, black stockings. Oh, wait, what were you saying? What on earth is this guy thinking about black stockings? Let us talk about black stockings. So this lad was daydreaming about stockings. Mystery solved. With legs like Yu Shuang's, who wouldn't he be mesmerized? LSP confirmed. The comments section erupted in excitement. Even the audience members were taken aback by Su Cheng's unexpected remark, bursting into laughter. Yu Shuang cast a meaningful glance at the seemingly bashful young man, subtly puffing out her impressive chest, and proceeded with the serious interview. In both matches, you, the Orange God, achieved the remarkable feat of defeating the world champion in your lane, leading your team to victory. Before the matches began, did you anticipate that your debut in the LPL would shine so brightly? How do you feel now? In the face of several cameras broadcasting live and the audience's continuous cheers, Su Cheng regained his composure and replied, I feel absolutely wonderful, especially being on stage with my goddess Yu Shuang makes it even more delightful. Yu Shuang slightly pursed her full, crimson lips, her movements graceful, her eyes narrowing in appreciation, silently praising the young man's emotional intelligence. As for his performance in today's matches, Su Cheng paused thoughtfully before confidently stating, it was all within expectations, and this outcome was, perhaps, quite natural. Bravo, The audience erupted in a fervor. Even the countless online spectators in various live streaming rooms were left agape by his words. People had anticipated a myriad of reactions from Su Ching: ecstatic joy, disbelief, or perhaps a feigned declaration that he felt as if he were dreaming. However, they could never have imagined that this young man would, in the midst of such a crowd, calmly articulate the most ostentatious proclamation. As expected, of course. How pretentious he is. I cannot abide pretentiousness before me. Let my friends show him the harshness of reality. Yet, has no one recalled how this fellow incessantly boasted online about his intention to clinch the championship before the LPL commenced? It appears that from the outset, his words have been marked by a certain impracticality. Though I yearn to counter him, I must acknowledge his prowess after he decisively bested the champions mid-jungle duo in his debut. Let him be pretentious. In response to Su Cheng's composed demeanor, Yu Shuang herself was taken aback. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks with a beaming smile, she deftly shifted the conversation. Posing a few prepared questions, these inquiries revolved around Su Cheng's psychological state during his remarkable plays in the two matches. Su Cheng answered candidly, with responses like, "I anticipated it. I felt I could secure the kill. And I believed I could execute it," which reshaped the audience's perception of him to one of boldness, meticulousness, and confidence. Finally, as the first rookie in the LPL to achieve such dazzling results in his debut, how does the Orange God perceive the competitive intensity of the LPL? Let us delve into his expectations and aspirations for his future career. Whom does he most wish to face? Yu Shuang, with her melodious voice, inquired with a smile, posing the final question. Many attendees had begun to gather their belongings, intending to leave. Typically, at such moments, new players tend to resort to cliché platitudes, speaking of hard work, the strength of LPL veterans, and their desire to emulate their footsteps to become outstanding professionals, all of which had long ceased to surprise the audience. As for the competitive intensity of the LPL, a candid individual does not speak foolishly. With just a slight exertion, I can ascertain the limits of this tier. In the future, I shall undoubtedly become the strongest mid laner in the LPL, bar none. Su Cheng stated with a relaxed demeanor and unwavering tone. His declaration immediately rendered Miss Yu Shuang, who was poised to clock out, momentarily frozen, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the spirited youth before her. Her mind buzzing. Countless spectators turned their attention, their expressions filled with shock. Unperturbed, Su Cheng continued, "As for the other mid laners in the LPL, my assessment is, greetings to the second, third, and fourth mid laners of this region. Am I hearing things? What audacious remarks. Is this fellow out of his mind?" The crowd erupted in uproar, the vast arena suddenly alive with a cacophony of voices. Every individual gazing upon Su Cheng on the stage is filled with a profound sense of disbelief. After a brief moment of astonishment, exclamations of outrageous erupt from the crowd. The official live broadcast room has sparked an uproar of monumental proportions. While we have witnessed audacity before, we have never encountered such boldness.